This man just transmigrated, and he was immediately dumped by his campus belle girlfriend. At first, he thought this was just the beginning of an urban romance story. But unexpectedly, the system sent him a warning. The spiritual energy revival will begin in 1 year. At that time, the world will undergo a cataclysmic change. The apocalypse will arrive. Just as the man was still reeling in confusion, the system gave him another surprise. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bonded. You have received a god-tier ability, automatic cultivation technique compilation. At that very moment, the news was reporting that fishermen along the coast had discovered a giant abalone so large that 10 people couldn't wrap their arms around it. It was suspected to be related to waste from a nuclear power plant. Elsewhere, people were scrambling to film a shocking natural phenomenon. A giant ancient tree in a 5A level scenic area had roots that spread for 10 miles, attracting numerous tourists. And it didn't stop there. Cities were also plunged into chaos. Earthquakes caused fissures to appear. Suspected to be caused by abnormal ley lines, a giant vine fell from the sky, making a childhood fairy tale a reality. The vine snapped in many places, causing countless casualties. In front of the main hall of Thantan University, a crowd had gathered around a young man and woman. The sound of endless chatter filled the air. It's all just clickbait and hype. No different from those zombies in the neighboring country in years ago. Someone else agreed. Yeah, exactly. Hey, over there, the campus belle is breaking up with someone. That's way more interesting. Everyone started buzzing with excitement. It really is the campus belle, So Than Lee. The goddess, Lai Lai. Did she finally get rid of that tag-along boyfriend of hers? The atmosphere grew more and more lively. That AI confidently said, let me tell you something. The campus belle wanted to escape poverty, so she had already gotten her acceptance letter from Thantan University. Meanwhile, her boyfriend couldn't even get into a regular university. The futures of those two were fundamentally in different worlds. A nearby classmate also started speculating. Her boyfriend's name is Fang, what's his name again? Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Lai spoke up. Fang Yi. A haughty look was written all over her face. I've thought this through. I feel that between us, it's just not realistic. The entire space was suddenly plunged into an uncanny silence. Fang Yi stood there, listening intently to the words that came from Qin Lai's mouth. A high school romance will eventually come to that moment when we both have to wake up. Perhaps only now. Do we realize that we aren't suited to hold hands for the rest of our lives? It takes courage, but we also have to be well matched. As she spoke, her eyes gradually filled with a look of sorrow. So, let's break up. But in her heart, she couldn't help but feel gleeful. It doesn't matter. No matter how hard you try to hold on to me, it's just not going to work. Faced with these heartfelt words, Fang Yi just stood there looking pensive. The people around them were buzzing with gossip. Why isn't he saying anything? Could it be that he's completely crushed by the shock? Or is there something wrong with his brain? Seeing everyone taking her side, Qin Lai felt incredibly smug. Someone said nonchalantly, of course she's the campus belle after all. Why isn't he on his knees begging her already? Suddenly someone sighed. But in the state he's in, he's not worthy of a rich beauty like her at all. It's a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. I'd be a much better choice. After a period of silence, Fang Yi spoke calmly. His actions left Quan Li and the surrounding crowd completely stunned. Right after that, Fang Yi turned and walked away. He spoke with disgust. Is there anything else to talk about? If not, I'm leaving. From behind, Quan Li hastily called out, Hey, wait! You really? She couldn't help but feel a flicker of doubt. Why is he acting like this? Is he faking it or is this for real? Before she could finish her sentence, Fang Yi turned back, his face cold as ice. He cleared his throat softly. Is there something else? At this point, Quan Li was so provoked by him that she snapped. She warned him loudly, I don't care what you're thinking, and I don't care what tricks you're trying to pull, but I am never getting back together with you. Is that clear? Fang Yi slightly raised an eyebrow, looking at her with a puzzled expression. A moment later, he reminded her bluntly, Stop being so full of yourself. Fang Yi didn't forget to add emphasis, campus belle. It made her blush with embarrassment. I'm very busy. The crowd around them had thinned out a bit by now. One young man couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, No way, he's just going to let it go so easily? Just as Fang Yi walked away, dark clouds began to gather overhead. At the same time, a thought quickly flashed through his mind. Su Qingli and these people, they have no idea, no awareness of the crisis. That's about to happen. Money, academic achievements, or the standards of modern society. All of it is about to turn to ash. He just calmly walked away under the countless watchful eyes of Qingli and the crowd. They didn't know that the person I am now is someone who has been reborn, someone who traveled back to the present from a future catastrophe. The Su-Ching Li in front of me right now is nothing more than a distant old acquaintance. Thinking of this, Fang Yi's steps became even more decisive. Walking under the brilliant sunlight, he kept reassuring himself, right now there are more important things to worry about. So what if she's the campus beauty? What does their judgment even matter? After all, everything is about to be turned upside down. An image of the planet kept flashing in Fang Yi's mind, along with a relentless anxiety. The real crisis is for all of humanity on the blue star. This story began last night. The very moment Fang Yi opened his eyes, the blood-red moon from his past life suddenly flooded his mind. Terrifying tsunamis had swallowed countless cargo ships. A relentless thunderstorm crashed down upon the city. A multi-eyed monster, with a bloated body but spindly legs, appeared, sending the people into an utter panic. After that series of horrifying images, the sound of a system notification rang out, leaving Fang Yi stunned. A notification was detected. In 364 days, at 11:59, spiritual energy will begin its full recovery. Once the spiritual energy recovery begins, the world will undergo unforeseeable, earth-shattering changes. Images of people began to appear before his eyes, in all sorts of different forms. Social norms will be completely reshuffled, and the age of cultivators will come. Strength is the standard for everything. Those memory fragments began to shatter, causing Fang Yi to exclaim in shock. Wait a minute. He hurriedly reached out his hand, constantly questioning. Who are you? Suddenly, what appeared before his eyes surprised Fang Yi even more. A system notification panel appeared with the following text. This system originates from the Supreme Universe. It utilizes the universe's ultimate esoteric algorithm. Based on the spiritual objects the host comes into contact with, it can automatically write corresponding cultivation techniques. Number of techniques currently possessed. No! He reflexively tried to reach forward. However, Fang Yi's hand could easily pass right through the notification panel. Immediately after, a monster with sharp teeth lunged out, giving him a fright. Though terrified with his agile body, Fang Yi was still able to easily evade its attack. Suddenly, something in front of him caught his attention. Fang Yi couldn't help but be horrified when he saw himself covered in blood lying inside the monster's mouth. He whispered softly, "These are the tragic images from my past life," flooding his mind as the system's voice rang out. This was once the fate of an ordinary person, like you, and it was also the fate of billions of people on Blue Star. Drops of cold sweat kept rolling down Fang Yi's body. He struggled to ask the other party. That was me? As soon as the words left his lips, he sank into the memories of his past life. I remember now. In my past life, I was just an ordinary person, forced to struggle just to survive. Back then, all I wanted was to get through it, to escape this catastrophe. In those dark days, Fang Yi's eyes were filled with sorrow. I had witnessed my country collapse, and its people fall into disaster. He could never forget the times he ran for his life in the rain, every time he was hunted by monsters. But in the end, he still couldn't escape the monster's pursuit. Mutated until the very end, Fang Yi still couldn't run from his tragic fate. I died in complete despair, but my heart was filled with indignation and a thirst for vengeance. I wanted to reach the very peak. The image of a giant demonic serpent was reflected in his blazing red eyes. That horrifying scene led the current Fang Yi to a conclusion. Perhaps that's why I was chosen by this system, and was able to return to the present. 1 year before the official restoration of spiritual energy, he quickly reached his hand forward, his face filled with determination. Right now, most people can't sense anything at all about the recovery of spiritual energy. At that very instant, the speck of light before his eyes became dazzling. In just a flash, it nearly enveloped the entire space. At the same time, Fang Yi also came to a conclusion. During this time, I will take advantage of every anomaly created by the spiritual energy. Suddenly, the system screen flickered. A line of text appeared. The system is initiating a new round of judgment. His eyes suddenly lit up. Fang Yi's body began to change. Along with the system's notification sound, host has been bound to the system. Initiating new course. Everything in the world can be used as materials for this system. Editor, strive to collect 10 powerful abilities and cultivation techniques. Become a mighty cultivator, save the world, and return to the glamorous city. On the massive screen, the host's steady voice rang out. The situation humanity is currently facing is extremely grave. This is unprecedented in history. We cannot find answers from the past. We can only rely on our own capabilities and try our best to adapt to the environment. Fang Yi took in the entire scene. He muttered softly. This is, at the same time, red warning messages also appeared on his phone. This caused him to fall into deep thought. The government, instead of trying to calm people down or deny the abnormalities, that have been happening recently. They are instead calling on the citizens to take precautionary measures. This action is the very warning that the Jia nation's government cannot state explicitly, but has deliberately issued. Before, reports about bizarre and supernatural phenomena would absolutely never be broadcast. On a massive screen like this, in the nation's secret conference room, an emergency meeting was also taking place. This quiet and subtle approach is the Jia nation's consistent method. It helps the citizens keep a cool head and maintain their trust in the country. The chaotic scenes from his past life kept flooding back into his mind. Fang Yi, doing it this way is indeed quite laborious and troublesome, but it's much more effective than the Gatling gun I got for free from the shop next door. He stared intently at the phone in his hand. His heart suddenly realized something important. That's right, the system reminded me. Everything can be used by me. So doesn't that mean that wherever there's a strange phenomenon, I should head over there? Suddenly, something caught Fang Yi's attention and he murmured softly, Thangtun University requires students to pay attention to their safety and take measures to protect themselves from the sun. At the same time, the following appeared on the news board. Top story. Ultraviolet ray intensity at Thangtun University has reached the highest level in nearly 100 years. Faced with this warning, a young man standing near Fang Yi scoffed loudly. Even famous universities are hyping things up like this nowadays, huh? With temperatures that high, everyone would have been fried to a crisp by now. This is definitely fake news. Did they pay to get on the trending list? He instinctively glanced at the darkening sky and the countless dark figures circling in the air. He was filled with doubt. Wait a minute. How can the weather be so different? Thangtun University is only a 15-minute drive from here. Just then, a line of red text appeared on his phone. UV index 0. The moment he saw it, he blurted out instinctively, something's wrong with that other article. An image showed Thangtun University at peak heat. The caption below it described how student check-ins would proceed as normal. Please avoid the areas with strong ultraviolet radiation at the north gate and use the other intersections as usual. 74 degrees Celsius. This post attracted many other students who left countless comments. Academic ace, year 2 and 3. Where's the ultraviolet light coming from? On a cloudy day? Chudahe. I think it looks like a photoshopped picture. It looks really fake at first glance. Fang Yi murmured softly, excellent. A satisfied smile slowly spread across his face. A thought quickly formed in his mind. In this world, when something unusual happens, most people don't pay it any mind and just write it off as some kind of publicity stunt. Only I know the truth. At this thought, Fang Yi said with satisfaction, my first fated encounter has finally arrived. Meanwhile, at Qingcheng University, the sun was beating down relentlessly. His lethargic voice sounded out. This is the north gate of Qingcheng University. It's the one with the fewest people. Fang Yi stood there with sweat pouring down his face. He carefully scanned his surroundings. Just as I thought, something's off. Up ahead, 2 students came running out in a panic. They were shouting at each other to run faster. We're roasting out here! But Fang Yi's attention was caught by the specks of light hovering in the air. He let out a curious, huh? This is... In an instant, he had crouched down and reached out his hand. The moment Fang Yi touched the speck of light, it burst with an incredibly intense light. This couldn't help but startle him, causing him to pull back instinctively. Then, a system window suddenly appeared with a notification. Intense Yang attribute fluctuations detected. Unlocking Yang attribute data template. Countless rays of light began to wrap around Fang Yi's body. In just a flash, his body began to transform. His blood vessels slowly turned a golden color. Just like that, a powerful surge of light enveloped the entire North Gate area of Qingcheng University. The sight left the witnesses completely stunned. They shouted out loud, holy crap! Am I hallucinating? Is that a Super Saiyan or an X-Man? No, that's clearly an angel appearing. Meanwhile, Fang Yi still had to endure the intense surges breaking through his body. He unconsciously gritted his teeth. He clutched his head in discomfort, mumbling softly, is it over yet? Why do I feel like I'm about to fade away? Not long after, Fang Yi's hair had turned completely white. At the same time, the system announced, compilation successful. You have received a Yang attribute technique. Golden sun breathing method. It was a beautiful morning at Qingcheng University, a place bustling with incoming freshmen. Mingling within the crowd of new students were incredibly enthusiastic volunteers. Hey, do you need me to help you carry your luggage? With her exceptional looks, Huin Li was surrounded by a crowd of people offering her help. Hey there, which building are you headed to? Do you know the way yet? I can take you there, another person chimed in. Excuse me, this is the recruitment notice for our club. Take a quick look. If you're interested, you can leave your contact number. Li was all too familiar with scenes like this. She coldly refused, "Thank you, but that won't be necessary." Beside her, a young man was comforting his girlfriend. "It's a good thing we both got into a university in the same city. A half-hour distance isn't too far." The girl next to him replied cheerfully, "That's right. Now we can see each other every day." Looking at the chirpy couple, Li couldn't help but scoff. Love-struck fools. Suddenly a fire erupted behind them, turning the entire sky crimson. An announcement broadcasted, causing the expression on her face to freeze. "Warning, high temperatures detected in the north garden of the campus. Please stay away from the north gate. Do not approach," model. And the people there were no exception. Everyone stared blankly toward the source of the announcement. Li's expression gradually turned serious. She thought to herself, "Lately, so many strange things have been happening everywhere. This won't do, I have to go check it out." Meanwhile, at the north gate, a figure was standing in the middle of a vortex, a massive power. That person's body gradually began to change. It seems he's absorbing the power. Fang Yi's eyes flashed. He let out a sigh, having consumed too much energy. Amidst the light radiating from the power source, he quietly gazed at his hand and thought, blazing sun gaze, fierce breathing. I can use the golden sun techniques breathing method to perform a body purification. At the same time, a system notification appeared. The technique was written for you. No need to learn it. Unlocked, received 50 editor points. After stepping out of the chaos, Fang Yi held the system panel confused. Editor points. What the heck is this now? The corners of his lips tightened as he decided to just ignore it for now. Whatever, it's clearly useful. As for how to use it, I'll figure that out later. Meanwhile, dark clouds rolled in, covering even the faint light of the sun. Fang Yi let out a long breath as if releasing a heavy burden. In just a moment, the bright sunlight shone down everywhere once more. A few perceptive students noticed the change in that fleeting moment. They all started discussing it. Just now. Did you feel the sky suddenly go dark? I also felt like just now, it suddenly got a little cooler. Hey, look, there are so many people at the north gate. Following their gaze, the area by the school gate was now packed with people. An elderly man leads a group of people out and shouts loudly, "What is the meaning of this large gathering? Didn't I send a message forbidding this? All of you go and report immediately. Anyone who doesn't will have points deducted." This person was none other than the principal of Thantan University. When the smoke and dust had completely dissipated, the group of students had also left the area. Thang Huin, standing beside the principal, cautiously reminded him, "Please set up a perimeter, completely block off the north gate area." Hearing this, he agreed. Elsewhere, the system announced that a mission had been completed. You have purified a Class A contaminated area, the north gate of Thantan University. As if fearing the player wouldn't understand, the system proceeded to explain contaminated area. Anomalous points marked by the government of the Xia Kingdom, where the energy of the spiritual energy recovery is generated, with varying levels of danger. After reading these lines, Fuangdik began to speculate about the contaminated areas, and they're even marked by the Xia Kingdom's government. Could it be that besides me there are... His gaze shifted as a notification sound from somewhere suddenly rang out. "Alert! Alert! The north gate is about to close! Please evacuate immediately." The people who had come out with the principal had now formed a line. Seeing this, some people grew even more worried. Are those people in uniforms the military? What's going on? After observing everything, Fuangdik belatedly realized. Oh no, the commotion was too big. It's attracted people. Ignoring the thick smoke and dust, he dashed off, cutting through the wind. Under the faint sunlight, a pair of feet slowly stepped onto the desolate land. Thang Huin's figure stood resolutely between heaven and earth. The hem of his clothes fluttered in the wind. Two slender fingers touched the arid ground, and then wiped a bit of soil from the surface. She gently brought it to her nose to inspect it. Thang Huin's eyes flashed with astonishment as she muttered to herself, this was man-made. Could it be that someone has already come into contact with spiritual energy this early on? No one paid any attention to her deductions. The principal of Thantan University hurriedly urged, I need all students to leave the area immediately. The students were still in a state of chaos. Wait a minute, Professor. Let me post this on my feed first. Only Li was an exception. She quietly listened to those words and thought for a long time. Man-made spiritual energy, what's that? How could this terrifying phenomenon be caused by a person? Her gaze fell upon a familiar figure running away. A strange thought flashed through her mind. Wait, that figure just now was Fang Yi. But just a moment later, Li let out a self-deprecating smile. Don't be so foolish, Li. With grades like his, how could he possibly show up at Thantan? The warm rays of the sun enveloped Fang Yi's building, the heat radiating from his body. mixed with the sunlight, feeling as if it were scorching his entire body. Fang Yi thought, bewildered, "What's going on? This heat. It feels like it's constantly radiating from my own body. Cold showers, turning on the AC. None of it can lower the temperature." After trying everything to no avail, Fang Yi grew even more frustrated. "At this rate, I'm not going to get any sleep tonight." Suddenly, he yanked the towel off his head and shot up. "Wait a minute. After causing such a huge incident today, how could someone have found me out? I have to check." Fang Yi picked up his phone. The content on it made him freeze. Number 1 search result: Spiritual Cultivator Association updates new realm rankings. He mumbled in a daze. "What is this? I just looked this up a moment ago." Fang Yi's expression turned pensive. "The Spiritual Qi Cultivation Association. I have some recollection of it. It seems in my past life there was an online association that appeared. Occasionally it would publish some cultivation rules. But at that time, most people thought it was just some novelist role-playing a modern cultivation story." A hazy figure appeared in his mind. He thought to himself, "Wait a minute. Could it be that the person I met at Qingcheng University before?" Staring at the word "open" on the screen, Fang Yi's finger pressed it without hesitation. An official document with a bright red seal immediately appeared. Details of Cultivator Realms. First realm, Guifu. The divine art of Guifu relies on the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to forge worldly weapons. Second realm, Zhaoling. Borrow the power of heaven and earth to awaken one's divine bloodline and create internal qi. Third realm, Jinggang. The bloodline's spiritual qi becomes indestructible like a diamond and connects all 100 bones. One gains the power to control attributes. Fourth realm, Shen Yue. Use immense power to break through the restraints of heaven and earth. Accumulate faith to create a new god. Fifth realm, Shuri, the peak of the universe. Control the life and death of star systems and roam freely across all realms. Extreme realm, Chaotuo. Transcend the life and death of all things. Create new heavens and sunder the old earth and grasp the universe. What lies beyond is currently unknowable. Now, the recovery of spiritual qi has become the general trend. To prevent fellow Taoists from going astray, these realms will be made public. We hope all Taoists can use this to guide their own progress. After reading through all the content, Fang Yi continued to speculate. Although the content was a bit cryptic, but this layout is familiar and it even has a watermark. But contrary to what he thought, at this moment, the netizen comments were mostly negative. Spiritual energy cultivation. It feels like you'd have to be brain damaged to write something like this. These days, clout chasers will really fake anything. You can tell it's fake at a glance. It's fine if you're writing a novel, but don't pass it off as reality and corrupt the kids. Huang Dic's thoughts were also quickly swayed. This announcement should have been issued by the Hakwuk government, right? The more he read these strange news articles, the more confused he felt. In my past life, I'd never even heard of this association. As an ordinary person, I couldn't have come into contact with things like this back then. After the cataclysm, completely changed my life. I had even less time to pay attention to it. Back then, just trying to stay alive took up all of my energy. Perhaps those words had convinced him. Huang Dic silently assessed the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. Could this be a signal from the government, sent to those who had early contact with spiritual energy? Is that it? He sat cross-legged on the bed and began to channel his energy. All right, I'll just follow the instructions and try circulating the golden sun breathing technique one more time. A long silence followed. Huang Dic was concentrating his spiritual energy. As a golden light shone down, something began to change. His entire body floated into the air, enveloped by a powerful stream of spiritual energy. As his hands moved to channel the energy, the space around him changed. First step, refine one's own body into a vessel. Use the weapon-like body to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy gradually became an enormous power that enveloped him. Huang Dic controlled the spiritual energy, forging it into the shape of a divine axe. His eyes flashed with the light of power. Streams of spiritual energy flowed along his body. Looking at the enormous source of spiritual energy appearing above his head, Fang Yi murmured softly, "Could this thing be?" Suddenly, a system notification popped up again. "Congratulations, you have ascended to the 1-star ghost domain realm. You can use the edit points you have received and take the edited data that you have obtained and forcefully embed it into any object. Current edit points, 50. Fang Yi reread the text on the notification panel. He then suddenly realized, current edit points, 50 edit points. I almost forgot about them. Strange lines of text appeared on the screen again. making Fang Yi a little confused. What does this sentence mean? The edited data I obtained is the golden yang breathing technique. It has an attribute, huh? His bright red eyes flashed. Fang Yi mulled over those words. So what about forcefully embed into any object? What does it mean by any object? To test these things out, he immediately held out his hand and channeled his energy. A notification panel appeared with the following content. Do you want to consume edit points to infuse the yang attribute into this object? Yes/no. The cup was enveloped by Fang Yi's spiritual energy, levitating in midair. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. He concluded that his guess was right. Forcefully embedding is a type of object enchantment. It makes the object grasp a supernatural power. If I choose yes, then this cup will become a cup with an attribute, a yang attribute. A magnificent scene appeared in Fang Yi's imagination. He thought to himself, so what if it were a gun? A blade or some other weapon? Could it become my own special weapon? This must be what the system meant. Then I won't just collect 10 data points for each attribute. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon a gleaming sword tip. Staring at the sharp sword on the rack, Fang Yi's heart began to race once again. A specially designed weapon, possessing extraordinary power, is truly crucial for the future. After careful consideration, he still couldn't help but feel skeptical. How about I take you for a test run first? If it's good, I can order a real one. Now that I've been reborn, to deal with those mutated monsters, I need to be fully prepared. In the quiet of the night, the only light came from Fang Yi's apartment. That light was blindingly bright, and along with the abundant spiritual energy, it attracted a dark figure. A pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the darkness. The monster's face was terrifying enough to make anyone's skin crawl. A mutated rabbit was slowly approaching Fang Yi's house. Inside the small room, strange noises echoed continuously. Fang Yi, lying in bed, was awakened by those sounds. He groggily opened his eyes, muttering in annoyance at being disturbed. Where is that rat coming from? His legs dangled off the side of the bed. Fang Yi decided to go check out the situation. Looking around the quiet and empty house, he started to deduce. It's not in the house, and it's not in the water pipes. Could it be someone else's pet making a mating call? Fang Yi's ears twitched. A sound suddenly rang out, making him think to himself, well, I have just stepped into the ghost realm after all. My hearing is better than an ordinary person's, so being able to hear sounds from someone else's apartment is perfectly normal. Model. He glanced towards the door, where the sound was continuously coming from. Phuong Dick was suddenly bewildered. Wait, that's not right. He had just opened the door when a black shadow shot past him. Phuong Dick frantically yelled, "It's in the hallway!" A monster with bloodshot red eyes appeared. His voice unconsciously rose in pitch. This rabbit is a beast affected by the mutation. Phuong Dick gritted his teeth. He couldn't suppress his tension as he thought to himself, my memories from my past life are still a bit hazy. Seeing this, Beast again still sends shivers down my spine. Just then a helicopter approached. Thang Huynh, standing under the moonlight, spoke. The rabbit that swallowed the Dark Knight's spirit fruit still hasn't been caught. This thing's speed is truly terrifying. She fiddled with the mic on her cheek a bit, and then sighed. Thang Huynh took the lollipop out of her mouth. Her voice was laced with growing impatience. You get a lead and you don't report it immediately? Her feet pushed off forcefully. Immediately after, Thang Huynh let herself fall into a free fall. Amid the rushing wind, a sound caught her attention. Her deep blue eyes narrowed slightly as she began her assessment. There it is, the aura of that beast. Deciding to stop her descent, Thang Huynh quickly landed on an apartment in the adjacent building. The friction sent sparks flying around her. Thang Huynh quickly reported, I've picked up the Dark Knight aura again. The target has entered a densely populated area. It's 20 kilometers away. Receive the coordinates. Pursue with full force. Otherwise, the residents of this area. At the same time, she came to a successful stop. Under the shining moonlight, Thang Huyn's figure looked even smaller. She cautiously warned everyone, be careful of it. It hasn't been long since it swallowed the spirit fruit, so the mutated evolution isn't complete yet. It will most likely continue to evolve and become stronger. So you must never, ever let your guard down. The man was stunned when he saw a figure leaping back and forth between the rooftops. He tried to get a better look at the scene, muttering to himself nonstop, crap. Have I been working so much overtime that my eyes are playing tricks on me? The department head behind him immediately snapped, what are you spacing out for? Have you finished your sketch yet? The small figure of Thang Huynh darted past the moon. The man grew even more frightened. This is the 65th floor. Meanwhile, with Phuong Dick, he was currently facing the mutated rabbit, which was baring its fangs and claws. Scree! Suddenly his eyes widened with intensity. Just as the monster lunged forward, a spiritual aura enveloped Phuong Dick's entire body. He quickly gave it a swift kick. Looking at the mutated rabbit beside him, he began to think. After the breakthrough, the changes in my body are truly immense. I can now clearly see its movements in slow motion. Plus, my muscles can react and move faster, allowing me to dodge its attacks. A small sun-like orb appeared in the palm of Phuongdik's hand. A beam of light shot out with his attacking motion. He thought to himself, but this kind of mutated demon beast, it actually appeared this early? I seem to remember that compared to similar ones from my past life, the mutated rabbit was still continuously threatening its opponent. But Phuongdik wasn't concerned. It hasn't even fully evolved yet. Its dark attribute at this moment is amplifying its abilities and ferocity. He charged forward, channeling immense power. Phuongdik's thoughts were filled with determination. I have to stop it and take it down. If I don't, everyone in this building will become food for that monster. He quickly grabbed the mutated rabbit. It immediately bared its teeth and let out a screech. Scree! 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 Phuongdik used all his strength, grabbing its thick fur, and hurled it. The mutated rabbit slammed hard into the glass door. He had now realized its weakness. It was its tail. Phuongdik knelt on one knee, feeling the power surging through his body. The monster, having been thrown into the glass door, had created quite a shockwave. It bared its fangs, ready to counterattack, but Phuongdik had already lunged forward. All of his power was focused into this one punch. The mutated rabbit didn't even have time to react. Phuongdik's fist had already pierced through its body. A colossal surge of power shot through the mutated rabbit's body, seeming as though it would obliterate it in an instant. However, right at the spot where it was pierced, its body started to absorb this power. Phuongdik's spiritual energy was being siphoned away by the monster. He couldn't help but be shocked, thinking to himself, it actually dares to absorb the energy of my yang attribute? Is that even possible? Looking at the brilliant light emanating from the monster's mouth, Phuongdik felt a hint of contempt. The power of the sun is overwhelmingly fierce and potent. This rabbit is truly digging its own grave. A brilliant light suddenly burst outwards, like a massive explosion. It left the nearby residents completely stunned. Lightning? A curious man asked as he opened his window. When he saw the silence outside, he was bewildered. Huh? There's nothing there at all. After a fierce battle, Phuongdik slowly landed on the ground, looking at the scattered remains of the mutated rabbit that were left on the ground. He thought to himself, that thing. A moment ago it was like a starving ghost, desperately devouring the power from its own body. Fang Yi moved a little closer. Suddenly an eyeball dropped down beside him. The sight met Fang Yi's eyes, making him frown in disgust. Immediately after, he mercilessly crushed it under his foot. The light in the eye had yet to fade as Fang Yi muttered, it's clearly a Dark Knight shadow attribute. And yet, when faced with the Yang attribute that specifically counters it, it acted so insanely. It must have been truly starving. A horrifying scene appeared in his mind. Fang Yi was imagining the worst-case scenario. The mutation of animals has already begun. If I were still a normal person, unawakened, I'm afraid everyone here today would have become a meal for this monster. His eyes filled with determination. Fang Yi reminded himself, to fight against the threat, I still need to collect 10 more new techniques. Meanwhile, under the moonlight, Qing Huang was still rushing over. She landed on the ground, where Fang Yi's battle had just taken place. Qing Huang's eyes widened. It was as if she had encountered something utterly unexpected. She stepped on the fragmented remains of the mutated rabbit and exclaimed in shock, it got completely obliterated? Qing Huang immediately bent down to inspect it. Then she reported back to the organization. Target is deceased. The body has been torn to pieces. I will first retrieve the remaining Dark Knight attribute. The moment her hand touched down, the spiritual energy left behind by Fang Yi repelled it. Qing Huang looked down at her smoking hand. She was even more astonished. This scorching aura. A memory from before came to mind. Qing Huang suddenly fell deep into thought. It's like an extremely pure Yang attribute, exactly like the one at the north gate of Qingcheng. This absolutely can't be a coincidence. She pursed her lips, her hand gently touching the communicator by her ear. Because the incident was so strange, Theng Huin tried to report it as clearly as possible to the organization's headquarters. The rabbit is gone. It wasn't my doing. A newly appeared cultivator took action first. A high-grade attribute. Man sat observing, a computer screen. He asked, so you mean to say that the purification of the contaminated zone at the north gate of Tantan University and the mutated rabbit were both done by the same person? Moreover, even though this person's aura only reached the one-star Gui Fu realm, their attribute is extremely pure. It's a Yang attribute, the same type as what was at the north gate of Tantan University? Theng Huin replied, That's right. Immediately, someone checked the information and reported back. I can confirm there's no trace of this person in the headquarters records. This kind of talented pioneer? The association must absolutely seize the opportunity to befriend them. Thang Huynh had just collected a trace of Fang Yi's aura, and she agreed. I think so too. That aura transformed into a small flame, which she hid inside her clothes. As she unwrapped a piece of candy, Thang Huynh listened to the announcement from headquarters. Your recent missions, can be put on hold for now. The priority is to find the whereabouts of this pioneer and add them to our records. Ideally, we can persuade them to join the association. Spiritual energy cultivation. The peeled plastic wrapper revealed a familiar piece of candy. Thang Huynh replied softly, I understand. Sucking on the candy, she made a request to headquarters. But I'd like a cup of milk tea right now. The image of Fang Yi's side profile surfaced in her mind, making Thang Huynh unable to help but wonder, just what kind of powerhouse is this person? A blazing red flame enveloped Fang Yi's body. Thang Huynh thought to herself, turns out the association wasn't wrong. A person with this kind of strength is definitely an expert we must befriend at all costs. The next morning, just as the sun began to rise, Fang Yi stretched with a look of enjoyment. A day's work begins in the morning. The brilliant sunlight shone down on me. He put on his shirt and thought to himself, waking up early is more beneficial for my cultivation. Just as I entered a state of meditation, a brilliant aura began to radiate from me. Feeling the morning light, I activated the golden sun breathing technique. Fang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He slowly felt the changes within his body. Seeing the immense power gathering in the air made him think to himself, after entering the ghost mansion realm, every time I use the Vajra breathing technique, I can feel the flow of chi that the technique generates, like threads coiling around my divine mansion. Suddenly that power reacted violently, as if it could explode at any moment. This fast? Am I about to break through again? Fang Yi closed his eyes tightly and slowly perceived the change in the flow of power inside his body. Then, his hand tightened around the weapon in his grasp to continue channeling his energy. The axe was swung up, creating beautiful arcs of attack. Fang Yi was a little doubtful. This fast? Am I about to break through again? Cultivation is just like chopping wood. It's nothing but perseverance. He tightened his grip on the axe handle with both hands. Fang Yi focused his strength once more, raising the axe high. All of his power was channeled into this one attack. Just as he swung down, congratulatory notification from the system rang out. You have advanced to the 2-star ghost dwelling realm. Fang Yi's eyes were no longer just glowing. They were now a blazing fire. The flow of power in his body had also changed. He thought to himself, my body feels even stronger. Returning to a meditative state, Fang Yi quickly realized the problem. My advancement speed is fast, but that's only because during my previous breakthrough to 1-star, the residual energy from my cultivation that had accumulated still hasn't been fully used. The moment he landed, he reminded himself, from now on I have to upgrade one steady step at a time. Fang Yi's face was lost in thought for a moment. Finally, he realized, it's just that the phenomenon caused by my cultivation is too conspicuous. I should probably find a quieter place. Meanwhile, at the association's office, a man was pondering something. He glanced down at his phone for a moment, and his expression immediately turned to shock. Energy fluctuations detected originating from the sun. It's him again? Fang Yi sat beside a small stream and checked the system messages. A system prompt appeared. Consume compilation points to infuse the yang attribute into this item. While trying to control the weapon in his hand, he confirmed with a yes. Fang Yi recalled the previous times he had melted his weapons. I've tried using a model as a weapon before, and although the compilation was successful, it seems it couldn't withstand the power of the attribute. The yang attribute, it seems that not just any item can become a proper weapon. That suits me. He swung the sword a few times to test it out, thinking to himself, this time I can feel it clearly. This blade, it shares the same origin as the power in my body. It's miraculously harmonized. A moment later, a system notification appeared. Compilation successful. After reading it, Fang Yi couldn't help but admire it. What a fine weapon. Let's see just how powerful you are. Suddenly, something made him stop in his tracks, and he cried out, Oh God! Fang Yi could barely control the sword. Its power was exploding outwards, immense and overwhelming. He had to use every ounce of his strength just to redirect its attack. A single slash struck the stream, sending a massive pillar of water into the air. Fang Yi let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thank goodness I didn't start a forest fire. He looked at the mess he had just created, and very wisely, I chose to get out of there. The commotion was way too big. With this much thick smoke, I've definitely been spotted. Gotta go, gotta go! Noticing the disturbance, Qing Huang rushed over. She kept cursing, "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" As she ran towards the center of the smoke, she grumbled, "I just stepped away to use a discount coupon. To buy a bubble tea, that's all." And I missed him again by just a hair. "Shuini! It has to be Shuini!" Suddenly, Qing Huang's eyes widened in horror. She mouthed, "Wait!" The hot spring. She dashed through the smoke and the chaos. Qing Huang muttered in frustration, "What in the world happened to this Buddha statue? Oh God, where am I supposed to take this for warranty repairs? Who am I supposed to find to restore it to its original condition?" Tears streamed down her face just thinking about it. Her fists trembled. The aftermath department is going to chew me out again. Ever since he showed up, nothing has gone right. And now there's the light of that familiar aura behind me. Caught Then Huin's attention. She was startled for a moment, then cried out in disbelief. "Wait, no way. Last night his aura was still at the 1-star netherworld level. But now he's already at 2 stars? And that's not all. There's also a very powerful energy mixed in with it. Is it a spirit weapon?" The man's figure bizarrely appeared in her mind. Spirit weapon, just as its name implies, is the act of fusing an attribute into a weapon, allowing an ordinary weapon to unleash extraordinary power. Theng Huin rubbed her chin with a thoughtful expression, muttering to herself. However, spirit weapons are extremely rare. The association itself only has exactly 2 of them. Not to mention, the spirit energy cores aren't even perfected yet. The technology is limited. They can't be mass-produced yet. So how did this guy get one? After thinking for a while, she still couldn't come up with an answer. Her expression immediately darkened. Theng Huin sat leisurely on a rock ledge, sipping bubble tea and comforting herself. I must have been mistaken. Anyway, I should focus on cleaning up this mess first. I'll start by cooling down the stream. Meanwhile, on Phuong Dic's side, things were much more peaceful. He strolled through the forest, thinking to himself, "Right now my weapon has the Yang attribute, but the system wasn't clear about whether I can only use the Yang attribute. After all, the system did mention before that I can compile all sorts of different techniques." Thinking about how the system works, he became even more engrossed in his thoughts. Everything in this world can become a material for this system to compile. So if I obtain another attribute in the future, can I fuse it into this weapon as well, stacking it on top of the current attribute? Suddenly, Phuong Dic stared at his phone in shock. A message from YTAC-72 was on the screen. "Hello? Excuse me, are you also a pioneer? Sorry, I took a look at your browsing history. I see you're very interested in the recent anomalies. You even saved the article about the cultivation realm chart. I have a few friends. They're pioneers too. We often get together. And we're also looking for more like-minded people." This made him silently complain. "I forgot to set my privacy settings." The person on the other side continued to send messages. "There are 3 of us. We grouped up after the mutations started happening, so we could always rely on each other. As for the situation right now, well, if you know, you know. We're just hoping to find some senior pioneers online, just to make friends and get to know people." Phuong Dic replied immediately. "I'm just a beginner," the other person replied excitedly. "That's great. How far have you gotten in your cultivation, brother? Have you entered a realm yet? That Thoithathan Fu is really tough. But word on the street is that even the big shots in the national team right now are only at the Kui Fu realm. So when you think about it, there isn't much of a gap between us." He was repeatedly amazed. "They're pretty strong then, huh?" Phuong Dic's eyes narrowed. He silently sized up this group of people. They were recruited into the official team, and they're only at the Kui Fu realm. ITAC-72 sent another message. "Then let me tell you another piece of secret info. A new contaminated zone has just appeared. Want to team up and go together? The more people, the safer it is. We'll split the resources evenly." These words quickly caught Phuong Dic's interest. New contaminated zone? He then requested, "Send me the address so I can take a look." The other side sent it immediately. Ha-Dung-Long-8 compiled info.zip. Without hesitation, Phuong Dic clicked on it. Decompressing file. After reading just a little bit, he had already filtered out a few important pieces of information. The Dark River Dragon Lava Pollution Zone was originally an underground river formed by fissures in the Earth's strata. But after the Great Cataclysm, the pristine water turned into lava. The high temperatures caused the climate in this area to become extremely harsh. The images he saw inside shook Phuong Dic to his core. He thought to himself, "It has the same Yang attribute as me. Looks like this trip will definitely be a huge harvest." Feeling that these things would be beneficial to him, he immediately agreed with them. "I can join the team in the Tan Mok area." Someone asked Old Lee impatiently. "When is that friend you mentioned going to arrive?" Old Lee quickly reassured him. "Soon, he'll be here soon." "Hunya, thanks to the map and materials you prepared, I found this place right away. It's really detailed." Truong Hunya replied humbly, "Oh, it's nothing. I should be the one thanking you all for coming to explore with me." Once we're inside, everyone needs to support each other, okay? The person who had just spoken was Trong Hyo-nya, an employee from the Ministry of Culture's Spirit Cultivation Association. She thought to herself that she wouldn't be able to achieve her goal. What a shame. It seems I won't get to meet any outstanding cultivators this time. I was hoping to see if there was anyone with potential that I could recommend to the association. She unconsciously recalled the group of people dressed in black and thought to herself, many cultivators don't realize that the Spirit Cultivation Association is actually an agency directly under the government of Jia country. To truly become an official member, and the requirements are incredibly high. Normally, you can't even find a way in. The only reason I was able to join was by passing one extremely difficult test after another. Of course, my family also had to call in quite a few favors. The more she thought about it, the more her head ached. She couldn't help but feel anxious. If we don't get anything out of this trip, I'll probably be forced to work overtime again. Suddenly, old Lee looked behind him and shouted, "Fang is here!" Fang Fungdik, carrying a treasured sword, approached the group. He spoke slowly. "I'm Fang. Hello, everyone." Instantly, Hyo-nya was captivated by him. She exclaimed in amazement, "So young! If I'm not mistaken, his power is at the 2-star Ghost Axe realm. It's strange, even though his aura is very strong. I don't feel that oppressive feeling like with other masters. Instead, it actually feels warm." She stepped forward, opened the cave entrance, and announced, "Now that everyone's here, let's go." The group quickly replied, "All right." Fang suddenly suggested, "Let me go first. You can light the way." Hyo-nya happily replied, "Okay." The group ventured deep into the cave. Their lively discussion echoed. "Hey, slow down a bit. Watch out for the loose rocks under your feet. I thought all the water in here would have turned into lava by now. A drop of water just fell and scared the life out of me. This is strange. Does anyone else feel like it's not as hot in here as you imagined it would be? Maybe it's because we haven't reached the center of the contaminated zone yet." Fang interrupted them. "If you get tired, just let me know. Everyone's safety is the most important thing." After observing their attitudes for a while, he had some doubts. Even though I was the last one to arrive, everyone is treating me like I'm already part of the team. Whether it's because they're just easygoing, or they genuinely want to find a trustworthy teammate. In these chaotic times, the feeling seems very sincere. Suddenly, something made them stop in their tracks. They stared at the churning river of lava before their eyes. Everyone was completely astonished. "We're here, it's lava, it's really lava." They saw Fang Yi, completely disregarding the danger, charge straight ahead. Hyo-nya shouted worriedly, "Hey, it's dangerous up there! Don't do anything reckless!" He completely ignored her warnings. As soon as he rushed forward, he plunged his hand into the crimson lava. Someone screamed in terror, "What are you doing, man? Do you have a death wish? Quick, pull him out!" Suddenly, the lava erupted, setting a large area of the cave ablaze. The system hastily displayed a notification. 4. A worldly phenomenon has been detected. Analysis in progress. Inner Blaze is activating maximum computational power. Compiling. You have obtained the skill, Crimson Annihilation Art. Along with the blazing red flames, the system panel appeared displaying the details for Inner Blaze. High internal temperature. Possesses an explosive attribute. Its destructive power is extremely terrifying. It began to guide Fang Yi's attacks. He immediately reached out to grab something. Power of the Blazing Saber Art. Its power can only be unleashed while holding a saber. Each slash roars like a ferocious flame. The blade will be covered in a layer of burning fire, creating a violent flash of fire. The blade's power, fiercely condensed and triggered by fighting spirit, releases an enormous amount of energy. His hand gripped the weapon tightly. Then he quickly channeled his spiritual energy. Seeing the sword in his hand begin to glow, Fang Yi thought smugly to himself, "Perfect timing. It's a perfect match for my Tang Saber." He levitated in midair and quickly began to absorb the energy from the lava for him. "It'll take a bit of energy, but I'm going to imbue my Tang Saber with the Inner Blaze attribute." Model, Fungdik is safe and sound, leaving everyone utterly astonished. "Everyone look! He's not hurt at all. His weapon is also absorbing the power of the magma. His sword is gradually turning a fiery red after being enveloped by the flames. The people around were filled with admiration. It seems he already recovered from whatever happened earlier. It must have just been a small accident during his cultivation. The spiritual energy here has stabilized a lot now. It's time for us to cultivate," Old Lai said cheerfully. "I can feel it. The spiritual energy has changed. I can absorb it so smoothly." The man beside him quickly added, "Me too, I can feel it. I just need to cultivate a little more, and I'll be able to officially step onto the path of cultivation." Hyo-nya gave a smile. She declined with an awkward expression. I only came here to collect 10 materials. You all can focus on your cultivation. I'll help keep watch over the surroundings. The others were extremely grateful. Thank you, thank you. At the cave entrance, a light suddenly shone in from somewhere. Hyunya was startled and looked at the group of people outside. She thought to herself, more cultivators have arrived. 3 burly men approached. Their leader stepped closer. Where did you small fry crawl out from? Get lost. This is our territory now. Seeing this group, she immediately became worried. This is bad. All 3 of them are at the first star Ghost Axe realm. The enemy is strong and we are weak. Even if all of us team up, we wouldn't stand a chance against them. Hyunya grew more and more tense. We can't afford to provoke them. After a moment of thought, she immediately stepped forward to negotiate with them. Excuse me, we were here first. My friends have already started absorbing the spiritual energy. If you don't mind, you can all join us in absorbing the spiritual energy. The moment she finished speaking, that group of people burst out laughing mockingly. Hey everyone, has that little girl even reached the Guifu realm yet? What us? All of you, get the hell out of here if you know what's good for you. Nya Yen remained silent. She began to strategize, knowing she had to recover her spiritual energy first. Right now, the principle of survival of the fittest reigns supreme, an era of savage growth. The weaker cultivators don't deserve the resources to become stronger, but the Xia kingdom won't let this situation continue forever. As a member of the association, I have to do something. Fuang Dik suddenly stood in front of her, which took her completely by surprise. He didn't hesitate. He approached the big brute and taunted him. Look at you, all big and muscular, and yet all you know how to do is bully a little girl? The opponent exclaimed, huh? Without waiting for them to reply, Fuang Dik raised his sword and channeled his spiritual energy. With a single slash, the ground beneath them split wide open. The man's eyes widened, his pupils trembling in shock, as molten lava surged forth. Someone screamed in fear, "Get back!" This move by Fuang Dik shook the entire cave. Even some people who were cultivating felt the strange disturbance and asked, what's going on? Painful memories from Fuang Dik's past life flooded back as he reminded himself. It's because too many cultivators worship the idea that the strong devour the weak that it led to that irreversible tragedy. His eyes narrowed, his face filled with rage. But just giving advice and empty words will never be enough to subdue this crowd. Seeing this, the one-eyed man grew even more tense. His entire body was trembling. Fuang Dik raised his sword once again. His expression darkened as he pointed his sword at the opponent and yelled, "Get lost!" The brilliant red light reflected on the one-eyed man's face. He thought in fear. A second explosion. What the hell is this? What kind of monster is he? In an instant, the 3 of them screamed and ran for their lives. Seeing Fang Yi calmly drive those people away, everyone on the team showered him with praise. Boss, you're incredible. That last move was so cool. He scratched his head in embarrassment and denied it. No, not at all. It was just because they were being unreasonable. Everyone's trained quite a bit, right? Are you ready to leave? Hearing him say that, Hyunya agreed. The polluted area here seems to be completely devoid of spiritual aura now. Let's go. Looking at Fang Yi's back as he walked ahead, she thought to herself again. If that last slash had really landed, this place would probably be filled with nothing but a few charred corpses. He's definitely a prodigy pioneer who possesses a high-grade attribute. And he even has a top-tier innate talent. A small flicker of determination ignited in Hyunya's heart. I must report this to the organization. At the office of the Spiritual Aura Cultivation Association, a woman was receiving Hyunya's report. You mean to say another pioneer with a high-grade attribute has appeared? Upon hearing her say that, she asked in surprise, what do you mean, another? Remembering the association president's grim expression, the woman wisely fell silent. It's nothing. I've noted it down. If there are any new developments, inform me immediately. Her finger pressed the button to end the call. After that, she cheerfully exclaimed to the association president, Master, could it be that our luck has turned? 2 pioneers have appeared in a row, both with high-grade attributes. He immediately corrected them. What do you mean, lucky? People with high-level attributes these days, every single one of them has a noble status. They're given special treatment. In the future, they will all be figures who stand at the center of power. The association chairman wearily rested his forehead in his hand and sighed. This is such a headache, it makes me want to resign. The next morning, the sun shone brightly once more. Fuang Dik let out a long yawn, then suddenly froze. He rubbed his nose, embarrassed, as he listened to the chatter of the passers-by. Look, that guy cosplaying as X is so handsome. And that prop sword of his, it looks incredibly real. The way he wears it on his back looks so awesome. I want to ask him where he got it made. Truly a man among men. A top-tier ruler. Ignoring their words, He quickly took out his phone to check the news. Notifications about him were being pushed to the top. Cultivation novels become reality. A brilliant golden light. Auspicious purple chi appears outside a 1,000-year-old cave. There were even photographers who captured a scene of a giant dragon flying by. According to an anonymous source, they had encountered a master carrying a great sword, cultivating at this location. And it was that very person who took action and drove them away. Fuangdik frowned slightly, thinking to himself, this was all caused by the internal flame. I was too careless. A heat signature reaching 2,000 degrees Celsius was detected. It would be strange if it didn't create some kind of phenomenon. The person who leaked this, and my description, it couldn't have been old Lee or Truong, or Hunya, could it? He rubbed his stomach, calculating. I've absorbed so much Yang attribute spiritual energy already. I feel like if I just circulate the golden Yang, a breathing technique one more time, I'll be able to break through. Then, Fuangdik continued to head toward the setting sun. He reminded himself, forget it. I just have to get to the back of the mountain quickly. 5 minutes later, twilight had fallen on Fuangdik behind the mountain. A shovel was thrust forcefully into the ground. It was the gardening expert, To Than-Huyn. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and sighed in relief. Finally, it's done. A burst of light on the horizon attracted Than-Huyn's attention. This is the light of power. It's even brighter than the sun. She immediately exclaimed, what a domineering aura. This person is in the mountains. Streams of spiritual energy were flying, swirling through the air and intertwining with each other. Than-Huyn was a little doubtful. Wait, who could it be? Could he be breaking through to the 3-star Guifu realm? That power enveloped the entire forest. This surprised her even more. A cultivation at the Guifu realm that can cause such a huge commotion? Ugh, this is far beyond the level of a mere prodigy. Immediately, Than-Huyn dashed off with determination. I can't let this be. I have to go see what's happening. As she got closer, she recognized the familiar aura. Is it that guy? No way, I will definitely catch you. Fuangdik looked up at the pillar of power soaring high into the sky. His body was surrounded by arms that formed from spiritual energy. Fuangdik's face grew more and more focused. The axe floated in midair, now completely covered in spiritual energy. Than-Huyn could see it clearly from a distance. She couldn't help but panic. He's trying to mobilize his divine mansion. Unbelievable. He can control his spiritual energy so stably. Could this person have been secretly cultivating for hundreds of years without anyone knowing? An image of herself, gravely ill in bed, quickly flashed through Than-Huyn's mind. This made her even more anxious. I failed before when I tried to break through to the 3-star ghost mansion realm. I was thrown back by the pressure of the divine mansion, coughed up blood, and was bedridden for an entire week. I really don't want to remember that. Even with a physique like mine, I still failed. Just where on earth did this monstrous talent crawl out from? It was these very thoughts that urged her feet forward. Abundant spiritual energy, precise control in mobilizing the divine mansion. Every single wisp of spiritual energy seemed as if it had been tempered 1,000 times. Someone like that can no longer be called just a monstrous talent, but truly an existence like a god descending to the mortal world. An ascetic, sweeping fallen leaves under an ancient tree. This puzzled Than-Huyn, especially since most ascetics, the moment they feel a breakthrough, they rush impatiently for success. But this person is taking it one steady step at a time. His mindset and courage are both incredibly seasoned, just like a reclusive master. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred right before her eyes, leaving her stunned as she shouted, "The divine mansion has moved, it's in the east." Meanwhile, countless golden energy veins appeared on Fang Yi's body. He just floated there in midair, amidst the system's announcement, breakthrough to the 2-star ghost mansion realm. Not long after, Than-Huyn stomped her foot hard on the ground. She panted heavily, then looked forward with a horrified gaze. This place had long since fallen silent. Not a single person was in sight amidst her ragged breaths. Than-Huyn exclaimed in frustration, "I was too late again? It's only been 30 seconds. At the same time, a thought also appeared in her mind. If I'm not mistaken, he already knew I was following him. If this keeps up, doesn't it mean I'll never be able to recruit him? Than-Huyn's eyes lit up as she realized something. Wait a minute. The ancient tree before her was emitting a powerful light, causing her to mutter to herself. Senior, you haven't left yet, have you? Fang Yi stood there, his expression grim. He slowly came to a conclusion. So it's her. She's been following and investigating me for the past few days. Than-Huyn stood below, trying her best to persuade him. I am the captain of the Huang team, a team under the Xia Kingdom Spiritual Qi Cultivation Association. I am also a Xian practitioner. On behalf of the association, I sincerely extend to you an invitation to cooperate with us. However, those words had no effect whatsoever on Fang Yi. He just continued to stare at her with a piercing gaze. I've been monitoring your movements for the past 2 days, only because I was hoping you would officially join the association. I hope this hasn't given you a bad impression of the association. Also, although our association has not yet been publicly announced, we have a complete set of regulations and official documents. His scrutinizing gaze made Than Huynh feel an involuntary sense of fear. She couldn't stop thinking, I hope he doesn't feel offended, right? And he doesn't think I'm harassing him, does he? I must choose my words carefully and keep my tone gentle. After a moment of silence, Fang Yi spoke coldly. Why? Than Huynh stammered as she tried to explain. It's because... However, before she could finish, the words got caught in her throat. What should I do? Should I tell the truth? People like him aren't easily fooled. What's the point of using fake flattery? After a moment of contemplation, she came up with a suitable explanation. Because the Xia kingdom wants to find and unite all Xian practitioners, so they can gradually operate in a more organized manner. At the same time, the pioneers will also have an extra layer of protection. Right now, the pioneers are developing spontaneously and chaotically. I understand that joining an association might feel like a restriction to you. But in the end, we still have to face the spiritual energy revival together and face the unknown enemies of the future. Fang Yi was completely indifferent to her words. He asked coldly, and what if I say no? Right now, I still can't completely trust you. His words left Qing Huang stunned on the spot. She took a card out from an app and said, My name is Su Qing Huang. Before the spiritual energy revival, I was an athlete. Qing Huang lowered her head in embarrassment. I don't know if you remember me at all. These are my credentials. Please trust me. It seemed that at this moment, Fang Yi was swayed by her. He began to sink into deep thought. I think I do have some recollection. On the TV screen in the past, an image of Qing Huang had appeared with the title, Xia Country's Long-Distance Running Runner-Up. This made him marvel inwardly. It figures, people with superior innate qualities are more likely to become pioneers. No wonder she's so fast. However, Fang Yi unconsciously frowned with a troubled expression. The images from his past life came rushing back, weighing on his mind. It's just that, looking at the situation from my past life, in the end, Xia Country still failed to achieve its wish. All of humanity was annihilated. I've been reborn once, and I even have a system to help me this time. Then I will definitely become a part of it, but not now. The time isn't right yet. A moment after Fang Yi spoke, a look of joy appeared on Than Huynh's face. It's true, I am impressed with you. He suddenly moved with astonishing speed through the space. How about this? Let me think for a moment. Before long, Fang Yi was behind Tang Tui, whispering softly. But for now, you must keep my whereabouts a secret from them. He was always on guard against that side. Judging by Than Huynh's behavior, the current Spirit Aura Association would absolutely not dare to provoke transcendent practitioners like me. Fang Yi narrowed his eyes, assessing the situation. Perfect. I can use her for my own purposes. Without making him wait long, Tang Huynh confirmed, I can cooperate with you, but the anomaly you created when you broke through to the next level was detected by the association. I still have to file a report that's half truth, half lie. Fang Yi replied coldly. Go ahead. Suddenly, she turned back with a serious expression. Wait! But now, in this place, only Than Huynh was left alone in the simple scenery. She walked angrily among the towering trees, while reporting to her organization. I failed to catch him again. How many times has it been? He's intentionally avoiding us, and I have to painstakingly clean up the traces that big shot left behind. I really have the worst luck. Oh, whatever. Let's put these things aside for now. Actually, I think it's a good thing that he's out doing missions now. The person on the other end of the line brought new information. An anomaly has appeared recently. Than Huynh asked in shock. They've appeared again? The words coming from the radio froze her in place. I will never forget those brutal aberrations. Countless images of devastation continuously flood Than Huynh mind. According to her, they were either gloomy and malevolent or frenzied and brutal. They fed on the energy in the polluted zones after the mana resurgence. Some mutated into grotesque beasts, devouring humans. Others disguised themselves as strange apparitions. This unending calamity killed people, conquering and dividing up territory. The scenes of ruin from her past life spurred on her will, ultimately driving the formation of a new polluted zone. If they aren't destroyed, they will bring with them terrifying destructive properties and relentlessly encroach upon the human world. Time passed slowly. A heavy downpour was hammering the streets. Mixed in were deafening claps of thunder and flashes of lightning. A pair of feet hurried down the flooded road. System announcements came through. Over the roaring thunder, Red alert, severe thunderstorm. Residents are advised not to go outside unless necessary. Please be mindful of your safety. The Jade Emperor Scenic Area in the city is at a high risk of flooding. The area has been sealed off. Everyone, please, under no circumstances go near there. I've never seen a thunderstorm this terrifying. Which powerful being is undergoing their tribulation here? Fuangdik's sharp gaze showed that he was far from pleased. As he walked through the torrential rain, he thought, this lightning energy is incredibly dense, both majestic and ferocious. But the center of this lightning storm is me. He walked up the stairs in the oppressive atmosphere. Not long after, Fuangdik stood before a towering mountain. He muttered softly, over there. The very next second, he threw himself downward. The moment Fuangdik hit the ground, his raincoat fluttered in the air. At the same time, the system screen displayed a new message. Contaminated zone detected ahead, approaching Ngok Huang. Before Fuangdik's eyes, there was now a desolate wasteland. The trees were withered and dead. The system announced that Ngok Huang Peak is 1,545 meters high, with an area of 25,000 hectares. It is one of the city's key scenic spots. Contamination level, undetermined. He walked deeper inside alone, with a cold expression. Suddenly, something ahead caught Fuangdik's attention. A massive bolt of lightning struck right where he was standing, in just an instant. Meanwhile, in a dark room, the scene of the lightning strike at Ngok Huang Peak was being displayed on a screen. At the same time, a clear voice rang out. According to the spiritual energy density readings, the danger level of Ngok Huang Peak is on an upward trend. Ngok Huang Peak must be sealed off immediately and designated as a new contamination zone. The association's chairman sat there with a grim expression. He slowly began to speak. This situation is both sudden and extremely serious. I had originally sent Than Huynh on another mission, but now she had to be urgently recalled. Than Huynh, you may report. As he finished speaking, Than Huynh stood up and announced in a clear voice, currently, Ngok Huang Peak has become inaccessible. The lightning attribute spiritual power there is on the verge of erupting. We have temporarily assessed this area's contamination as level A. She stared intently at the report in her hands, then read aloud in a firm voice, based on the current situation, within the next 1 hour, Ngok Huang Peak could very well be upgraded to level. We must activate the emergency protocol immediately. However, based on the complete files of all the immortal practitioners, in my jurisdiction, no practitioner has the capability to even approach this area, myself included. Those words made the atmosphere in the room even more somber. Even for a 3-star immortal practitioner from the underworld mansion, the simulation results showed a 100% probability of death. As soon as Than Huynh finished his presentation, Han Lei coldly proposed a solution. Then let's start by sealing off Jade Emperor Mountain from the base. Dispatch people to patrol 24/7 to prevent anyone from going up the mountain. His idea was praised by the association's president. Agreed. Cut off the danger at its source. Completely seal the mountain. The contaminated zone has just formed, and the spiritual energy is erupting violently. Absolutely forbid anyone from getting close. Wait until the spiritual energy density decreases before proceeding with further investigation. Meanwhile, powerful lightning bolts continued to strike down relentlessly, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere at the peak of Jade Emperor Mountain. Fuangdik emerged from the dust and smoke, his body covered in grime. He thought to himself, thank goodness I have the divine golden sun breathing technique. He hurriedly left the area, while the terrifying lightning continued to strike down without stopping. But this still isn't enough to extract the purest lightning attribute. I have to enter the very center of the lightning storm, which means the peak of Jade Emperor Mountain. The image of what happened at Thanton University on the first day, the anomaly flashed through Fuangdik's mind, making him unconsciously think to himself, during this era of spiritual energy revival, not only do humans benefit very little, but they even risk having the food chain reversed, falling to the very bottom, if they just keep standing still. Besides that, there was also the image from the lava cave, not to mention the changes in the world's atmospheric phenomena. Even small creatures like rabbits or mice could become a threat to humanity. On top of that, there was the image of the mutated rabbit from the night before. Fang Yi subconsciously raised his hand to shield his face. That line of thought wouldn't stop, circling in his mind. In the future, things even more terrifying than mutated beasts will appear, to the point where even cultivators could be easily defeated. Although I've now grasped the golden sun breathing technique and the crimson fire blade art, representing the yang and internal flame attributes respectively, it's clear that it's still far from enough. He subconsciously remembered when he was using the fire blade art. Back then I spent compilation points, to embed both of these attributes into the Tang blade. The Yang attribute increases the blade's defense and endurance. As for the Crimson Fire Blade art, it increases the destructive power of my attacks. But if I become too dependent on my weapon, it will expose quite a few of my weaknesses. Only when I myself am truly strong can I control that horde of ferocious and cunning creatures and gain the upper hand. The tall figure of Fang Yi took a commanding stance atop Jade Emperor Peak. He came to a realization: the power of the lightning on this peak. This is the perfect opportunity for me to temper and strengthen myself once more. The lightning strikes were becoming more and more dense, but Fang Yi remained steadfast in his belief. If you want to continuously grow stronger, you have to know how to seize opportunities within the great changes of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a blinding bolt of lightning grazed past his cloak. Otherwise, the only other choice is to await death amidst these natural calamities. Fang Yi subconsciously tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. In an instant, he decisively slashed forward and let out a great roar. The resistance is too strong. Fuang Dik gritted his teeth, his face filled with determination. His body was currently being overwhelmed by an intense torrent of power that threatened to swallow him whole. But he still struggled to remain standing. He forcefully stabbed the sword in his hand into the ground. Then, he thought to himself, this extreme lightning attribute is fundamentally the brutal power of divine punishment. At this moment, Fuang Dik's body began to tremble uncontrollably. It relentlessly applied pressure, furious that I dared to step into its forbidden domain. It wants to force me to kneel at its feet. Even so, he still looked toward the source of the intense power and remarked, but how can I make it submit and become my own power? Calm down and think this through carefully. The system once mentioned that I have to make direct contact with the original spiritual energy. Out! Fuang Dik roared. Along with his shout, he used the golden sun breathing technique, channeling it with all his might. The streaks of lightning were then mercilessly blocked by him. The moment they collided, the attack created a massive explosion. Fuang Dik gritted his teeth in pain, thinking to himself, I have to hold on until I reach the peak ahead. After that, he used all his strength to block the source of the colossal power, risking his life to survive. The ground beneath Fuang Dik's feet began to crack and crumble. The dazzling flashes of the lightning and the vibrant red of the spiritual energy intertwined, causing him to marvel. This thunderclap spiritual energy is so overbearing and dense. Just breathing it in makes my muscles go numb. It wants me dead. But at this moment, Fuang Dik's eyes blazed with a fierce light. The giant bolt of lightning quickly spread out to the surrounding areas. As the system notification sounded, the system detected an extremely powerful lightning attribute, now analyzing. The people witnessing the scene from afar screamed in terror. I've never seen a bolt of lightning that big in my entire life. The bald old man beside him spoke up. Could it be that some mighty figure from a higher plane is undergoing their tribulation? Why do I get the feeling like I'm seeing a human figure in the sky? The middle-aged man next to them also chimed in. What's going to happen if this lightning strikes the downtown area? Don't tell me it's going to blast right through my house over there. Just as the intense light spread all around, the system's notification sound arrived. You have obtained the 100 refined divine lightning. Channel the heavenly lightning. Temper the physical body. The flesh ascends to godhood. Received 50 editing points. Fang Yi stood alone in the middle of the giant circle, with a look of pure enjoyment. The lightning attribute, a powerful high-level attribute that specializes in offense. Unlike the Yang attribute, the lightning attribute can temper the physical body. To forge a body of lightning, it is unparalleled in both offense and defense. It was said of the cultivators of ancient times, with their abundant spiritual energy and heaven-defying techniques, they would all channel lightning into their bodies, enduring it for long periods. A body like the mountains, immortal and indestructible. His body slowly descended to the ground. He was surrounded by countless streams of enveloping light. He murmured softly, lightning is both my spear and my shield. Fang Yi raised his hand, pulling along threads of power. He thought to himself, I can feel it. The power of lightning isn't simply destruction, summoning and annihilating. It's also purification and rebirth. I can feel it honing and strengthening my bones and my meridians. During that tempering process, there was no pain at all. His actions froze the moment the system notification appeared. This is pure thunderous judgment. It punishes all evil and can deal 300 critical damage. Do you wish to consume compilation points? Those very words caught Fang Yi's attention. So I have to absorb it into my blade? As power surged through his arm, Fang Yi glanced at his sword. That line of thought kept circling in his mind. Although absorbing the lightning attribute would make it sturdier, it would also shatter the purity of its Yang attribute. his brow furrowed slightly. His sharp gaze slowly swept over the scene before him. Besides, if I absorb too many attributes, I'm afraid this saber won't be able to handle it. Fang Yi exclaimed excitedly. I've got it! I'll absorb it into my right hand! However, the system carefully asked again. Do you wish to absorb the lightning attribute into this object? No. The corner of Fang Yi's mouth curved up as he answered firmly. Yes. Immediately after, that intense surge of power began to flow into Fang Yi's right hand, right before his very eyes. The next day, on the peak of Jade Emperor Mountain, Qing Huang stood behind a man. She calmly reported, Major Han, the situation is not what we predicted. The contaminated area on Jade Emperor Mountain, within 3 hours, has dropped from its peak spiritual energy concentration to a light contamination level. However, in the air, a large amount of electrical charge still remains. As soon as she finished, the man came to a decisive conclusion. Someone has been here. An ascendant. He was none other than Army Major Han Li. Upon hearing the words he spoke, Thang Huynh couldn't hide her astonishment. She hurried over to ask, what was that, another cultivator? Is he still alive? She sat amidst the smoke and dust that was slowly clearing, and began to analyze. I can't sense his attribute, nor the time he left. Perhaps it's been too long. On top of that, last night's storm washed away all the traces. Suddenly, Han Li spoke up from behind. It was probably around 8 p.m. last night. That person left, safe and sound. Thang Huynh couldn't help but be stunned when she heard him say that. She immediately asked back, how can you be so sure? Han Li calmly laid out his arguments. The phenomenon began at around 6 p.m. yesterday. We sealed off the foot of the mountain at 7. He must have gone up the mountain before that. Otherwise, we definitely would have spotted him. His sharp gaze lightly swept over the scene before them. His cold voice continued unabated. The peak of the lightning storm on Ngok Peak. It was at 7 p.m. Didn't you also use the associations tool to make a prediction that by dawn, the contamination level on Ngok Peak would reach level 5? But after 8 o'clock, the concentration of volatile spiritual energy went down. The image of Phuong Dick cultivating replayed in Han Li's mind. His words were firm. Besides, I can sense that this person likely possesses a lightning attribute ability as well, which is why he was able to withstand this lightning tribulation. This phenomenon was actually a great opportunity for him. He was incredibly resolute in his own deduction. Therefore, I suspect this person is not only alive, but that this phenomenon also changed because of him. Otherwise, it's just too much of a coincidence. But a doubt also arose in Han Li's heart. Did this person really just stumble upon this great fortune by chance? Or actively initiated contact with the celestial anomaly? He was one step ahead of us. After a moment of contemplation, he cleared his throat softly. This kind of person is the most dangerous. We don't know which side they're ultimately on. If they were to cause harm to society, the disaster would be no less than the anomaly itself. We must find him, and quickly. Meanwhile, Fang Yi was sneezing non-stop. But now, under the pouring rain, Han Li stood before an army. He then declared commandingly, we must find this person at all costs and fast. His temporary designation will be Tyrant, he emphasized, referring to Fang Yi. The torrential rain, it seemed to have swallowed the entire vast forest. Suddenly, someone spoke up. We also hope that the association can recruit Tyrant soon. Our side will also suppress the news and proceed with the investigation immediately. The association's chairman stood before Han Li, carrying himself with a solemn dignity. That goes without saying, he affirmed with confidence. However, we also have a high-ranking pioneer who is trying to make contact. Yes, little Sue. Please give Major Han an update. Hearing her name, Qing Huang couldn't help but jump. Yes, sir, she stammered in alarm. Standing before Han Li, she tried her best to remain calm and deliver her report. It's like this. It's the same pioneer who cleansed the anomaly in the Class A contaminated zone at the north gate of Qingcheng University. Before, an unseen worry began to creep into her mind. This is bad. I absolutely can't let them find out. The more she spoke, the more strained Qing Huang's expression became. I have been trying to contact him recently, but unfortunately, his movements are a complete mystery. I once discovered the corpse of a mutated rabbit, eliminated by him. If I'm not mistaken, he possesses the Yang Flame attribute. I will try to get close to him and find out how he purified the north gate of Than University. In her heart, she couldn't help but think of Fang Yi, and a sense of fear washed over her. Oh, ancestors, I've already done my best. Only news that's half truth and half lie is believable. Saying nothing at all will only lead to trouble. Upon hearing her report, Han Li fell into deep thought. He quietly muttered, a Yang Flame attribute, huh? Soon after, he spoke up with praise. I understand, little Sue, you've worked hard. We need talented young people like you. People who always press forward and carry on the work of the previous generation, like the ceaseless waves of the Yangtze River. Thang Huynh stood at attention and replied in a clear voice. Major Han, you flatter me. This is my duty. I will certainly continue to do my best. From a distance, Thang Huynh stood with a strained expression, while Han Li was whispering with the chairman of the association. We will also release a few smokescreens about natural disasters. Let's leave it at that for now. Actually, I don't completely agree with you all posting news about spirit energy online. It could easily be exploited by malicious people. These words made the other person flustered. He stammered in response. Well, but then she breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. At Fang Yi's house, a downpour began. Fang Yi was using his spirit energy to clean his coat. Golden sun breathing technique. In the blink of an eye, it was spotless and dry. He muttered to himself as he put on the coat. After being imbued with the thunder attribute, I can still feel a distinct change. Fang Yi gently channeled spirit energy into his palm. My right arm seems to have been, by the thunder attribute model, transformation. My physical body has become the most durable part of me. My strength has increased tremendously. His sharp gaze swept lightly over the magic circles in front of him. His voice rang out steady as ever. Right now, I feel like I'm about to reach my limit, to level up again. But what surprises me the most is that the lightning attribute, which is normally so violent after being implanted, has become as gentle as a kitten. I can control it with ease. The memory of my body being invaded by spiritual energy that suddenly flashes through my mind. This couldn't help but make Fang Yi think to himself, when I unlocked the Yang attribute and used the Golden Yang breathing technique for the first time, the pain was so intense I can't even bear to remember it. Thinking of this, Fang Yi couldn't hide his curiosity and blurted out, surely it didn't get weaker after I absorbed it, right? Right? The system did mention that this lightning attribute also has a critical damage increase of 300% against demonic abominations. I really can't wait to test it out and see what happens. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone from behind him caught his attention. Fang Yi stared intently at the screen and unconsciously muttered, "What's happened now?" As soon as he saw the shocking news on the screen, he immediately felt lucky. After that last incident, I immediately set up special notifications for the news and forums to keep a close eye on things. A close eye. The world is in chaos right now. To ensure the people's safety as much as possible, the Great Jia Kingdom's General Association will always issue danger warnings as soon as they can. Image, a lightning strike. The critical warning from the other day made Fung Dick shudder. However, these warnings also concealed an opportunity. And for a pioneer like me, that is an incredibly great temptation, even if I have to risk my life. I have to go there at least once to try my luck. The scene before him made him frown slightly. On the screen, a scene of a raging fire appeared, flaring up. Along with it was a line of text. An explosion occurred at the chemical plant. No casualties have been reported at this time. An explosion occurred at the chemical plant, causing pollution throughout the city. The cause of the explosion is currently under investigation. This explosion happened right during a shift change, so there were no casualties. We urge the public not to panic. Please be sure to prioritize your own safety. This made Fung Jik exclaim in astonishment. An explosion, pollution, an event of this scale. It's hard not to suspect that there's something shady going on behind the scenes. Netizens also rushed to leave countless comments. Oh my God, my house is right near there. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. The feeling at that moment was really strange. I don't even know how to describe it properly. An ominous and malevolent aura? Yes, that's it. That's exactly it. An ominous and malevolent feeling. You described it perfectly. That's brilliant. Have the two people above me completely lost their minds? It's just a factory explosion. And you guys are already thinking of something supernatural? A chemical plant exploded in my area once too. At worst, the smell was just a little unpleasant. You're getting way too scared. That's terrifying. But looking at the picture, it really does feel ominous. It's giving me the creeps. What is this, a movie shoot or something? Fung Dick suddenly frowned, a look of unease on his face. He wondered to himself, this ominous, malevolent aura. Why does this feel so familiar? It didn't take long. He was filled with fear as he remembered the disgusting creature he'd encountered before. I remember now. That's the horrifying evil creature from my past life. In my past life, when that fox-like creature appeared, a soft voice had whispered, "Don't move." However, with its sharp hearing, it quickly spotted where Fang Yi was hiding. The mutated fox. It stared at him with hungry, blazing red eyes. Those very images caused the present-day Fang Yi to fall into deep thought. Could it be them? Those things especially liked to appear during the gloomiest and darkest of times. In my past life, countless vermin had taken over a modern building. The hallway back then was nothing but a desolate ruin. At first, they might have been normal animals and plants, but after mutating, they could gain intelligence. Their strength became savage. From their observation and capture abilities to their lightning-fast killing power, everything was enhanced to a monstrous degree. At this thought, Fang Yi hurriedly summoned the spiritual energy in his hands. He told himself this is 100 times more dangerous than that mutated rabbit from before. They're definitely going to show up tonight. I have to stop them from surviving and evolving further. His deep voice softly broke the silence. It's time to test my 300% increased critical hit ability in actual combat. Outside, the heavy rain continued to pour down relentlessly. The streets were now starting to show signs of flooding. Suddenly, something zipped past, just as the green light turned on. It was a formidable military convoy. The captain reported clearly over the radio. Central Command, the demolition team is tracking subject file number 7. Zhu Ye has temporarily lost track of the target. Acknowledged. Trukda's ability is to merge with the shadows, hiding his physical form. He also made sure to emphasize that when he gets close, he emits a faint hissing sound and has a penchant for eating human flesh. Please provide supplementary case file support immediately. A deafening clap of thunder drowned out his voice. In weather like this, it's definitely about to start hunting. The captain of the demolition team sped through the pouring rain. He stated confidently, "We absolutely cannot let something like that happen." In front of the surveillance monitor, a firm voice rang out, "Roger that. Supplementary materials for case file number 7, Trukda, have been sent. This entire place is now shrouded in an atmosphere that is terrifyingly suffocating. The request for a containment and extermination operation has been raised to priority level B. It is expected to be handled within the next 12 hours. Each announcement was relayed through the radio. The person speeding through the night. Demolition team, please continue the pursuit mission. You must ensure that your personal safety is the top priority. The captain of the demolition team heard this and quickly replied, "Understood." He carefully observed the map and made a comment. 12 hours isn't exactly fast, but that's the most support that HQ can provide right now. The Shia Nation is vast. Anomalies and revivals are happening everywhere. HQ's hands are tied. Suddenly, strange glowing dots appeared on the screen. The operator on duty hurriedly announced, "Wait, the area you all are approaching currently has personnel from the Cultivator Association. Our spiritual energy sensors are stationed there." On the screen, an image of Than Huynh appeared with an emotionless expression. The operator, "Urgent message for the leader of the demolition team. Squad leader. To Than Huynh is currently on an observation mission. Pioneer. We can send a message, so she can temporarily provide support for everyone." Hearing this, he immediately replied, "Got it, thank you very much. Please have her come and provide support as soon as possible. I've heard about the achievements of her combat record before." Suddenly, Than Huynh's sarcastic voice rang out. "Huh? Since when did I become so famous?" Those words made the demolition team leader's steps falter. He instinctively looked up. She stood high above, looking down with a displeased expression. She questioned, "Was it you people calling me in for overtime?" The moment she finished speaking, the other guy didn't hesitate to remind me, "Than Huynh, this time we're dealing with an anomaly. A man-eating Zhu Ye. This isn't about overtime or not." This action made Than Huynh feel displeased. She retorted, "Is this how you people ask for help?" Right after, she turned her back to leave with a look of disgust. "It seems the demolition team has such extraordinary strength that you don't need someone working overtime to help, do you? In that case, Squad Huynh will be taking its leave." The blonde-haired subordinate beside her also chimed in sarcastically. "That guy's got some nerve, boss. What if those guys really get eaten?" The other subordinate immediately replied, "Well, then that's their problem. You say that as if our own mission isn't dangerous." Before they could get far, the demolition team leader from below put on a sorrowful expression and pleaded earnestly, "Please wait, I'm sorry. I was a bit hot-headed just now. I hope you all can still assist with investigating its whereabouts. I'm sure you all are aware of how dangerous the Zhu Ye is. If we don't have your team's search and tracking abilities to help us, then we won't be the only ones forced to accept being eaten. And every citizen in the city will surely not make it out alive under this heavy rain." The destruction team is standing on a rooftop, surveying their surroundings with a commanding presence. The captain of the destruction team is casting a spell. He shouts out in excitement, "Found it! Over here!" The moment the words left his mouth, the group shot forward. At the same time, a new monster's location was revealed. It is case file number 7, Zhui. Hobbies, damp, dark places, eats humans. Everyone on the destruction team's side heard the captain's command loud and clear. Destruction team, move out! They quickly spread out in all directions. However, this action caught the attention of the Juye. It hastily fled into the darkness. The destruction team captain immediately gave an update. The target has spotted us! The destruction team quickly fell into formation. His footsteps came to a sudden halt, so abruptly that the dirt and rocks at his feet flew everywhere. The moment he blocked the Juye's path, he shouted, "East!" The others quickly closed in from the other 4 directions. West, south, north. They stood there with grim faces, forming a complete encirclement. The destruction team captain suddenly leaped down from above, giving the Juye no time to react. The very next second, it suffered a fatal blow from him. But with its nimble body, the Juye still managed to dodge to one side, even though it was already injured. Suddenly, a strange sign appeared on its back. In the blink of an eye, the Juye had sprouted a pair of wings. It brazenly flew into the air, baring its fangs threateningly. This sight left Than Huynh, who was in the rear, utterly shocked. She quickly yelled a warning, "Watch out for the sonic waves! Dodge now!" Powerful waves of sound radiated out, making it increasingly difficult for the destruction team to keep their footing. The captain of the demolition team hurriedly jumped onto a nearby rooftop. Suddenly, a teammate asked with concern, "Are you all right, Captain?" He didn't answer them. Instead, he just thought to himself, annoyed. As expected, Juye is incredibly strong. If we hadn't managed to retreat just now, we'd probably be torn to shreds by now. Such terrifying, destructive power. And it even has that fearsome, dark attribute. If it stays in the city any longer, it will definitely cause a catastrophe. From the corner of Juye's mouth, something green suddenly appeared. Glowing, and in the next second, it spat out a jet-black stream of gas with a green luminescence. That toxic gas quickly corroded everything it touched. Seeing this, Qing Huang immediately rushed forward, shouting that it was trying to dig into the ground to escape. However, her blonde-haired subordinate frantically stopped her. "Captain Su! That's a dark attribute with corrosive properties. The moment it touches an object, it can instantly destroy its structure. We don't have an attribute, a high-level one that can counter it." She pleaded with her. "Even if it can corrode the ground, it can't instantly create a path to escape through. So don't break the demolition team's formation," the captain of the demolition team added from his high vantage point. "Everyone be careful. Our main priority is still to gather, timely intelligence, and to command tactical adjustments." One of the team members couldn't help but feel terrified as he witnessed the scene before him. Juye's bloodshot red eyes were staring intently right at him. The very next second, it flung him into the air to create an escape. The demolition team's captain couldn't help but be horrified at the sight. He quickly gave the order, "Don't let it get away." In pursuit, the entire team burst out of the corrosive smoke. They went all out chasing after Juye. Meanwhile, Than Huynh was observing everything from a distance. She came to a conclusion. Wait. The concentration of spiritual energy. The anomaly's presence here seems to have spiked suddenly. "You two wait outside. I'm going to follow them in." Her subordinate quickly responded. "Understood." Not long after she arrived at the factory, she couldn't hide her astonishment and asked, "This is the inside of the abandoned factory? Let me check the spiritual energy concentration here first." The captain of the demolition team approached and whispered softly, "Is this the new support device made by the Research Council, right?" Than Huynh confirmed without hesitation. "That's right. The meter indicates that the threshold for an anomalous spiritual energy concentration that a small squad can handle is 50, and Juye's anomaly reading just now was 48. Suddenly, the meter in her hand flashed red, causing her to panic. She yelled, "Wait! The threshold has surpassed 80, and it's still rising at an alarming rate." But just then, a monster appeared behind them. Someone still casually remarked, "I don't think there's just one anomaly here." In the blink of an eye, the warehouse door slammed shut. Without any mercy, yea to the group's horror, Than Huynh and the demolition team captain shouted in unison, "This is bad. There really is another anomaly. That Juye must have deliberately lured us into a trap. Fall back now. We can't stay here any longer." They used their power to break the door, but it was no use. "Let's head for the exit. If it tries to stop us, it won't be able to hide its tracks. Not from us. We could have definitely worked together to reopen this big door." A pair of glowing green eyes suddenly appeared, right behind Than Huynh, making her stop dead in her tracks. She was thrown to the ground, her thoughts a blur. Something's wrong with my eyes. My senses and my body are both being invaded by the poison gas. Than Huynh called out in a panic, but no one answered her. "Is everyone okay?" This only made her more anxious. No one's answering. It's as if, in this abandoned factory, I'm the only one here. But they must still be around here somewhere. I just can't sense them. And they can't answer me either. Than Huynh's breathing grew more and more ragged. She suppressed the pain, observing her opponent. Thinking back, Zhu Ye led us into the factory. But this place is actually the territory of another abnormal. Just now I suddenly got a faint sense of it. It's most likely a giant python. At that moment, the monster before her was a serpent demon with blazing eyes. This sight helped her make an assessment. Unlike Zhu Ye's shadow attribute, this black mist is poisonous. We were poisoned the moment we stepped into the mist. Then Than Huen's breathing grew faint. She began to lose consciousness. This poison gas can paralyze our senses, and it accelerates the consumption of our spirit energy. If we use our spirit energy to attack, it will only drain us faster, and in the end, my spirit energy is almost depleted. I have no protective aura left. It won't be long now before I become a lifeless corpse. The next second, she collapsed weakly to the ground. Even as her body weakened, her mind was screaming. Just what kind of abnormal is this? He has combat intelligence, and he possesses such a heaven-defying ability. He's just toying with us. Is it really going to end like this? Suddenly, a blinding light appeared on the workshop roof. Thang Huyen used the last of her consciousness to look toward it. The figure of Phuong Dick gradually became clearer. But by then, she had already fallen unconscious. Meanwhile, Phuong Dick was still gently descending, with a solemn expression on his face. He landed on the ground in an instant. Even with the serpent spirit appearing right behind him, Phuong Dick wasn't the least bit afraid. He calmly remarked, "So it's a dark attribute anomaly, huh?" Suddenly it opened its maw wide, intending to take him down. Not letting the serpent spirit carry out this action, Phuong Dick skillfully dodged to the side. But it didn't stop there. Truc Da suddenly shot forward like an arrow. It quickly managed to touch Phuong Dick's body, prompting him to offer a word of praise. So that's how it is. There are two anomalies here. However, the look he gave it was filled with contempt. One is in charge of being the bait, and the other is in charge of the harvest. Quite clever. No wonder the spirit energy here is so abnormally dense. You really like biting people, don't you? A powerful energy radiated from Phuong Dick's body, instantly obliterating his opponent. He murmured softly, "In that case, take your time and savor the taste of lightning." A single strike was quickly launched toward the serpent spirit. In a flash, Phuong Dick stood there, unleashing a continuous barrage of attacks. He didn't forget to add, "Now it's your turn. Are you afraid of fire?" The serpent spirit showed no fear and lunged forward with its sharp fangs. However, it was countered by Phuong Dick without a shred of mercy. The tiger hero fiercely swung the sword in his hand. A cold voice whispered, "Watch this." That action stunned the serpent fiend before him. In that brief moment, it barely had time to dodge Phuong Dick's next fatal blow. In the blink of an eye, the serpent fiend was sliced by the sword, his sharp blade into two pieces. Suddenly something made Phuong Dick's gaze waver. At that moment, the serpent fiend's body began to regenerate at a dizzying speed. This made Phuong Dick exclaim, "Just as I thought, you were still holding back." Its eyes were now filled with nothing but hatred. The serpent fiend shrieked, letting out a piercing sound as it began to evolve. This scene made the sneer on Phuong Dick's lips grow even wider. He quietly observed the changes before him, silently calculating. "Good thing I sensed it beforehand. This great serpent's dark aura is even denser than a Truc Da's." The image of the blazing red sword from before flashed through his mind. Just now when I used that slash, at the moment I unleashed the power of my internal flame. I controlled the power, retracting the internal flame, using the blade as a conduit. I gathered and channeled the power of lightning in my hand into the serpent's body. Now in front of Phuong Dick, a blazing red flame appeared. Yet he remained incredibly calm. Truc Da is an aberration with dark power. Though eerie and terrifying, its power is rather weak, just bloodthirsty. The number of humans it could harm was only 1 or 2, nowhere near the level of this evolution. But this serpent! Suddenly he felt a pain shoot from his shoulder. Phuong Dick couldn't help but be stunned. Snake scales. Snake scales were rapidly spreading all over Phuong Dick's body, made him marvel. As expected of an aberrant species, its intelligence is so high it's even harder to guard against than a sneak attack. And yet he destroyed it, with just a tiny bit of spiritual energy. This thing's venom has a paralyzing effect. It can kill silently without anyone ever knowing. His wound also healed, in just a few short seconds. Fang Yi noted, "But I can still feel a stinging pain. It must be thanks to the Golden Sun, a breathing method that circulates endlessly within my body." He cautiously looked down at his palm, making an observation. "My Yang Flame attribute can dissolve poisons. The protective and healing properties of the Golden Sun breathing method, and the cleansing power of lightning." Suddenly Fang Yi recalled his own evolution. When these two abilities react to a foreign toxin, they also produce a distinct sensation of pain. alerting me to an enemy's attack. He looked so pathetic back then. A torrent of thoughts rushed through his mind. But for other unlucky people, even if they have some protective ability, and they'd probably be beyond saving. On second thought, for this snake to have grown so large in secret, it must have at least a 3-star curse-type ability. It's surely related to its hunting method, this kind of ambush. Not only that, the combination of the spirit snake and the night bamboo, with its menacing appearance, also caught Fang Yi's attention, especially when combined with the night bamboo. It creates the perfect method for trapping pioneers. It must have already eaten quite a few elite ones. I'm afraid many pioneers never even had the chance to join the government forces. After just a moment of thought, he could already picture this monster's demise. After all, no matter how wicked and cruel they were, or how unwilling they were to accept it, their only fate was to be turned into dust and ashes. That was no longer just a thought, because at this very moment, Fang Yi had already incinerated them in the flames that soared to the sky. He thought to himself, this inner firepower is incredibly pure. But to be honest, the power of the triple critical thunderstrike is still more impressive. I feel like my current combat skills can be considered pretty good among the trailblazers now, don't you think? Fang Yi just stood there, spacing out for a long while. Immediately after, he slowly approached the flames. Fang Yi reached out his hand to feel the heat. His eyes widened in shock when he realized there was someone else there. Through the thick smoke, the faint sound of Qing Huang's cough caught Fang Yi's attention. However, she still showed no sign of waking up. He hurriedly walked over, thinking to himself, is that her? The one from that guild? What was her name? Sue something? He said softly, hey, you can drop the act now. These words made Qing Huang, who was opposite him, feel incredibly awkward. Your act of playing dead is a little sloppy. She covered her blushing face and thought to herself, oh God, how ironic. So the person from before really was him. I was woken up by the smell. I wasn't faking it. Fang Yi stood there with a nonchalant look. He spoke in a tone of praise. You're quite skilled. Your comrades all used up their spirit energy and lost consciousness. But you still managed to maintain a small protective barrier. If you hadn't consciously held on, you wouldn't have been able to smell the stench of blood and burning. However, the other party replied with a flat tone, thanks for the compliment, as the fire died down. Qing Huang couldn't hide the astonishment in her heart. I really did maintain a bit of a protective spiritual aura, and he actually noticed, but I have no idea how he defeated Zhu Ye. How did he do it? And there was that giant snake, too. She shyly squeezed her eyes shut. Seeing this, Fang Yi gently reminded her, you don't always have to cover your eyes. As long as you promise to be honest and not to reveal, my identity will be fine. Just as he was about to leave, he instinctively glanced back with a hint of doubt. Her attitude is much friendlier than last time. A lot friendlier. With that thought, he spoke up. It's getting late. Since you and your colleague are no longer in mortal danger, I'll be taking my leave. Suddenly, a panicked Than Huyen called out after him, hey! Wait! But before she could finish her sentence, Fang Yi had already dashed off, leaving only a single phrase behind. There's no need. It's hard to talk with so many people around. This place? I'll leave it for you to handle. And just like that, he moved silently through the darkness. Fang Yi was a bit flustered, as he recalled what had just happened. A moment ago, however, he felt a sense of relief. It's a good thing she didn't see me when I just tried to touch her to absorb the 10 dark attributes. This uncomfortable and cold sensation, it's truly disgusting. He recalled the image of Than Huyen as she rushed forward under the moonlight. Even so, Fang Yi reassured himself, saying, maybe it's because the dark spiritual energy was dispelled by me, plus her body's instinctive resistance. That's why it didn't work. The system didn't react either. Oh well, I'll head home and analyze it later. But meanwhile, back at the warehouse, after Fang Yi had left, Than Huyen felt a sense of disappointment. What a shame. I couldn't even get a clear look at his face. It seems he still can't completely let his guard down around the association, huh? She walked over and slapped the face of the sabotage squad's captain, shouting, wake up! It's over. He didn't fully wake up until he was slapped so hard his face turned red. The captain of the demolition team shot up, shouting with a panicked look on his face. We've been ambushed! But the skeleton of the serpent spirit before him, it made him freeze. The demolition team's captain asked in shock, what in the world happened here? Where did this pure yang attribute come from? Just then, Than Huyen explained in a soft voice, as you can see, the pioneer came and helped us. She lowered her head slightly as she recounted what happened. He's probably the target of my mission. My original mission was to identify a pioneer who possesses a high-grade attribute, a pure one, this very yang attribute. Still, the captain couldn't help but be curious. So he's a member of the demolition team? Another member suddenly asked, his voice filled with excitement. I haven't managed to confirm that yet. His identity is still a complete mystery. In fact, he actually managed to counter-surveil me. He knew what I was doing. But this time, he ended up protecting us all on his own. He defeated Zhu Ye and that giant snake. To think someone so powerful actually exists. The captain of the demolition team paid this no mind. He hurriedly began collecting data from the surrounding area. Suddenly, he asked, "Come to think of it, where's Zhu Ye's body? We should secure the scene first and turn over any remaining materials to the association." He rushed to complete his part of the mission. Suddenly, the demolition team's captain stepped on something, sending a jolt like an electric shock up his leg. He yelled out in terror, "What is this violent energy?" He kept exclaiming in shock as he stared at the potent residual energy before him. "Captain Toe, you said a moment ago that he has a yang attribute, but this residual electrical charge, it's way too powerful." Thang Huynh rushed over, hesitating before she spoke. "Is this what's left of Truk Da's body? The purity of the attribute on it, it's incredibly high, and it's a high-level attribute too." Suddenly, the other person offered a vague guess. Could it be that two high-level sages appeared here one after another? One killed the dark sage, and another killed Truk Da? And then they just left together? This scene couldn't help but make Thang Huynh worried. She kept denying it to herself. "That's not it. What should I say? Actually, he was the only one who showed up here." The atmosphere here unconsciously fell into an unnerving silence. Meanwhile, she was still lost in her own thoughts. It's really hard to believe that a single person could simultaneously wield two types of high-level attributes. Just having one of those pure attributes would already make someone an absolute genius. The image of that ferocious flame from earlier, swallowing the snake spirit's body whole, was weighing heavily on Thang Huynh's mind. A sage with dual high-level attributes. This is truly a one-of-a-kind existence. The Yang Flame Sage. Not only that, there was also the sight of Trukda's skin being electrified. The Thunder Tyrant. All of this made Thang Huynh even more curious. About Fang Yi. Just what kind of monster is he? Outside the warehouse, two of our Alliance's vehicles had been waiting for a long time. Good thing I positioned my teammates to wait outside the factory. If I was inside for too long, they would immediately report to the association. The association assessed the situation and sent an investigation team to the scene. Initially, they were there to collect the bodies for us. Two of Thang Huynh's subordinates clung to her legs. Sobbing, they whispered softly, "Boss, thank goodness you're not dead. I really thought we had lost our captain. If you had died, what would I have done?" Just then, a group of professionals was carrying out their duties. But now their main objective had shifted to scanning for residual spiritual energy and analyzing the traces to reconstruct the entire battle. These were the association's investigators. They tried to scan every inch of this place. Afterwards, they would compile the results and report back to the association. Suddenly, the investigation team leader spoke up. "Captains, based on our analysis of the traces left at the scene, both the modus operandi and the method of execution all point to the person who killed these two aberrations, it being the same." These words left the demolition team's captain stunned. "It's almost 99% certain they're the same person." He questioned irritably, "Are you telling me it was really a transcendent with high-level dual attributes? Before, I thought we must have made a mistake." "It makes sense, though. These two aberrations. Just one of them was enough to wipe out our entire squad." His teammate beside him agreed. "That's right. This master just made one move and dealt with them in the blink of an eye. How can there be such a huge power gap between people in the same Ghost Axe realm?" However, Thang Huynh was calmly reporting the matter to the command center. "The target I've been monitoring has just appeared. The data has been updated. I need to report this to my superiors." Her stern voice echoed through the quiet space. "These are the results of the surveillance, both at the tyrant's location and the north gate of Thantan University. He was the target I was monitoring." The association president, after hearing the report, calmly replied, "I understand the situation now, Qing Huang. Your mission is on hold for now." The words he spoke left Qing Huang slightly stunned. That person saved all of you. He even destroyed the aberration and protected this area. That shows that he doesn't harbor any ill will towards the association. He isn't our enemy. In any case, my opinion and old hands are not the same. For your own safety, and to ensure the association leaves a good impression in the eyes of that tyrant, do not engage with him for the time being." As soon as he finished, she replied firmly, "Understood. But I have one more suspicion. It's related to what happened before, on the back mountain when the tyrant was about to level up." The association president couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, "What is it?" Immediately after, he received Qing Huang's answer. "I once sensed an aura, an extremely powerful one, in the area where he was active. At the time, I suspected he might have spirit soldiers. but I thought it was unlikely. But if we've confirmed he is a wielder of dual, high-grade attributes, this possibility left him utterly astonished. He has spirit soldiers? The association president was suddenly lost in deep thought. He kept denying it. Impossible. No matter how outstanding his talent is, it's impossible for him to have spirit soldiers without any resources or support. Furthermore, the investigation team didn't find any trace of a third type of energy belonging to spirit soldiers at the scene. However, Qing Huang on the other end slowly added, "When I made contact, the spiritual power of the spirit weapon that I'm sensing has a yang attribute." By this point, the association president seemed to have understood everything. He replied softly, "So that's how it is. If the attribute of the spirit weapon originally comes from the attribute of his own yang energy, an image of Fang Yi with his blazing red sword suddenly appeared in the man's mind as he spoke. If he's a venerable master at the spirit creation realm, then theoretically, he could absolutely do that on his own." What the association president uttered left Qing Huang completely stunned. She thought to herself, the spirit creation realm? In the current world, experts who have reached the spirit creation realm are as rare as phoenix feathers and Kaleen horns. There are no more than 10 of them. Before she had time to compose herself, the man continued speaking. But if this person truly possesses the spiritual power of that type of attribute, the third one, it would change the entire current situation. It would send shockwaves through the entire world of immortal cultivators. His face had now become stern, frighteningly so. Because according to research, spiritual powers of different attributes will repel one another inside the body. It's very difficult for them to coexist. As of now, in the entire world, there has never been a single immortal. What kind of awakened could possess 3 different attributes at the same time? Of spiritual energy? If he really does have a spirit weapon, then the fact that we couldn't detect his attribute, his third one might not be a bad thing after all. While the association president was lost in his thoughts, Fang Yi had already returned home to wash up. I just hope that immortal cultivators, with such immense power, will not become enemies of humanity in the future. After finishing up, he walked out with a somewhat downcast expression, lost in his own thoughts. There is less than a year left until the official restoration of spirit energy, but the world is already in turmoil. Anomalous phenomena are constantly appearing everywhere. The anomalies have also begun to act more intensely. Fang Yi is currently using his spirit energy to dry his hair. He suddenly becomes serious as he thinks about the practitioners he met in the lava cave before. Many practitioners, like myself, have willingly stepped onto the path of cultivation after opening the point of connection between their bodies and the world. With spirit energy, they can sense the changes of heaven and earth far more sharply than ordinary people, just like that group discovered in the underground river before. Fang Yi casually picks up the shirt from the chair. Even if they've only been self-training and haven't been officially recognized by the Xia nation as practitioners, most of them have already reached the level of a 1-star in the netherworld realm. He grows even more worried when he thinks of Han Li and Qing Huang. At present, the Xia nation is showing goodwill towards practitioners, rogues like myself. This also shows that, for now, both official practitioners and freelance ones are in a relatively stable exploratory phase. The anomalies are still within the government's scope of control, and no major conflicts have broken out between practitioners yet. Fang Yi slowly puts his black shirt back on, his train of thought shifting. However, despite establishing the Spirit Cultivation Association, the government still shows no intention of making the organization public. The warnings that constantly appeared in my past life. Now everywhere you go, you hear people discussing their unease and the unpredictable mutations that are occurring all around them. It's clear that the government is trying to both protect humanity and issue warnings early on about potential dangers. This made Fuang Dick feel the imminent threat. He muttered softly to himself, "But that's precisely the problem. I can sense that. The government isn't confident enough to usher in a full-blown era of cultivation." Faced with the vision of a ruined city in the future, he began to deduce. The population is too large. Once all the information is made public, the first thing that will happen is the collapse of social order, internal chaos, leading to widespread turmoil and casualties. Looking at the current situation, the officially recognized pioneers still aren't capable enough to maintain stability in the face of such upheavals. Facing internal rebellion and external invasion at the same time would only make the current situation collapse even faster. So it's not wrong for the government to take this moderate approach. There's nothing wrong with it, because the human heart is far more terrifying than any demon or god. The ferocious image of the snake spirit and truck flashed in Fuang Dick's mind again. But what really worries me is the growth rate of these anomalies. It seems to have already surpassed my predictions. He quietly observed the system for a long time. The creature I met today is a prime example. It mutated after being corrupted by a dark attribute from touching that black bone mist. I realize now, they actually belong to a sub-branch of darkness, an umbral attribute that is the bane of all pioneers. On the system panel, a line of text appeared. Umbral attribute, sub-branch of darkness, bane of pioneers, currently unacquirable. All of this only made Phuong Dick, remembering his past life. These aberrations possess an intelligence far beyond that of ordinary mutated beasts. Not only do they enjoy feeding on humans, but the bodies of cultivators are also a great restorative for them. They even know how to team up to lay traps and annihilate cultivators. The image of the serpent fiend from tonight still relentlessly haunts his mind, although they certainly can't compare to the dark attribute aberrations I've encountered before. Just one of those could destroy an entire nation, or even a continent. But if I hadn't followed them all the way today, I'm afraid that little team and the person who wanted to recruit me would have already lost their lives. Fang Yi's body now seemed to harbor two different streams of power. He thought to himself, just an attribute sub-branch is already this dark and repulsive. The dark attribute is truly too great a threat, but if it's temporarily unabsorbable, doesn't that mean that when I meet the system's conditions, I'll be able to absorb it? The dark attribute has such a strong counter against humans. If I can make that power my own, nothing would be better. In fact, it could be the key factor to turn the tides. He flew into the air. The moment he unleashed his spiritual energy, rocks and debris around him were sent flying everywhere. Right now I possess the Golden Sun breathing technique, which has the Yang attribute, the 100 refined lightning body with the lightning attribute, and the Crimson Flame Saber of the inner flame attribute, a sub-branch of the Yang attribute. Not only are these high-grade attributes, but more importantly, I have suitable techniques that are perfectly compatible with me. On top of my third-level Ghost Mansion realm strength, I doubt many immortal practitioners could stand against me. His sharp gaze swept forward, but that's still not enough. Suddenly, his phone rang, cutting through his swirling thoughts. Phuong Dick looked at his phone and couldn't help but be surprised. "Auntie? Why the sudden call?" On the other end of the line, a woman's voice skillfully started the conversation. "Ditch, dear, have you been well? Your cousin is coming to your area to study for a while. I'm not comfortable with her staying in a hotel by herself. Could she stay with you for a few days?" Surprised by her words, he asked back, "Huh, my cousin?" As an image of his cousin surfaced in his mind, he realized that his only impression of her was that of a studious bookworm. As for what she looked like, I've almost completely forgotten. After a moment's thought, Phuong Dick replied politely, "Yes, Auntie, you can have her come over. I have a spare room. When is she arriving?" The other person immediately refused. "Oh no, no need for that. I'll give her the address and let her come over on her own." Meanwhile, Phuong Dick's cousin was expertly typing on the keyboard. The conversation between her mother and her cousin reached her ears. "I'll have her bring some local specialties for you, okay?" "Thank you, Auntie. In that case, I'll happily accept. She will probably get there tomorrow afternoon. I'll have to trouble you then, dear." "It's no trouble at all. Auntie, I've got something to take care of, so I'll hang up now." On her screen, countless messages appeared from Lam Wai and the others. Just as she clicked her mouse, her mother's voice rang out. "All right then, you go take care of your business. Remember to come visit me next time, okay?" Suddenly, on the computer screen, a new report popped up. Leaked news, the famous online town should be renamed Life-Taking Town. Another 3 people have died. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel curious when she saw this news. She quietly mumbled, "Yanghuo Town, huh?" Suddenly, her mother opened the door and walked in, startling her. She asked softly, "Is your luggage all packed?" Yi quickly shut her computer down. Flustered, she replied, "It's done. But really, I still don't want to be a bother to my cousin. A hotel would be fine, too." But her mother kept insisting, "That's not an option. Compared to you staying out there on your own, it's much safer at your cousin's house. I trust your cousin." Until Yi used all her strength to push her out of the room, her mother just wouldn't stop nagging. "Once you get to someone's house, don't cause any more trouble. Whatever you can help with, make sure you help out a lot. You hear me?" She kept reassuring her. "Don't worry, Mom, I know. Right after that, Yi slammed the door shut in a panic. She gently pushed up her glasses and thought to herself, "Just have to get through this one step at a time. Compared to those strange phenomena, anything my cousin says can't be nearly as scary." The next day, brilliant sunlight bathed the entire area. Yi slowly pulled her suitcase forward. A status update appeared on her phone. "You have arrived at your destination." Seeing that, she couldn't help but be surprised. "So this is the place, huh?" The moment Fang Yi appeared, Yi let out a gasp of astonishment. Her cousin, he didn't seem to recognize her at all. That's why he immediately asked, "Are you Lin Yi?" His words made Yi Yi's heart sink for a moment. When they got back to the house, Fang Yi spoke slowly. "So you're here for the summer camp, right?" Hearing that, Yi Yi immediately replied, "That's right." He also made sure to add, "If you need anything, just call me." She replied shyly, "Okay, thank you, cousin." Not long after, Fang Yi handed her the key. He told her this was the spare. "All right, I'll head back to my room first." "Your room is right across the hall," Yi replied courteously. "Yes, thank you for your help these past few days." The moment he left, she quietly sized him up. "It seems my cousin is pretty easygoing. He probably won't interfere too much in my business." Meanwhile, Fang Yi was also curious about her. Am I imagining things? Or is she just not very good at hiding it? Just now, when she was sitting on the sofa, I definitely felt a strange hint of spiritual energy. It was faint, coming and going. "Don't tell me she's also become a practitioner?" Yi's body. Her body was continuously emitting an intense aura, which caught his attention. "So she said she came here for a summer camp. Could it be that she's really here for—" Yi casually scrolled through her phone. A message thread appeared on the screen. "Yi Fengheju, my cousin's fine. He doesn't seem like the type to interfere with my plans. 81-year-old beauty. When do we make our move? Don't be hasty, we need to be more discreet. This area has been pretty chaotic lately. There are many contaminated zones, but there are always other practitioners who get there first to fight over them. Online dating scam lost 50,000. I heard about that too. Last time at the underground river. That's exactly what happened. Two teams ran into each other, and it turned out one of them was an incredibly powerful master. They say with one slash he unleashed the light of the sun, forcing the other side to retreat. 81-year-old beauty. A single slash unleashing the sun? Are you for real? That must be a top-tier Yang attribute. A practitioner with such a high-level attribute. Yi Fengheju, it's true. I heard the same thing. That's why we have to be extremely careful this time. The world's spiritual energy hasn't fully recovered yet. Everything is still hidden in the shadows. Heaven knows how many ascended practitioners are hidden in Shia country. Like monsters, we absolutely cannot afford to stand out. An 81-year-old beautiful woman. Plus an online love scam that cost 5 plus 10,086 yuan. Yi and Feng He just kept waiting for a message from the two of them. These things made her think endlessly. Well, since this is my first time here, it's best if I don't start my cultivation practice just yet. If my cousin happens to find out, it'll be really hard to explain. 3 days later, as Yi stepped out of the bathroom, Feng Yi was once again lost in his own thoughts. But who would have thought that living with my younger cousin would bring so many complications to my cultivation progress? He tried to sit on the bed to cultivate, but his mind was anything but tranquil, meditating to regulate his breathing. Could be interrupted at any moment. The breathing technique for cultivation, the golden sun art, could also potentially be seen by others since it glows so brightly. Will I be discovered? Why didn't I ever notice that the golden sun art's breathing technique was so conspicuous before? But the most frightening thing of all is Yi Yi. Yi stood before a lavish spread of food. She spoke softly, her face beaming. "Cousin, dinner's ready. Tonight we're having tomato braised beef with mixed cucumber salad. And there's also corn and pork rib soup." Fang Yi slowly pulled out a chair and replied, "Okay, you're being too formal. Just leave the dishes to me." Hearing this, she immediately said, "It's no problem. Since I'm just staying here temporarily, I should be the one doing these things." As soon as Fang Yi picked up his chopsticks, a thought quickly flashed through his mind. She's too polite, too thorough, completely flawless. She does chores with an obsession. Like she's clean to an obsessive-compulsive degree. It was just that the atmosphere at the dinner table had suddenly become incredibly suffocating. I didn't stop her from doing that. It's so she can finally let down her guard against me. Fang Yi lowered his head, his eyes deep in thought. This is the only way I can uncover her secrets. Meanwhile, she calmly brought a piece of meat to her lips. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. Fang Yi suddenly spoke up. While she seemed a bit flustered. "What's wrong? Is a friend looking for you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly left, before she could even react. "Go on and talk. I'll head back to my room first." She nervously glanced at the phone in her hand. It wasn't until she was back in her room that she dared to answer the call. "What did you say? The great upheaval is going to happen again tomorrow? When? 3 in the afternoon? Don't worry. I will definitely be there." Their entire conversation was overheard by Fang Yi, who was floating outside the window. "Zhou. All right, meet at the Zhenyanghua gate. Be there or be square." He couldn't stop thinking. Zhenyanghua. Isn't that a famous town in the suburbs? It's only a 1-hour drive away. It was only now that he could be certain. My dear cousin is indeed a cultivator from the era of spiritual energy revival. Her power. He slipped away from the window. It made Fang Yi deeply curious. Thankfully, with her current level of strength, she probably can't detect me. Meanwhile, because she was so focused on cultivating, she had no idea she was being followed. But she's still just a high school student, and she's already at the second star of the Ghost Abode realm, and she's even showing signs of ascending again. Could it be that because her talent is so high, her personality is a bit odd? Fang Yi's gaze grew increasingly profound. He calmly came to a conclusion. So my cousin coming to this summer camp was just a pretense. And this great world transformation is the real reason, huh? She must have heard about the great world transformation from somewhere and made up an excuse to come here. The veins on his hand, pressed against the wall, unconsciously bulged. That line of thought kept circling in his mind. Every great world transformation is an opportunity, a chance to obtain a new magical technique, to enhance my own power. A cunning smile suddenly appeared on the corners of Fang Yi's lips. Cunning, as it suddenly appeared on the corners of his lips. He wondered what would appear this time at Jen, Young Fire, and what its attribute would be. But in the very next second, he decisively left the place with a thought. Whatever. If I hear about it, it's mine for the taking. Just then, Yi Yi's eyes suddenly snapped open. She thought to herself silently, how strange. The disturbance outside has made me feel uneasy. Am I imagining things? It felt like someone was watching me just now. Jen Young Fire. A place submerged in a frightening silence, right in front of the village gate. A clear voice suddenly rang out. Yi, and the person who had just spoken was scammed 5 UN online. He asked relentlessly, so you've been staying at your cousin's place these past few days? How is he? Is he handsome? Hearing this, Yi Yi replied, he's all right. As for his looks, he's just average. He's not the famous pretty boy type you like anyway. The other girl sighed in disappointment. The beautiful 81-year-old woman suddenly spoke up. Don't you forget Yi Yi here? Once described herself as just an ordinary part of the crowd. The curly-haired man next to them interrupted. All right, everyone's here. Let's get down to business. He agreed with him. That's right. Is that person not coming this time either? The curly-haired man responded to her. It's still the 6 of us this time. She's not coming. Diemle glanced back at YY, then reassured everyone. She's always been mysterious like that. We're used to it anyway. Let's go. This entire scene caught Phuong Dic's attention. He couldn't help but be impressed. It seems my cousin's team has some real strength, enough to be this discreet. In just a glance, Phuong Dic could gauge the strength of each individual. Even the weakest among them is in the stable phase of a 2-star ghost palace, and the man who just spoke has even reached the 3-star ghost palace realm. And from what they said, there's an even stronger member on their team who's frequently absent. Suddenly, his expression grew more pensive. His gaze, Phuong Dic's sharp gaze, swept over YY's group, lost in thought. Meanwhile, on the mountain of this well-known town, over on the other side, a voice cried out in astonishment. A vine just appeared out of nowhere, hanging down from the sky. It's just like the beanstalk in the fairy tale. The magic beanstalk. They chattered endlessly about the giant vine that shot up into the sky. A vine appearing randomly around the Jenyang fire zone. The timing of its appearance is not fixed. This was different from any information cultivators had on record. It was beyond everyone's comprehension and knowledge. Clearly, this was a great cataclysm of heaven and earth, but it was neither related to meteorology, nor was it the collapse and restructuring of the Earth's surface. It was a foreign object that appeared out of the void, drifting aimlessly. It caused no damage, nor did it emit the thunder and blazing light, typical of other rare phenomena. It simply moved in silence, appearing and disappearing in a flash. The 6 of them moved forward together. The further they walked, the thicker the fog became. Diemle couldn't hide her astonishment and exclaimed, "Oh my God, is that really it?" Everyone stared forward in awe, gazing ahead. While she was still marveling at the sight, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd never have believed it. Suddenly, the girl who got scammed out of 5 UN online spoke up, her voice timid. Wait, let's not go any further. UI quickly turned back to ask her, what's wrong? However, her body couldn't stop trembling violently. After a moment, the girl who got scammed out of 5 UN finally stammered, "It wasn't until I actually saw it that I felt something was terribly wrong." A chill ran down my entire spine. Have you guys seen the rumors on the internal forum? She asked, terrified. To be honest, I have a friend who was on that team. The last time the vines appeared, they tried to approach it. They were all ascendants, much stronger than I am. Their cultivation levels weren't low. These words somewhat caused the others' spirits to sink. But after they came here, they all vanished. The more the girl who was scammed out of 5 UN spoke, the more panicked she became. She clutched her head, her face pale as a sheet, and stammered, "I have a feeling the same thing is going to happen to us." Her next words were like a bucket of ice-cold water thrown in the faces of the others. "We'll die without even a grave to mark our passing." The online lover had scammed out of 5 yuan, kept clutching her head. She trembled as she said, "At first I thought I could easily accept the risks that come with being an ascendant. You either achieve a great victory, or your body is ground to dust. But until I saw this thing, I suddenly felt this primal fear. My intuition is screaming at me that what we're facing this time is a high-level celestial anomaly. A powerful, unknown, and completely new anomaly." Suddenly, tears welled up in her eyes. She bit her lip and whispered, "I'm not ready to let it all end here. I want to fall back." These words couldn't help but startle Lei. Among the group, only Yi calmly replied, "You're right. In fact, we can all feel it." She turned her head, looking towards that giant vine. Then she added with a troubled expression, "Inside this wood element vine, there's an aura, a desolate one. I don't know how to describe it. It's the feeling of sinking into the river of time, where all things wither and die, where life force is completely depleted. That's precisely why it makes us feel so uneasy and intensely uncomfortable. It's as if it wants to devour our very lives." Yi suddenly grasped her lover's hand tightly, emphasizing her point after getting scammed for 5 yuan online. But now her face was filled with determination. "This is the martial path to immortality." Fang Yi, standing high above, witnessed this entire tender scene. He thought to himself, "This deathly aura is so oppressive." After witnessing so many celestial phenomena, aside from the dark element anomalies, this vine is the most unsettling thing I've encountered. His scrutinizing gaze never left them for a single second. They've decided to cultivate here. Their courage is truly commendable. The giant vine before him had already absorbed countless bodies that had perished. It was clearly a plant that should have symbolized abundant vitality, yet it gave off a gloomy, oppressive feeling. It didn't seem alive. It was more like a dead thing masquerading as a living creature that had lost all its spiritual energy. Yi stood atop a high mound of earth. She announced clearly to everyone, "We don't have any more time to hesitate. The danger we've been sensing, it's right here." Right after that, she was standing on a tree branch. The others were sitting in fixed positions. Yi spoke up. "Everyone stay within my line of sight. Don't go too far." "Got it," they replied in unison. She looked ahead, incredibly determined. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. "This way. It should be a bit safer." The next second, Yi was sitting inside the circle, cultivating with the spiritual energy she had created herself. When Fang Yi saw this, he couldn't help but marvel. She isn't just on guard. While sensing the power, she's cultivating at a distance that's not too close and not too far, as expected of an outstanding student. She's calculated the position that maximizes her benefits, neither rushing forward nor holding back. The power that Yi created suddenly struck the surrounding area. This left Fang Yi stunned. Is she about to advance a star? To have reached the threshold of the 3rd star so quickly. This cousin of mine truly has extraordinary talent. Over with Yi Yanli, and the others were constantly showering Yi with praise. A 3-star spirit medium. Yi is amazing. To think she already... However, at that moment, the roots of the giant vine began to spread outwards. The first person to notice was the guy with curly hair. Terrified, he pointed behind them and shouted a warning. "Not good! The vines are coming for us!" Yanli, stunned, asked back, "What? How did it spot us from so far away?" In an instant, 2 of the 6 were snatched by the roots and lifted high into the air. They screamed desperately, "Help me!" The catfished guy fled for his life, dashing forward. She screamed in a panic, "Run! Run! If we don't, we'll definitely die here." The giant tree roots began to show signs of attacking Yi. Meanwhile, the others shouted out, "Yi's breakthrough is causing too much of a commotion. We absolutely cannot let the vines wrap around us. Once you're caught in them, the desolate aura will instantly wrap tightly around our bodies and will be dissolved in the blink of an eye." Yi's sphere of spiritual energy had started to crack. However, she didn't seem to notice this abnormality at all. Lei has suddenly grabbed the hand of her online lover who had been scammed out of 50,000 NDT and said resolutely, "No, we can't leave yet. Yi is in trouble." However, the girl retorted aggressively, "What do you want me to do? Use my spiritual energy to stand guard for her? She's the one who decided to cultivate here, and she was the one who was careless enough to start leveling up. Is she trying to get me killed just so she can get stronger?" Faced with this outburst, Lei still tried to calmly persuade her, calm down a little. However, the curly-haired guy next to them spoke up, siding with the other girl. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor are decreed by heaven. If we don't go now, we'll all be buried here with her. You're still so young. Don't let your emotions rule you. We all just met by chance on the road. The very next second, he received a thunderous slap from Diemle. She glared at him angrily and stressed. Then you guys can get lost. I will never abandon a teammate. This internal conflict made Phuong Dick, who was watching, unable to help but think, perhaps my cousin still doesn't realize the situation she's in right now. He looked towards Yi, who was being tightly bound by the vines, and calculated, in the end she's still just a student. The power of these vines is terrifying. I don't even know if my current strength is enough to save her. But I'm afraid we're running out of time. Phuong Dick tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. He whispered softly, I promised you that I would take good care of her. And a promise is a promise. On the other side, Diemle was ignoring the danger, recklessly charging into the mass of vines. That tangled mess. Suddenly, a vine coiled tightly around her leg. Immediately after, her entire body was ensnared by it. Another one of the vine's tendrils suddenly shattered. Wise magic orb. Phuong Dick! He suddenly leaped out, his sword shining brightly in his hand. This sight made Diemle scream loudly. Her cry seemed to draw its attention, but a far greater power was being unleashed. The immense strength of Phuong Dick's sword was still hanging in midair. In the next moment, it slashed down violently, causing the vine to be chopped into 100 pieces. Phuong Dick landed gently below as the smoke began to clear. This scene left the two who had fled completely in awe. The vines retreated and stopped their attack. And wherever Phuong Dick's spiritual energy swept, the vines withered away. Yet he just stood there motionless, but not a single vine. One could touch him. A brilliant light shone from him, causing the curly-haired young man to shield his eyes with his hand. He couldn't help but wonder, is this guy a practitioner too? Beside him, Diemle was also making a constant assessment. It's the ultimate yang attribute. That's right. Only with such a high-level attribute would someone dare to be so reckless to be able to force back the desolate vines. The curly-haired young man clenched his teeth. With a resentful expression, he cursed silently. By what right? I consider myself exceptionally talented. In just a short time, I reached the 3-star Ghost Palace realm. I estimate that in the entire country, the number of immortal practitioners with that kind of speed can be counted on one hand. As he recalled that guy's appearance, his gaze became even more hostile. And that's not even mentioning that mysterious, monstrous talent. Lin Yi's talent is only on par with mine, but Fang Yi lightly spun the sword in his hand. This made the curly-haired young man even more envious. If among the immortal practitioners there are people like him, then what does that make the rest of us? We're just stars meant to be the backdrop for a shining moon. Why did you have to crush me? No, you crushed all of us immortal practitioners. Fang Yi's sharp gaze lightly swept downwards. This made the man even more curious about him. Just what kind of being is he? Suddenly, a system notification sound came through. Ultimate Wood attribute detected. Auto-recording in progress. Recording successful. Ceaseless growth. Can instantly absorb all surrounding life force and vitality to rapidly recover one's own injuries. Fang Yi stood there with a look of pure enjoyment. He thought to himself, this wood attribute technique is so powerful. As long as there's life force around, this is basically a perpetual motion machine that recharges itself. The vines before his eyes suddenly emitted a faint green glow. Amidst the system's notifications, extracting attribute. Fang Yi stood there with a refreshed expression. Meanwhile, the system announced, extracted the desolation attribute. The desolation attribute can instantly stir up an aura of desolation, corroding all life force in the vicinity. Phuong Dick suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze held a strange gloom. But very quickly after that, he composed himself and began to speculate. It's no wonder this vine can only grow in this treacherous terrain. Phuong Dick cautiously observed the part of the vine that was still dangling. He reckoned that if it grew anywhere else, it would likely drain dry all the life force within a radius of several tens of miles. Fatal deprivation. This desolation attribute is just too overpowered. It forcibly seizes the life force of others. Suddenly, an earnest voice rang out, catching his attention. Thank you for saving our lives, sir. Yanli, her body covered in scratches, slowly approached. She offered her thanks. If it weren't for you just now, we would have surely died. What can we possibly do to repay you? Hearing this, Phuong Dick just casually waved his hand in response. There's no need, farewell. At the same time, an unexpected thought surfaced in his mind. Considering I only managed to get here by following the information they had and ended up receiving both the abundant life force and the desolation attributes. To be honest, I'm actually the one who came out ahead. Fuangdik's actions left the two people who were about to flee earlier, feeling bewildered. Even as he was leaving, that thought continued to circle in Fuangdik's mind. As for the conflict between those people earlier, I should pay more attention to their cousin's actions from now on. When people are faced with danger, their true nature is most easily revealed. A fragmented team of 5 won't be safe when a major disaster strikes. Just then, the guy who got scammed out of 5 yuan by his online girlfriend couldn't hide his surprise and blurted out, "He left so quickly. What do we do now?" The moment those words were spoken, the curly-haired guy next to him demanded resentfully, "What? Do you regret not saving him now?" They returned to the place where Yi Yi was cultivating. The curly-haired youth spoke nonchalantly. "Now that the threat is gone, Lin Yi Yi has reached Tier 3. Our best option right now can only be to try and stay on this team." Not long after, Yi Yi slowly opened her eyes. The moment she landed, Dianle cheered joyfully. "Yi Yi, you're awake!" Meanwhile, the curly-haired youth whispered softly, "To the guy who got scammed out of 5 yuan by his online girlfriend. Now we'll see if she's rational enough not to let this create a rift between us. Instead of worrying about these things, it's better to think about that mysterious person." Yi looked at the scene, at the devastation around her, and couldn't help but feel horrified. What happened, and where are they? Suddenly, a remnant of spiritual energy on a tree trunk nearby made her think to herself, the afterglow of that yang attribute is so powerful, even from a distance like this. I can feel the heat. It's brilliant and overwhelming heat. The curly-haired guy from behind suddenly spoke up, much to Dianla's contempt. "Let me tell you what happened. It went like this. Not long after, Yi Yi was back at Fang Yi's house. The words of the curly-haired guy were weighing on her mind. Could there really be someone that strong? At the time, he had made a comment like this. He's nothing short of a monster. Not only that, he also recounted what Fang Yi had done. Back then, those vines, the ones that we tried so hard, but just couldn't sever. He slashed me again. I was forced to retreat. Finding the evidence unconvincing, the curly-haired young man presented the giant vine that had been severed in half. Now that vine has completely retreated into the sky, cowering, not daring to come near us at all. Iwai muttered to herself as she opened the door. So this is the shocking power of that person. Even though he's already left, the vine is still as docile as a kitten. It's not screaming chaotically like before at all. Fang Yi said with a bright smile the moment she walked in. "You're back?" His smile suddenly vanished, but the concern remained. "You don't look so good right now." Iwai could only come up with an excuse. "I'm just a little tired from school." Hearing that, Fang Yi didn't ask any more questions. He gently advised, "You've been working pretty hard. Go get some rest. I'll order takeout for dinner tonight." She quickly replied, "Okay." Only after closing her bedroom door could YY let out a sigh of relief. The breakthrough took too much of a mental toll. Every time I control my spiritual power to activate divine judgment, it requires intense concentration. It's honestly more tiring than staying awake for a whole month. She flopped onto her bed and started scrolling endlessly through her phone. Good thing I'm not a normal person anymore. I can pull a few all-nighters without dying. Trying to train my strength, huh? But this kind of training is the destiny of a pioneer. The world has already begun to undergo a great change. Meanwhile, Fang Yi had already left. The life of a normal person like my cousin is something unattainable for me. Suddenly, something on the phone made YY's eyes widen in shock. She softly mumbled, "Jialan." On the screen, a line of text appeared. "Jialan, if you find any traces of that powerful individual, inform me." This left her utterly astonished. "This is the first time Old Lamb has spoken in this group," Yi Yi replied without any hesitation. Yi Yi of Feng Heju. "All right, Old Lamb. Also, I have a question. Does everyone think the person who saved us could possibly be that once famous figure from Amha, Rong Long? If it really is that great master, then why would he step in to save us?" At the same time, countless news reports were also released. Breaking news, breaking news. A high-level Yang attribute master has reappeared. That single sword strike was like a rainbow piercing the sun. The sky was completely swallowed by a vast white light. I've seen it before. In the contaminated domain of Amha's Ronglong. This is that exact light, accompanied by a fiery explosion. We were forced to leave the cave. I dare say, with that one strike, in the entire nation of Ha, no ascendant of the same level would dare to face him. Later, he was seen at the land of Cataclysm. Everyone be careful and be sure to stay away during the night. A bicycle is being walked down the street. Fang Yi calmly rides it. He thinks to himself, all right. Now Lin Yi Yi will probably let her guard down around me more. When she goes out, she won't suspect that I'm following her. He rides down a deserted road with determination. While I have this chance, and I can find a way to get my hands on the wilderness attribute. The wilderness attribute is closely related to things of the plant type. The image of vines wrapped around countless dried skeletons made Fang Yi even more preoccupied. But still, this is a left path attribute. Its nature is corrosive. If I take it into my body, there might be an adverse reaction. He couldn't help but feel a little wary as he thought about this. Furthermore, it might conflict with my lightning attribute that I possess. In the end, Fang Yi had come up with a way to deal with that giant vine. So the best method was to have something similar to that strange, monstrous plant. The vine that hung down from the sky was there because it sensed the dense, revitalizing spiritual energy. Because it chose its own evolution, it developed that wild power attribute. A smile crept onto his face at the thought. He said softly, "I know where to go now." And so Fang Yi rode along the deserted road, City Forest Park. He left his bike outside and slowly walked in. Walking on carpets of grass and flowers, Fang Yi suddenly muttered, "I need to choose a plant that can create the maximum spiritual energy resonance with me, while also expressing a sense of intimacy to serve as this talisman." He closed his eyes to feel everything around him more clearly. Fang Yi's body levitated in midair as he released his spiritual energy. The response from the nature here surprised him. So this is how plants react to spiritual energy, huh? He thought. Powerful streams of life force were all gathering towards Fang Yi. It's intense, but still not enough. "I need it stronger." He suddenly made a demand. "I need it to be even stronger." Fang Yi's actions were interrupted when he noticed something. A gently swaying flower made him wonder, "Is it this one?" Fang Yi reached his hand closer. The next second, the flower lightly touched his finger. Now it was sated. Fang Yi was captivated by it. He praised it with delight. "How sentient! This wildflower is clearly a plant. But when it encounters spiritual energy, it's like a greedy little puppy. After absorbing the spiritual energy, it nuzzled against my finger. He cradled it like a treasure." Fang Yi said cheerfully, "In this entire forest, you're the only one who reacted so strongly to my spiritual energy. You're perfect for imbuing with the desolation attribute. All right, I choose you. Are you ready?" In the blink of an eye, Fang Yi and the flower began to experience a massive change in spiritual energy. The system suddenly displayed a line of text. "Do you wish to imbue this item with the desolation attribute?" He answered without the slightest hesitation. An intense beam of green light shot straight into the sky from where Fang Yi stood. He suddenly realized something was different. The flower before him, which had been so small just a moment ago, had now visibly grown larger. Not only that, but it also possessed a captivating beauty. The flower radiated an incredibly alluring power. The desolate scenery all around left Fang Yi speechless. The power of desolation is terrifying. It's like the hand of a demon. It's only been 3 seconds, and it has already nearly drained an entire city forest belt. This is just too overpowered. It's still spreading like crazy. That terrifying power was even spreading to the surrounding areas. The little flower seemed to have a spirit of its own. It nodded its head repeatedly. Fang Yi quickly plucked it from the ground. "That's enough," he thought to himself. "Any more of this, and it'll attract people from the Spirit Energy Association." He cautiously observed the nearby security cameras. This is the city center, after all. The Spirit Energy Association is definitely keeping an eye on this place. Because of the spiritual energy revival, these types of plants are all dangerous. After I entered the garden, I did notice there were a lot more surveillance cameras. The area has also become very deserted. There are no other visitors around. The flower's strange transformation at this moment made Fang Yi exclaim, "Hasn't it stopped absorbing yet? It can still live without roots?" He couldn't stop praising it. But compared to just a moment ago, when it was absorbing recklessly without a care, its absorption has become much gentler now. It's amazing. Even though it's been pulled out of the ground, its spiritual nature hasn't diminished at all. Before I chose it, it was just an ordinary wildflower. At the same time, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that after I assigned it a species attribute, this plant also began to evolve, as if some kind of evolutionary shackle was unlocked? Suddenly, the security camera flashed red and issued an alert. "Warning, abnormal value exceeding threshold. Warning, threshold exceeded." This caused Fang Yi to panic and think to himself, "Oh no, did I still trigger the monitoring system?" He decisively grabbed the flower and darted forward. "Let's go." At the Spiritual Energy Plant Restoration Research Department, the alarm bells rang incessantly. "Warning, abnormal value exceeding threshold. Warning, threshold exceeded." The abnormal value is spiking. What's going on? Not long after, stern voice broadcasted throughout the park. "Everyone, put on your bracelets. Immediately move in and quarantine the park. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering." The number 30 appeared on a watch, glowing bright red. The control team couldn't hide their shock and exclaimed, "This is terrifying!" Before, the city gate only fluctuated between 8 and 10, and the Manhwa quiver was 25. A nearby officer agreed with this assessment. That's right. If the abnormal spiritual energy concentration exceeds 10, the military takes over. This park. At first, the spirit energy concentration wasn't even at 10, so they quickly stuck the meters into the ground. But the data displayed on them left them utterly stunned. "This is so strange, everyone look at this!" The air humidity, surface moisture, temperature, everything is normal. There's no issue with the solar radiation either, but it's as if all the plants here were simultaneously drained, as of their life force in a matter of seconds. One of them quickly moved to another spot, asking, "I wonder what attribute of spiritual power caused this?" "I feel like we still need to go a little further." Ahead. That must be the epicenter. Suddenly, a man with glasses shouted loudly, "Don't go any closer!" His command startled everyone present. "Absolutely do not touch anything." "This is the desolation attribute," he murmured softly. "The desolation attribute?" The man quickly explained, his expression grave. "Do you know of the vines that hang suspended in the sky?" The people here couldn't hide their astonishment. "You mean that demonic vine?" they cried out. "The one classified as an A-rank mutation?" It seemed the man with the glasses understood what they were about to exclaim. "That's right," he acknowledged. "It was classified as A-rank precisely because it's extremely dangerous. The reason it's so ferocious and has utterly annihilated so many who came before is ultimately because it possesses the desolation attribute, a powerful attribute, with the ability to drain the life, force of surrounding creatures, and claim everything for itself." A young man nearby was terrified by these words. The group clamored, "Sir, if you hadn't stopped me just now, wouldn't I have died the moment I stepped in there?" Plants that have awakened the desolation attribute, they create what you could call a dead zone around them. Anyone who steps inside will have their life force devoured. The man with the glasses spoke calmly. He had read documents before about another plant with the desolation attribute in the country of Xia. It was the forbidden ancient tree located in Shangcheng. The decaying ancient tree polluted the forest, turning it into a forbidden ground. Any living creature that got close would be impaled. The more he spoke, the more mysterious his expression became. With the great changes happening in the world, the mutation of plants is not to be underestimated. Based on the situation that we know of so far, the desolation attribute is the most powerful type of attribute that a plant can awaken. Now, besides the ancient tree and the vine, another new desolation has appeared. Suddenly, someone touched him, making him jump. That person spoke softly. "I've been briefed on the situation." When he saw who it was, the man with the glasses exclaimed in surprise, "Major Han!" He hurriedly gave an order to those present. "All researchers present, change into your protective gear. Follow us into the contaminated zone." Although they were unwilling, they had to reluctantly comply. Not long after, they began to head inside. The group, under Han Lei's command, was constantly searching and reporting back. "We haven't found the source of the desolation yet." "I thought they said only that vine could move around. Could the aura of desolation be weakening? We've only been in the forest for 5 minutes, and the concentration has already dropped to 25. He suddenly turned and suggested to Than Huynh, "Let us scout ahead for a bit." She replied softly, "All right." The next moment, the two of them unleashed their spiritual energy in unison. Hitting the ground, their two streams of energy merged into one, then shot forward. Han Lei and Qing Huang couldn't hide their astonishment. They exclaimed in unison, "Wait a second. This is the source, but it's already been dug up." The man with glasses in the protective suit also couldn't hide his surprise. He repeated, "Dug up? Dug up? How is that even possible?" As soon as he finished, Han Lei slowly explained, "If there really is someone who could dig up the source from within the desolate forbidden zone, then that person's identity is worth careful consideration." Qing Huang beside him calmly interjected, "Captain Han, I know what you're thinking, but at the scene, there was no residual spiritual energy from that powerful being." However, the man bluntly refuted her. "Based on filtering and big data analysis, we found this person's file. This individual's movements just coincide with the locations of the two anomalies." She quickly took what he offered her. Qing Huang looked at the tablet in her hand and softly read Fang Yi. Han Lei suddenly cut in from the side. "I will transfer all of his files to you. It's highly likely that this person is the one you had contact with before. The rest is up to your association to handle." Qing Huang was still, focused on the info tablet in her hand. She replied with a detached tone, "I understand." 2 hours later, Fang Yi hugged the potted plant tightly in his arms. He laughed with excitement. My first time growing a flower. How could I not even have a flower pot for it? This is the little home you chose for yourself. Don't cling to my hand anymore. The obedient little white flower. This guy has obtained the desolate attribute. It will also never stop cultivating. It can also be considered a powerful assistant, one that I cultivated myself. When Flower heard these words, it was overjoyed. This made him feel happy as well. The desolate fog attribute is quite special. It can be very helpful in combat. It even has many unexpected effects, right? Plus, it looks just right, not too flashy. If Lin Yi happened to see it, she wouldn't become suspicious. In combat, a plain appearance is the best camouflage. Fang Yi suddenly spoke with a serious expression. In a real fight, strength is only part of the equation. What's more important is who has more trump cards. Suddenly, a phone call came in. The caller ID read, Old Wang the neighbor. Seeing this, Fang Yi couldn't help but be surprised. Old Wang? Isn't this my best friend from childhood? The one who joined the army 3 years ago and I haven't seen since? The fun memories of their childhood suddenly flooded his mind. Old Wang's full name is Wang Liang. He's my neighbor. From elementary to middle school, we were desk mates. We were supposed to go to high school together, and we could have continued being desk mates. But that kid just up and decided, and that he wanted to join the army. After a moment of hesitation, Fang Yi answered the phone. He spoke first. You brat, you're back. On the other end of the line, Wang Liang replied joyfully, That's right. Want to grab a drink? Let's meet at the usual spot. Hearing that, he suddenly asked back, Really? Wang Liang on the other end of the line hurriedly said, Yeah, I have a huge secret I need to tell you. Just don't faint from shock when you hear it, okay? As soon as the call ended, he slammed the phone down on the table. Wang Liang reported loudly to the person across from him. Reporting, sir. I've done exactly as you instructed, but I have one request. If he isn't the one we're looking for, could you please guarantee his safety? Ye Jialam, sitting opposite, tapped her fingers rhythmically. She reminded him in a cold tone, Just do your job properly. Don't do anything unnecessary. If he isn't the one, then just act like his friend and give him some advice. 2 glasses, barley shakes were raised amid excited shouts. Excitement. Cheers! Fang Yi sat opposite Wang Liang. He cautiously sized him up. From the looks of Wang Liang, life in the army must have been really tough for him. This silly guy, Wang Liang, has really matured a lot. As soon as he finished his barley shake, he slowly started to speak. I felt so many things these past 3 years. How about you? What has life been like? Fang Yi quickly replied, It's been okay. I got into college. Nothing special. As he said this, his expression suddenly turned heavy. Images of the utter devastation and ruin from his past life flashed through his mind, making Fang Yi's mood turn grim. Come to think of it, in my past life, I never got to see Wang Liang again. During the apocalyptic times, there was no news of him, especially since he was a soldier. It's very likely he died at some unknown time, in some nameless battle. This time, can I change my old friend's future? Wang Liang clasped his hands tightly. He seemed a little hesitant as he started to speak. I wanted to ask, have you run into anything strange recently? You know, like in the movies, zombies, monsters, that kind of thing. Model, what he said made Fung Dick feel suspicious. This guy is also in the military. It's not strange that he knows about the reawakening of spiritual energy. But this question of his, could it be that he's testing me? In the end, he still decided to ask again. What exactly are you trying to say? Fung Lung rested his forehead on his hand, his face revealing a forced expression. Even his voice became hesitant. If it's nothing, then good. Actually, I came today to tell you something. I'm not trying to comfort you, I'm warning you. In the near future, maybe in a few months, or maybe in a year, the degrees, the assets that we value, right now, will become the most worthless pieces of scrap paper. Everything will be reset. His unusual behavior made Fung Dick fall into deep thought. The image of a confidential logo appeared in his mind along with a stream of thoughts. A normal soldier would definitely be ordered to maintain secrecy, sign a binding agreement, and not be allowed to reveal a single thing about the reawakening of spiritual energy. So actually, I've been listed by the military as a person of interest, and they're tracking my whereabouts. Since Fung Lung has been my best friend since childhood, he was sent to sound me out. It seemed the other man had noticed his strange mood. He quickly waved his hands to reassure him. Don't worry, what I told you today, as long as you don't reveal a single bit of it, you'll be fine. Meanwhile, Fung Dick was still lost in his own thoughts. But because I played dumb and didn't cooperate, Fung Lung still gave me a well-intentioned warning, telling me to be careful of the upcoming changes, even though it might be a breach of discipline. Their conversation was interrupted by a ringing bell. Fung Lung's phone was ringing non-stop. He hurriedly answered the phone. A rushed voice came from the other end of the line. Vung Lung, within 10 minutes. Emergency assembly at the target location. He quickly replied, understood. The very next second, Vung Lung was already rushing off. He could only manage to say to Fung Dick, sorry, brother, it's an emergency mission. I have no other choice. You head back first. I can't see you off. At this point, he spoke with perfect calm. Is this related to the spirit energy recovery? If so, let me go with you. Fung Dick's words, as soon as they were uttered, made Vung Lung stop in his tracks. He turned his head with a look of astonishment. Meanwhile, he casually patted his shoulder and made his request. Take me with you. You came to see me this time. That was also an order from your superiors, right? The other man couldn't help but ask in surprise. No, how did you? But Fung Dick reassured him, don't worry. Although I'm not sure what information your superiors gave you, I know you won't harm me. In his mind, there were also words he couldn't say out loud. Besides, I'm more curious about what the military has to handle. It must be related to the changes happening in the world. But since there's already a Spirit Energy Association to deal with anomalies, then what is the military responsible for now? This is a good opportunity to investigate the truth. Not long after, Vung Lung led Fung Zikto, the military Spirit Energy Restricted Zone number 19. Just by standing outside, he already had a bad feeling. The spirit energy in this place is so dense. The aura concentration at this level has even surpassed the contamination zone, hasn't it? Following in Wang Liang's footsteps, he announced in a loud voice, Wang Liang, assemble! Right after that, they were allowed through the security gate. Verification successful. The moment they stepped inside, a plume of white smoke billowed out. Countless new recruits were surrounding a grotesque creature, a B rank, and yet they couldn't do anything to it. On the contrary, a soldier had been attacked by the B-rank grotesque creature and was injured. After witnessing the entire scene, Fang Yi couldn't help but be astonished. He unconsciously blurted out, This is a cursed fusion attribute. A red-haired girl nearby replied in a stern voice, That's right. It's an abnormal fusion between the two attributes of darkness and flame. It's made this dog especially ferocious and brutal. Several soldiers have already been seriously injured. She is Jilan, a 3-star Spirit Realm military officer. Suddenly, she called out loudly to Wang Liang. This made him tremble as he replied, Here. Jilan didn't stop scolding him. Without permission, you took it upon yourself to bring an unrelated person into a restricted area? At this point, he explained, trembling. He's not. Jilan stood there with a stern expression. She quickly gave an order. Forget it. This is an emergency, and you're the only one we were waiting for. Get over here now! Form the battle formation. Yes, ma'am, Wang Liang replied loudly. Meanwhile, the scrutinizing gaze, continuously swept over Fang Yi. So he's Fang Yi? He doesn't look like anything special. The aura around his body is only slightly active, that's all. Could it be that he's not the one? But now is not the time to think too much. The next second, Clam's voice cut in with a warning. Since you're a friend of Wang Liang, I won't waste words. This place is a restricted area. Once you're inside, your life or death is your own responsibility. Everything you see must be kept a secret. After hearing this, Fang Yi calmly replied, I know. She quickly returned to her mission. Her powerful voice called out, Zhang Mi, Li Yu! In an instant, they charged forwards together to attack the B-class monster. Clam stood to the side, relentlessly unloading bullets into it. Just like that, the agonizing howls of the beast, a B-class, echoed throughout the space, but in the end, it only grew more and more frenzied. The sight terrified everyone present. Scared out of their wits, they screamed in horror. Its mutation level is getting even more serious. Just as the B-class monster attacked the soldiers, Clam shouted a warning to Li Yu, Be careful! Before he could even react, she had already moved to save him. Clam repeatedly warned him in an urgent tone. Don't let your guard down! Pay attention and keep your distance from it. We have to finish it off before it fully evolves. He answered loud and clear, Roger! This whole scene caught Fang Yi's attention. He thought to himself, a well-trained 5-man team, teammates who trust each other, discipline and excellent coordination. Every single one of them is indispensable. When they work together, they can unleash a power that far exceeds their individual abilities. Suddenly, something appeared before his eyes. It caught his attention. Instantly, Fang Yi screamed with urgency, Run, you all are no match for it! But it was already too late. A blinding flash of light enveloped the entire area. Faced with this sight, Captain Lamb couldn't help but worry. She constantly reminded them to raise their guard. The mutation level of the Forbidden Zone is increasing. No one is to retreat. The soldiers at the front replied, Roger that! How unlucky for Wang Liang. A B-rank beast was now standing right in front of him. At the same time, an announcement was heard. Attention! The Hellhound has fully fused with the Dark attribute. It has completely mutated. Its red eyes were locked onto him, staring unblinkingly. The sight made Wang Liang afraid to even breathe heavily. Captain Lam stood there, her face filled with panic. She screamed, "Wang Liang!" Even Fang Yi gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "We're screwed." In an instant, the B-rank beast lunged at Wang Liang. Luckily, he managed to dodge it. Immediately after, Captain Lam announced loudly, "Everyone listen up! Forbidden Zone 019, mutated hellhound. The C-rank has completely mutated and evolved. It has now been upgraded to B-rank. The combat plan is being updated." Although he had dodged the B-rank beast's attack, Wang Liang suddenly coughed up blood. Fang Yi rushed over to support him, repeatedly asking, "Are you all right?" Before he could finish, the other weakly replied, "I'm fine. I just poured more spirit energy into the collar that's binding it. And I was hit by the backlash." Wang Liang's brow was tightly furrowed in pain. However, he still tried to reassure his comrade. "You don't need to worry. All of us soldiers from Forbidden Zone 19... Seeing this, he frowned slightly, a thoughtful expression on his face. On the other side, Captain Lam suddenly slammed her weapon into the ground. She declared fiercely to everyone, "I don't care what tactics or methods you use, even if it means we have to sacrifice our own lives." The other soldiers under her command bravely faced the beast. The B-rank mutant must not be allowed to leave the restricted zone under any circumstances. Suddenly, Fang Yi charged forward, much to Jilan's surprise. As he was gathering his energy, she yelled out and questioned him. "What do you think you're doing?" Fang Yi dashed forward, into the thick cloud of dust and smoke. His mocking, arrogant voice rang out softly. Just like that, moments later, he was face to face with the B-rank beast. Facing its ferocious attack, Fang Yi dodged with ease. He roared defiantly, "Then let this god of thunder!" Not only that, but he turned around and dealt it a fatal blow. "Or forge you!" The strike left the B-rank beast, with no time to resist. As it crashed to the ground, powerful shockwave sent earth and rock flying everywhere. A nearby soldier couldn't help but scream in panic. "Am I seeing things? That's a B-rank mutant." Even Commander Jilan couldn't handle it on her own. Even Wang Liang was stunned. He stammered, "Commander, could it be that my brother... that he's really..." Before he could finish, Jilan, from across the way, cut him off. "We're not seeing things." Meanwhile, Fang Yi had successfully taken down the B-rank beast. Jilan's voice continued to ring out. He is, without a doubt, a tyrant. His expression grew colder. He cleared his throat softly. "Still not completely gone, huh? Then I guess I have no choice but to do this. Commander, Old Wang, you two, get back now!" This whole scene made Jilan's heart skip a beat. She couldn't help but feel suspicious. "We need everyone to form a coordinated battle formation, ready to sacrifice themselves to deal with a B-rank anomaly." Could he really do all this by himself? Her scrutinizing gaze was fixed dead ahead. What kind of power is this? Before Jilan's eyes was the sight of Fang Yi delivering the finishing blow to the beast. A B-rank? This shocked her even more. I have to admit, this is the most extreme form of the lightning attribute. Even in the current Jia kingdom, that is in existence at the absolute peak. If we wait until the spiritual energy is fully restored, just as he raised 2 fingers to the sky, to Jilan's astonishment, how terrifyingly will he evolve? A massive vortex had appeared in the sky. Fang Yi also began to move, leaving his original spot. Wherever he walked, the ground and rocks were sent flying. This stunned the onlookers, truly worthy of the name Tyrant. Meanwhile, he still appeared completely unfazed, as if nothing had happened. Liu struggled to turn his neck and muttered softly, "Oh man. Just watching sends a chill down my spine. My head is ringing too." Meanwhile, a trembling Zhang Mi asked, "Why do I feel like this lightning attribute is 10,000 times more terrifying than the darkness attribute? I can handle being corroded, but I can't take being struck by lightning." Fang Yi walked toward Wang Liang. He gave a thumbs up and reported, "Old Wang, it's done." The other man rushed over. He scolded him loudly. "You brat, you scared me to death!" He even gave him a hard smack on the head. "I never knew my sworn brother was so incredible." Hearing this, Fang Yi laughed it off and replied, "Repaying kindness with cruelty, are we? I beat up the dog and you beat me up." Wang Lang realized his actions were a bit excessive. He apologized, looking uneasy. "Actually, I know you might be a pioneer. Military orders are absolute, and you've been dragged into this." However, Fang Yi reassured him, "We haven't seen each other in 3 years, and you're going to act like a stranger? There's nothing I don't know about you." Suddenly, his attention was drawn to Jilan behind them. She extended a hand toward Fang Yi and spoke. "Fang Yi, thank you for your help." He smiled calmly. A moment later, Fang Yi finally responded to her offer with a handshake and said, "It was nothing. Let's just say I did it to save my friend." Jilan realized her own oversight. she announced loudly. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Jilan. I'm in charge of guarding Forbidden Zone 019. You saved Forbidden Zone 019. I hope you can leave your contact information. I need to report this accurately. Fang Yi gave a polite smile. He replied, no problem. Meanwhile, Wang Liang, who was standing beside them, couldn't help but feel proud. He thought to himself, what a feeling seeing a commander pay respects to my own childhood best friend. Jilan spoke in a level tone, her face serious. Fang Yi, your strength is even greater than many of the pioneers specially invited by the military. Therefore, I would very much like to invite you to join the ranks of the Xia Nation's army. But an invitation from a mere commander, who only guards a forbidden zone like me, is probably not enough. She frowned, carefully assessing Fang Yi. What's even more astonishing is that his realm should only be at the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. But he's already reached, far surpassed the level of a venerable of the spirit creation realm. Without making her wait long, Fang Yi slowly replied to Commander Ji. So what you mean is, you feel you're not worthy of inviting me. Ms. Lam stood there with a stern expression as she emphasized. That's right, I believe so. There's nothing to deny or be ashamed of. This time we were also acting on orders from our superiors. We wanted to learn more about you. We had no intention of dragging you into this mutation incident. I believe they will come to invite you personally. Fuang Dick didn't mince his words either. He stated his own views frankly. No, it's not that serious. In fact, I have great respect for all of you. Not everyone has the courage to sacrifice themselves to protect others. Before this, I had never witnessed soldiers fighting with my own eyes. Just now, what was it you all said? It made me feel something. Upon hearing that, the other party simply replied with an indifferent, thank you. Suddenly, Fuang Dick made a proposition. Therefore, if any trouble comes up in the future, you can call me to help. Just like what all of you have done for us, the ordinary people in these times of peace. Of course, there is one prerequisite. That is, you are not to interfere with my cultivation, my personal cultivation. Nor are you to place any restrictions on me. This left Kolam momentarily stunned. Before she had a chance to react, he had already changed the subject. It's getting late. I should take my leave. Kolam quickly agreed. All right. Wang Liang and I still have to deal with the mutated dog's corpse. I'll have someone take you home now. Fuang Dick calmly walked away as everyone watched him. He was feeling satisfied. Now I understand the role of the military. Everything outside this place was also sinking into a state of silence. The army is stationed in dangerous areas where the spiritual energy is dense. On one hand, it is to allow the soldiers to cultivate in a place with abundant spiritual energy. Ensure the combat effectiveness of the army is prioritized. On the other hand, they also create a warning boundary, separating ordinary people from the abnormal ones. Suddenly, Kolam, who was behind him, spoke up to Wang Luong. This friend of yours can no longer be described with just 2 words. The words not simple don't even begin to cover it anymore. What happened today is just a tiny fraction of his power. Her voice was filled with awe as she witnessed the sight of Fuang Dick levitating in midair. However, that alone is enough for us to never be able to catch up. For an ascendant to be able to reach this level so quickly, it shows that he possesses a level of perception we've never seen before. Fortune, courage, and ability. You can't do it without all 3. Beside her, Wang Luong couldn't help but speak up, his voice filled with pride. Chief, if that's the case, can't we really improve his offer? If you feel you're not the right person to recruit him, then let me, his childhood friend, do it. However, she just rapped him on the head. She quickly gave an order. All right, kid, you're with me. Let's go clean up the scene. Yes, ma'am, Wang Luong answered loudly. Back at Fuang Dick's house, he sat on his bed cultivating. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Even though I exposed my identity this time, I still haven't revealed any powers other than my lightning attribute. Besides, judging by their attitude, this might not necessarily be a bad thing. Countless recent events kept replaying in Fuang Dick's mind. At least now I know. This lightning attribute is extremely rare, maybe even one of a kind, and it can even counter the dark attribute. So this is what the military desperately covets. He let out a helpless, weary sigh. To win me over, not only will they refrain from threatening or suppressing me, but on the contrary, they'll even give me a voice, as well as the fastest path to becoming stronger and access to the most advanced intelligence. Besides, I now have a clear understanding of the functional distinction between the military and the Spirit Energy Association. Ji Lan and Qing Huang both represent the choices Fang Yi has to make. The military are the guardians of the night, the sword in the darkness, the nation's unbreachable shield. They do everything in their power to protect the citizens' current peaceful way of life. The government, on one hand, uses the forbidden zones to protect ordinary people. while on the other sends out signals that spirit energy is about to recover. A two-pronged approach. Even the bustling streets weigh on his mind. It's all to buy ordinary people more time, so that they won't be immediately overwhelmed by anomalies. Their homes destroyed and left as wandering refugees. But back to the matter at hand. Fang Yi is forming a golden orb right in the center of his chest. As he summoned his power, he thought to himself, as expected, the forbidden zone is overflowing with spirit energy. Absorbing the desolate power still hasn't made me feel like I'm on the verge of breaking through to the next level. Not long after, Fang Yi's body was completely enveloped in spirit energy. He noted with satisfaction, I've only been in the forbidden zone for a short while, but I can already feel my body overflowing with spirit energy. This must be the sign that I'm about to break through. Meanwhile, Yi Yi was walking down the street carrying a bag of groceries. She couldn't stop thinking, I wonder if cousin is home yet. She strode down the street. If he is, I can have him see if my cooking skills have improved. Suddenly, a pillar of intense light, shining in the distance, caught Yi Yi's attention. She was so terrified her eyes shot open, her voice stuttering. This was the very flame that had been seared into Fang Yi's eyes. She thought in a panic, are these the fluctuations from breaking through to the Ghost Palace realm? But the moment she saw the dazzling axe blade, Yi Yi quickly dismissed her earlier thought. No, that's not it, this terrifying aura. She didn't hesitate to consider other possibilities. Could it be that a senior cultivator is about to break through to the Genesis realm? Yi Yi just stood there, frozen, staring up at the axe as it absorbed spiritual energy. She was stunned, thinking to herself, it's moving, wait a second. This isn't the Ghost Palace realm. This immense power is... In the next instant, the axe transformed into a hand pointing toward the sky, leaving her in utter astonishment. The Genesis realm, such a powerful cultivator, is right here next to me? Yi Yi stood there, her face a mask of terror. Meanwhile, at the association's headquarters, the monitoring screens were all flashing red. At the same time, an urgent alarm blared. Warning! Warning! Anomaly index has reached 99. Anomaly index has reached 99. The source of the spiritual energy fluctuation is located 5 kilometers southeast of the city. Hanli urgently barked orders over the radio. What the hell is going on? All units converge on the target area now! Even Qing Huang was completely stunned by the scene. Such a powerful anomaly. And how did it go undetected for so long? A reading this high is enough to wipe an entire city off the map. A flood of questions arose as everyone stared at the holographic model of the city. Has a new Genesis realm cultivator appeared? In other words, this place is about to face a world-ending catastrophe. It's also possible that both are true. Hanli roared into the radio, furious. Request backup from headquarters immediately. Other than weapons of mass destruction, all of the most advanced equipment and resources. Suddenly the door opened. Someone rushed in to report to Major Han. The alarm has been deactivated. The anomaly has been neutralized. It was a pioneer ascending on the other side. Fang Yi let out a sigh of relief. He scratched his head in confusion, mumbling, 1-star spirit creation realm. I can't believe I broke through that easily. Other than my body feeling lighter, there doesn't seem to be any other major difference. Looking at the mail icon on his phone, Fang Yi suddenly thought of Wang Lang. Immediately after, on the screen, an image of a modern building appeared, along with a series of messages. Liangshan hero shocking. Huge fire breaks out at Qingcheng University's sports field. Cause unknown. Hot. Hey bro, check this out, quick! It's been confirmed internally. This was an anomaly that emerged from the contaminated zone. And what's more, this is the second time. Wait, you mean the case of the abnormally high temperatures at the North Gate last time? This time it turned into the campus field catching on fire? Tap, Liangshan hero. So you knew about this too. I heard that before. There was a pioneer who had already purified the contaminated zone at Qingcheng University. But for some reason, the anomaly has reappeared. Don't you dare tell anyone I told you this, okay? I get it. I'll go find your superior right away. Tap Liangshan hero. Hey, Liangshan hero. Speaking of which, my friend, I have to warn you about something. Your power is too immense. Even my superiors say it's uncontrollable. I can't cover for you anymore. From now on, when you go out, you have to be extremely careful. These words caused Fang Yi to fall into a state of deep thought for a moment. He revealed a probing look. In his eyes, his thoughts racing. Wang Lang is right. This is also the reason why I've always been wary of the military and the association. A life of ostentatious power doesn't always bring good things. That's also why I always conceal the true power of my Yang Flame attribute and my Red Flame, Taoist arts. With that thought, Fang Yi reassured the other person, don't worry, I'll be careful. I still have a trump card up my sleeve. Suddenly, Wang Yi opened the door and walked in. She spoke softly. I'm back. She stood in the middle of the room and asked, Cousin, have you eaten yet? I brought you some food. However, Fang Yi replied indifferently, Okay, just leave it there. I'll eat later. His words made Yi feel even more bewildered. She sighed helplessly. Cousin, my cousin is a really good person. He doesn't have any bad habits. His only problem is that he's lazy. Fang Yi was intently scrolling through his phone, which only reinforced her thoughts. All he likes to do is laze around at home. He didn't even bother going to college. He's just glued to his phone every single day. Although later on, whether one has an education or not doesn't really matter anymore. But practitioners like us are busy running around all day. We have to search for fated encounters from heaven and earth. And we even have to pretend, hiding our identities from ordinary people. And yet my cousin's life is so leisurely, so completely carefree. It's just... We looked out at the living room where Phuong Dick was still sitting. She flopped onto the bed, her mind heavy with thoughts. Right in this very area, a venerable master of the spirit creation realm has appeared. It's absolutely world-shaking. The other cultivators must have noticed this disturbance. The news will surely spread soon, whatever. When the time comes, I'll protect my cousin. I'll consider it repayment for letting me stay here. Meanwhile, Phuong Dick was carefully observing a massive fire. He speculated. First, it was high temperatures. This time it's a fire. Could it be the yang attribute again? Turning to the image, you could see the flames erupting quickly and fiercely. He carefully assessed everything. The surrounding trees and flower beds and the sports field had all been burned to ash. The area has been sealed off now. Suddenly, countless comments appeared on the screen. Holy crap, that fire is huge. Did someone in the dorms try to make hot pot and end up frying the entire electrical circuit? That fire is insane. Am I seeing things? Even the special forces are here. But is this even something that falls under the jurisdiction of the special forces? So scary. As expected of the prestigious Thanbak University, just some random fire breaks out, and the special forces show up for the rescue. Kolam, with that solemn expression, made Phuong Dick even more suspicious. The video is too short. It ends abruptly. This looks even more serious than the situation at the North Gate. Much more serious. I wonder what will be different about the yang attribute this time. If I want to go take a look for myself, I'll have to contact her first. The next day at Thantan University, reporters stood outside, continuously shouting questions. We heard there's a fire at the university that can't be put out. Is that true? Excuse me, were there any casualties? Why is it that for such a huge incident, there isn't a single news report? Even when people do show up, they're just trying to gather information. The issue involves student safety and flammable materials in the school. Phuong Dick and Kolam walked inside together, much to the surprise of the reporters. Who are those two? They have such a commanding presence. All this chatter seemed to have no effect on them. We're being kept out here. So how did they get in the moment they arrived? When Kolam saw the massive fire with her own eyes, she couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. To think it burned this badly. This is the sky fire, isn't it? Phuong Dick mumbled. Sky fire. As soon as he said it, she explained, that's the name the government gave it. According to her, massive fires also started appearing on the surrounding mountains, without any prior warning. The fire erupts suddenly, and it can't be extinguished. You can only wait for it to devour everything it wants. It's a fitting name, isn't it? Kolam, wearing sunglasses, calmly said, Phuong Dick, I'm going to the principal's office. Do you want to wait here or come with me? As soon as she finished, Phuong Dick replied, You go ahead. I'll be fine here. She advised him, All right then, be careful. We'll meet up in a bit. After Kolam left, Phuong Dick approached the smoldering ruins. He stepped inside the cordoned-off area and began to inspect it cautiously. The scorched earth was already cold. Could it be that there's not a single trace of the Skyfire's spiritual energy left? In that case, it's obviously impossible to collect anything either. It seems I was being too naive. A voice from behind caught his attention. Phuong Dick. Fang Yi turned around, his face cold. He muttered softly, Su Qingli. Qingli couldn't hide her astonishment and exclaimed, It really is you! Why are you here? Her four-eyed friend beside her spoke with suspicion. Huh? Fang Yi? Is that the ex-boyfriend you mentioned? The one who only got into a community college? That girl slapped Qingli hard on the shoulder and said with a fake tone, My friend, I know you might have come here because you still have some lingering feelings for Qingli. But the gap between you two is already crystal clear. Just give up. This crude action made Fang Yi freeze on the spot. He whispered, Lingering feelings for her? Passers-by who witnessed this scene began to gossip non-stop. Huh? Isn't that Su Qingli? Why is there some guy with her? No idea. Probably just another pathetic suitor. Trying to hit on our campus belle, Su. I've never seen him before. He's not from our school, is he? What's with the school security? Didn't they say they were tightening things up? Why are they letting just any outsider in? Ugh, I hate these types who come here to leech off our prestige. The four-eyed friend stepped forward and began to lecture Fang Yi in a loud voice. Qingli is our university's campus belle now, you know. I advise you to think things through carefully. Do you have any idea how many guys are far more outstanding than you are pursuing? Qingli? You don't stand a chance, so go home. This isn't a place you should be. Oh, and one more thing. Our school is currently on lockdown. How did you get in? If you don't give me a straight answer, I'm calling the police. At this, Qingli, standing behind her, blushed with embarrassment. She thought to herself, confused, didn't he say he was breaking up with me back then? You won't regret it. What are you doing here now? So two-faced. Jilan stepped forward, and her words pulled the girl back to reality. Fang Yi, is this your friend? The moment she spoke, Fang Yi replied coldly. Just being high school classmates doesn't make us close friends. Hearing this, Jilan mocked her without holding back. Oh, so you're just classmates. The smile on the corner of her lips grew more and more provocative. This expression terrified Qingli and her friend. Stepping back, they thought in a panic, her aura is so powerful. Who is this woman, and how does she know Fang Yi? Jilan then continued to speak calmly to Fang Yi. I just spoke with this principal for a moment. The Skyfire incident is more serious than we thought. It's hard to explain everything at once. The principal will take us to the initial point of ignition. Right now, your status here is that of a consultant, invited by the military. So you have to come along too. As soon as she finished, he replied nonchalantly, no problem. The men dressed in black formed two neat rows. They announced in unison for everyone to clear the area. While the sports field is on lockdown, no one is allowed to come near. Qingli gasped in shock when she saw the newcomer. The principal! The principal's cold expression only made her more uneasy. The principal is usually swamped with work, so busy that no one ever sees him. I heard that even the vice principal has a hard time getting a meeting with him. There's even a rumor that in the entire school, no one has ever seen him smile, not even once. Is he here because of that woman in Fang Yi? Then her four-eyed friend behind her spoke smugly. The principal actually showed up. Don't tell me he brought people to arrest these two trespassers. Why has the atmosphere here suddenly fallen into such an indescribable silence? The president of Thantan University walked over and shook Fang Yi's hand. He spoke warmly. Greetings, sir. You must be Consultant Fang, the one Captain Quan introduced to us. Is that correct? Recently, I've been at my wit's end over the strange occurrences at the school. I was worried the students would be injured because of the fire. It's a huge relief that you're here to resolve this. Immediately after, he bowed, a full 90 degrees, and said respectfully, the matter at the gymnasium. We're counting on you, sir. The onlookers were stunned by this gesture. Suddenly, the bodyguards in black formed a large circle. After the command was given, all unauthorized personnel, all of you step back, no more gawking. The crowd backed away, murmuring and gossiping. Everyone back up! Am I seeing things? The president is so old, yet he's treating that teenager with such respect. Those words inadvertently caught Qinli's attention. I bet he has some kind of special background. No wonder he got into our school. Just look at his presence and the way they're treating him. Her expression immediately darkened. The lively chatter continued to buzz around. Who was it just now that said he was a suitor or an ex-boyfriend of So? Qinli. How could that be possible? Even if she were the one chasing him, it's not guaranteed she could even win him over. Qinli stood there, looking utterly alone. Everyone around her had started to whisper. Haven't you noticed? This whole time, that young man hasn't paid any attention to our campus belle, So. At Thantan University, North Campus. The president led Captain Lam and Fang Yi went inside. As they walked, he recounted everything that had happened. After the golden light at the north gate of the academy vanished, I originally thought the situation was pretty much over. Then, a few nights ago, a stadium suddenly burst into flames. Even the fire trucks couldn't put it out. Luckily, there were no students there at night, and we managed to seal off the scene in time. The more he spoke, the more indignant his expression became. But then stadium number 2, number 3, one stadium after another caught fire. We could still explain one stadium fire, but then a series of abnormal phenomena occurred. I saw with my own eyes fire falling from the sky, a blazing red flame, hovering in midair for no reason at all. As soon as he saw the brilliant flame before his eyes, the principal hesitated slightly. Fortunately, the fires at the other stadiums were all extinguished. Only this one remains. Fang Yi followed his gaze. What a strong burning smell, he thought in shock. Immediately after, he spoke up and asked the man, this basketball hoop was the starting point of the fire, right? The principal answered frankly. That's right. Only the fire here couldn't be extinguished. Whoa, the number 11 on. The watch made Fang Yi exclaim in surprise. What is this? As soon as the words left his mouth, Jilan slowly explained. You can think of it as a device that detects abnormal spiritual energy. Basically, if the threshold exceeds 10, the area must be sealed off from ordinary people. The lives of ordinary people are extremely fragile. An anomaly level over 10, to them, means an inescapable disaster. Suddenly, the number on it shot up to 60, causing her to scream in panic. It's that high? The principal beside her was also startled by the piercing scream. This is bad. The threshold is too high. If we just leave it alone, I'm afraid it won't just be Qingcheng University. The entire city will be affected as well. We must immediately dispatch 3 3-star ghost officials and 7 2-star ghost officials to form a defensive formation. They must be the ones with the purest spiritual energy and the most stable cultivation levels. Meanwhile, Fang Yi has already jumped over the barrier, ignoring the principal's calls. Advisor Fang? On the barrier, there's a sign strictly forbidding entry. His body is gradually swallowed by the raging flames. The number on the meter has skyrocketed to 110, and it shows no signs of stopping. Jilan struggles to hold on against the destructive power of the blaze. She yells, "It's rising again!" This threshold of 110 can already be classified as an S-class anomaly! Meanwhile, the principal is worried for Fang Yi. He's already inside. What do we do now? From within those raging flames, suddenly, a monstrous face appears, making Jilan even more anxious. Why would he dare to risk going in there alone? Not even the current strongest soldier king of the Forbidden Zone. Meanwhile, Fang Yi casually walks through the scorching heat. He cautiously surveys everything in this place. Last time, my Yang attribute helped me resist the lightning. It should naturally be able to block this heavenly fire as well. The fire monster quickly appears before Fang Yi. It continuously threatens him, but he pays it no mind. But while my protective barrier is active, I can't touch the origin flame. And there's no way to activate the ability of my cultivation technique. So I have to get as close as possible to the origin flame. Then the fire monster suddenly opens its mouth wide. Right after, the fire monster suddenly opens its mouth wide. The very next second, Fang Yi unleashes his spiritual power to block it. The attack that stopped the fire monster is the Golden Yang Protective Release. It is immediately knocked to the ground. Fuangdik was starting to feel the pressure, having to use his full strength just to defend. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out, detecting an extremely powerful heavenly fire attribute fluctuation. At this, Fuangdik only grew more excited. He spoke in a taunting tone. So you truly live up to the name Heavenly Fire. So impulsive and powerful. Even more so than the wild power of death. But I will definitely absorb you. The system's monotonous notification continued to sound off, activating ultimate computational power. Commencing compilation. Compilation successful. A smug smile spread across Fuangdik's face as the system announced, "You have received the Dragon Heavenly Fire Attribute Technique. Sealing Technique. 9 Dragon Heavenly Fire Exorcism Seal. Seals all evil spirits." A fire dragon suddenly shot up into the sky, much to Fuangdik's surprise. In just a moment, it multiplied itself and charged down. At that moment, the system quietly announced, "The technique you compiled does not need to be learned. It has already been unlocked." Fuangdik stood there, his face radiating killing intent. Extracting attribute, Heavenly Fire attribute acquired. His body began to transform as 2 streaks of light appeared. Immediately after, countless other streaks of light also appeared. Fuangdik clasped his hands in front of him and coldly muttered, 9 Dragon Heavenly Fire Sealing Technique. From his body began to emerge chains that shot out in all directions. They suppressed the fire monster in an instant. Jilan, who was standing outside, couldn't help but be astonished as she witnessed this scene. This is the aura of a seal. I've seen the military's high-level practitioners, the ones from the army, seal a forbidden zone before. That person's methods were different from Fuangdik's, but the sealing aura is exactly the same. Meanwhile, Fang Yi coldly extended his hand forward and gave the order, "Imprison." The fire monster's body was gradually sucked inside. Chains. In just a few short seconds, it had visibly shrunk. Fang Yi stood there with a satisfied look on his face. As the system announced, "Seal successful," he gently reached out and took hold of the iron chains. Fang Yi slowly said, "Report this to the headmaster. I will temporarily seal the heavenly fire here. For now, don't unseal the stadium and don't repair it. Also, don't allow anyone to come near here. That way, at least the heavenly fire won't continue to spread." As soon as he finished speaking, the other person hurriedly reassured him. "Rest assured, sir, the stadium will not be unsealed. After all, the school has more than just this one stadium. This scene made Kaylan, who was standing beside them, fall into deep thought. Suddenly, Fang Yi changed the subject. Qingbei University is really generous, having 7 or 8 stadiums? Hearing this, the man hesitated for a moment. Well, advisor, you're quite the joker. If you have a need for it, Kaylan suddenly cut him off. Headmaster, I still have some things to discuss with Advisor Fang. This left the headmaster flustered. He quietly replied, no problem. No problem at all. Please, go ahead. Meanwhile, Fang Yi spoke with extreme nonchalance. What's wrong? Kaylan's melodious voice rang out. Fang Yi, you're really good at hiding things, aren't you? Faced with this question, he answered casually. It was nothing special. This heavenly fire is very powerful and quite difficult to deal with. Suddenly, she cleared her throat as a warning. Stop playing dumb. You know I'm talking about you. Hiding your talent and your realm. Faced with her accusation, Fang Yi just stood there, completely unresponsive. Very well then. It's normal for a pioneer to have secrets, especially for someone as powerful as you, Fang Yi. Although I'm in no position to ask you to do anything, I hope you'll listen to what I'm about to say. Through Jilan's words, the image of the desolate city now seemed even more tragic. At this crucial moment of transformation, this great change in the world, Xia country is in desperate need of top-tier talents like you. Let me put it this way. When spiritual energy is fully restored, you will be equivalent to the deterrent force of today's nuclear weapons. Portraits of high-ranking officials suddenly appeared in Fang Yi's mind. At this point, Jilan concluded, therefore, whether it's the military restricted zones or the spiritual energy association, they will all fight to have you. And it's not out of the question that the high-level powers from other countries will come to recruit you, offering you generous terms. Her expression was incredibly calm. Of course, I won't deny that I have my own motives. If you were to join the military for our restricted zone, it would be like gaining another friend and another path forward. So, I suggest you start thinking about it now, so that you won't be hesitant when the time comes. After a moment of silence, Fang Yi decided to speak. I'm very curious about one thing. Why is it that you and Wang Liang are both unwilling to bring me into your restricted zone? You even seem to feel that you're unworthy. Hearing this, Jilan immediately explained. Of course, it's because of that legendary military restricted zone. They're so powerful, it's almost monstrous. So I figured you'd be more interested in them. Fuang Dick exclaimed in surprise, top say O level? As soon as the words left his mouth, the other person replied, of course, but I don't see them very often either. I hear they've been extremely busy lately. Those words sent him into a deep contemplation. The top military force of Xia country is busy lately, so busy that even military officers in other regions have only heard rumors. Suddenly, Kolam turned and walked away. She waved her hand and spoke. All right, that's enough talk. Let's go. The principal said he wants to treat us to a meal at his place, at the Qingqing University dining hall. Meanwhile, Fuangdik was still lost in his own thoughts. It seems they are also facing some rather significant trouble. The image of a ruined city suddenly flooded his mind, along with the other pioneers. This means that some aberrations have appeared, ones that are extremely terrifying. Their abilities far surpass the power of the current pioneers. Hearing Kolam's tone and thinking up to this point, Fuangdik suddenly felt a sense of unease. These pioneers, they must also be in the spirit creation realm, just like me, perhaps even stronger. The day of the spirit energy revival is truly drawing near. It feels like my preparations are still not enough, but very quickly, he regained his composure and began to steel himself. I should make the most of the heavenly fire attribute that I just acquired. 10 on the stadium, but how? Heavenly fire spreads without any rules. It burns indiscriminately. It leaves nothing in its path, like an endless wildfire. It's perfect for dealing with the kind of aberrations that multiply endlessly over a large area. Fuangdik's eyes widened in astonishment. Got it! He summoned the sword in an instant. This is a 100% perfect match for my red flame saber technique. And the star enchantment on top of it is just icing on the cake. The more the better. The back mountain was immersed in tranquility. Fang Yi stood alone amidst the desolate mountain forest. He thought to himself as he looked at the sign in front of him. This mountain is dangerous. Please do not climb. The only ones who know my habits must be the Spirit Chi Association. This made Fang Yi even more curious. There were no signs of anything unusual on the back mountain, but it has been sealed off. However, news from the military surely wouldn't have arrived this quickly. They know I'd be cultivating and testing things on the back mountain. He couldn't help but grin with amusement and mutter, could it be that they gifted this land to me as a testing ground? Well, if that's the case, it would be rude of me to refuse. All right, then. Suddenly, something behind him caught his attention. Fang Yi tightened his grip on the sword. he speculated warily.
Wait, don't tell me some of those mongrels snuck onto this back mountain too?
A dark shadow suddenly appeared behind Fang Yi. This aura. It's exactly the same as the one from the factory, but it's not as potent. A mutated monkey was dangling from a tree branch, looking in Fang Yi's direction. Meanwhile, he calmly channeled his spirit chi into the sword. It's developed some intelligence. It's sizing up its enemy's strength to decide whether to attack or not, huh? If that's the case, then watch this closely. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Heavenly Fire, also known as Supreme Flame, possesses a powerful light attribute, specializes in eradicating evil. Do you wish to imbue the Heavenly Fire attribute into your saber technique? Yes or no? Fang Yi answered decisively, yes, in a flash. He unleashed it, the eternal unquenchable Skyfire. This undying Skyfire, combined with my Scarlet Flame Blade technique. What kind of effect will it produce, I wonder? Fang Yi's sharp gaze swept behind him. Seeing this, the mutant monkey grew uneasy. Immediately after, he launched a fatal blow towards it, shouting loudly, "I'll use you to test my blade." The mutant monkey couldn't react in time. It cried out in pain as it took the full force of his attack. Fang Yi slowly approached the mutant monkey. He said with delight, "Excellent. The energy of this flame is more powerful than the Scarlet Flame Blade technique. And by one time? No, maybe even 2 times. Moreover, this stream of energy has no adverse effect on me." His calloused fingers gently grazed the sword. Fang Yi cleared his throat coldly. "Well then, let's chase down that mongrel and see what happens." Suddenly, a phone was held high in the air. Along with it, a clear voice rang out. "Hey everyone, I'm really not a fraud." "Do all of you understand what it feels like to have been super lucky since birth? Do you know what that's like?" She was a new up-and-coming streamer. "Even though this is my first day live streaming, the content just keeps finding me." Viewers continuously left comments with suggestions. User 123.456. "Are you clickbaiting or what?" AK Urban Legend, stop showing off. If you've really got the guts, then go straight to the north gate of Chingcheng University and film that high-temperature phenomenon. I'll send you a rocket. This other stuff is boring. Professional fake debunker 5,000 years. Is the person above using a 2G network? Right now, the hottest topic is the Skyfire at the university stadium. At Chingcheng University! All the videos have been taken down. It's not fake at all. It looks terrifying. If the streamer manages to film the Skyfire, I'll do a handstand and eat crap. Suddenly, something caught her attention. Streamer was thrown back in an instant. Her phone also fell and shattered. The footage of the streamer being restrained by the mutated monkey caused an uproar among the netizens. Urban Legend, KK. What's wrong with the streamer? Did she see a ghost? Expert debunker of 5,000-year-old fakes. Holy shit! This whole act started way too suddenly. The special effects are so fake. She weakly whimpered, "No." Meanwhile, the mutated monkey bared its sharp fangs with a ravenous look. Suddenly, a fire monster appeared, causing it to panic. This scene made the netizens explode even more. Holy crap. What is this? A fire dragon? These are some top-tier effects. The live stream quickly went viral. Viewers, 13,054. The streamer looked behind her in astonishment. She stammered, "You are..." However, her hand snatched the phone. In the blink of an eye, the streamer loudly declared, "I got it on film! There's someone standing in the fire!" Fuang Dick was standing in a sea of fire, and so he appeared on her broadcast. It must be a celestial being saving someone. Everyone rushed to leave comments. Blade light flowing edge, a single fiery strike that shatters the blue sky. An immortal has descended to the mortal world to save us. Skyfire ain't shit compared to this. The mysterious man with the Skyfire slash. The monarch who reigns over the flames, creating a forest of fire. Views, 13,596,254. Trending at #1 on the charts. Quinn Lee's four-eyed friend was also amazed. "Quinn Lee, hurry and come look at this. A celestial being descending to save people. So powerful cultivators really do exist. And celestial fire is real too." However, she coldly reminded them, "Don't believe any of that. Stuff on the internet like this is all just acting and special effects." But the next second, she was captivated by what was on the screen. Queen Lee gasped in surprise when she saw Fuang Dick. Her four-eyed friend beside her quickly asked, "This is... See, I told you it was real. He's so cool, Queen Lee." Hearing that, Queen Lee stammered out a defense. "This video is absolutely fake. It's all just special effects." At the same time, a thought quickly flashed through her mind. "No way, this is absolutely not him. It's just someone with a similar build. If it were really him, he would have been burned to a crisp by now. If it is real, Will he use this chance to get revenge on me? Damn it. I will absolutely not back down. Even Diemle was overjoyed. Holding her phone out in front of YY, she asked YY, "Does this person look familiar? He looks a lot like the adept who saved us from those cucumbers before." The moment she finished, the other person immediately agreed. "I think he looks similar too. What's more, I recently found out that a great master who broke through to the spirit creation realm lives right near my house. Could these two possibly be the same person?" Elsewhere with Lao Li, Hyunya exclaimed excitedly, "Lao Li, look, isn't that Fang?" He feels a lot stronger now. After hearing her, he couldn't stop marveling. My God, that blade-swinging posture is exactly the same. It looks like we really latched onto someone powerful back then. A tall, modern-looking building appears. A deep voice suddenly rings out. The city's crisis is slowly approaching, while our own adepts are not strong enough. Respond. The chairman of the meeting took the initiative to speak. I heard the military had an in-depth discussion with Fang Yi. Little Sue, upon hearing her name mentioned, hastily stood up and said, "I believe he will help us." Jilan, who was sitting there, also suddenly spoke up. To level up to the creation spirit realm in such a short amount of time, what kind of monster is he? Even the anomalies tremble when they see him. Besides, just how many high-grade attributes does he have? As soon as he finished, Han Li quickly replied, 3 or more than 3 with such powerful potential. Our authority is nothing but a joke. Recruiting him is our only option. Her eyes widened in surprise at his words. She asked again, "Are you saying the higher-ups have decided to go themselves?" Hearing this, he replied calmly, "The decision has been made, but it seems the higher-ups aren't ready to lower themselves to make contact with Fang Yi. After all, the previous top pioneers, and all came from the military." Han Li quickly stood up and left the room. He left behind only a single instruction: see what Fang Yi lacks, newly researched weapons and equipment, and even information on suitable cultivation sites. All of these can be given to him. Also, the video, this live stream and the other videos that have been posted must be dealt with. These words made Qing Huang a bit doubtful as she thought to herself, the entire spirit user community of Xia country has already taken notice of him. Jilan, however, couldn't help but find it interesting. This kid really makes you look forward to what he'll do next. Not long after, the image of an electrocardiogram appeared amidst the whispers. "Master, it seems the Xia kingdom has new hope." A woman sat by the hospital bed, talking to him nonstop. "Someone with such power has appeared. Your chances of waking up have increased a little." A day later, warm sunlight bathed the land. Fuangdik was sitting down to breakfast. A constant stream of thoughts was running through his mind. The rumors were buzzing yesterday. Who would have thought that a streamer would sneak deep into the mountains just to live stream? For fame, they're really reckless. He leisurely nibbled on a piece of bread. However, now the video is nowhere to be found online. The live stream channel has been shut down too. The military or the Spirit Aura Association must have handled it. Suddenly, something caught Fuangdik's attention. He wondered out loud. "Wait a minute, Lam Yai didn't come home all night. She didn't text me either. What's going on, even if it's for a mission?" Worried, Fuangdik hurriedly called her. "Why do I have such a bad feeling? That girl, she couldn't be that unreliable, could she?" From the other end of the line came only the operator's voice. "Hello, the subscriber you have dialed is currently out of the service area." A worried look was clear on his face. "This is bad, I have to go find her." Meanwhile, in a desolate forest, Iwei was constantly reassuring Diemle 81. "How long have we been stuck here? Can you make a rough guess?" She was already injured, but she struggled to answer. "Roughly, I think about 10 hours now. I can't remember clearly anymore. I'm sorry, I'm the one who dragged you into this. At first, I thought it was just an ordinary ghost shadow." Waves of pain washed over her, making Diemle's actions even more difficult. By now, Yi had also come to a compromise with her. "Stop apologizing. In the end, it's still because I'm not strong enough. Remember that. I must always stay vigilant and conserve my strength." However, she still couldn't help but be suspicious of the intense flash of light that she had seen the other day. If only I could be like that powerful being. Suddenly, a skeleton appeared behind them. In the dead of night, Yi and the beautiful 81-year-old woman were running. Suddenly, a pursuer appeared from behind. She reacted nimbly, immediately turning back to attack. "Be careful!" The monster reached out its hand, but it was hit by her beam attack. It momentarily lost its senses and flopped to the ground. "Are these the people who were trapped and died here?" Looking at that black slimy mess, Yi spoke up. "They've now become abnormal living corpses. It's toying with us. It wants to assimilate us." The beautiful 81-year-old woman stood timidly, filled with fear. "Our attacks not only have no effect at all, on these black bones, but our spiritual energy is also being drained very quickly. But what's more, we have no idea where that anomaly is. The place where the two of them stood was both gloomy and terrifying, making her even more panicked. It's as if it's waiting for us to completely exhaust our spiritual energy. All right then. It's really treating us like prey to be worn down in here. It seems to be invincible. Her face began to turn pale. A massive bloodshot eye appeared, causing her to let out a loud scream. Yee, the area around it is starting to distort. The space also gradually became more ominous. Slowly, from that one large eye, it split into smaller eyes that flew off. They closed in on the two of them, forcing her to fight them off. Get the hell out of here, you damn thing! Hi, try to stay calm. Keep a close eye on it. It's starting. It's getting impatient. Don't let your guard down. In just a flash, her eyes suddenly caught something from behind her. A flash of red light. It erupted from the center of the darkness, aiming right for her. She was surrounded by red eyes. Is this how I die? An expression of utter despair spread across Wai-Hi's face. I can't hear 81's voice anymore. It makes sense. We've all been swallowed by the darkness. The pupils in her eyes had faded to a dull gray. It seemed as though her eyelids were about to close. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have acted on my own and been so overconfident, thinking that even with just the two of us, we could complete this mission. It's the same for me. The path of a cultivator has always been fraught with danger. I've always thought that one day I would just disappear in some nameless corner of the world. I was gradually losing consciousness. All she could see before her were staring eyes. I just wonder what will become of the world then. What role will the hidden celestial practitioners hiding deep within the earth play? The majestic tides after the spiritual energy is restored. I suppose I'll never get to see them again. Her two eyes closed, and from the corners a tear fell. Suddenly, striking down from above, was a bolt of blue lightning. A man appeared, his hand grasping the source of that blue bolt. It's Fwangdik! He drew closer, a faint smile on his face. I almost didn't make it in time. Seeing him, Wai gasped in surprise. Cousin. The two of them drew closer. He unleashed the full power of that blue lightning bolt. All three of them were safe. Only then could she finally breathe a sigh of relief. It really is my cousin. He saved me. And to think he's no ordinary person. Just then the many-eyed anomaly appeared from behind, forcing her to scream out a warning, "Look out!" The abnormality's true form is on the back right. Fang Yi, you don't grab burning fire with your bare hands. Then he got into a stance, planning to launch a surprise attack from behind. Perfect timing, let me see what effect this celestial fire has on the dark attribute. A second later, he spun around and unleashed a long fire dragon, swallowing the abnormality whole. Crimson flame blade art. Yi supported the other woman in the middle of the sea of flames. Yi, are we going to die? She grew more and more terrified as she saw the flames surrounding them. Holy crap, what is this sea of fire? Did we get sent to hell along with the abnormality? Calm down, Yi reassured her. Calm down and look closely. We're still alive? The woman looked up and was startled to see his calm and casual expression. We're alive. Wait a minute. As for him, he was just grinning from ear to ear. All taken care of. All taken care of. And I haven't even had breakfast yet. Both of them? The woman's eyes widened as she realized. It's you! Before at Zhengyang Plateau with those deadly vines. You were the one who saved us. He just gave a wry smile and scratched the back of his head. I was recognized that easily? Yi sensed something was off and rushed over to ask. Wait a minute, you're saying the fire type awakened who saved us before? Is my cousin? Oh my god, that ultimate master is your cousin? Didn't you say your cousin was completely ordinary? Fang Yi just stood there, scratching his head and chuckling awkwardly. The woman rushed over, grabbed Yi tightly, and exclaimed excitedly, "This is our lifesaver, the one who cleared the entire wasteland with a single slash. The one who made even the 3-star Ghost Axe uncle collapse. The one who even caught the attention of Elder Lamb at the front line, in the sky." Zap! A massive golden hand appeared, pointing a single finger to the heavens. She finally understood everything now. So my cousin is that person? A high-level fire-type expert, but just now, cousin clearly used lightning, a completely pure attribute, to destroy the black bone anomaly. A high-level dual-element super genius. His lightning and fire auras are both far beyond my abilities. Wait a minute. Could it be that the great master who broke through to the spirit creation realm in our residential area is actually him, our cousin? Fwangdik stepped forward, interrupting their conversation. He was just looking for information. All right. It was me. I have something to ask you two. This dark-type anomaly. You both know you can't deal with it like a normal anomaly, right? So why are only the two of you here? Where are your teammates? The woman then placed a hand on her chin, thinking about her two other teammates. Well, Wu Mao seems to be seriously ill. He'd always been hiding his missions from his family, and now they're keeping him at home. So of course he couldn't make it. And Uncle seems to have another, more difficult mission. As for our other friends, it's not like we're always together anyway. He. She avoided her cousin's gaze, looking away, then said apologetically, "This time it was my fault for underestimating the enemy. I thought that since I had broken through to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm, there definitely wouldn't be any problems." Fuangdik's expression turned cold as he mulled it over. Come to think of it, these teammates of hers all seem to have their own agendas. Looks like this Team 5 won't be lasting much longer. He clearly remembered that woman shouting back then. Then you all can just get lost. I will never abandon my teammates. That's why he could see through it all. This number 81, who had been so dissatisfied with her teammates before, was now stepping up to save face for them in front of an outsider. She's truly a person who values loyalty and righteousness. As for her cousin, he was always smart. I already sensed it a long time ago. Fang Yi looked at her. There wasn't a single trace of blame from him, her cousin. Actually, I think if my identity and is already known to you and your friend, I might as well trust you two. Then, with a friendly expression, he extended his hand and proposed, "How about we form a team? But you two cannot reveal this to anyone else." The other woman looked ecstatic, grinning from ear to ear. "Really? Is that okay? You're the best, boss, the absolute best. My lips are sealed. Oh man, it seems I'm really benefiting from my connection to Yi Yi." At this, his expression softened as he gave a gentle smile. She was so moved by this, she was on the verge of tears. That's right, a powerful adept like my cousin must have realized a long time ago that I'm an adept too, and he's been silently protecting me. Her lips trembled as she pressed them together. So, on this lonely path of cultivation, to have a trustworthy relative wholeheartedly, helping and accompanying you, is such a blissful thing. She looked up, held up 2 fingers, and happily agreed. "Okay, thanks, cousin. I'll stir-fry 2 extra eggs for you tonight." As he picked up his phone, I received a mission notification. Elder Lamb has just issued a new mission. The phone screen lit up, showing a chat from Elder Lamb. Elder Lamb announced a mission dispatch. The Abyssal Yin Land. Proceed to the Abyssal Yin Land. Collect 10 mission items related to the Dark Element. Elder Lamb. Think carefully before signing up, Feng Yi. After glancing at his phone, he stroked his chin in surprise. So it's a Dark Element system, huh? This Abyssal Yin Land? Do you know anything about it? Her brows furrowed as she analyzed it with him. The Abyssal Yin Land is located in a Dark Element border region, which is strictly forbidden by the Xia Kingdom, because the Dark Elementals inside are extremely powerful. When adepts are on missions, they all avoid this area and take a detour. It's a piece of land with a city at its front, and a forest with a large lake behind it. Furthermore, most of the anomalies currently in the city have leaked out from that area. The government has never explored deep into this forbidden zone either. I heard that inside, there have been some very serious accidents. After hearing the information, he fell even deeper into thought. Is that so? Well then, we have to give it a try. I'll ask about the specific mission details. Did she reply? The woman answered, shivering in the cold. Number Sister Lam is very mysterious. She's never said more than a few words. Her hair even covers one of her eyes. He became even more pensive, thinking about these mysterious individuals. The land of extreme yin is located within the Forbidden Zone, and it's strictly managed by the Xia Kingdom. There have been countless casualties there, and yet this Sister Lam can still issue missions related to the land of extreme yin to the pioneers. She isn't just some reckless nobody who dares to defy the government. It must be that her identity is extraordinary. Or perhaps she herself is a high-ranking official in the military or the council. I'm leaning towards the latter possibility. After that, the 3 of them sent a reply. Sister Lam, we want to register. What specifically do we have to do? Yi Yi, Fang He, and Ju. Shortly after, they received a response from Sister Lam. Sister Lam, the objective for this mission is to collect 10 7-rot flowers. Sister Lam, a small reminder. The reward for this mission is much more generous than usual. However, all the dangers in the land of extreme yin are of the dark element. The danger level of the anomalies there is also higher than anything you've ever encountered. Sister Lam, therefore, everyone needs to form a team before signing up. The beautiful 81-year-old woman looked at her phone screen in astonishment. Good heavens, what's happening? How is old Sister Lamb's reply so detailed? While the 2 of them were still stunned, they received another message. Old Lamb, this mission is likely related to an anomaly. It's rank, with an extremely high mortality rate. Everyone, please think carefully before acting. If you can find a strong and trustworthy ascendant to form a team with, It won't be too late to register then. The scene shifts to this side. Old Lamb was seriously leading a group of people. Let's just proceed this way then. We'll just have to see if that person agrees or not. Meanwhile, he stood with his arms crossed, scoffing at the words in the message. Ha! If there's a strong and trustworthy ascendant? But deep down, he felt it was a bit forced. This is a little too blunt, isn't it? It's just missing the line, I know you. I know an ascendant like you would be interested. Do you dare to come? Fwang Dick curled his lip into a knowing smirk. Cousin, it seems this is aimed right at me. But Old Lamb's expression on the other side looked strained. A perilous land shrouded in plumes of dark smoke appeared, making him excited. How interesting. This land of extreme yin. I really want to take a trip there. The detailed message exchange between Old Lamb and the three of them appeared. Old Lamb, this mission is S-Rank. The mortality rate is extremely high. Everyone, think carefully before you act. If you can form a team with strong and trustworthy ascendants, it won't be too late to register then. Old Sister Lamb, our team has 3 people. Fengus Squad. Behind her at that moment, a female bodyguard on the left spoke up. Sister Lamb, their squad is over here. She, holding a bouquet of flowers in one hand, and her phone in the other, calmly replied, It's fine. If he is an ascendant worthy of the Jia nation's attention, a leap of faith, he will come. She approached her, her expression filled with worried skepticism. But what if he doesn't come? Then this batch of immortal practitioners will... But the response she received was cold and firm. If he doesn't come, it simply means it wasn't meant to be. Jia Lam turned to face them. Her face was hesitant as she spoke. Do you two think that the mission to collect 10 7 Corolla flowers was intentionally designed to drive the strongest immortal practitioners to their deaths? No. The girl from before had just started to speak. Sister Lamb, Jia Lam slowly set the bouquet of flowers down, cutting her off. A mission with a 1 in 10 chance of survival, like harvesting the 7 Corolla flower. Its true purpose is the complete opposite of what it appears to be. A chaotic scene, flowers lying in pools of blood. He spoke slowly. This is the necessary path? And to build up strength for the Xia kingdom. Only by harvesting the 7 Corolla flower can we save even more immortal practitioners. And yet her words still... Meanwhile, the other 3 were on a train. Whether they're the future core forces of the Xia kingdom, and then back to Jia Lam, who stood with them before a hospital bed, or the combat forces, the top-tier core forces who fall one after another, their fates unknown. She stepped forward and carefully placed both her hands on the other person's. No matter what, we must harvest more 7 Corolla flowers. Elder Wu's unconscious face was covered in red veins. Master, as the only immortal practitioner in the Xia kingdom to have reached the Vajra realm, we must use the 7 Corolla flower to heal and awaken you. His power erupted, emitting a brilliant golden light. The existence of a Vajra realm expert, after the spiritual energy was restored. Its value is no less than that of today's nuclear weapons. It is the foundation, our greatest leverage in negotiations with other nations, both before and after the recovery of spirit energy. Therefore, even if we have to sacrifice a few Jia Lambs or a few armies, or even more ascended practitioners, it will all be worth it. The female bodyguard from before spoke up with concern. She approached to remind Jia Lam, the mission is important, but your health is just as important, ma'am. Upon hearing this, her face darkened and she bit down, hard on her lower lip. My health is important? Jia Lam turned to her and screamed furiously. Yes, it is truly very important, because this life of mine was brought back by my comrades. But in the next second, she stopped short, feeling a pang of regret. She gently touched her forehead and lowered her voice. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have taken my anger out on you all. The other black-haired bodyguard tried to reassure Jia Lam. It was my fault, I misspoke. Are your headaches acting up again? Her expression clouded over with sadness. As she remembered her old comrades, it's fine. It's not time for my medicine yet. I was just thinking, it's all in the past now. On the chest of one of her old comrades, a radio crackled. Sword Wielder Squad. Please retreat immediately. Jia Lam's captain was gravely wounded. With the little time he had left, he made his way over to her. The Umbral Zone. What an incredible place. Little Lamb, the mission to retrieve the 7 Decay flower. All of us can only entrust it to you now. For our master, for the Jia nation, for everyone. At that moment, Jia Lam could only burst into tears. No, I won't go, Captain. Then the captain unleashed all of his spirit energy towards her. Our attribute. I hope you can make good use of it. You have to come back alive. Jia Lam looked down at her own hands with a terrified gaze. They transferred their spiritual power to me, but I had no idea that if it's tainted by blood, or if the entire 7 rot flower isn't picked, it becomes useless. Meanwhile, for Fang Yi's group of 3, more time had passed. 1 hour and 45 minutes later, the 81-year-old beautiful woman sighed. We still have to walk a few more kilometers. She stopped to share her brilliant idea with everyone. Hey, I've got something to say, Boss Yi. You guys are all so powerful already. Can't we just fly for a little while? Yi calmly explained the reason. When there isn't enough spiritual energy abundantly available for the human body to fly at will, then even cultivators can't do it. At that moment, his bloodshot eyes were scanning the surroundings. The three of them were now standing before massive buildings. Straight ahead is the infamous land of ultimate darkness. Fang Yi stared intently in that direction, gradually feeling himself being enveloped by the darkness attribute. Even with layers upon layers of barriers in the way, he could still feel that unsettling presence. Even with all the barriers blocking the way, they could still sense that repulsive stench. The 81-year-old beautiful woman rubbed her arms. This horrible stench is 100 times more terrifying than that strange creature we encountered last night. I'd say it's more like 1,000 times worse. Although Yi also felt a chill down her spine, she tried to reassure them. She said calmly, "Well, we're already here." He suddenly spoke up as he noticed something. "There's a crowd up ahead. Hey, look up front. I never expected there would be so many cultivators here." Yi stepped forward, looking at them with a serious expression. "That's right. Model, I don't think it's just for the so-called generous reward. It's also like what 81 and I encountered. The dark attribute is very difficult to deal with. They're bloodthirsty and full of hostility towards humans. A bolt of lightning strikes down, and it was as if a massive phantom had appeared. But now, within the city there have been outbreaks, and not just once, of unusual dark attribute rampages." Fuangdik was also very cautious and agreed with him. "That's right. You've directly confronted two anomalies. It of the dark attribute. Recalling that time before, there was a large anomaly bearing its fangs and claws. One of them was a mutated rabbit, but instead of a wild rabbit, it looked more like a large rodent. And at one point, while you were confronting the beast, the dark serpent appeared. Because he had fought them before, his expression was now very serious. In addition, there was also a large serpent, lurking in the factory in the dead of night. They possess intelligence, more highly developed than that mutated rabbit from before. They can work together to set up encirclement traps, causing the people from the Spirit Energy Association to be almost completely wiped out. Most importantly, just as he said, these anomalies are incredibly cunning. They seem to be intentionally avoiding the military's defenses at the city's border. Behind the gate, a path was left open. It's a blue door. He mentioned the desolate cityscape and the types of anomalous beasts that had appeared. Although we don't know what method they used, the anomalies that are now appearing in the city are becoming more and more frequent. It has reached a point where it's nearly impossible to stop them anymore. Half his face fell into shadow as he walked away with resolve. That's why we absolutely have to make this trip. In the crowd gathered below, a striking figure stood out, Than Huynh. It seems she'd noticed something. She recognized him, her eyes widening in sudden shock. What the hell? Him? He's here too? And he even brought two girls with him? Her blonde-haired subordinate, who was right beside her, had no idea what was going on. "Boss? Boss?" She turned her face away, trying to hide, and even started praying. "Amitabha Buddha, great Buddha, please don't let him see me." "Don't let him see me." But suddenly, he appeared right behind her and spoke. "Hey, you. You're Captain Toe, aren't you?" Her blonde-haired subordinate struck up a conversation with Fang Yi. "Oh, it's you. You came to the extreme dark zone too? That's great." Than Huynh could only scratch her head awkwardly. Fang Yi's file had long since been synced by the military. The other woman looked unfamiliar. "Master, who is this girl? Could she be Yi-Yi's sister-in-law?" Ditch Yi-Yi, standing behind them, was startled. "Huh? Cousin? Oh my God, this is a huge misunderstanding." Than Huyn's face flushed red as she waved her hands, trying to deny it. Fang Yi, on the other hand, was perfectly calm. He introduced her in an intimate tone. "Of course not. This is just someone who runs errands for me. Captain Toe of the Spirit Energy Association." Which left her standing there completely frozen. Why does that sound even more grating to my ears? Suddenly, an arrogant figure in a booming voice approached them. A bunch of shameless little brats spouting nonsense. "It's old Dang." He approached, carrying a huge gun and flanked by two of his men. These spirit walkers nowadays, each generation is younger than the last. They have no manners at all. It's bad enough they don't greet their elders. But to be bickering so loudly without even considering what kind of place this is, his attitude infuriated the woman. She was about to lunge forward. "This old man hopes that in a little while in the umbral zone, and you all can still trust each other just like this. Look at that, my hot temper is flaring up again. Do you have any idea who these people are?" But he quickly shot her a warning glance. She strode up to his face, pointed her finger, and said mockingly, "Hey, old man, you should worry about yourself. In a bit, who knows who's going to be scared to death?" His eyes glanced behind them. A large vehicle was approaching. Old Dung smirked. "The ride is here. Well then, let's go have a look." The large door on the vehicle opened. Yelan appeared with a stern expression. Her sharp eyes scanned her surroundings. "There are people here." "It's Sister Yelan." She strode forward majestically, leading a group of people. It really is her. The other woman was stunned just by watching her walk by. What in the world is her status? So incredibly grand. Fang Yi also looked towards Yelan. "I suppose you're the one here to open the gate for us." Yelan stopped, casting a sharp glance behind her. She didn't say a single word. Instead, she now stood before the great gate. From her hand, she took out a small rod containing spiritual energy. Yelan's eyes flew open, a vein popping on her face. The gate before them was lifted clean off the ground. A powerful gust of wind shook the entire place. A violent tremor. A blood-red light emanated throughout the space. Everyone has arrived. With the gate open, Yelan stood there with an imposing air. She announced loudly, "You may enter now." A special reminder. The 7 rot flowers you harvest must be in perfect condition. They must not be stained with human blood. Faced with these words, Fang Yi listened attentively. If the requirements aren't met, then you won't be able to claim the reward. If there are no other issues, you may begin. The group of fierce-looking people stepped into the spatial vortex. They grumbled irritably. "Damn it! He doesn't go himself but sends us to our deaths instead. There isn't even any compensation if we die. What kind of attitude is that?" A young man with glasses said nervously, "Old Dung, you should quiet down a bit. If we die, we can only be reported as missing. If the government were to give your family a large sum of money for no reason, wouldn't that just prove they were the ones who got you killed?" This scene prompted Than Huynh, who was behind them, to suddenly remark, "That middle-aged man is probably the same as you. A 1-star spirit creation realm. Also, among those who are silent, there seem to be a few experts. But they've likely suppressed their spiritual energy auras. It's not easy to judge. The others are also ascendants, and with solid cultivation bases in the 2-star and 3-star ghost abode realms. The strength of each 5-man team is roughly the same." After hearing this, Fang Yi agreed with her. "It seems this mission is quite difficult. I can't believe they found so many 5-man teams of such elite ascendants." A thought quickly flashed through his mind. That guy from before was a spirit creation realm too? How come I felt his spiritual energy level wasn't particularly high? Jilan's subordinate, after watching this group enter, reported in a low voice, "Ms. Lam, the personnel statistics are complete. For this mission into the extreme dark zone, there are 37 people at the 2-star ghost abode realm, 12 people at the 3-star ghost abode realm, and 3 people at the 1-star spirit creation realm. The difficulty level is abnormal. This mission's rank is from B rank to S rank." After hearing that, she cautiously reminded them, "You all go to the monitoring equipment first. I've already taken care of all the preparations. Don't worry about the other side." The scenery here was completely desolate. The deeper they went, Fuangdik's group felt more and more uneasy. He suddenly turned back and warned, "Stay close. The dark attribute here will obstruct your vision. If we don't stick close together and act as one, it won't be long before we're separated. It's easy to get disoriented." However, Diem Lei spoke up weakly. "Sorry, I feel so sick, I can't hold it in." Thang Huynh quickly went to her side to comfort her. "It's okay. It's the smell of rotting corpses and cerebrospinal fluid mixed together. You're not the only one who feels nauseous. This is very normal." She forced a smile. Pointing at the members of another group, she said, "Look, that group up ahead is at a similar cultivation level. And they're throwing up too!" Very quickly after that, Than Huynh regained her composure. Her voice became serious. "The dark attribute is a natural counter to celestial walkers. You can think of it as a type of corruption. The abnormal existences in this ultra-dark zone are extremely active." These words caught the attention of Fuangdik from a distance. Regarding the anomalies that everyone already knows about, Thang Huynh was trying to mention the connection between the different types of mutations. A B-rank anomaly? It is similar to the Gui Fu realm of a celestial walker. The area of damage it can cause is controllable. An A-rank anomaly is similar to the Taolin realm. It's often found where spiritual energy is rampant or concentrated. Like in this ultra-dark zone, for example. An S-rank anomaly is comparable to the Vajra realm or perhaps even higher. It's almost at the level of a great catastrophe. However, I must emphasize that dark attribute anomalies will be enhanced in this area of extreme darkness. An anomaly originally identified as B rank can be upgraded by at least 1 level here. After hearing this, Lei replied weakly, "Is that even possible? This is the first I've ever heard of it." "I understand, but what about Captain Toe? Weren't you all affected?" EY, who was beside them, couldn't hide her surprise either. "That's right. How come you weren't contaminated?" At this, Thanhuin could only explain awkwardly, "You're overthinking it. My teammates and I often deal with similar anomalies, so we're used to the corruption. My captain has already broken through to the 3-star Ghost Mansion realm. Furthermore, she's been pushing herself to improve lately. Her water attribute has mutated into an ice attribute." Lei managed to ask again, "Our ranks are the same." "Captain Toe, I wonder if you feel the same way I do. As soon as I entered this dense fog, my spirit power started to decline. It's even more severe than what happened on our last mission." Hearing this, she replied, "Many powerful experts have died here in the past. Among them were even military elites, at the 1-star spirit creation realm and above. That's why we have to be even more careful." Suddenly, UI urged them, "Come on, let's go! Let's get going, the mission is what's important." Everyone quickly gathered around Phuong Dick. At this point, YY noted that they couldn't see anyone up ahead anymore. "Let's stick closer together. From now on, I'll talk less to conserve energy. Everyone else, focus your spirit power. Don't let this fog take advantage of any openings." However, he was lost in his own thoughts, so he didn't pay any attention to what she said. "After coming in, it seems my body isn't feeling any discomfort. That's too severe. It seems the Yang attribute and the subversion of the Lightning attribute, along with the demonic enhancement, are all effective at dispelling the dark attribute. Or maybe it's because after I advanced to the spirit creation realm, the effect of my spiritual power became stronger." Elsewhere, Old Dung was continuously taking down the mutants blocking the path. He let out a strange, triumphant laugh. "So this is all the extreme Yin Zone has to offer?" Right after, he signaled to his teammates, "All right, boys, that 7-rot flower is as good as ours. Let's show those youngsters what real strength looks like. Nice one, old man. Charge, back with Fang Yi." IY suddenly started coughing violently, making Lei worry. "EY, even you're feeling the effects? She's still just a kid, after all." Suddenly, Fang Yi gently patted YY on the back, causing her to exclaim in surprise, "Cousin?" A moment later, she spoke nonchalantly. "This feeling is the nausea and the corrosive gloom. They're all gone. It's as warm as sunbathing in winter." Lei, standing beside her, praised him constantly. As expected of the power of the spirit creation realm, IY recalled the feeling of when she trained in the forest. She calmly recounted, "The fire attribute is so warm." As expected of a rare, high-level attribute. "Ever since I advanced to the 3-star Ghost Mansion realm, I've had a deeper connection with my attribute. My plant attribute specializes in absorbing the spiritual energy from the dew on plants. Mutated water attribute, like Captain Su's ice attribute, is also very rare." Hearing this, Fang Yi spoke casually. "It's not the fire attribute, it's the Yang attribute. I just haven't explained it clearly to you yet. The person who handled the fires at the North Gate and the training grounds at Chingcheng University is..." He calmly explained to the other party. "But these two anomalies are different. The Yang attribute and the Heavenly attribute. The fire is also slightly different." Huang couldn't help but exclaim in shock. "You just admitted it like that? Huh? So that means you now have 3 rare high-level attributes? What's the big deal?" Fang Yi, however, was calculating inwardly. "Actually, I also have the Desolation attribute, but a tall tree is the first to be struck by the wind, so it's best to keep it hidden as a precaution." Suddenly, someone cried out, And it has 81 heads." By now, Yanli's body was trembling from the cold. She kept begging, "I haven't broken through to 3-star Ghost Axe yet. I can't clearly sense its attributes, but it seems to be following the path of the metal attribute." "Oh, great master, I swear after I get out of here, I'll never bother you again. Please, just use your Yang attribute to warm me up a little." Although he was a bit taken aback, Fang Yi still agreed to her request. "All right, I'll warm you for one day." This scene made the blonde subordinate exclaim in shock. "What's with all this bargaining?" Yanli breathed a sigh of relief. "So warm." Hearing this, Fang Yi made a suggestion. "Captain Su, how about your team gets a piece of this too?" Ching Hong replied nonchalantly. "It feels amazing!" One of her subordinates cried out with joy. "Then what are we waiting for? We invite the great master in just a moment." They were infused with warmth and became ecstatic. Suddenly something approached. Fang Yi quickly warned everyone to be on alert. "An anomaly is coming!" Xing Huang decisively launched an attack forward. She asked, "What is that thing?" Just as the monster appeared right in front of Yan Li, someone shouted a warning. 81 is right in front of you! Holy crap. However, she couldn't react in time to the situation before her. It's an A-rank anomaly. Theng Huin quickly followed up with another move. She said decisively, "Watch out! Let me deliver the finishing blow! Swiftly striking the opponent. Thang Huin's expression turned serious. She cleared her throat. That insane difficulties had just vanished? Suddenly, Phuong Dick noticed that the group was surrounded. He warned them urgently. Watch your feet. Phuong Dick drew his weapon. He yelled, Get back! His eyes began to glow brightly. In an instant, Phuong Dick created a brilliant blaze of fire. The zombies were quickly incinerated. They screamed in pain, Hot! It's hot! Don't burn us! Meanwhile, Phuong Dick calmly turned back and reassured everyone. We're safe for now. These anomalies have been eliminated. It might have looked like a lot of eyes, but there were actually only 2 of them. Suddenly, he became pensive. It's just, I never expected the anomalies here to have evolved to mimic human language. Thang Huin couldn't help but be astonished. She stammered out the question. Could it be because they've eaten so many people that they learned how? Phuong Dick didn't hide anything. He calmly explained, These anomalies, even the weakest among them is nurtured by the extreme dark zone. Into an A rank. If you don't create the right circumstances, you can't fight them head on. At that moment, someone standing outside quietly performed some magic. It was Jia Lam. She thought to herself, he destroyed 2 A-rank illusion-type beasts in a single blow. Even if it were me, I'd need at least a few rounds to fight them. Back with Phuong Dick's group, YY said excitedly, If what our captain says is true, then we have to stick together more than ever. Otherwise, I think there's a high chance that an anomaly, it will disguise itself and blend in with us. It attacks when we let our guard down. Suddenly, he urged 81 to get on her feet. A thought quickly flashed through Phuong Dick's mind as he saw his opponent sitting on the ground, panting heavily. Its oppressive aura is terrifying. It's even stronger than Miu Yu and the Jiangxi. Even if I just touch it a little, it could burn me to death. This is the pressure of the SAO realm, isn't it? I feel like I can't breathe. Suddenly, something from behind caught his attention. EY spoke up naively, Everyone, listen! Is that the sound of ocean waves up ahead? Then the ground began to shake violently. People from the other teams were fleeing for their lives. They didn't even hesitate to pull out their heavy firearms. The sound of screaming was continuous. Run! Stop fighting! This thing is demonic! Help me! It's a monster! This scene made Phuong Dick's group feel both curious and terrified. Blood-curdling scream rang out. This was something that even the legendary army would suffer heavy losses against. Suddenly, the thing chasing the other groups was a black and red mass. Someone cried out that it was the Dark Tide. While trying to escape, some unlucky souls couldn't get away. Help! Help me! Bao Dong stood there looking aggressive. He declared loudly, This so-called Dark Tide? The regular army couldn't defeat it. So you think I'm supposed to lose to it too? Such fools. Everything here is already mine for the taking. For a long time now, I've been the only one left here. With a look of arrogance, in the blink of an eye, Lao Dong was surrounded. He panicked and cursed, Damn it, something's wrong! The anomaly here. His breathing grew weaker and weaker. Even his voice sounded choked. It's not just A rank. It's not S rank. No, we can't let it catch up to us. We can't, and the others are no exception. One by one, they were sucked inside. After witnessing this scene, Fang Yi came to a conclusion. The dark aura is too dense. Are they beyond saving? Can we even run anymore? Captain Su, what is the Dark Tide? Qing Ying, standing behind, also chimed in with a grim expression. The Dark Tide, the ultimate form of the dark attribute. A corruption that can devour everything. That includes the anomalies within it. But I thought the plan this time was specifically to avoid the water tide. Oh my God. Are the people up ahead really all dead? Yi was a bit skeptical. She couldn't help but blurt out, Is this the Dark Tide? I've only heard about it on the forums. They say it's a power that can destroy an entire city-state. Cousin, maybe we should get out of here first. Is there still time? Fang Yi didn't answer her. He created a circle of spiritual energy and reminded everyone. Everyone, don't panic. This spiritual energy barrier can suppress the dark attribute. A dark. If needed, we can pool our strength to maintain this spiritual energy barrier and protect everyone through the tide's impact. Qing Ying was still in shock. She questioned him relentlessly. What are you trying to do? The dark. Tide is the condensed state of the dark attribute. With our level of power, there's no way we can fight back. That master at the spirit creation realm just now was devoured in an instant. At this point, Fang Yi had almost completely transformed. So what if I'm defiant? So what if I'm a condensing force? I'm going to destroy it. She watched his retreating back, completely horrified. Cousin! Even Qing Huang, who was beside her, exclaimed, I didn't hear that right, did I? What is he planning to do? Destroy the Dark Tide? How could Fang Yi just charge into that wave of demons like that? Countless different patterns appeared within it. Fang Yi exclaimed with excitement, "Just as I thought!" He stood amidst countless gazes, yet he remained perfectly calm. Basically, these are A-rank anomalies, controlled and evolved by the dark attribute. In other words, they're an upgraded version created through fusion. Fang Yi cautiously examined his surroundings. From B rank to A rank, and from A rank to S rank, and the level of the entire anomaly of this dark tide, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it triple S rank. No wonder it can devour the pioneers of the spirit-forging realm, who are supposed to be humanity's elite so easily. Immediately after, he began to cast his magic. His very first strike was incredibly precise. However, a defiant one still appeared behind Fang Yi. A glint suddenly flashed in his eyes. The next second, that filthy thing was struck down by a brilliant flame. At the same time, Fang Yi was also calculating. The power of the spirit-forging realm, combined with an enhanced weapon. Originally, I would have had to struggle against a B-rank Juye giant serpent. But now I can easily destroy an A-rank fused anomaly within the dark tide. There was something that made him pause for a moment. Fang Yi couldn't hide his curiosity. When he saw the figure of old Dung before him, "Looks familiar. Is this the guy from before?" he asked. "Are you still alive?" However, at this moment, the man couldn't respond. This gave him hope that there was still a reaction. I can see it. This person's spiritual power hasn't been completely consumed by the dark attribute yet. Even if his spiritual power foundation in the spirit creation realm isn't as solid as mine, he is, after all, a true spirit creation cultivator. There's still a glimmer of hope. Fang Yi coldly raised his hand high. He called out, "Divine Lightning 100 Refinements!" In the blink of an eye, a bolt of lightning struck down fiercely. Old Dang's body collapsed to the ground. Fang Yi continuously analyzed the situation. "Just as I thought, there's still a small chance to save him. But not much of one." His gaze grew darker and darker as he faced the monsters before him. Fang Yi had come to a conclusion: infinite proliferation. So could this be what makes an S-rank anomaly so special? A pleased smile gradually appeared on his face. Well then, let's see how this goes. The very next second, Fang Yi deployed his spiritual power protective field. Suddenly, a notification came from the system, detecting an extremely strong dark attribute. Fang Yi frowned slightly, thinking to himself, "The power of this attribute is very special. Temporarily unable to extract. Even though I've already reached the spirit creation realm, I still can't extract the dark attribute?" So it's true, the dark attribute is a bit more special than the others. But the cunning smile on the corner of his lips didn't disappear. Since I can't completely destroy it, and I can't directly absorb it, then I'll just have to switch to another method. Fang Yi stood before the opponent's ferocity, yet he was completely unfazed. His entire body began to emit a brilliant light. At the same time, a thought appeared in his mind. "It's a shame I didn't bring my little white flower with me. Otherwise, I could have used its desolate power to see how we measure up against this dark attribute. Is there anything else?" Suddenly, Fang Yi's gaze turned colder than ever. "I've got it. Isn't there one right here already?" This scene made the blonde-haired subordinate unconsciously ask, "Captain 2. Excuse me, have you ever encountered a situation like this before?" As soon as he finished, she replied in a strained voice, "My knowledge is limited. I've never encountered a case like this." Someone exclaimed in shock upon seeing the blazing red vortex, the tide of darkness. "How can it be standing still?" Yi's body began to tremble uncontrollably. She asked curiously, "What's with this shield?" "It's so strange. When we encountered the demon vines before, I never felt this uneasy. But in this bizarre environment, my cousin has been in there for so long. What if something happened to him?" Feng Huin quickly grabbed her hand to reassure her. "His spiritual power shield is still there, isn't it? It just flickered a little. We can just reinforce it together with our spiritual power, and it'll be fine. Besides, with his level of strength, if something still happened to him, then our only fate would be to be buried along with him." She explained in a firm voice, "He's a person who possesses several extraordinary attributes of the spirit creation realm. In fact, I even suspect his true strength has already reached the 3rd star of the spirit creation realm. It's hardly the place for some 3rd-star Ghost Mansion realm small fry like us to step in and save him." Yi couldn't help but chuckle. "Captain 2, you have quite a sense of humor." Hearing this, Than Haiyan asked softly in return, "Is that so? My teammates say the same thing. Are you feeling better now?" Suddenly, a blazing pillar of fire appeared outside. That is precisely the 9 Dragons' heavenly fire seal, Fang Yi's sealing technique. He is currently hovering in mid-air. He gave the order, his voice firm and clear. Diemlei watched, completely in awe. "Yi, that's your cousin." Even YY couldn't hide her astonishment. This technique, along with the sight of a soaring dragon and a dancing phoenix, came. Her words of praise. So cool, the Zen fire sealing attribute. When she saw the fireball, she had been skeptical. He already sealed the dark tide? Meanwhile, Phuong Dick was still struggling to cast the magic. All the surrounding power was converging into the sphere. In just an instant, Phuong Dick shouted, "Nine Dragons Edict!" The very next second, he threw that giant sphere downwards. Phuong Dick let out a mighty roar. As the fireball flew further away from him, it burned more and more intensely. The power radiating from it lit up a vast expanse of space. Old Dang lay unconscious on the ground, while the others were chattering away. "We're safe for now. An unexpected bonus, we managed to capture someone. What should we do with him?" KuBI walked up to Phuong Dick's side. She asked her cousin excitedly, "You're okay, that's great." Suddenly, Than Huynh spoke up. "Hand that person over to my team members." "Great master." These words sent him into a state of deep thought. He sealed a high-level dark attribute. So why doesn't he look happy at all? He couldn't stop thinking. He said he wanted to destroy the dark tide, and he actually did it. This person truly is. A moment later, Phuong Dick made his decision. Because this is only a temporary seal. The dark attribute in this place is too abundant. We have to leave quickly. While the seal is still active, I need to hurry and collect the 7 rot flower. The moment he finished speaking, the other party replied immediately. Understood. We will take this person back to the Spirit Association for treatment. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Where are the people who were up front? How could a single one of them have escaped? At this, he explained earnestly. Not a scrap of their clothing or a single bone can be seen. Except for this person, it seems everyone else was. By the dark attribute. Completely devoured, no matter what realm they were in. However, Yan Li's words made Feng Yi fall silent. Just moments ago, they were living, breathing people. Now they're all gone. Maybe I'm just cold-blooded. My only thought right now is that I'm glad. I didn't have to witness their deaths with my own eyes. After a moment, he calmly gave an order. I-81, you two and Captain Su go on ahead. The most dangerous thing right now is actually this black pool. It makes more sense for me to cover the rear. They replied in unison, yes. Feng Yi walked to the edge of the abyss, amidst the system's notification sound, initiating scan for intense dark attribute waves. Soon after, the system returned a result. Scan successful. Feng Yi, hovering in midair, initiated the process. Ultimate computational power, now compiling. Streaks of purple energy began to penetrate his body. Shortly after, the system announced clearly, compilation successful. A status window appeared before Feng Yi. You have acquired a dark attribute technique, Infinite Dark Realm. Effect, condenses a sealed misty space. Within this space, spirit energy will be corroded by the dark attribute. Existing spirit energy will be severely depleted. This caused him to mutter softly. Special domain, Dark World. At that moment, countless hands reached up, wanting to grab him. In other words, as long as I unleash the immeasurable dark world against an enemy, the corrosive effect of the dark attribute can drain the opponent's spiritual power. Their spiritual energy will gradually diminish. If I combine this with my other elemental techniques, wouldn't I be able to stack an even more powerful weakening effect? That way, even if a bizarre anomaly, something more sinister than the dark tide, were to appear, I could still fight above my level and destroy it. Than Huynh suddenly turned back. She began to speak slowly. Sir, do you feel like this fog is... But what appeared before her eyes utterly terrified her. The sight of Phuong Dick's breakthrough left Than Huynh in disbelief. This wave of spiritual energy. How is he breaking through again? There wasn't any world-shaking phenomenon just a moment ago. Even though she was witnessing it, she immediately denied it in the next second. No, that's not right. Could he have absorbed the power of the dark tide? The one the government classified as S-Rank? But that's completely ridiculous. An intense stream of purple light just spread out to the surrounding areas. During the Omen phase of the spiritual energy revival, all pioneers knew that the dark attribute was the most terrifying of all. It's a power formed from the deepest negative emotions and latent malice within living beings. And so, the government strictly prohibits the absorption of the dark attribute. The memory of people perishing made Than Huynh feel afraid. In the past, the government also tried to research ways to purify and refine the dark attribute, but the price they paid was tragic. And for that very reason, dark-attribute anomalies are placed in their own separate category. Those sorrowful images from the past rushed back into her mind, even though their ranks also range from D to S. But even a D rank one is enough to make a cultivator who's just entered the Ghost Mansion realm taste true suffering. And that's not even mentioning the dark tide, which has an S rank anomaly. Forget about a single spirit creation realm cultivator, even 10 of them, that could be devoured in an instant. Back then, The scientists were also in a complete panic when faced with those infected by magic. Back when the dark attribute wasn't strictly forbidden, some cultivators also tried to absorb dark attribute energy. Dark energy? However, a 3-star Ghost Mansion realm cultivator, like him, absorbed just a single wisp of dark attribute energy from a dark anomaly, C-rank, remains and suffered a violent backlash. His skin rotted and his mind shattered. To this day, he's still in a psychiatric hospital. Back in the present, Fang Yi, however, calmly let out a sigh of relief. He said coldly, "Come on out. You've been watching us for a long time." The person Fang Yi was referring to was Jia. "Lan," she spoke calmly. "If I'm not mistaken, Fang Yi, you were the one who single-handedly sealed the dark tide." The moment Qing Ying saw her, he was stunned. He exclaimed, "Jia!" "Balia Lan?" She continued. "And another thing." "What were you doing just now? Absorbing dark attribute energy?" Hearing this, Fang Yi admitted it outright. "That's right." This stunned Qing Ying. He admitted it. Jia Lan suddenly put her hand in her pocket. The next second, she pulled out a gun and aimed it at Fang Yi. This scene terrified Yan Li, who cried out, "Jia Lan, what are you doing?" Meanwhile, Yi Yi was frozen to the spot. Fang Huin bravely stood in front of Fang Yi. She declared loudly, "If I remember correctly, Fang Yi is the highest priority target that your military wants to recruit, isn't he? Our spirit union wanted him before, but you people snatched him from right under our noses. What are you trying to say?" Suddenly he spoke up, his voice filled with a strange suspicion. "Isn't our mission to find the 7 rotten flowers? This lady here? It's clear you're in a hurry to complete the mission. But looking at you now, it seems you're unhappy that we didn't die here." These words left Jia Lan speechless. Yan Li, standing beside them, quickly spoke up in her defense. "Sister Jia Lan, we've always trusted you, and you were already here. So why didn't you intervene just now? If it wasn't for the great Fang Yi, we would have been completely wiped out. I'm one thing, but Yi Yi is still just a child. But you just stood by with your arms crossed and watched. And now you want to give our boss a hard time?" Only then did she reveal a smug expression. A humorous voice rang out. "Just kidding. It seems you're well loved by your comrades. Congratulations on passing the test." Yan Li, hearing this, questioned her in horror. "Well loved? What are you talking about?" Even Than Hun at her side chimed in. "That's right. That's right." Suddenly, Fang Yi's voice turned serious. "So your purpose in coming here was to test me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jia Lan replied, "Something like that. Because you possess such talent and power. I didn't want to read those cold, lifeless files. I wanted to see with my own eyes what kind of person you really are." Her words left Yan Li stunned. "Also, to answer your earlier question about why I didn't act, an intense killing aura radiated from Jia Lan's entire body." She cleared her throat. "Because a pioneer can only obey. Follow the rules of a pioneer. In a world of recovering spiritual energy, we are all the same. This is a fate of life and death, fortune and misfortune. The sudden changes a pioneer goes through." Everyone here fell silent, listening to her explanation. "But you all are very lucky. You have someone trustworthy and powerful enough to protect you. Haven't you realized it yet? Up until now, no anomalies have come to attack you. That's because they were terrified by the power Fang Yi used to seal the dark tide. They were completely intimidated." Fang Yi was a little surprised to hear this. So the dark tide is that pragmatic, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Yalan's sharp gaze swept over him. She emphasized, "Let me lead everyone to find the 7-stench flower. I'm more familiar with this place than any of you." A sudden thought flashed through his mind. "This woman, why do I get the feeling that there's something wrong with her mentally?" Xing Huang also stepped forward and softly whispered, "Her Team 5 encountered the dark tide before, but in the end she was the only one who made it out alive." Fang Yi watched Jia Lan's departing figure. He realized something important. So that's how it is. Because of her identity, her absolute obedience and indifference to missions and rules. So that's it. Because of her absolute obedience and indifference to missions and rules. And at the same time, there's a kind of belief that's helping her persevere. It's just that after she saw me seal the dark tide, she couldn't hold it in anymore. Right after, he signaled, "All right then, 81 Xiaotu. Let's be understanding of this injured patient." Yanli suddenly asked, "She's injured?" After hearing that, Fang Yi could tell her spiritual energy shield is severely flawed. At the very least, she has the power of a 2-star creation realm cultivator. But her spiritual energy shield, you could say, has been weakened by 2 levels. As Jia Lan walked away, her back looked a little lonely. This proves her internal injuries are not light at all. Suddenly, her footsteps came to a halt. Jia Lan turned back and softly said, "Thank you." But my injuries are nothing to worry about. The graveyard, a region of extreme darkness. This place is currently incredibly desolate and eerie. Under Jialan's guidance, everyone ventured deeper and deeper inside. Suddenly, Fang Yi realized something. He instinctively blurted out, "This is—" But before he could finish, Jialan cut him off. "We're here, this is the graveyard." The moment they saw the small flower, someone joyfully cried out, "Look, it's the seven-rot flower." Jialan suddenly fell into a pensive state. Countless bizarre dark figures appeared before her. Jialan's face took on a demonic look as she softly spoke. I finally get to meet you again." From behind, Fang Yi cautiously deduced, "Something's not right." The very next second, he gathered spiritual energy in his hand, shouting at the same time, "Hey, snap out of it!" He quickly threw a small orb toward Jia. "Gone." Jialan's eyes froze for a moment, as a powerful explosion went off behind her. So powerful. This is the extremely rare Yang attribute. With her swift movements, she began to counterattack. On the other side, Fang Yi had just launched his attack. Jialan looked back. Her face held a hint of regret. Could it be that my preparations still weren't enough? At that moment, Yixi ran over to check on Sister Jialan. "Are you all right?" Qing Huang, who was standing nearby, also offered some advice. "You've been severely affected by the dark attribute. We should probably stick together." The whole group looked at him as he walked away. For the seven-rot flower, letting him go is more than enough. Fang Yi gradually distanced himself from them. He drew the sword from his back. He had just stepped into the gloomy space, until he saw a flower. He didn't stop, but continued to venture deeper inside. And just as he expected, there was a grotesquerie with two blood-red eyes. It opened its massive maw and lunged toward him. Its large mouth revealed two sets of fangs, as it whined incessantly. "So hungry, so hungry, so hungry." He calmly pointed and lightly cast a divine thunderstrike. A few streaks of blue light shot toward its massive body. It took the full force of the divine thunder and shrieked in agony. He wasn't even concerned. This demon fox, I wonder how many grotesqueries it devoured to end up like this. And to think it's an S rank. Now what? He made his decision and reached out his hand, unleashing his spiritual power. "I have to finish this quickly. I need to pick the 7 stench flowers and get back. There's not much time left before the seal on the dark tide breaks." As he prepared to strike, he even scoffed at it. "Still not dead? In that case, I'll use you to test my skills." A purple spiraling vortex expanded outwards. Boundless dark domain deployed. That grotesquerie was completely swallowed by his technique. It writhed in agony as purple tendrils coiled around it. It was losing control more and more, just howling endlessly. Influenced by the dark attribute, especially within the boundless dark domain, the S-rank, half-corrupted demon fox was downgraded to a B rank. Fuang Dick controlled it with the purple tendrils, binding both its arms and legs tightly. Dropped by 2 whole ranks. It seems the cultivation foundation of an S-rank grotesquerie in this umbral zone isn't very stable, huh? He stared at it, his gaze razor-sharp. His hand had already drawn a sword wreathed in flames. A sea of fire consumed it. It's over. Outside, Than Huyn sensed the disturbance. What is this now, this dark aura? It's the dark attribute, but something feels different about Kang. She also hadn't taken her eyes off the purple orb. That's right. I don't feel that oppressive. Gloomy, cold, and disgusting presence. Jialam's face was very serious. She trusts him completely. Because this is Fuang Dick's domain. He has mastered the darkness attribute. And on top of that, he's completely self-taught. From that, he created a domain of his very own. A hint of unease was clear on her face, as she remembered old Wu still lying in his sickbed. Using spiritual power to create a domain is an extremely difficult feat. Before this, the only person who could use their attributes, spiritual power, to create their own domain space was my master. Besides my master, across the entire globe at most, there are only 3 people who possess this ability. The other 2's identities are unknown, but it's known that they're in Country M. A single Fuang Dick was controlling a golden orb, confronting a tornado. At that time, it was predicted that the capital city was about to face a catastrophic disaster. Master deployed his domain to suppress it, but the result was an interruption to her train of thought. Fuang Dick had emerged from inside it. "It's moving! It's moving! He's out!" She was also very shocked. That was fast. He raised his hand to wave, giving a friendly smile. "All right, the graveyard. There probably won't be any more trouble from here on out." Back then, after defeating the monster, he slowly approached the 7-rot flower. He reached out and plucked the single flower. Fuang Dick held the flower in his hand and let out a sigh of relief. This way, there probably won't be any more problems. Jialam was very surprised. Her brow furrowed. She held the flower in her hand, still hesitating. "This is the 7-rot flower? Such a tiny little thing. The moment he gave her the flower, he had already assured her. Mission complete. We must retreat immediately. The dark tide is not like a normal anomaly. An ordinary dark attribute can cause trouble at any time. Old Dang's face appeared out of nowhere. Not to mention, we're also carrying a burden. Da Lam, holding the flower in her hand, finally managed a gentle smile. Thank you, Fang Yi. If you hadn't turned the situation around, this mission would not have been a success. Thanks to everyone else, too. Let's get out of here. After that, everyone gradually started to head out. She, at the back of the group, finally spoke up to thank him. Fang Yi, I truly thank you. Her expression was no longer so intimidating. Her voice was also soft and gentle. Elder Wu, the only Vajra realm venerable in all of Xia country, is currently in a critical state. The 7-rot flower is his only life-saving medicine. You were the one who saved his life. 3 words suddenly flashed through his mind. Vajra realm. The beautiful 81-year-old woman was thrilled the moment she saw the exit. Finally, we can see the light. We made it back alive. Everyone was overjoyed, and rightly so. We can finally see the sun again. The entire squad outside belonging to Dal Lam was ecstatic when they received the good news. The 7-rot flower. They really managed to pick the 7-rot flower. Sister Lam said they got the 7-rot flower. We could hardly believe it. A voice from the crowd still asked, That's right, so who was the one who actually picked the 7-rot flower? The woman who stepped out first was a little surprised. So many people were waiting? Suddenly, she noticed something. She was startled by a large vehicle and the few people standing in front of it. This is a vehicle from the Astral War Zone. The Astral War Zone possesses absolute combat power. Its reputation is legendary throughout all of Xia country. Model. How could no one know? That woman was just as astonished. So it turns out, Ms. Lam is a high-ranking officer of the Spirit War Zone. Oh God, and I was just giving her a hard time a moment ago. A massive base was built in the middle of a forest. A Spirit War Zone. The top war zone among the 10 in Xia country. In an era of peaceful development, they are the strongest of the elite. Their reputation is legendary throughout the entire nation. They gather the best physical talents and the brightest minds since the recovery of spiritual energy. They have a heaven-sent advantage. Not only do they have abundant resources, but the restricted area they guard is a cultivation paradise. The kind you can only stumble upon, not seek out. At that moment, the 7-decay flower was being handed over. Han Li gave a faint smile as he took the 7-decay flower. From behind, a loud voice called out his name, even startling him. Han Li. He stood before Lam, assuring her about the mission. I will take the 7-decay flower to the hospital immediately. Please, don't you worry. She replied gently, I'll be there in a little while. And with that, her team drove away. Fang Yi approached from behind to ask her something. Are you from the Spirit War Zone? She glanced back and calmly replied, News of your strength and performance has probably spread throughout our war zone. Before long, you'll be a famous man. He seemed very interested, so he stood quietly and listened to what Lam had to say. However, I must admit, your power alone is enough to overwhelm the strongest squad in the war zone. Furthermore, your potential is immense and seems to have no limit. She turned to face him, held out her hand, and made an offer. If you're interested, would you like to join us? You would receive the best cultivation resources. Oh, right. About this mission. You, your comrade, and Ling Xie's entire squad. All the rewards will be doubled. But he just gave a wry smile and refused. I thank you for the rewards, though. Although I know you all are the strongest in the Xia country, I have my own methods and my own pace for cultivation. So I'll have to pass on joining. Yalan's expression suddenly turned serious. Her gaze sharpened, looking at Fang Yi with grave intensity. The world is changing now. The thing the country takes most seriously, or rather is most wary of, are the dark attribute anomalies. The number of anomalies is increasing at an alarming rate. The situation will only become more severe in the future. He stood amidst the crowd and continued to speak to him. The scope of their influence will also continue to expand, like malignant tumors. At any moment, they could cause catastrophic consequences. That's why we have no choice but to give it our all, building restricted zones and containing them. The Spirit Association is also maintaining a strict watch everywhere. Every word she spoke was frank. Her expression didn't change in the slightest. I'm telling you these things, not because I want to restrain you or bind you with some moral obligation. I just feel that an outstanding pioneer like you has the right to know about this situation now. Fang Yi smiled, understanding Jialan's intent. I understand. If I encounter an anomaly in the future, even if it involves strangers, I won't just stand by and do nothing. You can rest assured on that point. A soft, gentle smile appeared on her face. Then she held out a token. It's a pleasure to meet you, Fang Yi. I hope you'll accept this token. Fang Yi took the token in his hand, just as he heard her mention the spiritual zone. With this token, you can have free reign. You may enter and exit any restricted area to cultivate. The gates of the spiritual war zone will be open to you at any time. One more thing. Would you like to visit Elder Wu? Black token with the words war zone carved on it. Fang Yi held the token in his hand and asked seriously, "You mean he's a venerable of the Vajra realm?" Jalin, her coat fluttering, looked him straight in the eye. She replied, "He is my revered master. I think you should meet him. I wonder if you would agree. This is just a personal thought of mine. I want to be your friend." He then gently slid the token into his pants pocket. A mysterious look came over his face. He held his hand out in front of him, channeling his spiritual power. Making a new friend means opening a new path. I'll go with you on this trip. Then consider this a gift between friends, all right? She was taken aback. She felt a stream of blue light brushing against her. What is this? But his calm demeanor was incredibly reassuring. I think I can purge the remnant dark poison that has corrupted your body. Jalin slowly began to feel it. The lightning attribute has healing properties. Right now, all I feel is a tingling numbness all over. The area that was once cold and painful has become warm. The discomfort has vanished. Her entire body was almost bathed in the streaks of blue lightning. The wound corroded by the black bone was healing. Her damaged internal organs seemed to be recovering their former vitality. The blood vessels in her body were being realigned and purified. She slowly opened her eyes. Tiny sparks of spiritual power still lingered before her. All the toxins in my body have somehow been completely eliminated, thanks to this rare lightning attribute. It's simply astonishing. I feel like I've been reborn. Fang Yi spoke up, checking on her service. So how are you feeling now? She looked down at her palms and smiled. I'm great. All the residual dark attribute that was left in my body has been completely purged. Or more accurately, it was shattered. Aboard the vehicle, Medical Team 5 was treating Old Dung. He's only at the first level of the spirit creation realm, and he's already this badly injured. Can he even be saved? King Huang approached the two of them. You two haven't left yet? Wait, why do I sense that Elder Lamb's injuries? She smiled gently, placing a hand on her chest. That's right. The pure lightning attribute completely purged the residual dark attribute that was lingering in my body. Qing Huang then turned to tease Fang Yi. So this is the tyrant of the lightning attribute, huh? Able to kill enemies and also save people. He feigned fear, clutching his chest. What are you looking at? Then she excitedly turned and waved to the medical team. Everyone get over here, quick! She turned to him, clasping her hands with a sincere expression as she looked up at him. I'd like to ask you something. Would it be possible for us to cooperate with you for a bit? By combining your spiritual power with our medical equipment, we could probably save many more of the vanguards who are being plagued by the dark attribute. He stared blankly, clearly confused. What do you mean? Before Fang Yi could even process what was happening, he saw Qing Huang bow deeply. Please show us one more time. Instantly, he channeled a bit of his lightning spiritual power. Is this enough? One of the doctors on the medical team pushed up his glasses, looking on in awe. Seems it really worked. A high-level lightning attribute this pure, can it really dispel the dark attribute? Yilum stood in the back, observing with her arms crossed. A moment ago, Fuang Dick channeled his power directly into me, and the dark attribute affecting me was instantly dispelled. So does that mean we just need Fuang Dick to make contact with the injured pioneers? I remember there's someone in a coma who is also at the spirit creation realm. Thang Huin scratched his head, gave a forced smile, and answered evasively. No, no, no. Not everyone at the spirit creation realm can withstand this kind of spiritual power. The doctor nearby chimed in, agreeing completely. That's right, Chief Jialam. Although your injuries were severe, according to our assessment, they were still considered less severe than the patient from earlier. To treat him, we estimate he'll need 10 times the amount of lightning spiritual power you did. At that moment, the old Taoist master was lying on a hospital bed, wearing an oxygen mask. Besides, just being able to save his life and have him regain consciousness is already a great achievement. A full recovery is impossible. Fuang Dick agreed with them and walked closer to the machine. All right, this is just like a blood transfusion, right? So how should I transfer my spiritual power to everyone? We will store it for use. They enthusiastically showed him the way. Over here, please. He then followed their instructions, placing his arm inside a container. Just put your hand in here and release your spiritual power. Once he was in position, he replied, All right. From the back, someone watched the scene, filled with admiration. I can't believe it. Sister Jia Lam is a high-ranking officer in the Spirit War Zone. And my cousin, he actually managed to get the renowned Spirit War Zone to grant him such special treatment. Her gaze shifted towards her calm and composed cousin. Do as they say. That cold old lady lamb? She even took the initiative to connect with my cousin. Just a moment ago, I saw that old lady. Lam even gave him her own token. Just a few seconds later, Fang Yi noticed Yi's gaze. He had just remembered them, so he turned to ask, Yi, how are you two doing? Yi happily replied, Cousin, we've already got everything arranged. She clenched one of her fists and said to him excitedly, Next 81 and I want to get some more training in. We'll take on a few missions. We can't always depend on you, cousin. Otherwise, we won't make any progress. I can't fall behind any longer. She was also very excited inside. I have to hurry and catch up to my cousin. Fang Yi finished up. He stood up, stretched his wrists, and smiled. All right, be safe. He smiled brightly, feeling a sense of pride in his heart. My little cousin is all grown up. Xinhuang then prepared to leave, so she waved goodbye to everyone. Well, we'll be heading out first. If fate allows, we'll meet again on the next mission. Lam and Fang Yi also prepared to leave. Let's go. We're going to visit Mr. Wu. And with that, Qingshuan's car sped away. So much for being cold. So much for not showing up at the scene. Sitting in the car, she held her phone, feeling a bit sulky. Well, that's just great. The person got snatched away by the spirit battle zone. All my work from this past few days was for nothing. The red-haired girl driving next to her tried to calm Captain Su's mood. Calm down, calm down. The shadows of the leaders appeared over the organization's buildings. The organizational structure of the Spirit Association is still too chaotic. At the main headquarters and its various branches, many of the managers are even more two-faced than the last. High-ranking military officials. They are all incredibly powerful individuals. Top elite squads like the Rira, not to mention whether they'd be willing to lower themselves to get close to Fang Yi. We'll be lucky if some of the stubborn ones. Don't come looking for trouble. Scene change. The Spirit Division base. The highest grade medical room in the base. To receive treatment in the Spirit War Zone, you need someone with influence like Fang Yi. So this is Mr. Ngo. Both of them were standing before Mr. Ngo's hospital bed. Old Man Lam spoke up. Quite strange, isn't it? That a master of the Vajra realm would be such a frail old man. He looked at the face covered in red veins, lying motionless and comatose. She said bitterly, his complexion was even worse before. He looked just like a Jiangshi. We even used a 7 withering flower. But he still hasn't woken up. He looked toward the man and asked curiously, what exactly happened to him? Flashback to the disaster. He used his own power to face the storm alone. Dark attribute calamity descended upon the capital. An unnatural phenomenon. The sky was torn asunder by darkness. To stop the abnormal dark attribute phenomenon from affecting the capital, Master used his own body to try and seal the remainder of it. He pushed himself, fighting until his eyes turned completely white. All of us used a special technique to transfer our spiritual energy to Master. We were facing a grotesque entity that was threatening to destroy everything. We assessed this abnormal calamity to be beyond S-Rank. Even though the dark wave we encountered was already a terrifying S-Rank, the destructive power of this calamity was many times greater. Old Man Lam lowered his head. His voice was low, filled with concern. If it were to appear, it could destroy the entire capital. Even the cities surrounding the capital would be overrun and destroyed. The significance of the special metropolis is extraordinary. Once it's destroyed, the entire nation will fall into chaos. Elder Ngo once, all by himself, used all his strength to resist. Our master used his domain to forcefully seal the S-Rank anomaly. But we never expected that it would take the combined strength of all of us to deal with this colossal calamity. It was even more terrifying than we had estimated. As a result, he was blasted back, coughing up blood. The master was ravaged by a backlash from the dark attribute. If he weren't a venerable of the Vajra realm, he would have turned to dust on the spot. He might have even become nourishment for the phenomenon, for that dark attribute anomaly. Fang Yi couldn't tear his eyes away. Elder Ngo lay on the bed. So he stopped the metropolis from being destroyed. In that case, he truly is a great pioneer. He pressed his lips together as a thought lingered in his mind. In the past, there were also many pioneers who stood before me just like this. That was the only reason I was the last one to survive. Perhaps in my past life, he had already sacrificed himself at this point. Then, without a word, he reached his hand out toward him. This startled Jialan. What do you think you're doing to my master? Lightning power emanated from the palm of his hand. Fang Yi reassured her. Miss, please don't be alarmed. Although the 7-rot flower has already taken effect, I still want to try something. I want to see if I can remove some of the rampant dark attribute that is stubbornly clinging to his body. That way he'll be able to wake up much faster. At first, she was worried that this was beyond his capabilities. This is an S-rank calamity, after all. But just for a moment, she paused. She remembered the incident where he handled the 7-rot flower. So she didn't stop him. Instead, she agreed and stood by to watch. All right then, go ahead and try. His hand pressed down on the man's chest, releasing his lightning power. Perhaps you really are the miracle, but you have to be careful. This dark attribute is even more terrifying than the one in the dark wave. Otherwise, after using the 7-decay flower, the teacher wouldn't have recovered so slowly. Fang Yi focused, but still answered seriously. I know. I can feel how powerful the darkness. Here is. The entire hospital room then filled with an overflowing black aura. Even though it was suppressed by the purifying power of the 7-decay flower and weakened, it could still bring a person an immense sense of pressure. Yalan suddenly sensed that something was about to happen. Seeing him standing still, she shouted, Fang Yi, be careful, focus your spirit. It's starting to affect you. He ignored her and gently closed his eyes. A golden light slowly began to emanate from him. When his eyes opened, they were glowing gold. Fang Yi realized he was standing face to face with an eye, an abnormal one. Is this dragging my consciousness into the past? A bloodshot eye appeared. Who are you? Fang Yi tilted his head back, observing for a moment before thinking. Just a little contact with the dark attribute in his body. And Elder Wu's spirit, weakened from his long illness, was corrupted by it, creating a mental illusion. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. The power in his hands activated. That's not important. I am merely the one who has come to eliminate you. He had already considered this possibility. It seems this abnormality isn't so powerful that it's omnipotent. Suddenly a bolt of black lightning struck, heading straight for Fang Yi. What the hell? Within his red pupils, cold golden light flared. In the blink of an eye, he dodged the anomaly's attack. Golden sun, protective breathing. Just as he steadied himself after that last dodge, Fang Yi carefully observed. This anomaly's lightning is no weaker than the divine lightning I absorbed. Back on Jade Emperor Peak, he then looked up at the sky, which was blackened by a swarm of insects. He couldn't help but be impressed. There are so many other anomalies, insect-form beings with dark attributes, I have to say. Even though this is just an illusion, every single one of them is as strong as a real anomaly. Within the dark tide, those insects gathered into clusters and attacked Fang Yi, and there are tens of thousands of them here. He immediately summoned the firepower from within his body. A terrifying demonic face appeared in the sky. Then I guess I'll just have to do some pest control. He lightly pushed off with his toes. With determination in his eyes, he shouted, Go! A single sword stroke swung out, and slashing across that grotesque face. Even so, they still scattered and reformed behind Fang Yi. Two beams of light landed at the same time. The ground is a collective mass of anomalies. It's S-Rank. But perhaps because this is an illusion, or maybe because of the 7 rot flowers effect, it's been weakened quite a bit. He looked at the eye formed by the swarm of insects. Roughly A rank, he thought. So these are the things Elder Wu is facing. I have to destroy them. The anomaly disaster throughout the entire city? He held out his hand. A small black hole appeared in his palm. No, I'm afraid it's more than just that. Fang Yi softly called out the name of his technique. Boundless. A dark realm. As the black hole was raised, it sucked in all the insects. It looked down at the black hole he had created. It growled, You're not human. Faced with its remark, Fang Yi just chuckled lightly and clicked his tongue. His eyes suddenly lit up, accompanied by a resounding opening sound. The expanding black hole carried an extremely strong gravitational pull, sucking the entire abomination inside. Before vanishing, it didn't forget to issue a threat. We will return soon. Finally, the sky returned to normal. This is probably the consciousness left behind by the power of the dark attribute anomaly. It just said we. Could it be that it still has accomplices? Will other disasters strike again? He wondered. He glanced back, remembering the monstrous face it had made. But then Fang Yi reached out, deciding not to dwell on it. Let's get out of here first and figure it out then. Back to the present. His eyes flew open after returning to his body. Fang Yi's hand suddenly lifted, carrying a mysterious purple mass. The dark aura was bound tightly by his lightning. Finally, a series of red chains shot forward, locking it down. 9 dragons' heavenly fire. Sealing technique. Jialan, having witnessed the whole scene, spoke cautiously. This is the dark attribute from Elder Wu's body. Fang Yi retracted that dark attribute, forming a small pill. The dark attribute in Elder Wu's body is probably a remnant of the disaster class anomaly. On the surface of that pill appeared a seal belonging to the fire dragon. Although it still possesses very strong dark power, under the drain from the 7-decay flower and the seal, placed by Elder Wu, its influence is no longer that great. The sound of conversation arose next to Elder Wu. Elder Wu is truly worthy of being the #1 pioneer of Huaguo. All this time, he's been using his own body as a vessel to wear it down in order to suppress the power of the dark attribute. If were anyone else, he's probably been to hell and back countless times. You really saved his life. Huang Dik clenched his fist, intending to destroy the pill. On one hand, he said, it wasn't entirely due to my abilities. If it weren't for the 7-rot flower, I wouldn't have been able to remove the dark attribute, the stubborn dark energy in his body. She calmly reaffirmed, the 7-rot flower kept him alive. But it was your ability that gave him the chance for a complete recovery. Lightning flashed powerfully in his hand. When he opened his hand again, the dark attribute had turned to ash. There. It should be completely useless now. Then Huang Dik crossed his arms, his voice filled with caution. However, there's still one thing I need to tell you. A moment ago in the mental illusion, the dark attribute from the remnant of the calamity seemed to be a premonition that it will strike again. We must be ready at all times. When that time comes, we can't let an old man who just recovered from a serious illness lead the charge. On Jia Lam's face, no particular expression showed. I know I've heard that rumor. Hearing this, his tone lifted slightly. A rumor? The monitoring departments of the military and the Spirit Association periodically compile data on the fluctuations of abnormal spiritual energy phenomena that both sides manage to collect. The data on these phenomena is recorded in a logbook, which is strictly managed to prevent any outside leaks. She lightly mentioned the archive for spiritual energy phenomena, abnormal phenomena. Rumor has it that speculative data indicates that with the Xia nation's current power reserves, it's feared we won't survive the first year of the spiritual energy's resurgence. Of course, no one believes it. This new information made him a bit curious. Monitoring the fluctuation data of abnormal spiritual energy, and sounds very authoritative, but she still spoke indifferently. You also think this rumor is true? In Fung Dik's eyes, a flash of old memories appeared. Could it be that because of my rebirth, the future will also change? How do I still remember? I think I lived until 3 years from now, when the spiritual energy was restored, although at that time the entire Azure planet was almost completely destroyed. He placed a hand on Jia Lam's shoulder, gently comforting her. Don't overthink it. Perhaps old Ngo will wake up soon. Finally, he made a firm declaration. Rest assured, if the calamity strikes again, I will definitely stand with you all through thick and thin. A vision of the future, of them fighting together, appeared. This battle against the calamity will break out sooner or later. This time I have to change everything. The scene shifts to evening inside a large house. Fung Dik is currently meditating on a chair. After fighting S-rank anomalies 2 times, I think I'm about to break through to the 2nd star of the spirit creation realm. The recovery of spiritual energy is proceeding on schedule. Although I already have dark attribute abilities, it's still not enough. Black wisps appeared, spreading across his face. The anomaly in that illusionary realm, even though its power was weakened, it was hard to hide its true might. Suddenly, he noticed a flower branch swaying by the window. Fung Dik's finger gently played with the 7-rot flower. Not bringing you with me before was my loss. It's just that you're not convenient to carry around. His next words made it so happy that it stood up straight. I only regret that I didn't have the chance to let you be useful for leveling up. How about I take you out for a walk? Meanwhile, at the back mountain, he was slowly walking on a small path. The Spiritual Association's Botanical Research Institute. It's still quite impressive. Even though it's still the early stages of the spiritual energy recovery, nature's ability to self-regulate has become very powerful, but it's only been a short while. The trees that were burned down have already recovered quite a bit, and there's also a batch of newly planted seedlings, Huang Dik said as he pulled the 7-rot flower out of its pot. I'll have to thank Little Sue's group tomorrow. He lowered his head to instruct it, and it nodded continuously. Just absorb a little bit from time to time. You can't be too reckless. Otherwise, with that appetite of yours, all the forests on Blue Star wouldn't be enough to feed you. After speaking, he let it plant its roots into the ground. The network of roots spread out, quickly absorbing the spiritual energy in the area. Huang Dik looked up at the withered branches. This should be enough for now. He lifted the 7-rot flower and spoke to it with a smile. All right, let's move to another spot to absorb more. Its flower was now glowing, from absorbing the spiritual energy. Among the evolved beings of the plant system, or should I say the wood system, I wonder what rank you would be. An abnormal desolation attribute. At the very least, you could be considered A rank. Holding the potted plant, Huang Dik couldn't help but wonder. Originally, there were quite a few animals on this mountain, but today I haven't seen a single one. It must be because they're afraid of the desolation power on you, right? A long howl echoed through the forest. causing him to startle for a moment. Phuong Dic's expression instantly turned serious. It's a wolf. The wolves surrounding the high cliff were howling non-stop. The wolf pack is about to evolve. Phuong Dic looked up at the wolf king standing on the high cliff. So that must be the wolf king. It seems like it's about to complete its evolution. It let out a long howl. Its eyes turned a leafy green color. He extended his hand, shielding the frightened seven-rotten flower. This spiritual energy, is it about to become an A-rank anomaly? Meanwhile, the massive wolf pack slowly closed in on him. After its evolution, the anomaly. The wolf king, once a wood attribute forest creature, has now evolved a poison attribute, a highly corrosive one. This poison attribute must have come from absorbing the dark attribute. In order to evolve, the wolf king's breath carried a heavy toxic gas. Fang Yi's expression darkened. He was carefully analyzing the situation. It seems dark attribute activities are becoming more and more frequent. So much so that it caused the wolf king to suddenly gain 2 attributes. But in the end, it's still just the power of an A-rank anomaly. He gripped the seven-rotten flower tightly and said in a low voice, "Now let's take care of them." Before engaging, he decisively planted it in the ground. Even though it's just an A-rank anomaly, the real problem is the sheer size of the wolf pack. Besides, there's a city at the foot of the mountain. If we let them get into the city, the consequences will be disastrous. The moment Fang Yi spoke, the battle began. Well then, let's begin. Down the mountain, an eye-catching pillar of green light appeared. I want to see for myself, without using any other abilities. Relying solely on the power of desolation, just how much damage it can inflict. A member of the demolition team remarked, "The Wolf King's evolution was a success. It's so powerful, what's the contamination level?" The captain of the demolition team answered cautiously, 90. He snapped his head around in surprise. A flash of fear crossed his eyes. 90? He touched the meter on his wrist and added with a frown, "And that's not all. It's still climbing. The wood attribute Wolf King was at least at the strength of a 3-star Gifu realm. It might even be a 1-star creation spirit realm beast. Why are there so many? The other wolves are between 2-star and 3-star nether realm." "Star!" he exclaimed in a panicked, high-pitched voice. "But at this rate, we don't have enough manpower. We can't win. Even you just recently broke through to the 3-star nether realm, right?" That pillar of light wavered, bringing with it a faint purple smoke. It's a dark attribute. A dark attribute has appeared again. Why is this happening? No wonder the pollution level is so high. The captain clenched his fist, suddenly understanding. "I get it now. The reason the pollution level is so high is because the Wolf King has evolved to have dual attributes. For this to happen during an anomaly is extremely rare." He looked down at the meter, which displayed the number 100. He immediately gave an order. "But even if we can't win, we have to stop them. This pack of beasts, once they successfully evolve, the area at the foot of the mountain will be devastated. The nature of these beasts is already brutal, and now that they've received spiritual power to evolve, they'll be even more terrifying. I need to quickly notify the Spirit Association and ask for reinforcements." A sudden tremor appeared, startling the entire team. Wait, does everyone feel the mountainside shaking? Is it an earthquake? How could a pack of evolving wolves cause an earthquake? No, something's wrong. Another anomaly has appeared. The number on the meter quickly jumped to 1,000. That green light now looks like a stream of spiritual energy converging in one place. Oh God, that's the power of the wilds. Why is the power of the wilds here? The captain of the demolition team saw this and immediately turned to flee. "Run! We have to fall back to the safe zone, no matter what." A member of his team asked, "Could it be those vines that disappeared earlier? With no warning at all? But right now, we don't have time to worry about that." He screamed, "Hurry! We have to evacuate all the residents in the area now." Suddenly, the young man running behind the captain yelled out, "Wait, Captain! The power of the desolate wild isn't this strong. What is this?" He turned his head in panic, his eyes wide open. He saw that power being sucked away. Everyone on the team was stunned. Has the power of the desolate wild hidden itself deep within the mountain? Yeah, this is so strange. The sense of danger is gone. Do we still need to report this? On the ground, roots began to spread out in all directions, and on every branch a pure white 7-rot flower bloomed. It used its own power to absorb all of the energy. These flowers are turning towards Phuong Dic. The entire area was covered in white flowers. The Wolf King swung its claws, clearing a large patch of them. But the man standing opposite him just said calmly, "This sea of flowers domain will not stop growing, not until it has drained every last bit of energy from your pack." The wolves were now tightly bound by the roots of the 7-rot flowers. You still have your protective spiritual energy to struggle with, but what about them? The wolves' skin was rapidly corroded. In the end, only dry skeletons were left falling to the ground. Its roots whipped high into the air, carrying a heaven-scorching fury. But refusing to submit, it opened its mouth and unleashed an attack. It aimed directly at the place where the 7 rot flowers were growing from, but he was already encased by its roots. His voice was cold as he declared, "It's useless. Haven't you realized yet? The desolate attribute of this spirit flower has already sunk deep into the earth. Beneath this entire mountain forest, the 7 rot flowers' roots are buried deep, spreading throughout the whole forest. A sea of flowers stretches across the land, taken from the mountain and used for the mountain." The Wolf King startled, growling at him. "Even though you've leveled up and awakened your sentience, you probably don't know the saying, wildfire can't burn away all the weeds. The wind blows and it's resurrected. Right, I saw it charge towards me." Phuong Dik even offered a word of praise. He could even make out the flower's position. Now this is the moment of confrontation between the 7 rot flower and the Wolf King. "Little flower, they've found you. What are you going to do?" It suddenly grew as if by magic, seemingly carrying a hint of anger. The Wolf King leaped forward, aiming straight for the flower. In the end, it plunged its head straight into the flower bud, ready for a fight to the death. But the red petals tightened around it, making it scream in pain. And then, it had the Wolf King completely bound. Seeing this scene, Phuong Dik began to wonder, should I really just let the dark attribute corrupt my very being? Petal by petal, the flower was torn apart by the force of the battle. The Wolf King struggled within its trap, but its strength eventually waned, and it was swallowed whole by the 7 rot flower. Watching the plumes of black smoke rise, he himself couldn't help but marvel. The wilderness power is so damn dominant. What kind of ability is this? I never expected that after I grafted the wilderness attribute onto this spirit flower. It wouldn't need any further modifications from me and would form its own technique. But inside, the Wolf King was still trying to struggle free from the flower bud. Once trapped in this overwhelming sea of flowers, no anomaly can escape. Finally, the 7 rot flower spat out a pile of cold, skeletal remains. Even if you continuously destroy the spirit flower can still regenerate, using its endless wilderness power to turn everything into white bones. His hand reached out to its giant flower bud, and he said softly, "It's called the Endless Spirit Sea." Red petals flew, filling the sky, shining under the moonlight. The spirit flower has been successfully grafted with the wilderness attribute, Endless Spirit Sea. Its pistil is now slowly beginning to glow. Wisps of spiritual energy are slowly being absorbed. It startled him. Finally, the spiritual energy and the petals gathered together, carrying a brilliant light. "Little flower, you're about to evolve." In a military command room, dozens of screens all displayed a red alert. Class A, mutated contamination detected. Everyone, look at this. The contamination zone. 2 completely different spiritual powers have appeared. The Wolf King leveled up, generating a dark attribute. But a wild attribute has also appeared. There was no warning whatsoever. The association president walked over, his brows tightly furrowed. "Specific location?" one of the observers reported. "The low mountain forest. This is the area Captain Su was previously in charge of." He stared at the screen, unable to hide his own curiosity. Didn't the destroyer squad already go to stop the wolf pack? But he immediately realized something. From the other side, the destroyer squad captain was urgently trying to make contact. "This is the destroyer squad." There was a sudden eruption at the mutated wolf pack's location, an immense wild power. "We've detected concentrations exceeding standard levels. This wave of wild power has eliminated the Class A, mutated wolf pack anomaly, but the wild power didn't target us. It went into the mountains instead. Right now, there's a phenomenon occurring in the mountains, a massive, abnormal bloom of mountain flowers." They stood outside, watching the sky filled with red flowers. He continued, "We can't get any closer. We don't know what will happen next, or if this wild power will affect the surrounding area." He bowed his head, carefully asking for the association president's opinion. "Has the anomaly been predicted yet? I've confirmed that once this erupts, its impact will far exceed the Skyvine demon that appeared in the past. Shouldn't we send reinforcements here? If something goes wrong, the forerunners present here, even combined, probably won't be a match for it." After hearing this, he calmly gave the order. "In that case, we will deploy 2 elite squads." Tu Thanhuin stood to one side, listening. She immediately thought of Phuong Dik. That's right, the back mountain. I've always had a gut feeling. This time it's him again. She suddenly spoke up, interrupting their conversation. "Wait, I think this time, the one releasing that desolate power is probably Phuong Dik. His house is in this location, and right now he is appearing in the sky above the city. He is going to protect everyone here." Currently, on the back mountain, red petals danced through the air, creating a beautiful sight. He tilted his head back to look at the seven-rot flower and sighed softly. Just as I thought. After you devoured that wolf king, you're becoming just like it was. About to evolve a second attribute. Every single red petal now rippled with a gentle wave-like motion. Phuong Dick lifted a hand to his eyes. The corners of his lips lifted slightly. A fire attribute, huh? That's a little unexpected. He offered it a bit of his own fear chi. All you have to do is devour this, and you can evolve. Your method of cultivating and leveling up is also easy, to a heaven-defying degree. Finally, the seven-rot flower shrank down, fitting into the palm of his hand. The spirit flower has devoured the mutated wolf king and its pack. Spirit flower evolution complete. Desolate fire, spirit flower. Anomaly rank, A. Attributes. Desolate attribute and fire attribute. After evolving, the desolate fire spirit flower will have an extremely strong desire to absorb spiritual energy. It can be placed in the boundless dark realm to be nurtured. Notes. This time it truly caught Phuong Dick's attention. Boundless dark realm. A black sphere appeared, along with his triumphant smile. Why didn't I think of this? I can't believe I can put the spirit flower inside the boundless dark realm. Inside the boundless dark realm, and there are countless anomalies with dark and earth attributes. If the spirit flower absorbs them, it might evolve a dark attribute. It was placed inside the boundless dark realm to live. Suddenly dark clouds and lightning appeared in the sky. His red pupils turned gold. Am I about to break through to the two-star spirit creation realm? A pair of golden hands appeared, bestowing power upon Phuong Dick. A powerful force erupted, enveloping his entire body. I can feel it. Channeling my abilities has become easier. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is fusing naturally with my body. It's as if we were born as one. Suddenly, a young man emerged from the forest. Found you. So this is where you've been hiding. Phuong Dick couldn't hide his excitement and shouted. The legendary Heavenly Fire One Blade. A spirit creation realm. 2-star at that. This is really getting exciting. He recalled his own excitement when he saw Phuong Dick through the screen. A fire attribute ascendant. Well then, I'll just have to knock that arrogance out of you. I want everyone to know that I am the #1 fire attribute ascendant. Startled, he whipped his head around and asked, "Who's there?" A blast of fire chi exploded right near where he stood. A fire attribute ascendant? Phuong Dick's hand secretly activated his boundless dark realm skill as the fire blast attacked. He skillfully used his ability to nullify the attack. So you finally decided to show yourself, huh? Half of Phuong Dick's face was hidden in shadow. He thought coldly, where were you hiding before? Not even bothering to conceal your spiritual energy. Suddenly, a pair of leather shoes appeared with a powerful stomp. A rogue cultivator who had broken through to the spirit creation realm. No allegiances, no organization, just a love for picking fights. Zhang Six appeared, brimming with fiery aggression. Confidently, he declared war. You're pretty interesting. I can feel a wave of imposing and powerful spiritual pressure coming from you. A moment ago, how did you manage to dodge my flowing fire? A flying flame? Faced with this insolent attitude, he remained indifferent and didn't respond. Even so, the man continued to ramble on. I forgot to introduce myself. He pushed off from the balls of his feet, using his spiritual energy to charge towards him. My name is Zhang Six, and you'll remember my name soon enough. Just then, Feng Yi suddenly raised his hand, summoning divine lightning. Zhang Six, however, was still charging forward like a madman. Both sides were preparing to unleash their own signature moves. A flash of lightning appeared right before his eyes, leaving him completely stunned. His face contorted, unable to comprehend what had just happened. What is this? A powerful bolt of lightning that struck Zhang Six directly. A moment later, he exhaled a puff of white smoke. His legs gave out as he collapsed helplessly to his knees. What just happened? Isn't he supposed to be a fire attribute cultivator too? How? Zhang Six's entire body trembled. He struggled to prop himself up with his hands. Just then, Feng Yi calmly appeared before him. His long, slender hand reached out and grabbed his head. He decisively slammed Zhang Six's head straight into the ground. Feng Yi's low voice rang out, carrying a chilling aura. I didn't quite hear you clearly before. What did you say your name was? He gritted his teeth, his entire body paralyzed by the electrocution. He couldn't accept it deep down. How could this be? How is this possible? I'm a dignified 1-star spirit creation realm cultivator. I've always been the one with the fastest cultivation speed, the fastest among all the pioneers. And that's not even mentioning my ultimate move. Zhang Liu thought about his situation. He had always been praised before. It's one of the rarest high-level attributes, the fire attribute. Immense power and the strength of the spirit creation realm. I'm clearly a master among masters. Everyone has to submit to me and curry my favor. Only then can I grant them benefits. In this era of spiritual energy awakening, the man let out a soft, contemptuous laugh. A bolt of lightning struck down, causing him to scream in agony. Pain! 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 His mind was now flooded with questions. Isn't he a fire attribute user? Why does he also have the lightning attribute? I can't believe it extinguished my flames, and even made it impossible for me to stand up. His eyes held a cold blue glint. And here I thought you were supposed to be strong. The smile on Fang Yi's lips deepened. Is that all you've got? Kids these days are really overconfident. As for himself, Zhonglu was now panicking, not knowing what to do. However, this guy clearly hasn't broken through to the 2-star spirit creation realm. So why do I feel like the pressure and spiritual power coming from him are far greater than mine? By 2 realms. The expression on his face was a mix of shame and fear, mixed with surprise. No, 3 realms. Looking at Fang Yi's terrifying appearance, Zhang Liu silently prayed. I'm screwed. I'm so screwed. I'm screwed! I, Zhang Liu, am really going to die here. Zhang Liu's eyes widened in terror as he screamed, Don't! Don't kill me! Fang Yi remained silent, not answering. His cold eyes scanned him before he gently let go of his hand. He said in a low voice, Let me give you a piece of advice. The power of a forerunner isn't something you can just use carelessly against others. In his pupils, his red eyes showed extreme indifference. If you've got time to spare, you'd be better off cleaning up the anomalies that are running rampant. Hearing this, he was a bit stunned. The man turned his back, letting out a soft click of his tongue. He watched him go, his mind filled with confusion. What the hell does that guy mean? How can he have such strong spiritual power? Zhang Liu's face was crestfallen. Is it because his ability is just that ridiculously overpowered? Or am I just too weak? The scene changes to a city, sparkling with modern lights. He trudged dejectedly into the room, where someone was already waiting. He looked disheveled and completely broken. A long-haired friend appeared, his arms crossed. He smirked. So you're back? Nice new hairstyle. The young man next to him chimed in, looking as if he were enjoying the show. Young Master Zhang, I told you. There's nothing to gain from provoking others. He walked closer to Zhang Liu, pointing and lecturing him nonstop. Even if you're going to throw a fit, I have to say this again. You can't keep going on like this. The spirit chi hasn't even officially recovered yet, and we're as insignificant as specks of dust. But you're going around making enemies everywhere. Don't you think that's way too risky? He was so exasperated that he put his hands on his hips and continued his reprimand. Being so belligerent, not distinguishing between friend or foe, will only bring disaster upon yourself. That's strange, the young man with them said, a little surprised. I've been talking this much, and he still hasn't gotten angry? Seeing him slump down into the chair, he became a little curious. What happened? He gently put his arm around Kung Six's shoulder. He still had a smile on his face. What happened? Did you get possessed or something? Are you still the troublemaker Kung Six, who wants to fight anyone he sees, ready to explode at any moment? But this change in him also made the long-haired man curious. Weren't you supposed to go and challenge that Tianhuo one-blade guy today? What on earth happened? Kung Sao didn't even bother to look up, he replied flatly. I was taken down in an instant. The young man couldn't believe it. He quickly grabbed him by the shoulders and asked, What do you mean, taken down in an instant? Explain yourself. He looked up, his face a mess of tears and snot as he whimpered. I was taken down in an instant. Kung Six quickly grabbed his head and screamed. I should have realized something was wrong back then. If I had just stopped in time, I wouldn't have had to suffer this humiliation. Seeing this, the long-haired man immediately tried to get to the bottom of the matter. Is that one-blade guy really that strong? You're a high-tier fire elemental genius. It's been less than a month since you awakened, and you've already broken through to the spirit creation realm. Looking across all the provinces, there's hardly anyone else like you. Kung Sao thought back to the dangerous situation at that time, and became even more terrified. It was over in a moment. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. My flowing fire flying flames, the move I was most proud of, was completely shattered by his lightning. Suddenly, the young man asked him a question. Is it possible you fought the wrong person? He himself was also curious. All I can do for now is make a judgment. After all, your fire attribute is so pure, it's astonishing. Unless it's someone from a high-level war zone. Otherwise, who could possibly fight on par with you? Besides, you've now ascended to the spirit creation realm. He stood to the side, lost in thought for a moment, gently rubbing his chin. You awakened late. You only just awakened not too long ago. When you were fighting with us for resources, you defeated 2 wild celestial walkers who shared your attribute, and they were even 3-star Ghost Mansion realm practitioners. So is it possible that the heavenly fire's blade you encountered wasn't a celestial walker at all? Back then, we also predicted that his strength was no greater than yours. He rushed in front of the other person and said decisively as tears streamed down his face, "How could I be mistaken? That was the exact spot where Heavenly Fire's blade appeared. It must be his territory. You guys didn't experience it for yourselves, so there's no way you could understand." The feeling of being struck down by Fang Yi's lightning still terrifies Jong-six. That guy is an absolute monster. That violent lightning power. It was like all the thunder in the heavens gathered right beside my ear. My head nearly exploded on the spot. Hearing his next conclusion made all his teammates' faces turn pale. My intuition tells me it was him. Himself, he boldly made a rather audacious judgment. He is a spirit creation realm celestial walker, with peak-level dual attributes of fire and lightning. His ability? His lightning power is countless times stronger than my fire. Countless times. He must have been hiding his true strength. Damn it, he has to be at least a 3-star spirit creation realm. The man reached up and touched his chin. A thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. A rogue spirit practitioner? At the 3-star spirit creation realm? How is that possible? The young man lowered his head slightly, remarking cautiously, "If my senses aren't mistaken, then this person will become a nightmare for all the other prodigies, all the spirit practitioners." He crossed his arms and murmured softly, "To have such terrifying attributes and innate talent really makes a person just look up in awe, knowing they can never hope to reach it." Meanwhile, Kung-six himself still hadn't recovered from the shock. He crushed me in a single move. But his next sentence was filled with determination. "Tell me, everyone, should I try to secretly learn his moves?" Over on Fungdik's side, however, he was focused on meditating. That's strange. Just a moment ago, I was clearly about to break through to the 2-star spirit creation realm. So why has that feeling of opportunity vanished now? His brows furrowed slightly as he finally thought to himself, "It can't be because I opened my eyes again." Brilliant light flashed within his pupils. It must be due to an external cause. Fungdik casually closed the door to his room. He thought to himself, the spiritual energy right now, for some reason it's unable to gather or resonate. It's preventing me from condensing a celestial phenomenon to create the environment for a breakthrough. Could it be? He recalled something he had heard before. In the past, the Spiritual Energy Association and the Monitoring Department would compile the phenomena of spiritual energy fluctuations that both sides had collected. This data would be recorded, copied, and strictly managed to prevent incidents from external sources. Rumor has it that the deductions from that data showed that with the Ha Nation's current reserves, it would be difficult to make it through. The first year of the spiritual energy restoration period. A flash. A massive bolt of lightning tore across the city's peaceful sky. Something really about to happen? Is the spiritual energy revival happening sooner than expected? Right here in the city where I live? After a moment's thought, he decided to pick up his phone. He tried to contact Old Lamb to check on the military's situation, but the other end just gave a cold, mechanical beep. "The number you have dialed is currently unavailable." Fang Yi's suspicion grew immediately. Unavailable? Could the military already be on the front lines? No, that's not right. If something major had happened, the military would have definitely contacted me. The worst-case scenario is that they were forced to cut off communications. Just then, the name Qing Huang flashed on the screen. Su King Huang. The moment he answered the call, crackling, intermittent sound came from the other side. "Fang Yi, the situation's escalating. Please send backup." As he was talking, he noticed the bat that was slamming into the glass window outside. The signal isn't very good. Are there a lot of anomalies appearing in the city? The signal on the other end was still cutting in and out, making it impossible to form a complete sentence. This is a huge problem. I'm in the city. The bat outside kept slamming into the glass window, causing it to crack. "Hello?" He didn't waste any more words. He immediately turned to face it. The next moment, the bat shattered the window and charged in. Facing it, Fang Yi remained calmly seated on the chair. "You don't know your place." He just moved his finger slightly, summoning a powerful bolt of lightning. With a single wave of his hand, he struck the bat down. At that very moment, Iwai pushed the door open and rushed in, shouting, "Cousin, there's an abnormal bat model." Suddenly, she noticed the shattered window. She asked softly, "Did something happen?" She walked over to Fang Yi's side and looked outside. Anomalies. Before, they only appeared occasionally, but now they're brazenly showing up right inside a house. And what's more, there isn't just one of them. His face grim, he carefully made his assessment. It's possible. If the situation remains stable, then it's still within the scope of what I can control. Lightning flashed in the sky outside. It forced him to consider the worst-case scenario. The worst-case scenario is that this place will experience a massive upheaval, just like the natural disasters. that we've seen on the news. After a brief pause, Fang Yi continued. Anomalies. 2-star ghost abode level ones usually just hide in the shadows, not rampage through bustling city streets, let alone launch a direct assault on a pioneer's home. Finally, his voice turned grave as he gave a careful warning. We have a difficult battle ahead of us. I just don't know what it is exactly. You call all the pioneers that you can contact and get them to the house. Yi quickly responded to him. Yes, sir. Suddenly, Fang Yi lifted his foot and stepped onto the table placed under the window. He cast a cold gaze towards her. You're about to reach the threshold of the spirit creation realm, aren't you? So for now, I'm entrusting the protection of this house to you. Hold this glass steady, don't let the anomalies break through. You all don't have a problem with that, do you? She answered in a loud, confident voice. No problem. The scene shifts to another city, where strange phenomena were also occurring. Our signal is being affected. Fang Yi can't get a clear read on our exact location. On the roof of a building, 3 people were discussing the situation together. Model. If a massive mutation and disaster like this really happens, then we'll have to take matters into our own hands. One of them raised a question. Could it just be an equipment malfunction? Actually, Captain, I really can't even imagine these abnormalities. Their power levels are completely unpredictable. Feng Huin calmly adjusted the mic by her lips and replied, I'm also hoping this is just a false alarm. Her brows furrowed slightly as her stern voice rang out. What's the patrol status for all teams? Area A. Contamination level 4. All personnel be on high alert and report the contamination fluctuation data for your respective areas. Suddenly, a series of loud noises echoed, surprising the 3 of them. A swarm of bats appeared from the sky, heading straight for Than Huin's group. Abnormal swarm detected. Abnormal swarm detected. In the sky, countless bolts of lightning struck down relentlessly. This city is about to face the biggest storm in the last half-century. Many areas have issued a red alert for the storm. The entire city will be off for one day. Citizens, please stay in your homes and do not go outside. A certain couple living in the city were discussing the matter. I feel like something drastic is about to happen to the sky. It's so scary. This isn't really going to happen, is it? What the hell has been wrong with this apocalyptic world lately? Somewhere, 2 motorcycles sped through the wind and rain. Holy crap, something is definitely wrong with the sky. We're not that unlucky, are we? The long-haired man in the back asked in a loud voice. Kwang 6, do we go or stay? Kwang 6, you make the call. Suddenly, an abnormal bat appeared right next to him. The firearm in his hand immediately went off. Go find your own way to hell. As soon as he saw Kwang 6 attack, he started to get intrigued as well. What's wrong with this aberration? Kwang 6's fire attribute is here. Normally, don't these lesser aberrations usually go the long way around? But that bat flapped its wings forcefully, and his fire aura instantly vanished. How is it that the bat wasn't even scorched? Kwang 6's brow furrowed tightly. He came to a frightening conclusion. No, that's not it. It's not that they weren't burned. It's that they regenerated. It's one thing for the people in this place to be ridiculously powerful, but even the aberrations are this terrifying. I have to go home. Just let me go home. A few hours earlier, inside a meeting room, Than Huin's voice rang out. And so we should immediately invite the highest-ranking members of the Spirit Association and Fuang Dix to conduct a confidential exchange. Suddenly, a series of loud thuds echoed down, startling her. From a nearby screen, a young man was using what little strength he had left to report an aberration warning. Specifically, an A-rank aberration is about to descend upon the city's central district. ETA is within 24 hours.
As of now,
a swarm of falling aberrations has already concentrated in the suburbs. The association president's eyes flew open in shock. An A-rank aberration? She didn't hesitate for a moment. She quickly gave the order. Deploy Team 5 immediately. I'm going as well. The young man struggled to continue updating the situation, even as the swarm of bats grew denser. S-Rank. The latest forecast indicates the approaching aberration is S-Rank. Unlimited. Within the military district, an entire laboratory was silent, without a single soul in sight. But outside, the monstrous bats swarmed thick and fast. A sudden flash of light appeared. Someone was using their power to fight back and to drive the swarm away. This person was none other than Jia Lam, with an incredibly serious gaze. Hundreds of intersecting streaks of light appeared amidst the swarm of abnormalities. That must be her own ability, Jia Lam's ability. High-grade mutated metal-type spiritual energy. She can transform her spiritual energy into any form and enhance it, unleashing 200% of its power. She tilted her head, looking towards the newcomer. These dark attribute bat abnormalities, she thought. They just keep multiplying. It's an endless fight. It's like they're trying to hold us back. The other commander, with his handsome appearance, let out a laugh. Commander Jialan. It seems your wounds have healed. Your power is fully restored. He glanced up at the pitch-black sky and commented lightly, but the situation doesn't look good right now. In this entire military sector, only high-ranking officers like the two of us are holding the line. Please give the order for our next step. Yelan herself only had a few scraps of information. The signal in my sector is being jammed by the abnormalities. The anti-jamming system has failed. I can't make contact with our personnel operating outside the sector or with the other military sectors. I believe the other sectors are facing the same situation. Her entire team was now struggling just to fight. What we need to do now is... She rushed forward, quickly issuing the order, Squad 1! Squad 2, you will hold this position. Do not let them enter the restricted area. Everyone else with me. We're breaking through the encirclement. We'll rendezvous with the breakthrough teams from the other sectors. Her subordinates followed her in unison, as the swarm of abnormal bats was now covering an entire corner of the city. The abnormality's final target isn't the restricted area, but the city itself. At the city bus station, a few people were rushing over in a panic. Hurry, it's raining. It's raining! A streamer holding a selfie stick exclaimed, looking up at the sky. Yeah, it's really pouring. I'll just find a raincoat and keep filming. This crazy weather has amazing viral potential. Then she turned to look at the person next to her. Just like last time, she said cheerfully. I got scraped up all over. But that's what it took to get a viral video. Suddenly her eyes flew open, filled with terror. A scream echoed out as mutated bats began attacking people. The panicked streamer turned and ran, followed by a swarm of pursuing bats and the sound of gunshots. Where are those gunshots coming from? There are so many bats. The bats are biting people. It's sucking my blood. Help me! Help me! One of them quickly latched onto her shoulder. Just then, a flash of blue light shot past and destroyed it. A pair of long, slender legs appeared before the streamer. She was stunned. Feng Huyen reached out her hand. Her powerful presence was clear as she spoke. My teammate will take you home. As she helped the streamer up, she instructed the two people with her. You two get her home safely. One of them was worried about the situation. He knew this would affect her. Boss, the number of Class C mutated bats is increasing. And what's more, they're showing signs of evolving, ma'am. But Than Huyen only gave a stern command. If you already know that, they use human flesh and blood as food to evolve. Then hurry up and get the civilians to safety. Looking up at the swarm of bats, she added softly, then come back and regroup with me. This is the area with the highest concentration of mutation pollution. Yes, ma'am. A clear reply came from the two of them. The scene changes to the figure of Phuong Dick, crossing a high-rise building. The moment he landed, he caught the attention of one of the creatures. Seeing them gather before him, Phuong Dick thought to himself, have all these bats really evolved to a level close to the power of a 3-star demon palace? The sword in his hand was immediately enveloped in a fiery aura. With a single strike, he wiped out a large number of the bat-like aberrations. Phuong Dick's red eyes turned towards them, observing them carefully. These aberrations are completely different this time. The deafening screeches of the bats echoed through the area. The swarm of bats endlessly multiplied and transformed. Even those that seemed to be destroyed still showed signs of life. They're difficult to eradicate completely. Moreover, in any area with civilians concentrated within the city, swarms of these aberrations are gathering, with a very high concentration of dark attributes. His eyes swept coldly over the scene. He thought about the cityscape. It's as if countless identical contaminated zones have appeared all at once, all of them identical. This has the potential to become a catastrophe. So finding the members of Lin Heap is still going to take some time. In that case, I'll just have to deal with this one step at a time. Phuong Dick raised his hand and a black hole formed above. It began to suck in the swarm of bats from the boundless dark realm. Become nutrients for my spirit flower. This stalemate is threatening the other pioneers, like a cracking screen. But I have to hurry. He quickly ran through the calculations in his mind. The pioneers who had formed teams earlier. Basically, I've already called everyone I could back to the house. With my cousin's ability, plus these pioneers having the house for shelter, protecting themselves shouldn't be a problem. But if this keeps up, that nightmare will become a reality. Surviving, then, will be very difficult. 10 minutes later, Feng Huyen looked at the sky thick with bats and cursed under her breath. Damn it. I keep fighting and fighting, but there's just no end to them. Beads of sweat rolled down her face. My spirit energy isn't recovering fast enough. At this rate, my spirit energy is going to be completely depleted. I wonder about my two unlucky squads. Have they run into trouble? Suddenly, a scream rang out from a nearby skyscraper. Seventh Than, save me! She immediately shot up the side of the building. To save that damn person. These abnormals just keep getting stronger. Their energy is about to reach the spirit creation realm. Our manpower is spread.
Too thin saving people, it's still not enough.
They've started attacking people inside the buildings en masse. It's just like the situation that almost happened in the capital. Before, Thanhun had used her own power to take down several of them in a row, but the massive swarm of bats turned to attack her instead. If this keeps up, a premonition shot through her brain, making her eyes fly open. Streaks of lightning tore through the bat swarm, signaling a grim turn of events. A king of the abnormals is about to be born. As the city is shown being overrun by bats, it gradually descends into chaos. The scale of this anomaly is no less than the natural disaster that almost occurred in the capital. What's worse is that it seems no one can stop this from happening. Thanhun's subordinate trembled, hiding by the side of the road. Whether it's the Spirit Association or the military, it seems no one can completely salvage or reverse this devastating outcome. The entire city is about to be annihilated in an instant, while she is being attacked by thousands of bats. All at once, suddenly a broadcast rang out from someone. Pioneer Squad of Sector A is trading life for life, detonating the sea of spirit bones to stop the spread of the bats. Pioneer Squad of Sector B is luring the abnormals and has been surrounded. The sea of spiritual bones also erupted, successfully annihilating them along with the swarms of falling anomalies. Latest alert, dark element anomaly detected. Codename Cocoon. Energy has reached the Vajra level. Threat level, S-class. Predictive capabilities match that of an anomaly king. In the control room, a staff member was rushing to report the situation to the association chairman, the Forerunners. And our personnel have suffered heavy casualties, but the number of anomalies is too great, and their reinforcement rate far exceeds our current defensive capabilities. Immediately after, the chairman gave his command. The S-class emergency protocol has been activated, but the Forerunners from other sectors, despite our best efforts to coordinate, won't make it in time. The flustered staff member explained, the city is surrounded by a dense layer of black bones, reinforcements from the military district, and other sectors can't get in. The entire city is now overrun by anomalies. The staff member stammered, We've become an isolated city. The association chairman made a grim decision. This is the moment of our city's survival. As a Forerunner, I, like all of you, will live and die with this city. We will stand together. His face twisted with fury. We are the people of this city. If the anomalies want to destroy it, they'll have to get through our defenses first. Try to contact headquarters and send the final code. If we can't stop this catastrophe, to prevent the dark attribute from spreading any further, immediately initiate the annihilation strike. Meanwhile, with Thanhun, she was in a free fall. She struggled to resist it. A thought crossed her mind. Quickly flashed through her mind. Her spiritual power was also completely depleted. If this keeps up, her strength. Thanhun's fierce power shot straight into the sky, in the blink of an eye. However, when it collided with the abomination, it didn't deal any damage at all. The abomination seized the opportunity and pounced, lunging at Thanhun. It made her scream in terror. No way. This is a third-stage spirit creation beast. The outer shield began to crack as the abomination attacked. Thanhun clenched her teeth. She couldn't help but curse under her breath. Damn it! Her spiritual power was almost completely drained. Not long after, she was defeated and fell into the abomination's claws. It ferociously let go, sending Thanhun into a free fall through the air. Forcing her eyes open, she muttered softly, This is the only thing I can do. The very next second, Thanhun regained her focus. She continued to attack with sheer determination. Even if I die, I have to... Suddenly, a blazing red stream of power shot past, leaving Thanhun stunned. She cried out involuntarily as she was rescued. This is... Thanhun couldn't hide her surprise when she saw Fung Dik appear. The boss, his sharp gaze, swept over the scene before him. Right after, Fung Dik cleared his throat softly. Divine lightning! A fatal blow was swiftly dealt towards the abomination. It not only had to endure the spiritual power attack, but also that of the Bakluyan. Immediately after, more fatal blows were unleashed. Internal flame explosion! Fung Dik gently placed Thanhun on the ground. He chided her softly. Sorry, finding you was a bit of a hassle. Right after that, he began to explain. There were too many swarms of identical anomalies along the way. They were all exactly the same. Although his companion was exhausted, he still tried to give him a careful warning. They'll regenerate. The very next second, the shape of an anomaly appeared in the sky. Fang Yi replied nonchalantly, Of course I know. He created an orb of darkness and then reassured his companion. Relax, I'm a man of my word. That orb grew larger and larger. Domain expansion, infinite dark realm. Fang Yi suddenly emphasized, I do what I say. But this action left Than Huynh astonished. She couldn't help but marvel. That's right. How could I forget? The city still has Fang Yi, this peerless pioneer. Fang Yi focused on controlling the orb, the power in his hands. The next second, it shrank back down. Suddenly, he turned back and asked her, "Are you all right?" Hearing this, Than Huynh quickly replied, "I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. I still have some blood-clotting medicine on me. I can recover." However, Fang Yi noticed something wasn't right. He touched his companion's body, making her jump as he spoke. "I've helped you clear out the remnants of the shadow attribute. When you have time, you should bandage that wound." At this point, Than Huynh could only agree. Inwardly, she was singing Fang Yi's praises. As expected of a high-level lightning attribute, "My wound. The pain has already lessened considerably. It's healing even faster than the medicine." From the research department for stopping bleeding, at the Spirit Association's observation room, a staff member shouted in astonishment, "Quick, look! The swarms of anomalies seem to be thinning out. Could it be? Did they successfully break through the encirclement?" The man with the glasses in the back, "Are you refuting their point of view again? All of the rescue pioneers around the city have been attacked. We've lost contact and still can't get into the city. Look at the number of anomalies outside the city. It's showing no signs of decreasing." He slowly analyzed the city's current predicament. Inside the city, the number of pioneers is constantly decreasing. Not a single team has re-established contact. Perhaps the Anomaly King is about to appear. That's why the number of them inside the city has dropped, because they've gathered together. Right after that, he turned and left with a sorrowful look. "Actually, I wanted to go home for a bit to see my parents. But I guess I won't be able to make it back now." His colleague quickly offered some advice. "Then just do what you can for one last time." Phuong Dick stood amidst the green smoke. He asked suddenly, "Do you people have any accurate information? What in the world is this thing?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Than Huynh honestly replied, "A Super S-class anomaly. It's using the entire city as a blood lure. Its power is no less than the one that was previously sealed in the Spirit War Zone." In an instant, her face became unusually grave. Calamity is often used to describe it. This cocoon is like an omen of that calamity. It can only offer you a warning. Than Huyn's clear voice echoed throughout the space. It's like how humans can know a disaster is coming, but are powerless to stop it from happening. Inside of this, an extremely terrifying creature is gestating. Once it succeeds, the entire city will be utterly annihilated. Through her words, the image of a serpent demon quickly took shape. But right now, we have a more scientific explanation. Research shows that even anomalies of the same species will cannibalize and attack each other. In their chain of mutated evolution, evolving through consumption is the fastest way to level up. But dark attribute anomalies are different. The most typical example is the swarm effect of this group of bat anomalies. The perfectly evolved form, when facing other anomalies of its own kind, will have an effect similar to bloodline suppression. Normal anomalies will automatically put themselves in the position of a servant. It has eyes that gleam brightly in the dead of night. We call this perfectly evolved form the Anomaly King. After he finished his story, Than Huynh quickly changed the subject. "Boss, I know you're very strong. So strong that it's beyond my comprehension. But no matter what, you still haven't reached the Diamond Realm. Besides, even the strongest Forerunner, it was bedridden after sealing the calamity. It required a constant line of successors just to handle the devastating aftermath." Her face was etched with extreme worry. "We don't want to lose another genius, a Forerunner. If you can, please leave as soon as possible. Break through the Anomaly's blockade, get out of the city, and rendezvous with the military district. And tell them to abandon this place." Suddenly, Phuong Dick reached out and flicked Than Huyn's forehead. He stressed, "Those 20-something years of education you had. Did you forget everything just because spiritual energy returned?" He looked incredibly serious in that moment. "This is my home. Whatever the cost, I will have no regrets." His actions made Than Huynh fall into deep thought. Just like that, Phuong Dick walked off into the heavy rain. He moved closer and closer, toward the giant green sphere swarmed by the bats. Phuong Dick muttered sarcastically under his breath. Using the entire city as a sacrifice to celebrate the birth of the Kim Duong Kai King. Suddenly, he reached his hand toward Than Huynh and asked, "Your watch and your equipment, are they still working? Let me borrow them for a bit." A little surprised, she asked, "Huh?" After taking the items from her, he explained softly, "This thing can detect anomalies and contact the Spirit Association, right?" Right after that, Phuong Dick forcefully swung the sword in his hand. "I have to get up there and destroy it first." The green orb before his eyes grew larger and larger. Inside the control room, alarms were blaring non-stop. "Pioneer's signal lost! Contact re-established!" It's Captain Toe. The target is ascending rapidly. Captain Toe, can you hear me? Looking at the symbols on the screen, the man grew even more frightened.
That's not right. How is she moving so fast? And she's flying towards the origin point.
The area with the highest contamination level. Quick, tell her to turn back. Going there alone is a suicide mission. The man tried to shout louder into the radio. Specialist to Than Huynh, respond if you copy. Cease your actions immediately. Avoid casualties. Wait for reinforcements from the Spirit Association HQ and the military district. We'll find a way. Specialist to Than Huynh, stay in your position and await orders. The communicator on his wrist emitted a static-filled voice. Guangdik raised his arm and calmly asked, "So this is how you use this thing?" Hello, can you hear me? Hearing an unfamiliar voice, he frowned and demanded, "Who are you? Where is Specialist to Than Huynh?" Ignoring the question, he simply gave a calm command, "Listen carefully. Right now, I need all of you to coordinate with me. I want to take down the king at the center of the anomaly zone." He was speechless when he heard that. "What did you say?" Fang Yi said as he flew forward at top speed. I said, "If you don't want the city to be destroyed and become food for the anomalies, then all communication personnel must use every piece of equipment and intel you currently have to coordinate with me. We're going to raid that cocoon and take it down." The man gritted his teeth, silent and unresponsive. After a moment of hesitation, he decisively waved his hand and gave the order. "All right, everyone, halt your current tasks. Connect to him immediately. Use the undamaged satellite radar. Check for nearby anomaly sources. Provide him with full informational support. C02, you're in charge of the main connection. Guide him with precise directions." Right after that command, the assigned personnel quickly got into position. Understood. Getting intel on that swarm of anomalies. In just a few seconds, we have satellite imagery showing that, around the giant cocoon, there are massive numbers of anomalies surrounding it, in a storm-like pattern. The number of anomalies on the northern route is relatively low. A breakthrough is possible on the main path. The anomalies are densely concentrated. Recommend breaking the encirclement from a side route, the southeast direction. After hearing that, he immediately accelerated, flying in the reported direction. But just then, an unexpected problem occurred. Not good! An anomaly has spotted you. 2 anomalies, both estimated to be A to S class. Their strength is at the 2-star spirit creation realm. Be careful and try to avoid them. The man looked at this current situation, worry growing in his heart. But can he really escape? It's too late to retreat now. He suddenly felt the entire room shake violently. Outside, the 2 abnormals had already been defeated by Fang Yi in a single blow. A small wisp of smoke escaped his lips, along with a completely carefree question. And then what? The man's eyes widened in surprise as he looked back at the large screen. The source of the abnormals, it's gone. 1 strike. He took down an S-class, dark attribute abnormal in a single strike. Could he be? All the staff present in the monitoring room immediately erupted in cheers. The tyrant! It's the tyrant! This is great, we're saved! That's right, a great hermit hidden within my city. I never expected there to be a pioneer this powerful here. Fang Yi didn't answer. A cold, indifferent glint flashed in his red pupils. Right now he was observing what happened after defeating the abnormals. After enhancing the demon-slaying blade, the flames also have an inhibiting effect on a dark attribute abnormals. It can slow down their regeneration speed. If I had successfully leveled up before this, and then increased my power just a little bit, perhaps a single strike, I could have completely suppressed the restructuring ability of these abnormals. Then he summoned a stream of fire energy with a stable energy structure, combined with lightning. A series of gleaming sword slashes appeared in midair. If that's the case, I'll just have to rely on high speed and frequency to attack and finish this. This endless swarming is really a pain. Inside the abnormal cocoon, a loud noise suddenly erupted. The abnormals seemed to realize something and immediately stopped. They gathered into a swarm, turning to face the cocoon. The pioneers below looked up, wondering, what's going on? The bat swarm has stopped attacking. The association president's brow furrowed tightly. His worried voice rang out. This is bad. For this bat-kin to suddenly stop their attack, there's only one possibility. The entire city sky is now swarming with mutant bats. They are being summoned by the aberrant king. Could it be that the aberrant king wants to speed up its descent? If all the bats blocking the outskirts have been summoned back, then does that mean we still have a chance? On Jia Lan's side, the battle was also intense. She looked at the captain accompanying her and asked softly, "How much longer until we can enter the city?" He glanced at the communication device and replied, "The device estimates half an hour at the fastest." She tilted her head back and made a light comment. Half an hour. By then, the aberrant king will have successfully hatched. The city will be gone. What's the point of stopping it then? He was also helpless. All they could do was leave it to fate. We're out of options. The number of these bats is 10 times greater than what we initially estimated. That's right, this is 10 times the S-class estimate. The cannons on the tanks are still relentlessly taking them down. Even if we rely on these high-damage, large-scale firearms, we still can't completely wipe them out. Jialan gritted her teeth. An image of old Wu fighting flashed in her memory. Oh, if this continues, the surrounding cities will sooner or later become a sea of darkness. We still don't have enough manpower. What about breaking through the encirclement? The 4 captains observed the situation. They answered cautiously, it's nowhere near enough. I don't know what some of the forerunners are doing, just standing idly by, with their arms crossed. Do they really think the fire won't reach them? At that very moment, something caught Jia Lam's attention. She quickly looked over to where the horde of aberrations was gathering. Look over there, what is that? The aberrations in the city are gathering toward the area where the aberration king was born. A blinding flash of fire erupted from within the swarm of aberrations. She couldn't hide her astonishment. She recognized it instantly. Wait, that brilliant fire in the sky? Could that be him? Fuangdik. The captain standing beside her softly called out her name. Jia Lam? A smile of relief mixed with joy appeared on Jia Lam's lips. It's nothing. She suddenly raised her hand and commanded in a loud voice, Everyone intensify your firepower! Don't worry about the reserves, they're not a problem. We must advance into the city's spiritual battleground. Do not give up on protecting a single city. A fire dragon charged forward, wiping out the horde of aberrations. Thanghuan also quickly noticed something unusual. This sea of flames. Ai stared through the window, her face filled with uncontrollable excitement. It's my cousin! That's my cousin's blade technique! Seeing their attacker, they immediately swarmed towards him together. Fuangdik, bringing with him a fire dragon, advanced with overwhelming power. So you've all come to stop me? He powerfully threw the fire spear in his hand. In that case, you're playing right into my hands. Hundreds of spears plunged into the gathering crowd of aberrations that had swarmed together. Pillars of fire erupted continuously, annihilating them. In his eyes, a flame of power now blazed. Fuangdik's entire body was completely enveloped in fiery energy. I can feel it again. Even where the spiritual energy is this thin, I can feel that sensation of being on the verge of a breakthrough. A brilliant light shone down from the heavens, illuminating the spot where he stood. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Deep, low voice rang out, the words speeding up. His hand reached out, summoning his power. A pitch-black space appeared. In the blink of an eye, that space expanded into a black hole. Boundless dark realm. A hint of smug satisfaction appeared on Fuangdik's face. Spirit flower, come forth. Cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the space. Finally, the 7 decay flower emerged from within the boundless dark realm. Drain them all. Help me achieve my breakthrough. The 7 decay flower bloomed in full, carrying a dense spiritual energy as it unleashed a desolate power. It erupted, unleashing hundreds of branches. On Fuangdik's command, each branch struck down countless aberrations. Just like that, hundreds of them were completely wiped out, leaving nothing behind. He landed on the pistil of the 7 decay flower with a casual air. He turned his gaze toward the pitch-black clouds with a cold look in his eyes. Ran off again, have you? A thought flashed through Fuangdik's mind. But when I chased it into the sky, I discovered this giant cocoon. Although it's clearly visible in the sky and has a bizarre demonic appearance. In reality, it's like a flower in the mirror or the moon reflected on water. You can see it, but you can't touch it. Suddenly, the corners of his lips curled up, forming a perfect arc. But I can hear the king's heart beating. Fuangdik slowly closed his eyes, feeling the sound. It was like the magnificent and wild beat of war drums echoing across an ancient battlefield. A resounding declaration of war. The scene he perceived was as if spears were pointed right at him, capable of awakening the most evil and insane ambitions from deep within, the depths of the heart. And then, he suddenly opened his eyes. The situation became crystal clear in his mind. If I had been timid and afraid to show myself even then, I'm afraid I still wouldn't have fully blossomed by now. Fang Yi. Quickly contact the people in the surveillance room. Hey, have you pinpointed the exact location yet? A confident voice came through the communicator. We found it. The king's location has been synced to your device. The surface of the communicator suddenly glowed a brilliant red. Finally, it formed a beam of light, shining directly into the center of the swirling clouds. It's there, he whispered. His entire body was quickly enveloped in a golden light. Golden sun breathing method. After a loud shout, that light grew even more brilliant. All the bats were blinded by this beam of light. They were utterly defeated. The other Xiangxing practitioners watched on. Everyone was curious. What is this ability? Is it a fire attribute? No, that's not right. How can a fire attribute be this powerful? And it can even counter the darkness attribute. It's the extreme yang attribute, a high-level attribute, the complete opposite of the darkness attribute. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, a man exclaimed in awe, his eyes wide, the number of anomalies is dropping sharply. The diameter of the encirclement is shrinking. The anomaly concentration is starting to drop below 100. This is truly unbelievable. Elsewhere, a convoy of rugged jeeps raced forward relentlessly. Report! All the obstructing bat swarms on our side seem to be receiving some kind of command. They are all retreating, flying towards the inner city. Jialin watched that orb of light and pleaded softly, Fang Yi. Attack the Anomaly King's cocoon! The captain looked on, also feeling overwhelmed. So, it really is him? That tyrant? With the Heavenly Fire Unity Pill? Unbelievable. This surge of power is of the Yang attribute, the purest and most extreme kind. However, he has to face the Aberration King all by himself. She immediately raised her hand, preparing to issue a new command at this very moment. We'll enter the city at once. But he pointed towards the sky, cutting her off. Wait, look over there, that thing. Jialam's eyes widened, surprise clearly written on her face. The massive cocoon began to stir, accompanied by a terrifying sound. Could it be? Is the Aberration King starting to hatch early? The other pioneers saw the cocoon and were terrified. It's all because of that thing. It's the source of all this evil. And these beasts? They've cut down our comrades. Take them all down. I will eradicate every last aberration. Yi looked at the sky, her heart filled with conviction. If we only defend, we're just waiting to die. We have to do something. We have to help cousin. The birth of the creature inside this giant cocoon will cost all of us our lives. It'll turn the entire city into a living hell. Meanwhile, Than Huynh was trying to heal her teammates. She gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment. Among the aberrations blocking cousin, however many B rank, a rank or even S rank there are, is a testament to how many of our relatives and friends they have harmed. Suddenly her eyes widened as an idea flashed through her mind. There it is up in the sky. The 7 decay flower is still busy wiping out the swarm of bats. My cousin brought out that flower just now. I saw it absorb the power of so many bats. Isn't this just like that time before, when we ran into that demon vine with the desolation attribute? A triumphant smile appeared on the exquisite face of Yi. So, my cousin also possesses the power of the desolation attribute? Then she suddenly stretched out her hand and released a stream of energy. In that case, let's pour all our spiritual energy into the net formed by those plants. Let it absorb our power. The other cultivators unanimously followed her lead. All right, the association president quickly noticed these streams of spiritual energy. He watched intently, not understanding what they were doing. Are the cultivators gathering spiritual energy to attack the anomaly? What? No, that's not right. Their power isn't strong enough to directly attack the anomaly so high up. Every bit of spiritual energy is being absorbed by the branches of the 7 decay flower. I get it now. They're supplying spiritual energy to the plant that Fang Yi summoned. He strained, summoning his own spiritual energy. I have to lend him a hand too. The people with the association president also acted in unison. Me too, and us! They all hurled their spiritual energy towards the flower high above. Over where Qing Huang was, she now felt the fluctuation. She looked at the magnificent scene before her and marveled. This is the power of all the cultivators in this city. She followed their lead as well, releasing her own spiritual energy for it to absorb. Bring it on, Anomaly King! This is the resistance of humanity. In this city, from inside the flower bud, a brilliant golden light erupted, shining like the sun. A deep growl, an ear-splitting roar from the aberrant bat, suddenly rang out. It lunged forward to attack but was struck down by Fang Yi. He casually wiped a smudge from his cheek, while listening to the report from his ally. Careful! All the aberrant bat swarms outside the city are in a frenzy. They're closing in on you. Their numbers just keep growing. They've completely surrounded Fang Yi. 200,000. B-rank aberrations, equivalent to the 3rd level of the Ghost Axe realm. 100 A-rank aberrations at the 1st level of the Spirit realm. And there are even S-ranks up there. He glanced towards the cocoon of the Aberration King. He scoffed softly. Pathetic. No matter how many of these minions you summon, I will annihilate every last one of them. His eyes were filled with a confidence that was simply unmatched. So the Aberration King is rushing to break out before its evolution is complete? Are you afraid I'll cut you down before you even get the chance? Suddenly an arm covered in razor-sharp claws burst forth from the cocoon. Fang Yi's focus sharpened. He entered a state of readiness, Here it comes. Two gaunt hands crossed over its chest, revealing a single piercing eye staring out. At last, the Aberration King appeared with a thunderous roar. Its power shook the very heavens and earth. The members of the demolition squad watched on, completely and utterly shocked. This is earth-shattering power! It's the power of that damned Aberration King. You mean just by emerging from its cocoon? It can destroy us all this easily? Sao Jialam's brow furrowed deeply. He gritted his teeth, his thoughts on Fang Yi. Fan Huin also watched on worriedly. She prayed for him, her heart in unison with the others. A fierce determination shone in her eyes. He has to succeed! The space around Fang Yi suddenly fell deathly still. So you are the Aberration King of Darkness, the main culprit behind this disaster. In just a moment, his entire body was enveloped in a powerful aura of fire. I have grown up here since I was born. I am very fond of this place, and I deeply cherish the life I have now. It seemed to understand his words, so it only roared more fiercely, its threats escalating. Fang Yi's brows knitted together tightly, his sharp gaze fixed on the Aberration King. Without a moment's hesitation, the two torrents of power collided. Then you can just go to your grave. A massive vortex of fire suddenly appeared. Fang Yi was startled by the deep, booming voice of the Great Eye, a pathetic little one-star of the spirit creation realm. Suddenly the eye's face contorted into a beastly visage as it roared. And you dare to challenge me? He retreated backward, a deep sense of unease growing in his heart. From its massive mouth, powerful gusts of wind erupted. The Aberration King. It's on a completely different level from common aberrations. Took a full-force blow from me, and it's still not dead. Fang Yi gritted his teeth, finding himself inside some kind of purple sack. Even after being burned to this extent by my yang attribute, it still managed to swallow me whole. He jumped up only to land in a gooey mire. This digestive fluid is also extremely corrosive. Not to mention the concentration of the hidden dark attribute within it is off the charts. He stood still, carefully observing his surroundings. If this were any other pioneer, they would have vanished from this world long ago, without a trace. His brow furrowed. Something feels very strange. This level of aberrant evolution is something that only beings with high-level spiritual intelligence should possess. Could it be that it's not afraid of me attacking it from the inside? The inside of a body is the most dangerous place, after all. He clenched his hand tightly into a fiery fist. First, let's just see what happens. Immediately, Fang Yi smashed his fist down onto that slimy surface. Nothing changed. He stood splashing in the liquid, his hand still a flaming fist. His expression grew more and more serious. It seems, although my abilities have been weakened quite a bit by its fluid, I can still injure it, Fang Yi said with a confident tone. Then he summoned the flower from the palm of his hand. Spirit flower, as long as you work, then this whole thing can be resolved. Spirit flower. His eyes sharpened. He recalled and analyzed in his mind. The Aberration King used this move to fight me, and it even caused the spirit flower outside to be sucked in. Luckily, it had absorbed enough of the dark attribute aberrations. Not only that, but also the spiritual energy sent by the vanguards in the city. Fang Yi was suddenly startled when he saw the spirit flower drooping. What's wrong? You don't like its dark attribute? The flower. The spirit flower looked towards the tangled mass over there. This is something I didn't expect. A spirit flower with the desolation attribute is actually rejecting the Aberration King's dark attribute. I was originally planning to hollow it out from the inside. Without another word, he held the spirit flower in one hand and smashed his other fist down. Meanwhile, outside, the Wolf King was running rampant using its dark attribute. The beautiful 81-year-old woman asked cautiously, Yi, what's the situation right now? Yi, also terrified, stared without blinking. I don't know where cousin is either. In a corner, Fan Huin's bodyguard was guiding people to evacuate. Everyone retreat in an orderly fashion. Do not panic and cause a stampede. We will try our absolute best to ensure everyone's safety. Fan Huin was so worried about him she was gritting her teeth. Sweat dripped down her face. Huang Dik was fighting inside the abnormal king's body. Armored trucks were moving into position. Jialam stood on high ground, calmly commanding her troops. The bats are diving in. The abnormal king doesn't have time to attack the city. We must complete the evacuation quickly and reduce potential casualties. To the absolute minimum, her subordinates all acknowledged the order with a sharp, understood. She looked towards the Wolf King in the sky, gritting her teeth. This is troublesome. We have to be fast. We can't afford to gamble on this. Meanwhile, it continued its rampage, unleashing frantic gales of wind. From behind, something was gripping it tightly. Fuangdik's eyes widened in realization. A surge of power erupted from within him, shooting straight upwards. He struggled to breathe inside that green liquid. He glanced to the side, trying to see his shoulder outside of this fluid. His eye twitched and narrowed, his vision constricted. And then gradually, Phuongdik began to lose consciousness. His vision blurred and everything faded to black. Fast forward to when he suddenly awoke. His eyes snapped open. He found himself standing in a city filled with ruined and dilapidated buildings. Where is this place? From behind him, a black monster with glowing red eyes emerged from behind a building. A massive fist rushed towards him. Phuongdik reacted instinctively. He immediately turned, about to use his spiritual energy to counterattack. He immediately turned, intending to counterattack with his own spiritual energy. He looked back but saw nothing appear. He was immediately surprised by his own spiritual power. Meanwhile, the gorilla's fist, the Wolf King's fist, was closing in on his face. Thanks to his quick reflexes, he managed to dodge it. Its punch slammed hard into the ground. He collapsed to one side on a small rock, feeling lucky that he managed to avoid that. The functions of my body, they're still in the same state as after my cultivation. A massive gorilla with two ferocious bloodshot eyes was stepping towards him. This proves it. This is the hallucinogenic ability of the mutant king. It's trying to make me feel like I've returned to my past life, trying to make me think I haven't awakened yet, that I haven't become a pioneer. It lifted its enormous foot, then viciously stomped down on the spot where he'd just been standing. But he had already managed to get away. He was knocked back, but his eyes were constantly observing and calculating. This means the mutant king isn't powerful enough to completely strip me of my powers. Its actual strength is no greater than mine. Fang Yi closed his eyes, thinking it through. My powers haven't disappeared. What I need to figure out now is how to break through this barrier. There has to be a breakthrough point within the illusion, and that breakthrough is the weakness the mutant king has laid bare right before my eyes. But in just an instant, he was snatched up by the Wolf King's giant hand. Its eyes glowing crimson, it let out a few growls. You fool, once you come in here, you're not getting out. Just look at this moment. He opened his eyes and smirked contemptuously. There it is. Suddenly, the Wolf King's face transformed into a half-beast, half-human form. It's all over. This is what truly belongs to you. It brought him closer to its wide-open mouth and sharp teeth. The city below, Jialam, Tenghuing, and a few others were lying unconscious. Just accept your fate. Even with that little bit of power you have, what can you possibly do? In the end, humans are nothing but food for my evolution. For a moment, he was completely silent. Phuongdik smirked. Is that so? Golden aura erupted from his body, even while held in its hand. So this is the only trick up your sleeve, huh? A few more golden hands appeared. Looks like you still don't get it. The monkey's hand loosened, as Phuongdik was absorbing the golden energy from everyone. I was given another chance at life to protect my family, the people who stood by my side. The gorilla was hit by that golden blast, its face twisting in agony. Phuongdik stood within a radiating golden light that incinerated everything around him. His eyelids and hair also turned golden. He stood tall and defiant, clenching the flame in his hand as he spoke. Time to get to work. System. A colossal source of power from 3 giant, golden hands surrounded him. System confirmation. Upon checking, you have met the requirements for a breakthrough. Do you wish to break through to the 2-star spirit creation realm? Yes or no? Phuongdik gripped the blazing golden sword and charged out from the encirclement of the 3 large hands. The king of anomalies, Ling Wang in his ugly human form, stared at him with 2 crimson eyes. I must thank you for helping me reach this enlightenment. He swung his sword, unleashing a 2-star spirit creation realm / and spoke his final words to it. My rebirth is the turning point that will change the world. The one who was supposed to be devoured by all of you. Fang Yi's hair turned golden. Flames blazed across one of his eyes. And I am the one chosen to exact vengeance. He stood within a chaotic vortex of colors. A voice boomed from out of nowhere. You useless little ants. And here I thought you actually had some skill. A mere 2-star spirit creation realm practitioner dares to provoke me? A swift claw lunged low, aiming for his face. Fang Yi simply shifted to the side, and it slammed straight into the ground. The black and red monster let out a furious roar. Human, you can't escape from this place. Just obediently become my nourishment. But its triumphant laughter was cut short, as it was forced to a sudden halt. He didn't say another word, just a smirk playing on the corner of his lips. A brilliant golden circle erupted right beneath it. What is this? My body. My precious body, you despicable human. His expression turned ice cold. He extended a hand and decisively unleashed Wind Burial. 9-dragon heavenly flame purge all evil. Its entire body? The monster's precious body was consumed by the fiery gale. All it could do was scream in agony. This is definitely not the power of the spirit creation realm. The tables had turned. The crowd below stared up at the sky. A blinding light appeared in the sky, cleansing all abnormalities. The red and black monster was slowly obliterated from existence. Its dark vortex dissipated, returning the city to its original bright state. The black hole in the sky began to suck back the purple spiritual energy. And Fang Yi was the one behind it all, absorbing that dark spiritual energy back into himself. His handsome face emerged from behind the fading embers. In one hand, he still held a flaming sword. With the other, he conjured a vortex to reclaim the dark spiritual energy. Limitless dark realm. What a relief. It's finally over. An injured person struggled to say a few words upon seeing the darkness dissipate. The end, death. It's over. Elder Lamb's entire army cheered loudly in celebration. It's over! The city has been saved! We weren't wiped out. We survived to see the second day. Is it really over? We're saved! She looked up at the sky and smiled softly. It's morning now. Someone from below spoke up. Aren't you going to look for them? She gently basked in the sunlight, then smiled and replied, There's no need. We still have our own work to do. Elder Lamb stood on a vehicle observing. She saw everyone joyfully embracing one another. For example, bringing the lives of these people back to normal and restoring this city to what it once was. Even the people in the computer room jumped up in celebration. This is great, we did it! We really did it! We also did our part. To stop the king's advent. It feels like a dream. They looked at the screen and saw Fang Yi standing amidst the dissipating smoke. It's a good thing he showed up. To think he actually managed to defeat the king. If it weren't for him, we would have been blamed for letting the city fall. Even in death, we couldn't have escaped that responsibility. Feng Huin stood among the crowd carrying the wounded, asking if they were still alive. The association president placed a hand on her shoulder and answered with ease. Don't worry. Our medical center wasn't destroyed by that monstrous swarm. Was destroyed. She raised an eyebrow and looked at him with a serious expression. I know very well that if it wasn't for Fang Yi, then they would have absolutely no chance of being treated. Sometimes I can't help but wonder, just what kind of master is he? How can he possess such immense power? He can always turn the tide, accomplishing things that others couldn't even imagine. He stood with his hand on his chin, looking deep in thought. After this battle, headquarters will surely make a move, right? Feng Huin stood with his hands behind his back, and with his eyes closed, answered casually. The scene in the sky just now showed that he has advanced to the 2-star spirit creation realm. At this level, someone else will make contact with him before we do. Feng Huin glanced towards Fang Yi's figure, who was standing on high ground. He spoke thoughtfully. When I first started observing him, I actually thought I could still compete with him. As it turns out, I've been left far, far behind. Besides, from what I know about him, his attributes, spirit power, and innate talent are all at the absolute limit. I'm afraid his true strength is even greater than this. Forget this place. Even in the entire Sia nation, he's the absolute top prodigy. The association president recalled the scene of the monster, being incinerated by his seal, acknowledging that his brilliance now shone to the very heavens. The fire dragon seal annihilates all abnormalities. This was a scene everyone witnessed. It must have sparked quite a bit of discussion by now. In the future, this wave of discussion will only grow larger, not just among the pioneers, but among ordinary people as well. We need to act soon. As he was nodding, Fan Huyen was taken by surprise. What? The red flame transformed into a dragon and coiled around Fang Yi. The funeral sealer. That's quite a name, isn't it? Elsewhere, the beautiful 81-year-old woman was trying to catch up to Yi Yi. Hey, slow down! Wait for Teacher Ju and me! We're looking for you! Where's my cousin? The 81-year-old beautiful woman panted and said, Don't be rash. I still think we should just go home and wait. Completely ignoring her words, KuBI suddenly noticed something. Tears of joy streamed down her face as she called out to Fang Yi, her cousin. He heard Wai calling his name and turned to look. Fang Yi approached and spoke with a chiding tone. Why did you two insist on coming out to find me? Genuinely worried, Wai barraged him with questions. How are you now? Can your body still handle it? Then Wai suddenly shouted in his face. I knew it! You need us right now! Fang Yi let Wai support him on one side. His voice was gentle. I'm fine, you did a great job. The 81-year-old beautiful woman could only watch and let out a light chuckle, as expected of the king of anomalies. It's been a long time since you've been this badly hurt. Fang Yi's expression was laced with exhaustion. He recalled the moment he used his power. The finishing blow, along with the seal, and it used up almost all of my spiritual energy. After breaking through to the 2-star spirit creation realm, I've just ended up making these two kids worry about me. Wai suddenly realized something was off. She couldn't believe it. She turned to Fang Yi, asking as if she had just made a discovery. Wait a minute, cousin. Did you break through to another realm again? The 2-star spirit creation realm. This advancement speed is terrifying. Just what on earth is the extent of your talent? What? Big Bro broke through again? A series of technique is born from his spiritual power breakthrough that he once used. The man who saved the city. The superclass vanguard. The mysterious master, the grave sealer. Slaying the king of anomalies with a single slash. Just what kind of god is he? An exterminator of an aberrant king. Just what level has he reached? Suddenly, a voice filled with admiration and awe could be heard. He's so awesome. I really thought we were done for back there. The experts from the Spirit Association and the military district were both helpless. But he took down that calamity all by himself. Just who is that funeral wind practitioner? With no official resources to support him, how can one person cultivate to this level? Could there be some mysterious power behind him that I don't know about? It feels a lot like one of our great Shia's undisclosed trump cards. Kung Luk was clicking his mouse, staring at the screen, and said with certainty, "Damn it, I wasn't mistaken. It's really him, the man who utterly crushed the aberrant king. That caused a city-destroying catastrophe." He suddenly became extremely excited. He clenched his fist tightly and laughed out loud. For Kung Luk to lose to a master like that is a blessing in disguise. The assistant standing beside him saw that he was about to leave and quickly asked, "Young Master Kung, where are you going?" But he was already in a stance, ready to dash off. "I'm going to ask him to be my master." The man didn't think it was very likely, so his expression showed no support whatsoever. "I think there are probably going to be a lot of people looking for him." We arrive at a bustling and crowded city, Sioux City of Great Shia. On a table, a few people were sitting in a dark room. So what is everyone looking at? An old man had his feet propped up on the table, puffing on a cigarette. At first I wanted to see the military and the Spirit Association destroy each other. This is so unsatisfying. Another man was resting his chin on his hand and calmly said a few words. "Find a good gun and go pay him a visit." A scheming woman was holding a piece of paper. "That won't do. This is a child of heaven, the savior." How can a single gun be worthy? A hand with sharp crimson nails placed a printed picture of Fang Yi onto the table, the mortician. Then, that woman deliberately used her index finger to scratch and tear his picture. Water. His photo was then consumed by a purple flame. There's no hurry. Those who stand in our way, no matter what realm they're in, will not be spared. Two vicious wild eyes stared intently at the crumbling ashes of the picture. Then she spoke ominously. "They will all be destroyed." Fang Yi and Yi sat silently in the living room. Meanwhile, a series of frantic knocks came from outside, along with a voice. "Hello, may I ask if Fang Yi is home?" In the end, he had to reluctantly get up and open the door. The visitor was the association's president, Than Huynh, along with countless gifts. He spoke respectfully. "Regarding the S-class anomaly invasion this time, we made a great oversight. It was thanks to you, sir, that we avoided an irreversible outcome. On behalf of the Spirit Association, we'd like to express our deepest gratitude to you, sir." Seeing this, Fang Yi broke into a cheerful smile. He said warmly, "It's nothing. Come in and talk." While Yi was busy pouring water for the guests, the association president was lost, deep in his own thoughts. So this is what the Great One's house looks like. What is the military even doing? He cautiously looked around every nook and cranny of the house. The Spirit Association should request a better residence for him. Before Fang Yi could speak, the association president took the initiative to say, "Actually, the Spirit Association sent us here this time. For another matter, we wish to seek your approval. We're planning to introduce the Undertaker title." The moment he finished, he asked back in surprise. Hearing the other party's explanation, Fang Yi had grasped the basics of the situation. The current situation everywhere, across the entire nation of Xia, every city, has a number of powerful forerunners. Their reputations are far-reaching. They are quite famous figures in the world of forerunners. He began to feel a bit lost in thought, and this S-rank anomaly was a natural disaster. The most terrifying anomaly we have now. We want to launch the Undertaker title, so that Tai City can become a key strategic city. After the spiritual energy revival, Fang Yi clasped his hands in front of him. He was completely focused, listening to the association president's proposal. After this S-rank disaster, we are certain that our city needs a leading forerunner, a famous one, who is valiant enough to act as our captain. Even Than Huynh, who was beside them, chimed in to support him. In the future, celestial anomalies will become more and more frequent. Incursions by anomalies will also increase. We cannot end up in a situation where our city is almost abandoned again. The moment she finished speaking, Fang Yi immediately asked, "Abandoned city?" Than Huynh hurriedly affirmed, "That's right." But really, it would have been the same either way. After all, if it weren't for you, Everyone in the entire city would have died. It's just that they would have died in different ways. From behind them, YY suddenly spoke up. I see now. It seems my understanding was still too shallow of how cruelly this world has changed after the spiritual energy revival. However, Fang Yi seriously reminded her, Yi, we don't need to be so pessimistic. Right after that, he lost in his own thoughts. I was so focused on my cultivation that I neglected the city's future development. Fang Yi's expression grew increasingly tense. Before the spirit chi revival, Tai City, where I live, was one of the cities in a key province of the Xia Kingdom. But whether it was strategic depth or overall development, it wasn't even in the top 3. An image of a modern metropolis quickly flashed through his mind. Among the 100-plus cities, the top 3 were the capital, Shen City, Tian City, and Chang City. The place was soon bathed in the light of the setting sun. In addition, there were also Hai City and Yuan City, and Chuan City, located elsewhere. While not as modern, they were still incredibly extravagant. So this crisis is actually an opportunity for Tai City. Suddenly, the association's president spoke up, cutting off Fang Yi's train of thought. Right now, all the cities are starting to compile statistics and report the number and strength of their vanguards to develop their regional strategies. The more powerful a city's vanguards are, the higher its official rating will be, and the more resources it will receive. More and more independent vanguards are also getting ready to join the various city spirit associations. Countless people are flocking toward the light. Everyone, whether they're vanguards or ordinary people, need something solid to rely on, a glimmer of visible hope, a beacon on the path of evolution. However, our spirit association will keep your identity and privacy completely confidential. The main goal is to cultivate an air of mystery, blurring the line between fact and fiction. Let them speculate and imagine. Upon hearing this, Fang Yi unconsciously shook his head. He thought it was best to maintain an appropriate level of mystery. That's far wiser than revealing everything. Many of the Yi people beside him also cheered excitedly. You're right. The human imagination can sometimes be far more threatening than reality. Suddenly, he stated his position. I have no objections. This is beneficial to me and the people by my side. In that case, I hope we have a fruitful collaboration. Fang Yi suddenly extended his hand. The association chairman looked on, stunned. But just a second later, he returned the gesture with a firm handshake. A satisfied smile appeared on Fang Yi's face as he heard the other man speak. To a fruitful collaboration, the mortician. Meanwhile, outside, the construction workers were still continuing to rebuild the city, following its prosperity. Through the close cooperation of the Spirit Association and the military, Tai City resumed normal operations at an unbelievable speed. The city was recovering, and the rescue of the injured was also underway. In the aftermath of this disaster, the efforts to maintain order everywhere were accelerated. The world was starting to get back on track. In a skyscraper in Shen City, the Spirit Association headquarters, a familiar voice slowly echoed, the Mortician. Is this the forerunner who handled the Grade S anomaly in Tai City? The man in glasses slowly remarked. Among the batch of new forerunners that was recently submitted, he's the one who stands out the most. As soon as he finished speaking, the person across from him quickly replied, he possesses a high-grade Yang attribute. That's the direct opposite of the dark attribute. He's practically a child of heaven. They pointed at the image of Fang Yi on the screen and began to discuss him. Not only that, according to the documents submitted by Tai City, he possesses at the same time more than just one type of high-level attribute. Heavenly Fire One Blade. The one who went viral all over the internet before, the high-level Fire attribute and the Tyrant of the Thunder attribute. High-level. The one named by the military war zone. That's him too. The young man exclaimed in shock, "Holy crap!" Before he could even process that, the man with glasses immediately added on. That's not all, there's something even more insane. Suddenly, a girl approached them. She asked softly, "Are you guys talking about Wind Funeral? Sorry to bother you, but could I see that information for a moment?" The man with glasses immediately stepped aside. He stammered, "Yes, of course, of course." At that moment, the MC's voice continued to broadcast. More and more ascendants are revealing their talents and making such a big name for themselves. I'm sure there are still many people who haven't, with their own eyes, witnessed his abilities, and they're feeling unconvinced. Hearing this, the girl's expression darkened as she mumbled, "Even I want to witness his prowess for myself." Wind Funeral? I suppose we'll be meeting soon. Meanwhile, in a certain library in Shangxi City, Kingxi was staring intently at her computer screen. Suddenly, a guy holding a phone walked up to her. "Hey, I was wondering if I could—" Before he could finish his sentence, she cut him off coldly. "No. This is a library. You're disturbing others." Hearing that, he could only walk away dejectedly. Meanwhile, Qingxi cursed under her breath in annoyance. Boring idiot. Completely oblivious to how the world is changing. Images from the past began to flood her mind. Her thoughts drifted. I came to Shangxi City. It's only been a few days, but I can't believe so much has happened. After the exam ended, I've gained spiritual power. I've become a celestial practitioner. Ghost abode realm, 1-star level. It's incredibly rare for someone to become a celestial practitioner, and I just so happen to be one of the chosen ones. She suddenly recalled the scene of being chased by a swarm of bats. Xingli unconsciously broke into a self-satisfied smile. Perhaps this is also the reason I was able to escape the disaster in Tai City. How can an ordinary person possibly fight against the abnormal? The corners of her lips twitched as she muttered something. Especially for mediocre people. How could it have been any other way? She remembered when Ji Lan stood before her and blurted out, "So you're just classmates." Suddenly, she remembered someone else as he was being attacked by the anomaly. Attacked by the anomaly. This made Qingli's smug smile widen. With how he was back then, I bet he would have been sucked dry by those bats long ago. How could I have been so mistaken? To think that genius was even slightly similar to that useless man. The contents of the newspaper made her pay even closer attention. This gravekeeper is 10,000 times more outstanding than him. The smile on Qingli's lips grew more and more vile. She believed that only a brave and powerful celestial practitioner with such style would be worthy of me. Meanwhile, back with Fang Yi, he was holding a newspaper with a house for sale section. Yi walked beside him. He smiled brightly and exclaimed, "Today, we're going to take a proper break. Our goal is to go house hunting." Suddenly, she hesitated slightly, pulling down her glasses to ask, "But, cousin, is it really okay for us not to train today?" Before she could even finish, Fang Yi quickly replied, "It's rare to get a day off. A balance between work and rest, and the Spirit Association suggestion really makes a lot of sense. Aside from the level of cultivation competence, you still have to take the time to improve your own standard of living." Hearing that, YY became excited again. She exclaimed, "Hey, that's what Captain Toe said!" Suddenly, Than Huyn, who was behind them, spoke up, cutting her off. "Your living conditions, they really do need to be improved. We'll set a date to go house hunting with you two." Even so, YY was still overjoyed. She sighed in amazement, "But I never expected that Captain Toe had these kinds of resources. I never would have dared to even dream of a high-class house like this. And Captain Toe just generously gifted 2 of them. I get one too?" Suddenly, a thick green smoke appeared on the street. Despite that, Fuangdik calmly remarked, "This is nothing. The coming era is one of spiritual energy revival. And those people all know the value that a powerful cultivator represents is something a mere house cannot compare to." Hearing that, YY said cheerfully, "But this is still a change. That's completely overwhelming me. I thought we'd just be able to earn a little money and some cultivation resources, just to get by." In the next second, she caught a whiff of that green smoke. YY vaguely turned to ask Fuangdik, "Hey, do you smell something rotten?" As soon as she finished speaking, he cleared his throat slightly. "It's like the smell of a sewer." "No, that's not quite right. I've been in Tai Thi for so long and I've never smelled this before." She suddenly made a guess. Could it be that some worker was careless with a water pipe? However, Fuangdik coldly denied this. "No, someone's following us." The 2 of them whipped around with guarded expressions on their faces. Out of nowhere, some menacing-looking guys had appeared. One of them spoke arrogantly. "So you're the funeral director, huh? You walked right into my spray zone and only just noticed?" Even so, one of them kept spraying more of the substance. The leader lightly tapped his cane on the ground. He declared, "So this is the overhyped piece of trash. Just some effeminate weakling with no talent. The Tai clan is truly useless. How could they recommend a kid like this to be a captain?" The next second, they all charged forward to attack Fang Yi and Yi Yi. "We brothers have to teach you a lesson. Hurry up and hand over the benefits the Tai clan gave you. Show some respect to us." She quickly reacted and took a defensive stance. Suddenly, Yi Yi's opponent drew his weapon. This move made it even more difficult for her to defend herself. She hurriedly cried out for help. "This is bad. Cousin, be careful. They have someone at the spirit creation realm, too." Meanwhile, Fang Yi calmly crushed the weapon in his opponent's hand. This action left his opponent momentarily stunned. The next second, Fang Yi's eyes turned grim. He began to launch a kick. At the same time, his cold voice rang out softly. "A bunch of small fry dare to rob me right here on the street?" Fang Yi ruthlessly struck the thug. Seeing his leader sent flying, the subordinate spoke in disbelief. "No, that's impossible!" He roared at him in anger. "This sissy!" He was clearly hit by my universal piercing potion, which carries the properties of my spiritual energy. His entire body should have been paralyzed by me and stiffened up. That's what's supposed to happen. He ignored the man's words, silently waiting for the next attack. Fang Yi looked at the device the man was holding. Universal Piercing Potion. Developed by a wood attribute cultivator, whose power mutated into a paralysis attribute. It uses the sweat filled with a cultivator's spiritual power from during their training. After going through the process of refinement and extraction, it's mixed with a special medicinal powder from the black market. According to experiments, it can penetrate an opponent's protective spiritual energy. The paralyzing effect only lasts for a short time and isn't very strong, but in a duel, details determine victory or defeat. Its weakness is that for some reason, it carries a foul odor that is hard to get rid of. The bald guy looked at him with a smug, challenging expression. I was just careless a moment ago. We're both at the spirit creation realm. You think we're afraid of you? The guy next to him declared loudly. You're not getting away this time, you little brat! A cold glint flashed in Fang Yi's eyes. A mutated earth type and a mutated wood type, huh? He silently acknowledged to himself, this kind of bizarre trick. It really suits the evil and heretical style of people like them. A radiant aura emanated from his body. He curled his lip into a confident smile. A normal protective spiritual aura. I'm afraid it really would have an opening exploited by a cultivator like him. Unfortunately, against me, it's completely useless. One of the thugs rushed towards Yi Yi. She didn't hold back in the slightest, kicking back to counterattack. Fang Yi, expressionless, spoke in a low, grim voice. I don't want to make a big deal out of this, but being bothered in my daily life like this is really... He took off his glasses and continued, annoyed. Such a pain. His body was engulfed in flames. Feng Ai warned Yi Yi to get back. His powerful aura pressed down on everything around them. A fireball appeared. The robbers screamed in fear. The 7 tongues of flame seemed to burn their very souls. The robbers howled in agony. So terrifying. What in the world is this flame? Is this the funeral director? It hurts so much. I'm going to die. Stop! Please, stop! Feng Huin suddenly appeared, rushing over. They're not completely dead, are they? So you spared their lives. Her breath was ragged from exhaustion, mixed with a hint of relief. Thank goodness. These people are subjects that the Spirit Energy Association is specially monitoring. Fang Yi looked at her indifferently and asked, Are you planning to take them back to be dealt with? She looked at the robbers lying crippled on the ground and said seriously, The Spirit Energy Association has now begun registering all immortals for easier management, especially people like them. Fang Yi looked down from above at them and warned in a low voice, I don't like being disturbed. If you people dare to come and provoke me again next time, it won't be this simple. Feng Huin loudly complained. Consider yourselves lucky to be alive, she said, watching them being put on stretchers. She snapped resentfully. If this were 2 days ago, the Spirit Energy Association wouldn't have interfered in the internal conflicts between immortals. You would have deserved it if he killed you. The Undertaker only spared your lives out of respect. For the Spirit Energy Association, isn't this lesson enough for you? As for the punishment you'll face later, you know damn well what's coming. Watching the medical team rush the men away, she cursed internally, a bunch of idiots. What is with these people? How dare every single one of them come and provoke? The top-ranked individual? Who is officially recognized by the Spirit Energy Association itself? Is that so? Yi, who was in a bad mood, stepped forward and asked Fan Huin, I'd like to ask something. What kind of punishment will they face? She answered Yi Yi's question seriously. These men already have prior convictions? Even though they're in the spirit creation realm, they will still be sentenced to life in prison. They can forget about ever having freedom or rights again. They'll have to stay in prison to continue contributing the remaining value of an immortal practitioner. Fang Yi stroked his chin and gave his serious assessment. This method truly utilizes everything to its fullest. As expected, she watched him with a tense expression. Her mind was in a turmoil. The person standing before her is the Spirit Aura Association's greatest treasure. He's the future of the Shia Kingdom, no matter how hard we try to promote the funeral practitioners. No matter what we do, there's always a bunch of useless guys with pathetic spirit power who think they're hot stuff and climb their way to the top. Could it be that our publicity is still too low-key? Xing Huang thought to herself. In any case, recruiting these powerful immortal practitioners and pouring resources into their growth is something the Spirit Aura Association absolutely must do. I absolutely cannot let these guys who can't see the big picture ruin the good relationship that we worked so hard to build with Fang Yi. Shaking off her thoughts, she said cheerfully to them both, Let's go. I'll take you two to pick out a new villa and a new car. Given what just happened, she thought to herself, this time I have to make an example of someone. Qing Huang enthusiastically presented the options to the Fang brothers. These are the 2 residences the Spirit Aura Association has selected for you. A top-floor penthouse in the city center, with the best view. It has all the amenities. Most importantly, it's very convenient for daily life. And this one is a 3-story villa. It offers an extremely high degree of privacy. Nestled by the mountains and near a river, it's perfect for cultivation. Standing before the massive architectural model, she continued her enthusiastic pitch. Both places are already decorated with the highest-end soft furnishings. You 2 won't have to spend a single dime on renovations. You can just pack your bags and move in right away. Yi exclaimed, "Wow, both of them are amazing." Fang Yi calmly held up 2 fingers. "Then can we take both? Yay, how exciting!" He smiled as he looked at Than Huynh. "Of course, I trust in Captain Toe's sincerity." She let her guard down completely. Resignedly, she signaled to him that it was no problem. "I'll report this to my superiors, don't worry. It'll be quick." In a flash, they had changed locations. Than Huynh took the lead and asked them, "So what about the cars?" She gestured towards the shiny vehicles. "The Spirit Chi Association has a partnership with the 4S dealership here. You guys can choose any car you want. Yay!" Note: muffled chatter could be heard from a distance. "Look at that girl. Her skin is so fair. She has such a great presence." Behind a glass window, a group of people were excitedly watching. That guy is no ordinary person either. Even in plain clothes, he can't hide his aura. I could tell with just one look. I wonder which wealthy family's young master he is. A pair of eyes were inadvertently drawn over by the crowd's chatter. The onlookers were captivated. "He's probably here to buy a car for his girlfriend, right?" The girl's eyes widened as she pushed up her glasses in disbelief. "Isn't that Queen Lee's ex-boyfriend? The one from the military who the principal personally received? That's him." Her eyes were glued to him. "Just taking a stroll around town, and I run into my roommate's ex-boyfriend? Remembering what he used to be like." She found it even more confusing. "And what's more, he's buying a car for another girl?" She quickly took out her phone. She hastily snapped a secret photo of his group for her class chat. Her phone screen suddenly lit up. "Queen Lee." She clicked her tongue as she looked at the flood of incoming message notifications. "Queen Lee, you won't believe who I just saw. It's your ex-boyfriend. He's at a high-end 4S store. The kind only VIPs can enter, and he's buying a car. The starting price for cars here is in the millions, and he's buying it for a really beautiful girl. She has a very elegant presence." She seemed taken aback and replied, "So what?" Looking at the photo her friend sent, Queen Lai became lost in thought. Where did he get the money to buy a car? It seems this disaster was so great that not only did he survive, but he even got lucky enough to be taken care of by someone else. She curled her lip into a faint smile. "Too bad the gap between us isn't something that you can so easily overcome." She walked away confidently, thinking with contempt. "You were like that before. You're like that now, and you'll be even more so in the future. Just wait until I reach the pinnacle of the ascendance. This trivial stuff will mean nothing, fool." Meanwhile, at the new villa, Yi Si, as happy as a child, shouted excitedly, "Brother, we really have a villa now." She chirped like a little bird. He looked at her helplessly. "Wipe your drool. There's another one in the city center. We can switch between them whenever we want." She happily scampered off. "I'm going upstairs to take a look." He smiled, looking at her dotingly. "This kid?" A hint of unconcealable sadness flickered in his eyes. Only now does she really look like a true child. She's finally stopped pretending to be a grown-up. In my past life, right up until I was reborn, I had never met her. She must have also been an ascendant, untrusted by everyone. But this time, I won't let that child shoulder such a heavy responsibility, only to die once more. His phone's notification sound went off. He looked at the screen, curious. "Yalan? Why is she looking for me?" Phuong Dick answered the call. In a calm voice, "What is it?" Jialan smiled on the other end of the line. "Congratulations on your promotion, Captain Phuong. I heard the Spirit Energy Association gifted you 2 houses recently. Their way of doing things is the same as always, isn't it?" He flopped down onto the sofa and replied slowly, "Actually, I find this habit of theirs quite worth keeping." She answered him while reading the report in her hand. "You don't have to speak up for them. I know a spirit practitioner. Someone as strong as you wouldn't even look twice at things that reek of money. But right now, to improve your living conditions, there really is no better compensation than this. In a little while, the spirit fruits born from the recent spiritual energy restoration will be ready. When that time comes, I'll send you a portion to try." After saying that, she suddenly became pensive. The distance between an ordinary person and a spirit practitioner is reflected in the difference in their perspectives. And as for top-tier spirit practitioners like Fang Yi, compared to ordinary spirit practitioners, the difference is even greater. Even the strategic resources in the spirit war zone might mean nothing to him. Looking at the striking red report, Jialan asked seriously, I have an internal mission here. I was hoping you could take it. I wonder if you're interested. Fang Yi wasn't the least bit surprised. He said bluntly, this was your real purpose for coming, wasn't it? Tell me about it. She didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, do you know of Tianbao Tower in Shang City? He was a little surprised. Tianbao Tower? Isn't that the largest shopping mall in Shang City? He recalled the news headlines. It was closed down recently, causing a huge uproar among the residents of Shang City. She confirmed the information he brought up. That's right. Because of an abnormal intrusion, there were quite a few casualties there. Now it has turned into a literal haunted house. Tianbao Tower, the most iconic building in Shang City. A multi-purpose building with the highest foot traffic. You could even say it's the very face of Shang City. However, lately, due to abnormalities stirring up one after another, a lot of things happened. The Spirit Association in Thuangthi City had no other choice but to seal it off and handle it. Phuong Dick raised his hand in a friendly greeting. Hello, everyone. I'm here on a mission from the Tinthan War Zone. As he walked towards the waiting group, he couldn't help but wonder. Jialam told me not to reveal my identity or my realm for the time being. I don't know why, but I'll play along for now. His gaze darkened as he looked at the group before him. After observing them, he became lost in thought. My spiritual energy can't probe their specific realms. Are they all hiding their true strength? He glanced over at the two people standing on the far right, silently sizing them up. These two over here, yet judging by their clothes, they must have been sent by the military district. The tall young man spoke up. So it's you, a pleasure. The other person greeted him as well. Hello? Phuong Dick mused. These two give off a very similar feeling. Atoto Tang Huin. They must be from the Spirit Association in Thuangthi City. A girl with short, dark hair spoke. Our superior has already briefed us. The people from the Spirit Association also began to introduce themselves. We're from the Spirit Association in Thuangthi City. We'll be working with you this time. The specialized vehicle sped through the rain. Someone from the Spirit Association was the first to speak. Everyone, for this mission we'll have to be temporary comrades. Although I'm still not clear on what you're all capable of. No one in the group responded. A heavy silence filled the vehicle. The girl with silver hair spoke awkwardly. I think we should all agree on one thing. Once we get inside, we have to help each other, right? The guy sitting next to her gave a forced smile. Phuong Dick remained silent, secretly assessing the situation. It seems the personnel this time are quite a complicated bunch. They really did mobilize people from all over. Thuangthi is a famous city after all. The members of the Spirit Association seemed to be a mixed bag. The muscular guy sitting next to him was quietly observing him. He leaned over slightly and whispered to the short-haired girl beside him. Didn't Sister Lamb say she was inviting some big shot to help us out? Is that supposed to be him? She replied, her voice uncertain. I'm not so sure either. He looks a bit scrawny like a student. She scrutinized his thoughtful expression. Her brows furrowed tightly. She continued in a low voice. However, he's not wearing a government-issued bracelet. His aura is concealed, so I can't gauge his actual strength. An image suddenly flashed through her mind. The Master. Could he be the legendary Undertaker? The one who single-handedly wiped out the calamity and saved Tai City from destruction. But the Undertaker is a young student like this? She discreetly glanced in his direction. Whether it's possessing 3 rare high-grade attributes, or annihilating the infinitely regenerating anomaly calamity. With the power of the spirit creation realm, a 1-star seal on the King of Anomalies, while simultaneously breaking through to the next realm right on the spot. He's truly piqued my interest. Meanwhile, at the military district office in the Spirit War Zone, a phone suddenly buzzed. Old Lamb answered. Her tone was serious. Spirit War Zone, but the person on the other end didn't wait for her to finish. He interrupted frantically. The Tianbao building has completely fallen. Our people who went in have lost all contact. Right now, the anomaly concentration in the sky has reached 12,000. The known number of casualties is 53. Please take this seriously. She furrowed her brows, falling silent. Is the situation escalating this quickly? Looking at the report in her hand, she stated firmly, You can rest assured, I am not taking this matter lightly. The person I've dispatched this time will have no problem. I guarantee it. The person on the other end exclaimed with curiosity, Aye. Mr. Lamb, with a grim look on his face, has already assigned us the mission. So don't ask so many questions. These are the rules of the Spirit War Zone. The scene shifts to the Tianbao building. The torrential rain was now stained a glaring color. He looked up at the building, which was shrouded in a curtain of rain. The situation is quite serious. The entity inside is on par with the one we clashed with before. Just then, someone suddenly shouted, Guys, look, what is that on the window? Another person answered. If I'm not mistaken, it's most likely a Visiro. The woman from the military district's two-person team spoke up. As far as I know, the inside of the Tianbao building is rather cramped. The entire building has a total of 40 floors. It's the tallest structure in Thuongthi City. Over 2,000 employees and customers there have been evacuated. Her voice grew more serious as she continued. But before it was sealed, some people refused to cooperate. As a result, a lot of people are still trapped inside. Thuongthi City has sent a rescue team before, but they went in and never came back out, the other girl concluded hesitantly. So the casualty figure of over 50 people is currently just an estimate for now. After all, no one knows what the situation is like in there. He asked with a serious tone. Is there anyone inside we can still contact? The young man from the military district team dismissed the idea. I doubt it. Ever since the anomaly occurred, no one inside has sent out any information. The other person added, on the second day after the building was sealed, I was outside assisting with the operation. He recalled the scene from his memory and recounted with the grave tone. That day, the entire building was like a tomb. The building, which was originally brand new, looked as if it was old and dilapidated, like it had been abandoned for some 15 years. Through the windows, not a single person could be seen. Everything was shrouded in a dense fog. We were planning to use the window as a breach point. Then I saw pieces of anomalous corpses that had been gnawed on falling from the window. He continued his story. After that, the building's anomalous aura grew heavier each day. It hasn't even been a week, and it's already come to this. Fang Yi frowned slightly. He looked at the man with a hint of disapproval and said, You guys can't get in contact with anyone inside? The casualty figures you have? Are they just your speculation based on the bodies, or the pieces of corpses that fell out? The Spirit Association of Shangxi City is being way too careless. The man tried to defend himself. We didn't have any other choice. His expression became more serious. He was a bit pensive, although, when it comes to information gathering, the Spirit Association in Shangxi City is very perfunctory. But it seems there was no other way. The number of casualties is definitely not just this much. To ordinary people, an anomaly like this is like a dimensional reduction attack in a closed environment. Lambs to the slaughter. No matter how they run, they can't escape the grasp of the beast. His eyes sharp and cold, he calmly gave the order. No more delays. We're entering the building immediately. Some anomalies rely on devouring living people to complete their evolution. The higher the casualty count, the trickier the situation is inside. The young man from the military district quickly grabbed his shoulder, a little dissatisfied. Wait, even though the military said we have to follow your command, you still have to tell us the strategic plan first, don't you? He glanced back at him. What strategy can we arrange when the situation is unclear? Let's just get inside and see what's happening, then we'll figure it out. The young man was not satisfied with his words and spoke up to object. Everyone here is experienced in dealing with anomalies. You're the commander. Shouldn't you at least know what each of us can do? The girl from the Spirit Association team added hesitantly, Besides, you haven't even officially joined the government. The other guy also added resentfully, See, I told you, he hasn't gone through the official government training. He lacks experience in this area. A sudden shout cut through the noise. All right, the girl with short hair said sternly. We're in a hurry, so cut the chatter. He was recommended by Elder Lamb to assist us. That's why he was given this mission. And you all know about Elder Lamb's capabilities. It's not like you haven't heard of him, right? Fang Yi said in a low, dissatisfied voice, before a mission even begins. The worst thing you can have is infighting. He paid them no mind, simply leaving them with a single sentence as he stepped inside. If you don't want to come in, then don't follow. The big guy immediately panicked and ran after him, shouting, Wait up! But as he stepped inside, they were met with a horrifying sight. A girl from the Spirit Association, who was walking behind them, looked around confused. Why is there absolutely no sound in here? A dark shadow suddenly swooped down from above their heads. The big guy heard the noise and instinctively looked up. A terrifying-looking creature lunged at him, causing him to let out a blood-curdling scream. Up ahead, Fang Yi heard it and immediately spun around. A flame erupted from his hand. He decisively swung the sword in his hand. His swift and decisive movements were chilling. He defeated the creature in an instant. In just the blink of an eye, he had taken the creature down. He was so stunned he could barely speak. The girl beside him was just as surprised. Is it over already? The other girl stared at the weapon in his hand in utter shock. Where did he even get that sword? He bent down to pick up a feather that had fallen to the ground. Looking at what's left on the ground, he makes an assessment. This is a hybrid of a bird and a gecko. With this level of mutation, it seems it's devoured quite a few people. The girl from the military district group is horrified. She looks at the creature sprawled on the ground. She exclaims in shock, An A+ class anomaly! A thick fog begins to dissipate before Fuang Dic's gaze. His teammate beside him whispers worriedly, A+ class. Doesn't that mean it's at the 2-star spirit creation realm? But I've only just reached the 1-star spirit creation realm. Exactly, that proves that a single blow from him could take me down instantly. These seemingly hushed words unintentionally caught Fuangdik's attention. You use a blade. Could you really be the funerary wind? That blade of yours, it's the heavenly fire single slash. Isn't it? The other person continued to press, even as his expression turned grim. I really can't believe you're actually the funerary wind. After all, in our minds, the funerary wind is a hermit who is never seen without his blade. Fuangdik quickly summoned his weapon. He spoke coldly. After I leveled up, I fused my spiritual energy with the blade itself, turning it into a spiritual weapon. It can be summoned any time with my spiritual energy. And this, I believe I'm not the only one who can do it. He started walking forward again. He didn't forget to urge his teammates on. Let's go, don't waste time. A young man from behind replied cheerfully, All right. This is great. I'm so glad you're on our team. Fuangdik quickly creates a flame in the palm of his hand. It illuminates the space ahead, opening a path for this group to move forward. The deeper they went, the more eerie everything became. Even Fuangdik had to think to himself, if the situation is this dire, I'm afraid it didn't even stop at 500 people. Suddenly his sharp eyes were drawn to something up ahead. The girl with pink hair couldn't hide her shock either. She whispered, This place was wiped out too? There's so much blood here, but I don't see any bodies. Anomalies really do love human flesh and blood. But there's no way there'd be absolutely nothing left, right? Suddenly, a giant shadow appeared behind them, with deep blue eyes. The girl on the team was the first to react. She spun around in terror, shouting, Behind you! With his sharp reflexes, Fang Yi was able to easily finish off the ferocious beast with a single blow. In front of him, its body began to gush a stream of thick black syrup. This alarmed their companion, who exclaimed, It's another anomaly! Before he could even finish, Fang Yi coldly asked a question. Doesn't any of this feel strange to you? Faced with this bluntness, the brown-haired guy exclaimed in shock. What? Without giving him a chance to recover, even though these two anomalies were as strong as elites, if it was just this number of them, it shouldn't have been enough to keep the Vanguard rescue team from being able to escape. The surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly grim. Fang Yi's cold voice rang out again. I'm afraid this place isn't the Tianbao Tower we're looking for. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone present couldn't hide their astonishment. The blonde girl even stammered, What do you mean? Seeing her curiosity, Fang Yi explained in a low voice. Along this entire path, even though it's covered in bloodstains, the metallic and suffocating smell here, model. It comes entirely from the dark attribute, and it's anomalous. There isn't the slightest trace of the dead. His gaze grew more and more contemplative. Fang Yi kept calculating. We're like headless chickens right now. I have to run a test to confirm my prediction. Suddenly, Song Yue revealed a worried expression. She hesitated and began to speak. Before the words could even leave her mouth, Fang Yi already had other plans. It's just, should I unleash the immeasurable darkness in front of these people? It wasn't long before Song Yue agreed with him. She said in a serious tone, Big Bro is right. This whole path has been truly dreadful. But this gloom is not the suffocating kind that comes from death. It's an emptiness, a void, as if no living creature has ever passed through here. The gaunt hands growing from the ground, from what she described, they're like a simple, hollow model. The moment she finished speaking, Fang Yi stretched his hand forward. He cleared his throat slightly. That's right. In the next second, a stream of purple light appeared. A purple vortex materialized before Fang Yi's eyes. A purple vortex appeared. He muttered softly, If I'm not mistaken, this place has been turned into a hollow shell by the anomaly. Only its outer form remains. As for their real home, it's probably in just the blink of an eye. Purple orb appeared before everyone's eyes. Summon, immeasurable dark realm. This scene stunned everyone who witnessed it. They exclaimed, Is this the dark attribute? Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Dark inner world detected. Same type dark attribute. Activate data? The moment it finished, Fang Yi immediately replied, Yes. Just like that, the orb generated a massive gravitational pull, sucking everything into it. That is the dark inner world. Space created based on the dark attribute. You could also call it the nest of the dark attribute. It simultaneously sucks the original space inside. It's similar to the extreme dark Earth zone and the immeasurable 8 realms. This enormous source of energy is also rapidly spreading outward. To actually enter the dark inner world, you must find the door it creates. Fang Yi stared intently ahead. He spoke coldly. I see, for us, To enter the real heavenly treasury, we need to find the door. And for those who want to escape, it's the same. His slender hand was also raised into the air at the same time, with every word he uttered. Furthermore, they are influenced by the dark attribute inside, causing their minds and emotions to be affected. This generates powerful hallucinations. That's why some people would think that the window is the door to survival. The suction is getting stronger and stronger, Fang Yi emphasized. This also explains why the people who supposedly escaped death through the window all ended up as corpses. Suddenly, Song Yue from behind shouted frantically because they were manipulated by the dark attribute. They died right inside the inner world. So now, we have to find the door you mentioned, big bro, right? And before he could finish his sentence, the system chimed in. Warning, the dark inner world is being drawn. It has sensed a kindred presence. The dark inner world has appeared. Hearing this, Fang Yi's expression turned grim as he muttered, "It's here." A massive energy drill, and shot towards him. In just a flash, it caused everyone present to feel a sharp pain. They were constantly screaming, "I'm being attacked by a dark attribute. Why isn't my protective spiritual energy working?" "Me too, my head hurts so much. It feels like something is trying to crawl out of my head." Fang Yi's eyes had turned bloodshot. He quickly created a shield to protect everyone. The blonde-haired girl immediately spoke up. "I'm okay now." The young man beside her also said in a panic, "Was that a dark attribute that attacked us just now, right?" Meanwhile, Fang Yi still stood majestically, unfazed by everyone's discussion. "Wait, the Undertaker? Is he really completely unharmed? How have you not realized it yet? He was the one who saved us." This scene left them speechless with admiration. Even when the dark attribute hadn't directly attacked us, we were still heavily affected by its negative influence. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid we wouldn't have survived for much longer. Suddenly, Fang Yi created a brilliant golden flame. He exclaimed with excitement, "Found it!" The very next second, he launched the flame forward, shouting loudly, "Break!" On Fang Yi's face, there was now only seriousness. He rushed forward into the intense blaze, revealing that this was the exact spot. Just like that, a colossal wave of power quickly spread out to the surroundings, causing everyone to stagger. Song Yue couldn't hide her terror. She stammered, "This is..." However, Fang Yi began to sink deep into thought. In front of everyone, a large gate quickly appeared. Fang Yi gripped his weapon tightly in his hand. He took a step forward, and at the same time instructed the others, "Everyone stay close to me." Fang Yi's group slowly stepped inside. Under the protection of the shield layer, a blonde girl grew more and more frightened as she walked. She stammered, I feel like I can smell it now." Suddenly, Fang Yi's footsteps came to a halt. He silently observed the scene before him. Just as he was processing the horrific sight before him, Fang Yi's eyes turned cold and he spoke. "The smell is coming from the corpses and blood of our own kind." Suddenly, from the sky above, countless grotesque-looking monsters leaped down. They continuously let out sounds that were infuriating to listen to.
Gritting our teeth.
"What is mine is not mine. Come here, come here." The moment it finished speaking, a monster lunged forward. It opened its mouth wide, revealing a set of sharp teeth. This sight terrified the young man in front. He stammered, "It's another dark aberration." "An A+ rank? Are you insane?" Meanwhile, Fang Yi calmly gripped the weapon in his hand. He chose the right moment, then dashed towards the monster. The strike was so sudden it didn't have time to react. In just a moment, the monster began to burn in midair. However, besides that one, there were still countless others lying in wait to attack Fang Yi. Even so, he just calmly gripped his weapon. With just one blow, he could send all the trash in front of him to meet their maker. Fang Yi landed swiftly with a nonchalant expression. The space here suddenly erupted in a violent flame. He cleared his throat softly. Inner flame, full release. This horrifying scene left the others in shock. Song Yue thought to himself in amazement. His fire attribute is so strong. Those dark aberrations, they melted in the blink of an eye. He hasn't needed our help at all this whole time. Suddenly she spoke up. "I think within his fire attribute, there's another type of flame mixed in. It's like an erupting volcano." Even so, Fang Yi still decided to launch his next attack. A moment later, he slowly replied to them. "Aberrations prey on people. All of you are innocent. These aberrations will be buried here with all of you. It's just that having to share an exit with these beasts is truly unfair to all of you." Those words he spoke left the listeners stunned. One of the young men even stammered in praise. "Oh, One Blade Cremation. He truly is the funeral director. Yeah, his reputation is well deserved." Suddenly, Fang Yi turned around. He spoke calmly. "Since you're already here, you guys might as well do some work. You will be in charge of finding and rescuing any survivors. Just leave the remaining aberrations to me." The others seemed to agree with his decisions. The first floor is cleared. Next, I'm heading up. The very next second, Fang Yi dashed forward. Amidst the raging flames, he thought to himself, the real Tianbao building is this world within the darkness, which has now been overrun by aberrations. The 10th floor, with just a few simple moves, he was able to take down the monsters blocking his path. Through mass slaughter and consumption, their power levels have been constantly rising. By now, they at least have the ability to create a 1-star spiritual realm. Aside from the different scenery, the strength and abilities of the aberrations haven't changed in any particular way. Before long, Fang Yi reached the 15th floor. As soon as he arrived, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This floor! So gloomy and cold, gotta be on alert." The dark attribute, it pierced right through my spiritual power shield. The sight before them even left the white-haired young man astonished. She raised a hand to cover her eyes. Her voice was filled with doubt. On these corpses, there's something living moving around. This stuff is corrosive. Everyone be careful not to inhale these fibers! At the same time, droplets of slime dripped continuously onto the floor. A centipede, a giant one, was silently crawling on the ceiling right. Above Fang Yi's group, it was a monster with razor-sharp teeth and countless glowing red eyes. However, Fang Yi spoke with amusement. Finally, an interesting one has arrived. Suddenly, the monster before them flew into a rage. It continuously launched attacks at him, and yet Fang Yi just stood there completely unfazed. He gently tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand. In the blink of an eye, monster's attacks were nullified. This action also made it turn to flee. The monster began to curl into a ball, creating a thick cloud of dust. Fang Yi's sharp gaze swept over it. He raised the weapon in his hand, emphasizing every word. "Trying to stall for time to evolve, are you?" Immediately after, he hurled his weapon toward his opponent, shouting, "Not a chance!" This furious action caused the monster's eyes to widen in terror. The flames created by Fang Yi grew even more violent, making it scream in agony. Faced with the monster's desperate screams, Fang Yi spoke in a bored tone. "I overestimated you. I thought someone with the ability to create a 3-star spirit realm could at least give me a little bit of a challenge." Suddenly, the silver-haired young man's attention was caught by a noise nearby. He jumped and screamed out loud. Meanwhile, Fang Yi calmly asked, "A survivor?" In front of him was a young man slumped on the floor. He stammered, Are you precursors?" After calming down, he hesitantly revealed, "There are still 5 of us survivors here." The scene inside made Fang Yi fall into a thoughtful silence. He wondered why there was a secluded single room here. It looked like a secret room for storing important items for some major brand store. These survivors looked terrified. After a moment, he softly reassured the man. "It's okay now. We're here to rescue you." His teammate also stepped forward from behind to calm them. "We're from the Shang City Spirit Association. We've already dealt with the monsters outside. You all are safe now. Come on, let's get you out of here." They couldn't hide their astonishment, letting out a gasp. The young man's eyes widened in fear. He kept muttering, "Huh? Huh?" This took Fang Yi's teammate by surprise. He pressed, "What are you talking about?" Suddenly, the man screamed, his voice filled with shock. A whole horde of terrifying monsters wiped out in an instant. "You killed all of them with a single slash?" At the same time, outside the Tianbao building, things were different from before. A dark aura was enveloping the building, causing the support and surveillance staff outside to speak up anxiously. "This time, we might actually have hope. It's under the jurisdiction of Shang City." "That's right, on every single floor, we can see the spiritual flames of the Wind Burial Masters. Even though we can't get in contact with them, but finally, we're able to detect a faint spiritual wave." An AI stared intently at the computer screen. He reported, "The latest spiritual power wave detected is on the 40th floor. This statement made the others gasp, immediately asking back, "What, the 40th floor? How long has it been since he went in?" These anxious voices rang out from outside the building, which was shrouded in a thick, dark aura. 9 minutes and 56 seconds. The mortician only took 9 minutes and 56 seconds to sweep his way to the top of the Tianbao building. This news would undoubtedly send shockwaves, and through the community of immortal practitioners in Shangxi City. But it wasn't over yet. "It's been detected! An S-class abomination has erupted on the top floor!" Back inside, Fang Yi stared coldly ahead. He spoke softly. "So you're the abomination king of this place." In front of Fang Yi was the abomination king, Bonebird. The very next second, he rushed forward, thinking to himself, "This abomination king may be a bonebird, but those things that look like insects, parasitizing its body, are actually part of its true form." Fang Yi's sharp gaze was locked on. The bone bird's eyes, which were blazing with blue fire, I can't be careless, he told himself. Without a moment's hesitation, he continuously rained blows down on the Abomination King Bone Bird. Suddenly, something caught Fang Yi's attention. The Bone Bird had actually managed to block his fatal blow. It glared menacingly at Fang Yi. Amidst the shrill scream of the AI, the Abomination King. Even the Mortician can't handle it? The people present began to feel a sense of dread. They knew this was bad. We have to make a move. What's the use if we do? Who can even fight that thing? Suddenly, Fang Yi clicked his tongue, thoroughly amused. A mocking smile played on his lips. His deep, melodic voice began to ring out. You thing that plays God? The little test ends now. Immediately after, Fang Yi unleashed a fatal divine lightning strike. This blow caught the Bone Bird completely off guard. Just stood there, frozen in place. The wretched cry of the Bone Bird began to echo throughout the area. Quiet! Suddenly, Fang Yi cut it off in annoyance. Stop screaming, it's so damn noisy. Immediately after, he delivered the finishing blow. Fang Yi spoke, puzzled. Aren't you still able to fight back? If you were this easy to destroy, you wouldn't be worthy of being the anomaly king of this place. His voice grew more emphatic with each word he spoke. It's just that even if you turned the entire Tianbao building into your personal pantry, your strength still wouldn't match a disaster-level entity. In the blink of an eye, the Bone Bird was defeated on the spot. Fang Yi mused, I suppose I'm letting you have a taste of the pain of being able to do nothing but wait for death. His recent actions made his companion feel deeply unsettled. He stammered, I take back what I just said. This is truly a one-sided slaughter. A teammate up ahead also spoke up in alarm. He's terrifying. He's toying with the Anomaly King. Why would a mortician like him show up in Tai City? If only he were on our side. Song Yu slowly stepped forward. She began to analyze the situation from before. Every single one of his slashes seemed to have been precisely calculated. From left to right, from the outside in, perfectly balanced, not off by a single bit. The image of Fang Yi taking down the Bone Bird began to flash through her mind, along with the narration. From beginning to end, he never once attacked the Bone Bird's skull. This Bone Bird couldn't even be called a threat, let alone have the power to struggle or fight back, because the power gap between them was too great. He's even stronger than the Aberration King. The Bone Bird's piercing screams still echoed somewhere nearby. Caw! Caw! Annoyed by this sight, Fang Yi cleared his throat. You still want my pity? Did you really think I was playing around with you? With that, a massive amount of energy began to gather in the palm of his hand. The Bone Bird was completely oblivious. It just kept squawking loudly. Caw, caw, caw! A moment later, Fang Yi's immense power shot through the building and straight into the sky. A barrage of lightning strikes rained down. But right after that, warm sunlight returned to the city. Seeing this, the onlookers cheered with joy. It's over! The aberration. King's energy is disappearing. That's unbelievable. Just what kind of ascendant is he? He's on a completely different level, compared to the ascendants of our Shang city. Us! Is this the gap between us and a top-tier prodigy? Now I truly understand. The saying, no matter how high the mountain, there is always a higher one. As the smoke and dust gradually faded, the buzz of discussion continued unabated. I heard about that time Kai City was invaded by an S-class aberration. It's been confirmed. It was named the Hell King's Sacrifice, a sealed, disaster-level threat that was on the verge of breaking loose. The resolution plan and all other details have been sealed by Kai City in a top-secret file. Fang Yi stood alone on a cliff's edge. Below, the chatter still showed no signs of dying down. It's just that I'm afraid this classic solution can be replicated by an AI. He glanced over at Song Yue and gave her a signal. The Bone Bird is dead. The darkness has vanished. You all can contact the outside world now and report the situation. Immediately, the person on the other end picked up, their voice frantic. Hello, hello, this is Song Yue reporting the current situation. The incident at the Tianbao building has been successfully resolved. All anomalies have been dealt with. Fang Yi stood before the ruins, quietly watching the sunset. In his ear, he could still hear Song Yue's voice. That's right. It was thanks to the funeral director that we were able to complete the mission so smoothly. We hope that the Kang City Spirit Association can cooperate with us to express our gratitude for the support from Tai City and the funeral director. Finally, he simply closed his eyes, allowing himself to relax. Suddenly, Song Yue yelled into her radio. The captain from Kang City, the one who was just appointed today. What the hell is he doing here? Our mission is already over, and he decides to show up now? Meanwhile, in the sky, something was hurtling through the air. The person on the other end gave a flimsy excuse. It's because he knew Tai City's funeral director was here. We told him not to cause any trouble, but a strong and confident pioneer like him isn't going to listen to advice. Song Yi couldn't keep her composure any longer. She roared back, "What is wrong with you people? This mission was assigned to the military district. Furthermore, it was our mental warfare division that specifically invited the captain from Tai City. We are absolutely responsible for Tai City's captain. We're trying to escort the Tai City captain away right now. What are the Kang City Spirit Association and their captain plotting? It's unclear if this is a provocation against the authority of the military district." At this time, Feng Yi was already heading downstairs, ignoring the commotion upstairs. The Feng Tangji is the most important captain, recommended by the Spirit War Zone and the Tai City Spirit Association. A young man with an aggressive demeanor was rushing forward. In Song Yue's concluding words, "Whoever dares to provoke us will have to bear the consequences." Soon, Feng Yi had left the building. Suddenly, something caught his attention. A drill shot rapidly toward Feng Yi, making him let out a contemptuous scoff. "Pretty fast, huh? So you're here already?" The opponent flashed a mocking smile and boasted loudly, "I am Captain Yui Feng Jiang of Chang City." "So you're the Feng Tangja from Tai City, are you?" As soon as he finished, Feng Yi asked back curiously, "Yeah, I am, so what?" This enraged Feng Jiang. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself, "A wind attribute Xian Xingja? This is the first time I've met one. This guy, despite his arrogance, is deliberately hiding a portion of his power. It seems he's at least at the spirit creation realm." Suddenly, he swung his arm, launching the first attack. Feng Yi, on the opposite side, also quickly drew his weapon to fight back. The next second, both of them were thrown backward. Feng Jiang couldn't help but look down on his opponent. In his mind, this Feng Tangji is just some little punk, huh? Perfect for me to use. I'll take this chance to establish the authority of the Yue clan. He stood up straight. With a majestic yet arrogant air, he declared loudly, "First of all, thank you very much for resolving the crisis at the Tianbao building on behalf of Chang City. But you're a captain from Tai City, coming all the way here to Chang City? Aren't you overstepping your boundaries a little? Youngsters may not understand the rules of the martial world. Order and seniority." As soon as the words were spoken, Feng Yi emphasized in a stern voice, "When I arrived, Shangxi didn't even have a captain yet. I only came to help Shangxi deal with the anomaly because I accepted a request from the military district. So a captain, who's as new to Shangxi as you wants to find me, to settle what score?" Seeing his serious attitude, Feng Jiang sniffed lightly. He kept teasing, "Don't be so tense. Young people really are easily agitated. The matriarch certainly has good discipline. I have no ill will towards you. I've always respected outstanding talents like you." Suddenly, he gathered energy in both of his hands, along with a request. "I just want to borrow your blade for a bit." Feng Jiang flashed a sinister smile. He stated, "Otherwise, don't even think about leaving Shangxi." Faced with this brazen act, Feng Yi stood perfectly still, not moving a muscle. A moment later, he burst out laughing and asked, "Ah, borrow it?" Feng Yi's composure infuriated his opponent. He gritted his teeth tightly. Suddenly, Feng Yi drew out his exclusive weapon. Shing! This made Feng Jiang's eyes go wide with terror. Feng Yi's sharp gaze swept across him. He growled out every word. "I'll let your entire family borrow it." Feng Yi took the initiative and attacked first. He let out a loud shout. Faced with this attack, Feng Jiang skillfully dodged it. He even said contemptuously, "Very good, how interesting." Just then, Song Yue's group came rushing over. He shouted loudly. As soon as the fight started, the signals around here were affected and disrupted. "All right, let's hurry and report this to the military district. You guys should also quickly inform your superiors. Also, we need to get these survivors back to safety." However, Feng Yi coldly interjected, "I'll give you 10 minutes. If you don't want to lose a captain." This caused the young man with Song Ye to tremble in fear. He stammered, What do you mean?" Immediately, his next words were cut off by Song Yue. She replied softly, "I understand." The next second, they were running for their lives. The blonde woman whispered, "That Yue Fengjiang guy just got elected, and he's already here causing trouble for us. Hurry back and call for backup." The young man with Song Yue also gave his opinion. "The way I see it, it's best we let that phony Feng Zong know that our Westung City has the strength to be ranked third in the entire country." Suddenly, the other person asked, "Do you really think that's possible?" Back with Feng Yi, his sharp gaze was now spitting fire. At the same time, he declared, "Everything from here on out depends on your own fate." Faced with his opponent's ruthlessness, Feng Jiang showed no fear. He even taunted back, "Oh? Quite the big talker, aren't you? You want to take me down? Then you'd better use 100% of your power." In the blink of an eye, Feng Yi appeared behind him, startling the man. Feng Jiang hastily spun around. However, it was too late. A deafening explosion erupted immediately after. Feng Jiang was blown backwards. He He struggled to stay on his feet, thinking to himself,
How terrifying. What was that feeling just now?
He gritted his teeth, seething with anger. My mind is being thrown into constant chaos. The ultimate yang attribute. Such a bizarre and astonishing outburst. My body is trembling with fear. Meanwhile, Fang Yi was still standing in the raging flames. He took a gentle step forward. A mocking smile has suddenly appeared on the corner of Fang Yi's lips. 100% of my power, you say? In that case, I'm afraid you won't even last 10 minutes. Feng Zhang broke into a smug grin. He stared intently at the weapon in Fang Yi's hand, marveling. So it really is that blade. That blade is a new type of weapon? Is secretly developed by the Spirit Association. He began to recall a massive pillar of energy. A deep blue, Feng Zhang thought. A spirit blade that embodies terrifying elemental power. Once it's forged, a single slash can even split mountains and part the seas. They actually managed to create it. And they even gave the only one in existence to this brat. He gripped his clothes tightly and told himself, but it doesn't matter. This just proves my trip here wasn't a waste. This spirit blade must be mine! In the blink of an eye, Feng Zhang's muscles bulged. He declared menacingly, You little two-star spirit creation realm punk, you'd better know what's good for you. And hand that blade over willingly. Otherwise, I'll have to take you down and seize it myself. It's not enough. Still not enough. Didn't I tell you to use 100% of your power? At that very moment, at the Spirit Association in Tai City, the director of the Spirit Association slammed his hand on the table. He yelled, What? The captain from Shang City and the captain from Tai City are clashing with each other? As soon as he said that, Jing Huang, on the other side, spoke up doubtfully. But wasn't it the Wind Undertaker who took... I was invited by the Spirit War Zone. That's why I came to Shangxi City to help handle the situation. The anomaly? What in the world is the leader of Shangxi City planning? Upon hearing that, the flustered director of the Spirit Association spoke up. This is no small matter. It doesn't just involve two city-level associations. Even the Spirit War Zone has to step in. Suddenly, his assistant approached and whispered to him, Chief, about the other party. The news from the other side left the director of the Spirit Association utterly shocked. He exclaimed, What did you say? He turned around, his voice faltering as he gave the order. So you've already contacted Shangxi City, correct? What did they say? If it can be stopped within 10 minutes, then there's still a chance to turn this around. We have contacted them, the assistant reported. But they said... The words he spoke next left everyone frozen on the spot. They said that Shangxi City is the third largest city, and their elected captain is the light of Shangxi City. He won't necessarily lose. Someone, unable to hide their panic, shouted, What? They're completely disrespecting Taishi City. The director of the Spirit Association slammed his hand on the table. He furiously roared, Fools, a bunch of utter fools! Those short-sighted people from Shangxi City actually think an S-class anomaly? Is that easy to seal? Feng Huin said gravely to the assistant. Perhaps they aren't fools. They're just overconfident. What is that person's cultivation realm? As soon as he asked, the other party provided new information. It said that he just recently broke through to the third level of the spirit creation realm. This person comes from a great clan in Shangxi City. Shangxi City provides him with all of his cultivation resources. Suddenly, someone scoffed contemptuously. Ha! Just broke through to the third level of the spirit creation realm, you say? That person was none other than the director of the Spirit Association. The look in his eyes right now, only able to mumble in despair. So what if he's a 3-star creator spirit realm? The Wind Burialist not only possesses various types of supreme high-grade attributes, but his own abilities have long since surpassed his external realm. The Spirit Association agent from Shang Market. If you haven't personally experienced Hell's Rite of the King, you could never understand the meaning behind those two words. Wind Burial. The captain of Shang Market won't just be defeated. Right at this moment, on Fang Yi's side, he's throwing a fatal punch forward, just as the director of the Spirit Association predicted. He might even be sent to the heavens, and it's coming true. Bing Zhang was beaten until his face was a distorted mess. The two of them continued their martial arts duel in midair. Suddenly, Feng Zhang thought to himself, What's going on? Why can't my blade techniques cut through these flames? He could only grit his teeth and resist in desperation. His spirit energy was vanishing as if on a one-way trip, disappearing in an instant. On the other hand, Fang Yi was brimming with power. He attacked relentlessly, capitalizing on his opponent's terror. In this world, is there really a fighting style that can just confiscate an opponent's blade arts? Suddenly, he spoke in a cold voice, causing Feng Zhang to look around. Look, we're here. The moment he saw the building behind him, he screamed in horror. The Spirit Association building! Have we unconsciously fought our way all the way here? Fang Yi moved in close to Feng Jiang. He gave a sinister smile and whispered, out of respect for the Kai family and the military district, I'm willing to give you guys one last chance. As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked his opponent forward with great force. Surrounding Fang Yi were now countless raging flames. He said casually, but I'm afraid someone's acting like a coward refusing to come out. So I'll just have to make a little announcement. Although Feng Jiang was in pain from his wounds, he still gritted his teeth and endured it. The clash between the two of them created countless streaks of fire in the sky, causing passers-by to constantly murmur amongst themselves. What's going on? What's happening over there? Is it a fire? They couldn't believe what they were seeing and began to fall into a state of panic. No, that's not right. Doesn't everyone feel how it's suddenly getting hotter? The temperature is rising. Damn, I see it now. There are people fighting. Those sounds are getting more and more intense. That firelight, I think I've seen it before. On the news from the neighboring city. I told you, the things spreading online are real. The return of spiritual energy is real. Meanwhile, Feng Yi looked at Feng Jiang with a lazy gaze. He quietly reminded him, you still have 5 minutes left. Didn't you say you wanted me to use 100% of my power? Hearing this, his opponent gritted his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, Feng Yi unleashed an attack forward. He didn't forget to add a taunt. How is it that I'm only using 30% of my power, and you already look this pathetic? These words made Feng Jiang's actions freeze for a moment. He wondered in shock, what does he mean? Could it be that this isn't his full power? Impossible! He's clearly only at the second level of the spirit creation realm. Suddenly, something made him panic. Feng Yi's attack was now hurtling through the air. At the observation and information room of the Spirit Association headquarters, in Thanthe City, the panoramic view of the city was being closely monitored. Alarms were constantly sounding off. Detected within the territory of the Jia Nation, a massive energy signature has appeared, pinpointing the exact location at the Spirit Association building in Thanthe City. Keep your eyes on it. The energy value is rising non-stop. The observation staff were utterly shocked by the scene before them. They chattered among themselves constantly. This isn't a dark attribute. A dark attribute doesn't have this kind of frequency. What in the world is happening in Thanthe City? We didn't receive any intel about an anomaly infiltrating Thanthe City. This isn't an anomaly war. Could it be one of them? One of them rushed off to report. Commander, we've received news from the Thanthe City Spirit Association. The person fighting in Thanthe City right now is the newly appointed captain of Thanthe City. He, Divine Blade, has his eyes on a weapon from the Wind Burial Society. The captain of Thanthe City was helping Thanthe City handle an anomaly. The Thanthe captain refused to cooperate, so Divine Blade attacked. The moment those words were spoken, the person on the other end yelled, "What?" The commander couldn't hide his fury. He declared, "Does Thanthe City have a death wish? Issue a warning to Thanthe immediately. Tell them to stop this instant. If they don't, they're all fired." The entire senior management of the Spirit Association in Thanthe City. Hearing this, the other subordinates scrambled to obey and ran off. "We'll dispatch someone there at once." This is a major incident for the entire Spirit Association. Suddenly, a young woman appeared in the doorway. She said softly, "I think it would be better if I went." This person was the vanguard of the Spirit Association headquarters. Ko Vu-Nyu, codename Sea Mystic. The little girl looked forward and said innocently, "Mommy, look, it's a shooting star." Outside, a skyscraper was broken in half. The little girl's mother, terrified, tried to comfort her. "Ah, don't look. Hurry, let's go." Her father was also in a frantic rush. He muttered over and over again, "We can't stay in Thanthe City anymore. We're leaving for Thanthe City immediately. It must be safer over there." Suddenly, the mother pressed her husband. Is it really like what's being spread online? That the world has changed? Even though her mother tried to comfort her, the little girl was still sobbing. "Mommy, I'm so scared." The mother couldn't hide her own worry as she said, "Don't be scared, don't be scared. We'll find a way." Beside them, the father was also urging them on continuously. "Let's go, hurry up and go." Rewind to 1 minute earlier, when Feng Jiang was hit by Fang Yi's giant flame and completely swallowed. Even so, he still ran his mouth, warning his opponent, "Grave robber. You better stop right now. If you don't, the UA family and will definitely not let you off the hook. The Spirit Union Market won't let you get away with this either." This scene made the onlookers cry out in terror. How is the grave robber so bold to dare to attack someone right at the Spirit Union Market's doorstep? He's really just using his strength to bully the weak. Quick, go support Captain Divine Blade. It looks like he can't hold on any longer. They wouldn't stop talking about Feng Yi, saying all sorts of things. "Captain of the Kai clan, grave robber. Please immediately." Cease your extreme actions near the Spirit Union Market. But there were also a few who pleaded, warning Fang Yi, Divine Blade is the captain of the market.
If you lay a hand on him,
You're provoking our Spirit Union Market. They couldn't hide the smugness in their every word. We will show absolutely no mercy. In for an act like this. You'd better be prepared to face the consequences. However, Fang Yi just looked at them with a cold gaze. He asked in return, Is this the attitude of the Spirit Union Market? He raised his hand high to the sky, gathered his energy, then emphasized every single word he uttered, ignoring the captain from Tai City who came to provide support. It's because they're both captains. Who knows, maybe the Shang City captain is stronger, which is why he doesn't want to step in and interfere. Fang Yi's next attack sent Feng Zhang reeling in pain, letting out a piercing scream. Even the people inside the building were so frightened that they stumbled and fell to the ground. Suddenly Feng Yi turned back towards Feng Zhang. He spoke softly. However, I'm afraid they were mistaken. With your level of skill, you really think you can take the blade from my hands? He's already been beaten so badly that even breathing has become a struggle for him. Suddenly Fang Yi launched another attack. He declared in a loud voice, Then let's see if you can take this. Despite that, his opponent burst out laughing. Haha, so you know your place. He charged forward aggressively, declaring with confidence, The Spirit Guild of Shang City is truly incompetent. Such a powerful spirit armament. And they let Tai City develop it first. The smile on Feng Zhang's face grew more and more grotesque. He roared out every word. This treasure, only I am worthy of possessing it. His opponent's thoughtless actions caused Fang Yi to fall into deep thought. I can never understand the mentality of these so-called pioneers because I possess extraordinary power.
I can just take what isn't mine through pillaging
And slaughter. He couldn't help but recall the pioneers he had met in the past. And in the end, he came to a conclusion. These pioneers are no different from aberrations. The more people like this there are, the more it becomes one of the key factors, leading to the downfall of humanity. What's more, the Spirit Guild Merchant Guild condones allowing this type of person to run rampant, without any intervention. Thinking of this, Fang Yi became even more determined. When he saw Feng Zhang's triumphant smile, he told himself he had to settle this. Not long after, a brilliant fireball, just like that, burned brightly across a whole section of the sky. Fang Yi looked coldly at his opponent. Only then did he reveal his secret. I forgot to tell you, this Azure Blade isn't a spirit weapon created by the Spirit Guild. It's an exclusive weapon I forged myself. It only recognizes me as its one and only master. Those standing nearby were terrified by the flames. They scattered and fled, shouting for their lives as they ran. Help me! Oh God! Is Captain Divine Blade dead? The people standing below were also stunned. They couldn't stop chattering excitedly amongst themselves. Didn't they say that at most, the Mortician was only at the 2-star creation realm? The Feng Zhang. He's a whole realm higher than him. Among them, one person was even trembling uncontrollably. It was Wang Zhong, the person in charge of the Spirit Guild Merchant Guild. Wang Zhong began to get lost in his thoughts. The Divine Blade. Yu Feng Zhang was the only one at the creation realm, 3-star in the entire Merchant Guild. With his outstanding talent and priority access to resources, in another month, he would have been able to touch the Vajra realm. His talent and his status as the heir to the UA School of Blade Arts, he could have ranked in the top 5 among all the captains in the Xia Kingdom. Fang Yi landed right in front of Wang Zhong, scaring him, but he was no match for the Mortician. Right now, the Mortician has already surpassed the level of a captain. He slowly walked forward, as his opponent was still lost in thought. A person with the combat power to slaughter an entire royal city. They collapsed onto the ground. The old man kept shouting, What are we supposed to do now? It can't be that. This person actually wants to drag the entire Spirit Union marketplace down with him, can he? Captain of the Kai family, please show mercy. This is all our fault. Not long after, a helicopter was dispatched to the area. The pilot reported in a serious voice, reporting, There's a stream of Yang attribute energy up ahead. It's pure and extremely powerful. The fire near the Spirit Union marketplace is showing signs of weakening and dying out. Wu Niu stood outside. She asked with doubt in her voice, Weakening? I'm afraid we're already too late. Wu Niu's eyes narrowed slightly as she muttered to herself, I can feel it. His power is just too absurd. To be able to directly destroy the marketplace, the 3rd largest city? Suddenly she cast her magic. Countless streams of water rained down below to extinguish the massive blaze. Wu Niu quietly observed everything. She exclaimed in surprise, This is completely on the level of a national-grade pioneer. The great fire below showed no signs of weakening at all, which led her to a conclusion. Just this. Means he's already holding back. The crowd below became ecstatic when they saw Wu Nu's helicopter. The old man kept shouting, "Look, it's headquarters! The people from headquarters are here!" Fang Yi also turned his gaze up towards the sky. The moment he saw Wu Nu, a thought flashed through his mind. A Xianxingja who wields the water attribute. This pure power is stronger than that Nakfong Jiang from earlier. Among the many Xianxingji I've met, this one could be considered top tier. Even Wu Nu, standing above, couldn't stop sizing him up. A high-level domineering fire attribute spiritual energy, even a ferocious yang attribute, a heavenly fire attribute, and there's some other power that I can't see through yet. Looking at the ruins before her, she couldn't help but sigh in admiration. As expected of a Xianxingja, to possess the power to wipe out an entire city. If he hadn't actively withdrawn his flames, my rainfall might not have been able to extinguish the remaining embers. Suddenly, something caught Wu Nu's attention. Wait a minute. She stared intently at the weapon in Fyongdik's hand, lost in thought. That spirit weapon in the style of a Tang dynasty saber, the pure power within it and its degree of fusion. With my understanding of the Thai City Spirit Association, their research and development of spirit weapons is far behind this level. Meanwhile, he calmly put it away. Wu Nu continued to speculate. There's only one possibility. He crafted this spirit weapon himself. Suddenly, Vuong Chung shot to his feet. He aggressively pointed at Phuong Dick and yelled, "Was it really necessary to be so ruthless, funeral director? Now that the people from headquarters are here, how are you going to explain yourself to us?" The moment he finished, Phuong Dick coldly replied, "I gave you people 10 minutes, but after you received the news, you didn't offer me a single word of explanation." He slowly turned towards them. "Does that mean you all believe that your Kang City team leader deserved to die?" This action made Vuong Chung cry out in fear. He didn't let him finish the sentence. Fang Yi quickly cut him off. "And another thing, if you ever dare to speak to me like that again, I will annihilate all of you." Suddenly, Wu Nu appeared behind him. She softly called out, "Captain of Thai City?" This made Fang Yi immediately turn around. Vuong Chung couldn't help but rejoice inwardly. That's right. Headquarters still has to consider the influence of public opinion. So what if the Undertaker is powerful? If the matter of the Thai City captain annihilating the Thuong City captain is just glossed over, without proper punishment, then all the captains everywhere, won't they all feel wronged and heartbroken? He grew more and more triumphant. At that point, how could they possibly manage all the spirit associations? However, Wu Nu simply introduced herself calmly. "It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Wu Nu." Despite this, Vuong Chung continued to flash a strange smile. He thought to himself, what's more, the Thuong City Spirit Association was destroyed to this extent, and the Undertaker is still here, speaking so brazenly. It's about time headquarters taught him a lesson. Wu Nu took a step forward. She softly introduced, "I am the Hai Huiyan agent of the Spirit Association headquarters." Vuong Chung trembled, unable to believe it. He stammered, "What? The Hai Huiyan agent is apologizing to him?" Wu Nu maintained a respectful attitude, bowing her head. A thought arose in her mind. This negotiation represents headquarters' attitude towards the Undertaker. Appease, pacify, and reward. Absolutely no conflict is permitted. As for the Thuong City Spirit Association, meanwhile, seeing Vuong Chung still trembling in fear, the two people with him also grew a little anxious. The man on the left spoke up. Is it all over? What are you talking about? After all, Shangxi City's captain was burned alive. Can this really not be considered internal strife? The other person hurriedly replied, "The representative from headquarters didn't hold him responsible at all. He even said he would get an explanation for him." Wu Nu looked towards Phuong Dick, her face exuding a cold aura. Whether they're dissatisfied or not is irrelevant. What's important is that the Divine Blade captain of the Shangxi Spirit Association deliberately framed and threatened the life of the gravedigger. He showed no respect for anyone and repaid the help from the Thai City Spirit Association and the War Zone with utter ingratitude. Back then, why didn't any of you think about preventing internal conflict and minimizing this damage in time? What a bunch of arrogant fools. She then turned and asked, "Who is in charge of the Shangxi Spirit Association?" The man stammered, I am." Wu Nu spoke coldly. "I'm giving you all 3 days to appease the people of Shangxi City and come up with a publicly acceptable reason to temporarily quell public opinion." Vuong Chung timidly and hastily replied, "Understood, ma'am. We understand completely." A cruel glint flashed in Wu Nu's eyes. "In 3 days, all of you will be removed from your posts. Headquarters will soon send people to take over Shangxi City." Vuong Chung and his two cronies were stunned. Wu Nu reminded them, "Remember this. If you fail to take any action within these 3 days, you will bear the consequences yourselves." Dik, standing behind them, was surprised to hear this. He never thought the association's headquarters would fire all the current staff of the Shangxi Spirit Association. He didn't expect them to be so decisive and drastic. It was truly beyond his expectations. Wu Nu was determined. This time, headquarters must make its stance absolutely clear, and at the same time announce to everyone that if anyone dares to provoke the Gravedigger again, their fate will be the same as the Shang City Spirit Association and Yanfeng Jiang. She turned her head and asked for Fang Yi, the Gravedigger's opinion. This method of handling things, I'm not sure if you're satisfied with it or not. But don't you worry. The Spirit Association headquarters will absolutely not allow something like this to ever happen again. She promised, anyone who provokes you is provoking the Spirit Association headquarters itself. Fang Yi didn't offer an opinion. He was just curious. I don't care how you handle them. I just want to know how you plan to suppress public opinion. Wu Nu slowly replied. You must be thinking that now. With what happened in Tai City and Shang City regarding the public opinion on the Spirit Chi revival. You're wondering if it's even possible to suppress it anymore, right? She explained. Right now, the world is experiencing many supernatural events, and the troubles brought about by these anomalies are constantly appearing. In fact, many people have already pieced together 80 to 90% of the truth, but it hasn't been made public yet, simply because the time isn't right. Wu Nu sighed. It's just that if we were to announce it now, the entire world situation would change in an instant. Chaos would erupt from within, and would quickly shatter the fragile facade of peace that we are currently maintaining. If you hadn't been there in Tai City back then, perhaps the Xia Kingdom's era of Spirit Chi revival would have begun on the very day Tai City was destroyed by that anomaly. Or if it weren't for Elder Wu of the Stellar Soul War Zone, we would have already entered the era of Spirit Chi revival. A thoughtful look flashed in Fang Yi's eyes. So that's how it is. It's better to let a small group of people be in chaos, that everyone would fall into chaos. Familiar faces appeared in his mind. If we want to maintain the illusion of equality and a life of peace and prosperity for everyone, it's essential that after the spiritual energy is restored, there are those pioneers who can rise above the millions of ordinary people to face the dangers head-on. No wonder so many pioneers are so eager to act such foolish actions, and they want to create even greater chaos. To think the Xia nation would suppress public opinion so forcefully. One could say it has restrained the pioneers from starting conflicts, while also limiting the spread of anomalies, and it can also manage the transition from the normal era to the era of spiritual energy restoration. Fang Yi and Yuro stood amidst the ruins. A gentle breeze blew, making the hems of their clothes flutter. Fang Yi looked at Yuro calmly, making a judgment in his heart. However, without a sufficiently powerful forerunner to coordinate things, it would be impossible to achieve. He thought for a moment, then spoke. It seems things have truly reached a critical point. We can't delay any longer. Although he was calculating things silently, and though his immediate goal was to create a spirit realm, he had already resolved one disaster, buying Tai City a chance to delay the inevitable. But that was far from enough. Seeing him lost in thought, Yuro quickly spoke up. You must have other things to attend to. We will arrange a private jet to take you back to Tai City. It's just, I'd like to ask you for a small favor. This is a personal request of mine. It does not represent the Spirit Association's headquarters. She adjusted her glasses and smiled faintly. So young, and yet. Not only do you possess the power to wipe out an entire city, and he has character too. Enough to shoulder such great responsibilities. For Tai City to have a talent like him, it's enough to make anyone jealous. I'm truly curious. Dik looked at the lady from the Hai Huiyan Guild. No need for pleasantries. Please, say what you need to say. The very next second, Wu Nu suddenly extended her hand toward him. She smiled and said, I'm doing this as Gu Wu Nu, not as a representative of the Hai Huiyan Guild. I would like to be friends with you. Is that all right? Meanwhile, in Jia's office, Lam at the Spirit Command War Zone, Huang Feng covered his mouth, trying to stifle a laugh. And that's the whole story. After hearing everything, Jia Lam flew into a rage and slammed his fist on the table. This is absurd. That Spirit Association? Are all of them in Thuong City this stupid and short-sighted? She was worried that if this kept up, Thuong City's strategic position would only continue to decline. The Spirit Association headquarters should just take over quickly. Otherwise, Thuong City will be utterly ruined, kicked out of the vanguard ranks. In the brutal future of this era of spirit energy revival, an incompetent general truly is the death of an entire army. Huang Feng sat on the desk, crossing his arms as he spoke. The Spirit Association's headquarters is still pretty reliable, though, especially the Hai Huiyan Guild. Who knows? They might even try to poach our people. So, shouldn't we make some sort of announcement, too? Jialam propped his chin on his hand, deep in thought. That goes without saying. The compensation for the gravedigger absolutely cannot be a small sum. At the very least, it can't be less than what the Spirit Association headquarters offered. Also, regarding the original reward from the Thuong City, Spirit Energy Association this time, double it as compensation for him. Huang Fong nodded in agreement. I have to say, I'm not impressed by the Undertaker's current strength or character. To dispense rewards and punishments, to be decisive about when to advance and retreat, and to act with moderation. Only a person like that is fit to lead a city. Then he let out a knowing smile. I feel this is the only reward worthy of him. Huang Fong pushed a stack of documents towards Jia Lam. On top were written the words Top Secret Restricted Zone. Jia Lam was a little startled when she saw it. She said nothing, as if considering whether this was even possible. Then she laughed. Stroking her chin, she teased Huang Fong. If it weren't for the fact that I know you genuinely appreciate him, I would have thought you were intentionally giving him a hard time. Huang Fong shrugged and smiled. Risk and opportunity always go hand in hand. And besides, he's the only one worthy of training there. What's more, our own district has a genius who's currently in seclusion inside that place. In the future, things even more terrifying than the land of the sacrificial king will continuously appear. Every single one of them will shatter humanity's existing beliefs. Letting the Undertaker level up quickly is the only way to help him mature for the dark future ahead and to reach an end that we can't even imagine. Jia Lam spoke as she opened the top-secret file. You're right, perhaps even our restricted training zone. It is too simple for him. Suddenly, the door to the room burst open. The secretary rushed inside. Miss Lam! Miss Lam, Elder Ngo has woken up. He has something he needs to tell you. As soon as those words were spoken, both Jia Lam and Huang Fong were stunned. A few hours later at the Tai family's villa, by this time Fong Yi had returned home. He was sitting on the sofa, resting. Then his phone buzzed with a notification. He let out a little "oh." It was a notification that money had been deposited into his account. The account just received 10 million RMB. Hearing the noise, Yi Yi came out to the living room. Cousin, you're finally back. I even saw you on the Shang City forums. I was so scared. Seeing Yi Yi's worried face, Fang Yi patted her head. It's nothing. Don't worry too much. She quickly replied. I'm not worried. The cultivator forums are all saying that you easily took care of the captain of Shang City's Divine Blade Squad. The descriptions were obviously way too exaggerated. With that, he flicked Yi Yi's forehead. Other than cultivation info, you should browse the forums less. Have you already forgotten your promise? To improve yourself quickly? Right after that, he stood up and headed to his room. All right. I'm going to cultivate and try for a breakthrough. Yi Yi was surprised. Didn't you just have a breakthrough not long ago? Are you preparing to break through to the third level of the spirit creation realm now? Fang Yi let out a big laugh. Haha, not necessarily. Although he laughed, Yi felt that he didn't seem happy. That's strange. Why do I feel like my cousin has something on his mind? In his private room, Fang Yi focused on his cultivation. His body levitated in midair. A golden light enveloped his body, and a dark attribute swirled around him as well. He focused on gathering qi in his dantian, circulating the spiritual energy throughout his meridians. In his heart, he had his own plan, just a little more. This is the pure dark attribute from the bone bird's body. I'll fuse it into the boundless dark world, and utilize all of its energy in one go. In midair, within the orb, the energy seemed to be sucking in everything around it. At this moment, Fang Yi was gathering and fusing its energy into the boundless dark world. The system displayed a notification. Do you wish to imbue the dark attribute into the boundless dark realm? You chose yes without hesitation. Immediately after, spiritual energy rushed towards you. The system notification chimed again. Dark attribute has been fused. The boundless dark realm has been upgraded. After an enemy is pulled into the boundless dark realm, the bone birds and other aberrations within the realm will fight for you, doubling the weakening effect on the enemy. Fung Dik checked the situation inside the boundless dark realm. At this moment, countless aberrations were glaring menacingly at him. A thought suddenly struck him. What if I actively commanded them? He channeled the spiritual energy in his body. Wouldn't that make me like a king, ordering these hordes of aberrations? The moment he thought of this, golden strands of light from the yang attribute, like puppet strings, connected Fung Dik and the aberrations inside the boundless dark realm. Above the villa, dark clouds gathered, blotting out the sun. A strange phenomenon appeared. A golden figure, with 4 arms and 3 flames, floated in the air. At that moment, the system announced, you have met the requirements for a breakthrough. Do you wish to break through to the 3-star spirit creation realm? Someone saw the spectacle and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God!
Hey, you guys, look!
What is that, a projection?" Someone else seemed to recognize something and spoke up to explain, "What are you talking about?"
An immortal has descended. It's the immortal! The one who wiped out all those bats and saved us last time!
Back in Fungdik's bedroom, darkness and light were attempting to merge into one. And inside Fungdik's boundless dark realm at this moment, countless dark aberrations were pledging their loyalty to him. Fungdik witnessed this scene. He thought to himself, "These aberrations I've subjugated are like servants obeying their monarch. They've strengthened my infinite dark realm." Right after that, the system panel announced, "Infinite Dark Realm upgrade successful. New ability acquired. New ability, Aberration Combat. After pulling an enemy into the Infinite Dark Realm, you can summon the aberrations that were refined and killed by the Infinite Dark Realm to attack the enemy." Note, the stronger the enemy, the more spiritual energy is consumed, and the shorter the duration. Fungdik opened a dark orb in his hand. The silhouette of the skeleton flickered in and out of view again. "Looks like we have some new members joining the big family of our Infinite Dark Realm. Your power is very pure. It's extremely useful for my upgrades. From now on, just stay here and work hard. I won't treat you poorly." Sitting on the throne, looking down at his subordinates, Fungdik thought to himself, "I must make full use of the Infinite Dark Realm's new ability, completely. Besides that, I also need to continue increasing my spiritual energy reserves. Only then can I go back outside." A vast amount of spiritual energy formed a storm of wind and lightning, surging madly towards him. In the blink of an eye, it converged on Fungdik's body. Breakthrough to the 3-star spirit creation realm. I can feel the abilities I've absorbed before, and the techniques I've learned are merging more and more with my body. My power has been cleansed, becoming purer. And because the Infinite Dark Realm has upgraded, when I use my dark attributes, there's no longer that sluggish feeling like before. Fungdik let out a light breath. He set his feet down and got out of bed. As for the other things, you still have to explore through practice. And at the same time, in the spirit zone, Old Mom and Old Wang also sensed the breakthrough fluctuation. So fast. He leveled up again. Old Wang nodded. From the time he picked the 7th Hua and saved this old life of mine until now. How long has it been? Old Lamb replied, "Half a month." She thought to herself with some emotion, "That's right, it's only been a little over 10 short days, and Fang Yi has done the unbelievable. For any other cultivator, this would be a lifetime's achievement." Just after stepping into the spirit creation realm, he was able to suppress the dark tide. He collected 17 Hua. Not only did he save me, but he also helped you and countless future cultivators of the Xia nation. Countering the dark attribute is something the two of us couldn't do. He continuously dealt with the abnormal kings in 2 different cities. He eliminated the seeds of disaster and the troublemakers, causing rot within the city. He leveled up twice in a row. He accomplished all of this in just over 10 short days. I'm truly eager to meet this child favored by the heavens. At the same time, at the Taisi City Spirit Association, Ting Huang also sensed the spiritual energy fluctuation. It's coming from the direction of Fang Yi's new house. He leveled up again? The man beside her answered, "The energy fluctuation stirred up by the Gravedigger is even greater than when the abnormal king descended. Immediately activate the preventive contingency plan. Ensure that the Gravedigger's leveling process is not disturbed by any outside interference. Level 1 contingency plan." Qing Huang happily looked at her phone. Ever since Taisi City experienced the calamity, the sacrificial king of hell, not to mention the Gravedigger, how immense his authority was among the cultivators. Even ordinary people who hadn't awakened had come to accept this kind of phenomenon. They clearly remembered Fang Yi's spiritual power, and because of that, they felt at ease. As for the skeptics in Shang City, the city's forum was currently buzzing with activity. Let me enlighten you all on just how powerful the Gravedigger is. Some people don't believe that the incident in Tai City was handled by the Gravedigger alone. Well, the master immediately helped Shang City deal with the disaster at the Tianbao building. That disaster? I heard it was on the same level as the anomaly in Tai City. And as for Shang City's captain, he got completely thrashed by the Gravedigger. He was chased from the east side of the city all the way to the west. I don't know where he got the guts to provoke the master. The master beat him into dust in the blink of an eye. At least he served some purpose in the end. So shocking and so very convincing. This way no more cultivators will be reckless enough to pick a fight with him. Somewhere in Shang City, Chu Qingli was sitting and typing on her computer. Click, clack. She bit her finger. Her face was filled with worry. I never thought cultivation would be this difficult. Ever since my awakening, there hasn't been the slightest sign of me advancing to the 2-star ghost abode realm. Just what is the problem? Just then a name came to her mind, the Gravedigger. These cultivators are all just a bunch of mediocrities. They're not sharp at all. They can't seem to dig up any information. Or they just don't answer. Chu Kingly sneered. Ha! I'm afraid they just don't know the Gravedigger, and so they can't get in touch with him. The girl gritted her teeth and thought to herself, if only I could meet him, that would be great. These commoners know I've just entered the ghostly abode realm, so they don't even bother to pay attention to me. I refuse to believe that these people wouldn't change their expressions upon meeting me. Is it just that after the restoration of spirit chi, my conditions and advantages are this terrible? According to the news online, Shang City has offended the Gravedigger. I can't stay in Shang City any longer, let alone stay here to develop my skills. I have to return to Tai City immediately. Thinking of this, Suo Quanli immediately started packing her things. Whether it's all the advantages I currently have, or the future after the spirit key fully recovers, I, Quanli, must hold it all firmly in my hands. The scene changes back to Fang Yi's villa. You've successfully leveled up? Yi asked curiously. Do you feel any changes in your body? Fang Yi nodded while eating. Yeah, it's fine. Aside from my spiritual power circulating more smoothly, and getting more done with less effort, there aren't any major changes for now. He suspected that more profound changes would only appear after he leveled up to the Golden Root realm. Just then, Yi received a message. She showed it to Fang Yi. Sister Lam is asking if I want to go to Sky Sea Forest. It seems like a new worldly anomaly has appeared in Sky Sea Forest too. Fang Yi nodded slightly. I also received her invitation. It's probably the Stardust Warzone's way of compensating me for the incident that happened in Shang City. She invited you too, so let's go together. Yi was excited. Awesome! Sky Sea Forest is a bordering forest within the management area of the Stardust Warzone. It was originally very ordinary, but in the past 5 years, it has started to grow vigorously and evolve into new species. The concentration of spirit chi there has reached over 60%. The probability of mutated flora and fauna is extremely high. It's both a rich, sacred land for ascetics to cultivate, and a potential incubator for mutated creatures, an unidentified terror. But in summary, it is still under the jurisdiction of the Spirit Battle Zone. At the Tianhai Forest in the Spirit Battle Zone, as soon as she saw the two of them approaching, Song Yu waved a greeting. We meet again, Captain Kai. I wonder if you still remember me. Fang Yi nodded. Song Yu simply explained why she was there. I'm watching over the Forbidden Zone. Also, Elder Lan, my superior assigned me to receive you and your cousin. There is also some information I need to share with you. Before you two arrived, a rather perplexing change occurred in the Tianhai Forest. A mutated flame spontaneously erupted from within the forest. It's different from the dark attribute, but its aura is extremely sinister. It cannot be burned out, nor can it be extinguished. After Fang Yi heard this, he was a little surprised. He asked, another new unidentified mutated fire attribute? Song Yu quickly nodded. That's right, I'll go with you and your cousin. Fang Yi shook his head, indicating it wasn't necessary. I don't think we need you to. Yi, what do you think? She replied. I don't need an escort either. Thank you. Seeing this, Song Yue happily agreed. All right then, you two please be careful. I'll be waiting here. Watching the two of them walk away, she felt a hint of admiration and thought to herself, I was so focused on the Gravedigger earlier that I didn't even notice. This girl may look young and frail, but her spirit is incredibly resolute. The spiritual power she radiates is also very strong. Her innate talent might even be greater than mine. What in the world did these two cousins eat growing up? For both of them to have such outstanding talent. After entering the area, the two of them stopped. So this is the place? They both turned their gazes in that direction. Fuang Dick was the first to speak. The death aura here is overwhelming. This surge of cold death energy is no less potent than the dark tide. Besides, that officer mentioned earlier that this flame cannot be extinguished. That means it will just keep spreading. An interested look appeared on Fuang Dick's face. A golden power began to radiate from his entire body. He slowly stepped forward. Yi, he reminded her, you should stay back. Instantly, countless black flames surged directly towards him. Fuang Dick didn't flinch. He raised his hand. The flames here are much stronger than any normal fire attribute. They even seem to be driven by a desire to devour a person's spiritual energy. But no matter how special this fire attribute is, it's still just a fire attribute before the Supreme Yang attribute. It's completely useless. With a loud bang, the flames exploded, completely blocked by his power. Fuang Dick spoke up. I can feel the source of the black flame just up ahead. Why, your spiritual power is a wood attribute. You'll be at a disadvantage against this fire. It's better if I create a protective shield for you. You have to be careful, she called out firmly. In Huangdik's hand, flaming sword suddenly materialized. He swung the blade, slashing forward. The blow shook the entire area. Huangdik took the lead, entering a gloomy cave. Wei followed close behind and said, "The death aura is even thicker than before." After heading deeper inside for a while, some kind of liquid dripped down from above. Yi asked him warily. "What was that dripping just now?" Fang Yi spoke. "Molten rock." After walking a bit further, Fang Yi spoke up. "We're here now." The scene that appeared before them was a field of molten rock, blazing furiously. The system panel displayed a notification. Major environmental phenomenon detected. Preliminary analysis indicates a fluctuation of the tomb fire attribute. The system will automatically begin data acquisition. Commencing compilation. Fang Yi lightly touched the stream of lava. The system's voice rang out. "You have received the tomb fire attribute technique, Tomb God. Domain. Can devour surrounding elemental power. At the same time, based on the power devoured, it strengthens the Yang attribute." Fang Yi was surprised. A fire attribute, similar to the Desolate attribute? It's highly specialized, specifically for nurturing and strengthening the Yang attribute. Suddenly, a red face emerged from his body. It was incredibly bizarre. Fang Yi was astonished. What in the world is this? At that moment, the system announced, "New ability acquired, Unyielding Death Seal. Warning, this ability possesses a special attribute. Exercise caution when implanting it." Another system panel appeared. Possesses the Endless Death ability. After being killed by another person, it will place the Unyielding Death Seal upon the opponent. Effect? The opponent will lose all sensation of pain and fear of death, entering a state of endless demise. 3 orbs, red, green, and purple, appeared. The red one is the Unyielding Death Seal. It comes with the Netherworld Flames effect. The flames of the Netherworld will descend from all directions, endlessly burning the one marked by the Unyielding Death Seal. The green orb is the Abyssal Ice of Death. As its name suggests, it possesses a potent toxicity. You will face a sudden attack and the curse of death. Your physical form will endlessly crumble, until all that remains is a purple orb, a hellish vision. The gates of hell shall open for the one bearing the mark of inescapable death. The evil spirits of hell will form a line to escort him to his grave. Fang Yi was surprised. Infinite death, huh? This ability is truly powerful. But it might not be suitable for me right now. The price is too high. A fatal side effect is not something I want. He commanded the system. System, store the mark of inescapable death ability. Do not learn or implant it for now. Lin Yi had witnessed the entire process. She was amazed. He just directly subdued that flame. And that hellish flame. Doesn't that mean he has another elemental ability? Up until now. Just how many elemental abilities has he acquired? It's unbelievable. Fang Yi spoke gravely to his cousin. Stay focused. There's something else. Yi looked up in shock. A monster with blood-red eyes was growling, staring right at her. Yi gasped. Is that a dragon? Fang Yi replied, No, this is a mutated skink. That's all it is at best. It just evolved into a slightly bigger 4-legged lizard. Holding the flame saber in his hand, he said, Perfect timing. I'll use you to test out my new fire domain. The monster immediately spewed a blast of scorching heat towards the two of them. A red glint flashed in Fang Yi's eyes. Gripping his saber tightly, he charged towards the mutated lizard. The two immense powers clashed. The ground shattered with a deafening roar. A single sound shook everything in the vicinity. Outside, Song? Yu and her young subordinate also witnessed this scene. She used her hands for cover as she gave the order. Something's happened in there. Quick, call for backup! The man quickly complied. Yes, ma'am. Meanwhile, at headquarters, the sound of an alarm blared continuously from the screen. Warning! A new anomalous life form has been detected, appearing in the Tianhai forest. Spiritual energy concentration has increased by 1,000%. Danger level is 5. Abnormality level, temporarily immeasurable. Jialin was shocked. This is bad. How can it be such a coincidence? The spiritual energy in the Tianhai forest has been stable for so long, and yet right when the Undertaker went in to cultivate, Elder Wu spoke up. Although I have great faith in his abilities, we should still make a trip over there. Jialin immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, sir. Very quickly. The two of them rushed toward Fang Yi's location. Over here, Song Yi and her subordinate were running, while looking up at the sky. That streak of light. That is, the young man beside her said excitedly. It's Elder Wu and Officer Jialin. Elder Wu is officially back in action. Song Yi was just as thrilled. Let's hurry and follow them. That streak of light had already landed, creating an earthquake, causing the ground and rocks all around to crack and shatter. Elder Wu appeared, full of power. His entire being radiated a majestic and terrifying aura. Song Yu thought to herself as she ran,
This movement speed, is this the power of a revered one?
at the Vajra realm? If you say the Undertaker represents immense power, one who can cause strange phenomena just by using his abilities, then Elder Wu represents profound and humble strength, without mobilizing any spiritual energy,
With just a single simple movement.
it was enough to send shockwaves through every cultivator present. Very quickly they arrived at the location. In just a few short seconds, they had found the precise direction and were at the scene. This instantaneous teleportation ability could be described as profound and masterfully executed. Old Man Wu announced, "It's right inside." He raised his hand, then generated a wave of power, swinging it forward. The earth and rock shattered, creating a pathway. "Let's go in." "Over here." Inside the protective sphere, Lin Yi coughed repeatedly. "Cough, cough, cough!" Yi worriedly asked her cousin.
Are you okay?
Fang Yi appeared through the smoke and replied,
I'm fine.
Suddenly, Fang Yi's gaze turned vigilant as he looked in a certain direction.
But it seems someone is looking for us.
Old Man Wu quickly used his teleportation technique. He rapidly closed this distance and appeared beside Fang Yi. Fang Yi remained silent, deep in thought. Old Man Wu spoke up. "You must be the gravedigger who buried my savior, aren't you?" On the other side, Jialan called out loudly, "Old Man Wu!" His expression hardened as he noticed something. Old Man Wu looked towards the monster lying limp on the ground. He said, "Gravedigger, did you really manage to develop to this level all by yourself?" This mutated skink was on the verge of its final evolution. Once it transformed into a dragon, its power would have far surpassed the spirit creation realm, equivalent to the diamond realm, based on its wounds, a simple, sharp spiritual power. "You killed it with a single slash." A thought arose in his mind. "Wait a minute. I can sense a tomb fire aura from this young man similar to a half-dragon's." A thought arose in his mind. "And it's incredibly pure. Could it be that the thing the alert detected just now was—" Jialan approached and asked Fang Yi, "You handled it already? You killed it that easily?" She thought in utter shock. Once this half-dragon successfully breaks through its realm, it will possess the power of the Vajra realm. The war zone had never detected its existence before. If the Gravekeeper hadn't been here, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At the same time, Song Yue had just arrived. Fang Yi spoke to the two men over there. "It really is you, sir. Elder Wu, there's no need for such formalities. Seeing a senior like yourself fully recovered makes me very happy." Elder Wu laughed loudly. "Haha, likewise, with a courageous junior like you around, I can finally retire in peace. You've already killed this half-dragon. I was wondering if I could ask you to keep this a secret for us. Don't let anyone outside of the Heavenly Sea Forest know of its existence. Is that okay? That includes the Spirit Association, too." Fang Yi thought to himself, so that's how it is. The Heavenly Sea Forest. It seems to be a zone for cultivation and mutation, managed by the Spirit War Zone. But in reality, this is the area with the most frequent spiritual energy fluctuations. There's no telling what might appear next. The things that show up here will probably be even more monstrous than the dark anomalies in the extreme dark zone. The Spirit War Zone is shouldering a much greater responsibility, so they don't want to place a huge burden on the Spirit Association. Is that it? After thinking for a moment, he replied, "No problem." Having said that, Fang Yi continued to ponder. Within the grave fire attribute that I just absorbed, the dominant aspect is devouring. Just like the legendary Tyote, that skink? That was the same. By absorbing grave fire, it was able to mutate into a half-dragon. Could it be that the secret of the Heavenly Sea Forest is that a Tyote once existed here? An image of another ferocious monster appeared in his mind. These abnormal transformations are all brought about by the restoration of spiritual energy. Even for a normal creature, a mutation is enough to cause catastrophic damage. If it were a Tyote beast, then that would truly be a disaster. No wonder the Spirit War Zone takes this place so seriously. Old Wu held out a hand and said with a smile, "It seems you understand now." "Thank you," he replied, raising his hand. "It's what needed to be done. None of us want a high-level anomaly to emerge before its time. When there are omens, there's no need to put that much pressure on so many people. Wouldn't you agree?" At that moment, a strange aura suddenly appeared. Fang Yi became alert. This aura is... In contrast to his wariness, Lin Yi seemed to be enjoying it. She exclaimed, "This aura feels so comfortable and soothing." Old Man Ya Lam seemed to have noticed something. This spiritual energy. In the sky, a young man with green hair appeared. He spoke up. "Has that freak already broken through to and the Vajra realm and come out of seclusion?" He was Bai Su, the wood attribute immortal walker of the spirit war zone. Seeing Bai Su arrive, Song Yue and his subordinates were overjoyed. Isn't this Bai Su's aura? He successfully broke through to the Vajra realm. This is wonderful, the spirit war zone finally.
Has another venerable one?
Who has reached the Vajra realm? Fang Yi observed Bai Su carefully. Something's not right. His spiritual energy is actually... Bai Su raised his hand and said with a smile, Old Wu, Old Man Lamb, I've come out of seclusion. Bai Su's gaze shifted to Fang Yi. And who might this be? Old Wu made the introduction. Allow me to introduce you to. This is Bai Su, Forerunner, from the Wood Attribute Division of our Spiritual War Zone. He's our ace. He's been in seclusion until now, all for the sake of breaking through to the Diamond Realm. He spoke up. Hello, I'm Bai Su. Although I should clarify one thing. I'm currently at the half-step diamond stage. I haven't been able to truly break through yet. Fang Yi replied with a smile. Hello, I'm the Gravedigger. You can call me Fang Yi, Captain of Taishi. Fang Yi silently sized up the man before him. This man's spiritual body is pure and unobstructed. Unlike other Forerunners, he doesn't have an oppressive, domineering aura. Instead, he has a refreshing presence that is completely invigorating. He really does show signs of becoming a diamond. But it seems he's not that different from my own current strength. It just goes to show that the Diamond Realm isn't so easy to break through to. Bai Su was taken aback. The Gravedigger? Captain of Taishi? Seeing his bewildered expression, Old Wu chuckled and explained. This Captain of Taishi is a newcomer brought in by Jialan. Not only did he save my life, he also resolved the catastrophic crisis in Taishi. From now on, he will be a comrade, an important strategic ally for our war zone. You punk, you'd better show him some proper respect. Bai Su spoke up. While I was in seclusion, has so much actually happened? Old Wu explained to Fang Yi. Bai Su awakened as a forerunner early on. His talent and resources made him the most promising prospect in the Xia Kingdom. The speed at which he broke through to the spirit creation realm was almost the same as yours. After that, he was always in seclusion in Tianhai Lin, so he's unaware of many things that have happened in the outside world. Elder Wu continued. With the revival of spiritual energy, humanity began to cultivate. To put it bluntly, it's essentially an act that goes against the heavens, an act that defies the natural order. That's why. When it comes to advancing by absorbing elemental spiritual energy, humanity is the slowest among all of Blue Star's living creatures. Originally, humans, along with the evolving and mutating plants, and animals were temporarily divided into 5 ranks. As of now, the highest-ranked humans, it are only 5 pioneers in total, 3-star Diamond Realm. Of course, it's possible there are other talented pioneers, like the Gravedigger, someone like you whom we hadn't discovered, but they are truly and exceptionally rare, and find it impossible to advance further. As time has passed, the spiritual energy has gradually become denser. The difficulty for pioneers to cultivate and achieve breakthroughs has also lessened, but the Diamond Realm remains a huge threshold, an obstacle as vast as the heavens. Countless pioneers have sacrificed themselves, and those who followed in their footsteps also struggled to break through. Some even lost their lives during the attempt. But after reaching the Diamond Realm, a person's entire being undergoes a massive transformation. You could call it a complete metamorphosis, achieving a boundless transcendent state, becoming like the legendary figures of old. The flow of spiritual energy through the body will become much smoother. Bai Su safely reached the half-step Diamond Realm. Her elemental abilities didn't go rampant. On the contrary, they became even more gentle and harmonious. This can be a great help to herself and to others. I am incredibly pleased, Bai Su replied. I think this Gravedigger is also very formidable. Fang Yi fell silent, lost in thought. Bai Su looked towards Fang Yi. He said with sharp eyes, Before my breakthrough, I felt the fluctuation of spiritual energy that you unleashed. I was influenced by it. I broke through to the half-step Vajra realm. That's why I'm really eager to spar with you. Want to give it a go? Fang Yi thought to himself. This Bai Su is a humble man, but his fighting spirit is not lacking in the slightest. In a sense, we're actually quite similar. You could even say that on him, I can sense the aura of my own kind. A golden power erupted from Fang Yi. He laughed, Ha ha ha! No problem. Seeing this, Elder Wu grew enthusiastic. Since it's come to this, I will serve as the referee for a round. You two will spar until you've had enough. Do not go overboard. The moment he finished speaking, the killing intent between Fang Yi and Bai Su flared up in their eyes. It was truly terrifying. This killing intent caused a massive shockwave, alarming the entire Song district. Song Yu exclaimed with a shocked expression, Bai Su is out of seclusion, and he's fighting the Kai family's captain right after coming out. The fated clash between 2 prodigies. I'm getting a little excited. Beside him, Jialan watched without comment. Elder Wu, on his side, was also observing the battle, thinking to himself, one is a new star that has suddenly burst onto the scene from the Kai family. The other is the representative for the honor of the war zone. In this battle of wills, who will ultimately gain the upper hand? At this moment, Baisu clasped his hands before his chest. He gently cast Asura myriad manifestations. Instantly, tree branches appeared, carrying with them a blinding green light. Fang Yi observed and assessed. A natural-born wood-attribute Xian practitioner. He possesses a strong affinity for plants. He can command plants to aid in reproduction. Plant growth. Baisu's spiritual power has become masterful. He can take his abilities to the next level. He can forcibly create an army of plants. Of course, he can also launch surprise attacks in battle, manipulating any plant to deliver a fatal blow. This entire Tianhai forest is his domain. A number of vines suddenly shot out from behind Fang Yi. He wasn't afraid at all, merely smiling lightly. He raised his hand, using his spiritual power to burn all the vines. With a familiar motion, but these things are all prime kindling. But contrary to Fang Yi's expectations, those vines were completely unharmed. Fang Yi asked, puzzled, "The plants you control don't burn?" Baisu replied, "That's right. When the wood attribute clashes with the fire attribute, it is indeed at a great disadvantage. But now, my plant army cannot be suppressed by the fire attribute." As soon as he finished speaking, Baisu slammed his hand on a tree trunk. In the blink of an eye, countless lightning-fast vines shot up from the ground, attacking Fang Yi. It swallowed Fang Yi whole. Baisu stood on a branch with his arms crossed, looking down. "What do you think of this move? If you were truly my enemy, what you would be facing now wouldn't just be this indestructible cage." "Impressive," Fang Yi thought in admiration. "So this is the power of a half-step Vajra?" The spiritual power of his wood attribute is incredibly pure. The plant life here is being utilized to its absolute peak. As he thought this, Fang Yi placed his hand on something. Seeing this, Baisu spoke up. "You'd better not touch that for too long. This giant tree is inherently poisonous. After I use it, the poison becomes even more pure and concentrated. Even if you're a pioneer of the 3-star spirit creation realm." Before Baitu could even finish, Fang Yi suddenly smirked. "Is that so? Then I'd like to see you try." As he spoke, a surge of yellow energy erupted from within the sphere of vines that had just trapped Fang Yi. Baitu stared, bewildered, not understanding what was happening. The next second, the forest erupted in flames. Baitu still couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? My plant emperor soul, enhanced by my own spiritual energy, and shouldn't be able to be burned by any fire attribute spiritual energy. Baitu gritted his teeth, refusing to believe it. Just what kind of terrifying flame is this? Just then, Fang Yi, wielding his blade, suddenly appeared behind Baitu. "You lost focus." A sharp arc of energy sliced through the air. He leaped back in a flash, dodging the slash from Fang Yi. How can this be? He's clearly only at the 3-star spirit creation realm, but his power seems to be on par with mine. Baitu leaped backward, putting distance between himself and Fang Yi. By now, the entire forest was an inferno. Baitu spoke. You figured it out. That I would pump more spiritual energy into the celestial sea forest again? You predicted my escape route. Did you burn this forest on purpose? Fang Yi chuckled. That's right, you're very strong, I'll give you that. I just had to think one step ahead, to cut off your escape route. Otherwise, if you'd prepared to pump in even more spiritual energy, dealing with you would have been much more difficult. Hearing this, Baitu's expression darkened. He thought to himself, and here I thought I was the rare genius of this war zone, the spirit of the celestial sea forest. While for ordinary cultivators it's a taboo, for me it's the ultimate aid for my cultivation. He's clearly on the same level as me, yet his mind is so meticulous. Even on my home turf, he refuses to be at a disadvantage. No, I've already reached the half-step Vajra realm. I cannot lose. Thinking this, he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. In that case, try and take this. Baisu slammed both hands on the ground. Countless roots shot up frantically towards Fang Yi, who was also taken by surprise. Seeing this, Elder Wu and Jialan were also horrified. They flew over to intervene. He shouted, Baisu, do you have a death wish? The Tianhai forest adds a wood attribute. It'll drain your body of all its spiritual energy.